Hi, my name is Jopa, and you're on my channel. Here I tell the best manhwa stories you won't find anywhere else. Don't forget to subscribe and like the video. My name is Mambo. I have just arrived in a new world as a traveler, but things are already going wrong. In this world, travelers are hated and hunted because their magic eventually turns them evil. To blend in, I gave up my powerful hero stats for high luck and language skills, but I ended up in the body of a 6-year-old refugee with a massive luck penalty, because I'm technically a native. When I arrived at the city gates, I saw people pretending to be heroes, but a man named Uncle Mo grabbed me. He turned out to be a child traitor. I managed to escape him and ran into a church, hoping for safety. Instead, I watched a beautiful priestess brutally kill a traveler. To save my life, I pretended to be a local boy and gave myself the silly name Mambo Mambo. The priestess and a priest found me, fed me, and gave me a bath. I tried to win them over by calling the priestess Mom, but the priest was too smart for my tricks. He used a skill to check my stats and realized I wasn't a hero. Instead, my high precision and skill scores made me a natural-born thief. Because the church doesn't want the responsibility of a young boy, they dressed me in a girl's choir outfit, the only clothes they had, and sent me back outside. Uncle Mo was waiting right at the door for me. He caught me immediately and threatened to sell me to a noble. However, the priest spoke up and confirmed that I have the talent of a thief. This changed Uncle Mo's mind. Now he sees me as a potential student for his gang rather than just someone to sell. I'm terrified of what comes next, but at least I'm alive for now. My adventure is starting in the darkest corners of the city, and I have to survive being a child thief in a world that wants travelers dead. I have officially started my life as a member of the Mouse Gang. Uncle Mo took me through a smelly alley to a hidden stone house, where he cleaned himself up before introducing me to the boss. I had to kneel and call this one-eyed, golden-haired old man grandfather. Because of my high talent scores in precision and skill, 72 and 77, the boss decided to put me under his protection. Apparently, my natural talent for thievery is even higher than some of the senior members. Uncle Mo explained the gang's hierarchy to me, including his siblings, a white-haired sister, a red-haired archer brother, and a gray-haired adopted brother. He told me that if I work hard and reach level 40, I could eventually become a professional assassin. For now, though, I'm just a kid starting at the bottom. The reality of gang life hit me quickly. We met a group of beggars, and Uncle Mo told me I have to bring in 20 copper coins every single day. If I don't meet the quota, I'll be beaten just like the others. He says the hardship will make me a better thief. He also explained the gang's darker business, trading people. He warned me never to mess with elves because they are too united and dangerous, but humans and beast folk are fair game in his eyes. We visited a part of the base that looked surprisingly nice, like a clean hotel rather than a dungeon. I saw beautiful people, like a rabbit folk girl, being trained to look elegant so they can be sold to nobles for hundreds of silver coins. Uncle Mo mocked me for being worried about the law, explaining that orphans can be adopted freely here. Since I told everyone I have no family, I realize now how lucky I am that Uncle Mo wants to train me as a thief instead of just selling me to the highest bidder. I have realized that telling people I was an orphan was my first big mistake in this world. Uncle Mo explained that since I have no family, I am an easy target. He gave me a simple room in the dungeon with hard bread that I have to soak in water just to eat. As I lay under my thin blanket, I daydreamed about finding a gold coin and becoming a rich merchant, but I woke up to a much harder reality. My first task was to earn 20 copper coins. Uncle Mo gave me a healthy breakfast, and the rabbit girl offered me 5 copper coins to carry her luggage to her new master's house. I thought this was easy money, so I took it and even managed to sneak an apple from the food cart. However, Uncle Mo caught me and made me change out of my nice church clothes into a scratchy linen sack. He warned me that wearing church clothes while begging would get me in trouble. Begging turned out to be much harder than I expected. No one wanted to give me money, and some people were even mean to me. I tried to sit near a singing beggar to catch some of his luck, but he got angry and took the 3 coins I had managed to get. Luckily, I used a little trick and found 4 more coins stuck to my feet after he chased me away. By noon, I was thirsty and frustrated. I went to the shopping street, but the other beggars were aggressive and kept chasing me away from the good spots. Then, a man named Silver Rat appeared on a dragon cart and laughed at me. He revealed that Uncle Mo had told everyone not to give me any money because he wants to force me to become a thief. He even knew exactly how many coins I had in my pocket. Just as I was feeling hopeless and angry at Uncle Mo for trapping me, I saw a miracle. A woman buying vegetables dropped a silver coin, and it rolled right into the street. Time seemed to stop as every beggar in sight stared at it. I didn't hesitate. I lunged forward, desperate to grab it, and finally change my luck. I was so close to grabbing that silver coin. I jumped higher than all the other beggars, but just as it was within reach, a priest used magic to us all away and returned the coin to the woman who dropped it. I was furious. That meddling priest then lectured me about morals and stealing from the innocent. I told him my own rules. I won't steal from the poor, and I'll only take a little from those who can afford it. To prove my point, I distracted him by swiping some copper coins from his pocket, but my real prize was the silver cross from around his neck. When I showed it to Uncle Mo later, he nearly had a heart attack. Apparently, that priest is a very powerful cleric, and that cross is incredibly valuable. While wandering the hideout, I met some of the slaves. I tried to be a judge and rate their looks, but a girl in a cage put me in my place. She showed me that the cell doors actually open from the inside. They only stay there for the aesthetic of being a tragic beauty to get a better price. It made me realize how strange this world's business sense is. I checked my status and saw I finally unlocked the thief class. To level up, I need successful thefts where I don't get caught. I figured out the priest was the easiest target because he's so distracted by his own preaching. I also found a history book in Uncle Mo's room. I learned that this empire was founded by a traveler like me who became a tyrant and started a massive war. That's why everyone here hates travelers now. The current empire is named after the rebel leader, Osman, who died young. Uncle Mo gave me some sweet milk as a reward for the cross, which felt like a huge luxury. Then he sent me back to the city gates to find orphan refugees for the gang. Instead of doing that, I spent the afternoon practicing my skills on sleepy shopkeepers. I even stole an iced drink, took a sip, and gave the expensive cup back to follow my ethical thief code. Even the waiter who saw me didn't seem mad. He just quoted the first emperor about how stealing is a sign of a broken society. Mambo dashed away and, seeing no one chasing him, glanced around cautiously. By afternoon, the shopping street had turned into a busy market. Now, the people out shopping were mostly farmers buying food for dinner. Stealing from them would surely bring bad luck, especially in a society where most people were religious. Here's a reminder for anyone planning to make a name for themselves in another world. When the local religion feels so strong that it makes you uneasy, it's best to follow along, because there might really be demons out there. Oh, heavens above. Where's my money? Some who hadn't received enough donations had given up begging. They put on their best clothes, trying not to draw attention, and moved quietly through the market. A small knife in the left hand sliced open a pocket, and the right hand smoothly caught the falling coins, quick and graceful, almost like art. Wow, that's a real master thief, Mambo whispered, crouching low as he watched the impressive theft. Thief skill, fingerblade, learned. A panel suddenly appeared before Mambo, startling him. It showed that by watching a master thief perform a top-level skill, his own natural talent had allowed him to learn it instantly. What kind of amazing thief talent is this? Looking at his new level 1 fingerblade skill, Mambo felt his fingers become slightly more flexible. He picked up a piece of grass, held it between his fingers, and pretended it was a blade. After practicing for a while, he realized the move wasn't very useful. It only made stealing a bit easier. The weapon he could hold between his fingers was too small, and the attack could only scratch someone's face. If he got lucky and hit a vital spot, maybe it could take down an enemy. Swish, swish, I am the great phantom thief. Mambo, Mambo, Mambo waved the grass around, pretending to slice at people's clothes. He discovered that even failed attempts counted as practice, and his experience points kept rising. After about an hour, he had earned enough experience for one successful theft. At the same time, in the eyes of his peers, the boy had a strange kind of charm that made him seem a little foolish. An old thief sighed. This kid doesn't even have a blade, just scratching around with a piece of grass and catching air with his hands. The old thief didn't know that Mambo had great talent. One failed theft for him was worth 1/50th of normal progress. The old thief, however, wasn't so gifted. He needed to succeed in stealing 101 times just to reach level 5. A failed attempt gave only 3 experience points, a success 50, and he needed 2,000 points to level up. He had climbed up through sheer persistence. Looking at his level 15 status, he was already considered a leader in the Black Rat's territory. As he passed by Mambo, holding a small blade, he said, "Oh no, I slipped. My blade fell on the ground." He didn't give Mambo any money, so it didn't break Uncle Mo's rules. "Anything that falls to the ground belongs to everyone," he said. The old thief bent down slowly to pick up the blade, pretending to strain his back. His exaggerated acting made Mambo laugh. Mambo picked up the blade, and the old thief sighed dramatically. "Unbelievable. Such quick hands on a little kid. Forget it. He's just trying to look out for me," Mambo muttered, holding back his irritation. He bowed slightly, pocketed the blade, and went back to scratching people with his grass stem. Hey, you should hold it between your fingers like this," the old thief said, thinking Mambo didn't understand. He demonstrated, and a few copper coins from a passerby's pocket ended up in his hand. "See, that's how you get something." The old thief grinned proudly. Even after all these years, his life as a thief hadn't completely erased his kindness. Mambo ignored him, shook his head, and kept walking toward the end of the market. The old thief caught up, showing his yellow teeth as he played with the coins. "Don't you want money? If you don't pay your dues, you'll get whipped." "I already paid," Mambo said, glancing at the church clock tower. It was already time to hand over the money to Uncle Amo. The old thief chuckled. "Ah, that's good. I hate seeing kids suffer." The other thieves clicked their tongues in admiration. The old thief had truly taught them how to survive. He was second only to Uncle Amo. He made a small cross over his chest and left with the other members of the rat gang to pay their dues. "What a strange person," Mambo murmured. Mambo had lived long enough to understand that some people were completely trapped in a cycle of mistakes, wasting their lives with bad company and feeling valuable only through empty praise. He was pretending to be alive, unwilling to give up his pitiful status in the group, even though he already had the ability to leave it behind. "You little brat, I just gave you some gear," the old thief said, tossing a few copper coins to Uncle Amo. If someone didn't have enough money, the old thief would add a couple more himself. "Your finger blade is at full level, which means you're at least level 10. The old thief nodded and squatted down, curious to hear what this kid Mambo had to say. 30% of the Adventurers Guild members are below level 10, Mambo said, holding a flyer from the guild that was being handed out at the market gate. "That means you could easily become an adventurer instead of wasting your days here." "Huh, no one wants a thief as a teammate," the old thief laughed. "Thieves steal from their own team. What people want are archers, knights, fighters, trap masters, assassins, mages, fortune tellers." The old thief devoured the food and water Uncle Amo gave him, then let out a satisfied burp. "You could just stop stealing, couldn't you? Even goblins, grass spirits, slimes, and mud monsters can be defeated by a level 5 thief alone." "Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. Once I reach level 5, I'm becoming an adventurer," Mambo said, realizing it was a waste of time talking to someone like him. He looked over at Uncle Amo, who was punishing a bard beggar. The bard had committed 2 offenses, helping Mambo beg and snatching 3 copper coins from his hand. "How sad," Mambo muttered. "A level 7 bard could easily make a living on his own, yet he stays here getting beaten." The old thief scratched his head. He didn't understand. He was respected here, a senior among beggars. Why would anyone want to leave and start over? That night, the old thief couldn't sleep. Mambo's words kept echoing in his mind. The light in the boy's eyes was different from the others. He kicked off his blanket and decided to go look for someone else with eyes like Mambo's. "What's wrong, old man?" A young thief mumbled sleepily. "Just going to the bathroom," the old thief replied, using it as an excuse to head out into the street. At night, only one place in Blue City was still lively, the Adventurers Guild in the east, managed by the Red Rats. The old thief pushed the door open. It was his second time entering this place. The first was 50 years ago, when his mother brought him here to hire adventurers. In all those years, the decorations hadn't changed much. Only the person at the counter had. Red Rat's mother was gone, and now Red Rat himself stood there, a grown man capable of handling things on his own. "You're one of Black Rat's men, right?" Red Rat said while polishing a cup. "What brings you here?" "I I want to register as an adventurer, the old thief said without thinking. He saw countless pairs of eyes like Mambo's watching him and nervously handed over 10 copper coins. That was the registration fee. Red Rat finally looked up at him, silent for a while before taking the coins. What title do you want? As the old thief thought, a quiet betting game started among the other adventurers. Look at him. He doesn't seem very educated. I bet he'll pick something like king of something. 5 copper coins. Haha. I say lord of something. 10 copper coins. No, definitely something like the great so-and-so. Laughter spread around the room. The old thief picked up the pen. He couldn't even remember the last time he had written anything. He just felt that his title should have meaning, something that would remind him of who he was. I'll call myself Righteous Thief. Everyone lost their bets. Only the dealer collected all the coins. Red Rat chuckled, then used magic to carve the old thief's face onto a copper plate, like a photograph. After filling in the basic details, the old thief officially became a member of the Adventurers Guild. From that moment on, he could take on quests and earn money. He returned to the thieves' den, holding the plate in his hands, touching it again and again until his palms were damp and smelled of copper. No one knew what this meant to a thief, maybe nothing at all. But life is often made meaningful by things that seem meaningless. The next morning, the old thief left the den. Uncle Mo didn't stop him. People who suddenly wake up like this weren't rare. Their lazy nature usually brought them back, regretting the coins they had spent. You don't need to save my spot, the old thief said after washing his face several times, looking no different from an ordinary man. When you come back, you'll have to sleep next to the toilet, Uncle Mo replied. Uncle Mo returned the remaining bed fee to the old man, who nodded, shouldered his bag, and walked toward the east side of the city. Try not to talk them into becoming adventurers again, Uncle Mo said, glancing at Mambo, whose eyes were shining with excitement. Mambo really admired that man. It seemed there were others like him who wanted to change their lives. I never even talked to him, Mambo said, not realizing that the man was the same old fellow from yesterday. The dark-skinned old man, Uncle Mo reminded him. Huh. Mambo rubbed his eyes. The confident old man looked nothing like the dirty one from before. Looks like my words are quite inspiring, haha. Yeah, right. Maybe he'll come back in a few days and yell at you for tricking him out of 10 copper coins, Uncle Mo said, pretending to raise his hand to hit Mambo. Mambo ducked and ran away. He needed to hurry and earn enough money before the middle-class shoppers came out in the morning. Most people at the morning market were servants from noble families. They were very picky about ingredients, and Mambo didn't feel too guilty about targeting them. After all, they often raised prices a little to keep some money for themselves, and their masters usually turned a blind eye. A few small favors could buy loyalty. It was a good deal for everyone. The beggars who spent their nights drinking were still asleep, so people weren't very cautious. Mambo easily collected 13 copper coins. Of course, he didn't use his small blade. He wasn't skilled enough yet, and hurting someone would be bad. Hey, kid, give me back my money. Suddenly, someone grabbed Mambo's wrist. He had been caught. Swallowing nervously, Mambo forced a smile. Oh no, my naughty hand must have slipped into your pocket by accident. Stop lying. The man, seeing how young Mambo was, pulled his hand out of his pocket and gave him a kick. Ouch. The man hadn't used much force, but for a 7-year-old, it still hurt a lot. Mambo fell face first onto the ground, then clumsily got up. The commotion made everyone in the market more alert. They now knew Mambo was a thief. Not a good start, he muttered. Limping, Mambo left the market. At the end of the street stood the priest's church. The priest was sweeping the front steps and smiled when he saw Mambo. Got caught, huh? Yeah, it really hurts, Mambo admitted without shame. Getting caught was getting caught. No point hiding it. Vegetables. The priest waved and called Mambo into the church. You said yesterday you were going to steal my silverware. Why didn't you come? I even stayed up all night waiting, the priest said, picking a piece of wax from the candle stand. You don't get it, Mambo replied. Declaring war doesn't mean I'll attack right away. When you've almost forgotten about it, I'll take the whole church away. Oh no, how scary, the priest said jokingly, lifting the edge of Mambo's rough sackcloth clothes. Mambo froze and quickly stepped back. What are you doing? Don't tell me those rumors about priests and boys are true. The priest wanted to scold him, but his faith held him back. I'm trying to heal your wound. Stop talking nonsense. "This is under the statues of the three saints," the priest said, his face turning visibly red. Mambo hesitated, then slowly came back and lay down, pointing to a bruise on his side. "Right here, thanks." The priest grunted and began to chant. The wax in his hand melted, glowing faintly gold as the magic flowed into it. Drops of warm wax fell onto Mambo's skin. "Wait, that's too hot." "Of course it is. Healing isn't supposed to be comfortable," the priest said, chanting even faster, which made the wax hotter. "Stop, stop. Don't you have a safer way? I can rest for a few days instead," Mambo cried out. His shouting brought the young cleric over. Mambo called to her for help. "Please, save me. This is way too much. Don't make a fuss." "Who said I'm your mother?" the cleric said, but instead of helping, she joined the priest in holding Mambo still. "This wax is from the altar of the Holy Sun. It's very powerful," she said. Then she gave Mambo an encouraging look. "Mambo, real courage means not being afraid of pain." "I'm brave." Was she trying to comfort him like a child? "Yes, Mambo is brave." She nodded firmly. Seeing her expression, Mambo decided to play along. "All right, then pour it. Pour it. Pour it. Pour it. Pour." After 10 minutes of a small ritual game, the ceremony finally ended. Mambo brushed the wax off his back and glanced at the priest. "It's really better now, but did it have to take that long? Good work takes time, you know?" The priest rolled his eyes, while the lady cleric patted Mambo's head and handed him a piece of bread. "All right, go out and play." After Mambo left, the priest looked thoughtfully at the gray wax on the floor. "How is he, father?" Although it doesn't show on the outside, Every was suffering from serious malnutrition. The priest swept the wax into a trash bag. "But I've healed him. If he doesn't eat properly, he'll be malnourished again in a few days." Black Rat never pays attention. He's single and doesn't know how to take care of a child. The lady cleric frowned, knelt before the statues of the three saints, clasped her hands, and closed her eyes in prayer. The three saints represented the blessed Son, the loving Mother, and the forgiving Spirit. The ticking of the clock grew softer until it could no longer be heard. The morning light shone on the Mother's finger, reflecting a flickering glow in one corner of the church. The lady cleric stood up and turned around. Another version of herself was still praying before the statues, while the priest stood motionless beside her. Following the light to the corner, she found a gold coin where the glow shone. She picked it up, and it gleamed brightly. In that instant, the church suddenly burst into flames. The lady cleric took a deep breath and opened her eyes sharply. The clock began ticking again. She felt something in her palm. When she opened it, the same gold coin lay there. "Father." She lowered her head in shame. The moment she saw the coin, her heart wavered. Otherwise, the church wouldn't have caught fire even in a spiritual vision. "It's all right. You were born with the gift of communion with spirits. This is both a test and a blessing from the divine." The priest patted her shoulder with a gentle smile. "Go now. You know what you must do." At noon, when Mambo returned home, he was surprised to find a proper meal waiting for him, just like the others. "For me?" Mambo hesitated to eat. It was meat day, half a roasted pork knuckle, an orange, a bowl of porridge, and a vegetable salad. "Someone gave me a gold coin," Uncle Emo said, spinning it between his fingers. "She asked me to make sure that as long as you're alive, you'll always have the healthiest food." That was equal to 1,000,000 copper coins. I can buy food myself." "Please give me the gold coins," Mambo said, reaching out to Uncle Emo. Uncle Emo chuckled. "Stop dreaming. Just focus on practicing your thief skills." The gold coin spun between his fingers and disappeared. "So, who gave the money?" The client asked to stay anonymous. Mambo pouted. He couldn't figure out who would be interested in him. Hopefully, it was a kind and pretty lady. It would be best if she wasn't too old. Otherwise, by the time he grew up, she'd already be aging. If it turned out to be some grumpy old man, that would be terrible. Mambo shivered at the thought. After finishing his meal, he ran to the business district to keep training his skills. If he leveled up enough, he could finally leave this place. At worst, he could just owe some debt and pay the gold coins back later. Everyone had borrowed money before. Why should a hardworking person be afraid of that? That thought gave Mambo even more motivation. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was chasing him, like a shadow right behind him, ready to strike at any moment. "Brother, oh brother, if something must come from behind, please let it be a challenge, not trouble." The sun was already high in the sky, and the coolness of morning had vanished. Mambo walked along the busy street, holding a piece of grass as he practiced gaining experience. Whenever he saw a good chance, he would try to quietly take a few copper coins for real. After one round through the street, Mambo had earned 500 experience points, but he was still short by exactly 1 copper coin. Where can I get that last coin? He muttered. By afternoon, farmers in plain clothes filled the streets, buying daily goods. Mambo brushed the grass near their pockets, earning 20 experience points each time. He scratched his back and sighed. If he got caught and punished, he could always ask the priest for healing later, though the treatment hurt more than the injury itself. In the noisy crowd, a flash of light caught his eye. It was a knight, with a money pouch hanging openly at his waist, completely unaware that this area was full of thieves. Heh, a noble's guard. He has no idea how tricky city folks can be, Mambo whispered. He crept closer to the knight. Other thieves around him gave frantic signals and coughed to warn him. Mambo scratched his head and used hand signs to ask, "What's wrong?" Thanks to his talent for language, Mambo had already learned the rat gang's secret hand signs on his first day. The beggar beside him shouted wildly, "Don't steal from them. Their senses are very sharp, and they hit really hard. Go steal from that woman over there instead." Mambo shook his head. The woman was holding her crying child and clearly had no time to watch her purse, but she wasn't the kind of target Mambo wanted. But his wallet keeps tempting me, Mambo muttered. With sighs and gasps from his companions, Mambo made his move. A child's small hands rarely drew attention. That was Mambo's secret to success. "Excuse me for showing off." He felt a cold coin between his fingers and quickly pulled back. It was a shiny silver coin. He did it. Wow. The beggars on the roadside cheered, but Mambo reached out again. The silver coin wasn't what he wanted. The priest had once told him that silver coins were valuable. Mambo only wanted copper ones. He put the silver coin back and picked up another coin. The beggars all stared at him. A gold coin. Mambo's hand trembled, and he almost dropped it. Oh no, not this one either. Why does this guy carry so much money around? Mambo carefully returned the gold coin and tried to find a copper one. The other beggars stood up, thinking Mambo was still not satisfied. It had been years since they'd seen such a bold and lucky thief. What will he take next? 2 gold coins? Or the whole purse? Good job. That's how a thief should act. Don't underestimate us. Mambo felt the weight of the coins inside the purse. Gold was the heaviest, silver next, and copper the lightest. Finally, he pulled out 2 copper coins and held them up for the others to see. The beggars clicked their tongues in disappointment. Now everyone knew the knight's purse held at least 1 gold coin and 1 silver coin. Some of the beggars, tempted by greed, slowly approached the knight. A small knife slid across the leather purse, but instead of cutting it, for glowing words appeared, "Damage immunity." Magic energy surged from the purse, locking onto the beggar who had tried to cut it. A red mark appeared above his head. The knight raised his arm to look at the activated purse. Then he removed his helmet, revealing a handsome young man with long hair. The handsome young man scratched his head. "Hello, I'm Louis Jack. Do you know where I can buy some apples?" The beggar, frightened, pointed toward a fruit stall at the other end of the street. Jack didn't trouble him. He lifted the magic on his money pouch and took out a silver coin. "Do you want this?" The beggar didn't know what to do. He didn't dare nod or shake his head. Jack placed the coin in his palm. "Go buy yourself some clothes. The wise say, being untidy is impolite." Jack was about to leave, but suddenly a group of beggars surrounded him. "Sir, I know I look impolite, but I really have no money for clothes." Jack nodded. "I can see that. You're right. Sir, I'm Afyu's nephew. Do you remember me?" "Who is Afyu?" "What? Don't all noble families have a servant named Afyu?" "Sir, I'm starving. I haven't eaten in 100 days. Is that even possible?" "Father, I'm your long-lost son." "Wait, what? Who's calling me father now? And what does that even mean?" This gentleman clearly came from a well-educated family, where strict manners were taught from birth. Crude words and slang were never allowed in front of them. Poor Jack was surrounded. He gave away almost all the coins in his pouch, keeping only 3 gold coins in his hand. Those 3 coins represented the 3 saints, his most sacred possessions that could not be given away, as they were tied to his faith. Jack took off his armor, revealing a pure white shirt underneath. "Good thing I wore this. At least I'm not being rude." Even his armor was given away piece by piece until the beggars were finally satisfied. They bowed repeatedly, showering him with endless words of praise. Some said that if they ever had a son, they would name him after Jack and make him the boy's godfather. But Jack thought, "I've been single for ages. How could I have a son?" Others swore they would carve Jack's name on their tombstones, calling him their lifelong benefactor. Some even wanted to build a bronze statue of him beside the three saints. Hey, that's not necessary," Jack said, smoothing the wrinkles on his clothes. He looked at the beggars and asked, "So, did I do anything impolite?" The beggars didn't understand manners at all, but they all shouted in unison, "Perfect. You're the best, sir." At that moment, Jack reached into his pocket and realized all his money was gone. He had no coins left to buy an apple, even though he was sure he had saved 2 copper coins. He thought about borrowing some money from the people around him, but they were the same ones he had just given alms to. It wouldn't be right to ask them for it back. Then he noticed Mambo nearby, staring at him as if he were a fool. "Hey, kid, do you have 2 copper coins?" Mambo was speechless. He had just stolen 2 copper coins from Jack's pocket, and now the man was asking him for money. Was this even possible? Mambo quietly took an apple from the fruit stand and handed it to Jack. Jack shook his head. "You can't do that. You have to pay for it. He's my uncle." "It's fine, just take it. We're family," Mambo lied without hesitation. Jack nodded. "Oh, then you should still tell your elder, so you don't cause trouble for others." This guy talks too much, Mambo thought, waving his hand impatiently. All right, I get it. Just go already." Seeing Mambo's impatience, Jack decided not to lecture him further. Most city folk were rude. His teacher had been right about that. "I owe you 2 copper coins. What's your name?" "I didn't tell you, and you're really annoying," Mambo muttered, hurrying away before he lost more patience. Jack took the apple and went to the church. He asked the priest for a cup of holy water, washed the apple carefully, and cut it in half, offering 1 piece to the priest as thanks. "No need for that. Food washed with holy water is safe to eat." "Which noble family are you from?" the priest asked, taking an apple from the altar, wiping it, and taking a bite. "That can't be right. Apples are commoners' food. Nobles wouldn't eat them. You're pretending, aren't you?" the priest said between bites. The Holy Son said, "There is no difference between rich and poor. All are human." "Oh, a noble who knows theology?" The priest grew interested and stroked his chin. "Where's that line from?" "The line after 100 eyes will close, yet the bowstring stays warm. Punish lightly, forgive greatly." The priest laughed heartily, clearly pleased. "You'd make a fine priest. May I see your status panel?" Of course. When Jack opened his panel, the priest's apple slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. Intelligence: 83 skill, 79 magic, 90 what is your profession? Paladin, level 25, author's note. I never knew how to introduce the world setting properly. When I finally did, it felt a bit late. It's short, thank you for reading. After handing over the offering money, Mambo ate his meal while complaining to Uncle Mo about that fool. "Louis Jack?" Uncle Mo hissed. There were many people named Jack, but in Blue City, only one family had that surname. From the west side of the city, Lord Jack. No wonder everyone was acting so respectful when paying their offerings today. Turns out, one of Lord Jack's kind relatives had come to visit. "With your personality, didn't you ask the Lord for a couple of silver coins?" Uncle Mo said with a grin. No one had been whipped today, so he was in a good mood. "If I use a fool's money, I'll become a fool too," Mambo replied, swallowing a mouthful of boiled vegetables. Tonight's dinner was simple: 4 kinds of boiled greens, a small dish of dipping sauce, 2 fried eggs, and 2 sweet bread rolls. Let's just hope Lord Jack doesn't mind taking back that money. Those guys have already spent half of what they begged for. The beggars were acting like newly rich folks, buying new clothes, taking baths, and even spending hundreds of copper coins at taverns for fun. That really annoyed Snow Mouse from the south side. The people under Ink Mouse's command were ruining her tavern's reputation. Most customers came to play dice and have a drink with the girls, not to waste money on a private booth just to bother them. Those idiots. When they die, I'll buy their organs for alchemy experiments, Snow Mouse muttered behind the curtain, memorizing their faces. She was furious. Those shameless men even dared to tease her. If she killed them, Ink Mouse would be upset. If she didn't, he'd just brush it off, saying, "Oh, come on, we're just lonely old men." Who wouldn't say a few sweet words to such a lovely girl? Then he'd give them a couple of lashes and call it done. Lovely girl? I'm 25. Throw them. Throw them out of my tavern. The beggars, still not satisfied, were kicked out before they could finish their fun. But they didn't lose heart. After a quick discussion, they decided to head east to the Adventurers Guild for roasted meat and more drinks. Here, they also met a righteous thief. The thief heard they met a kind noble who gave him a silver coin. He felt very upset and wished he had waited 2 more days before leaving. He worked hard all day and only managed to kill 10 monsters, earning about 50 copper coins from their bodies. Brothers, today we got a lot of requests. We hired. While eating, a group of adventurers approached. Did you say you're a thief? Yes, the righteous thief replied. We need someone who can pick locks. Each lock costs 5 copper coins. You keep 10% of any treasures or rewards, said the leader of the adventurers, showing a map of the dungeon. The dungeon is a multi-layered city full of magic, starting from the 3rd underground level. Each level changes every month, and the deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. The righteous thief usually kills small monsters on the 1st or 2nd level to level up. This is the fork on the 6th level. The Adventurers Guild offers 300 copper coins for the first exploration. We went once, and the first big door inside has 5 locks. Deal. This means the minimum reward for this trip is 55 copper coins, plus any treasures found. Be here at 7 tomorrow morning. 7:30. I won't wake up earlier. That night, everyone returned to their hideout, whispering about the thief's situation. Oh, how glorious. People are still respectfully inviting him. A small thief said enviously. And he can set conditions. Those little brats don't even look at us, only talk to the elders. If you're capable, you could be an adventurer too. If you die someday, no one will bury you. Look at your build. If a goblin from the jungle caught you, you'd be enough for a snack. Ha ha. TCH. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed in the hideout. The thieves seemed to understand why the righteous thief wanted to leave. Just then, a shoe was thrown at the face of the loudest laugher. Shut up. If you're not sleeping, get out. Uncle Mo emerged from the dungeon. Their laughter had already reached the dungeon. The thief who was hit returned Uncle Mo's shoe and sighed. Living under someone else's roof. The next morning, a few more thieves left the hideout. Some younger ones stayed. Uncle Mo didn't let them go. Their age and level made them no different from reckless adventurers or cannon fodder. What did you say to them again? Oh, holy 3, I didn't say anything this time. I don't know them either, Mambo complained while eating breakfast. Humph, when they get tired of the dangers of adventuring and come back, I will give them a good scolding. Uncle Mo tidied up the bed, throwing away the spoiled quilt and pillow. After finishing his meal, Mambo was about to go out to be a thief, but Uncle Mo stopped him. First, go to the prayer service. No, that will affect my earning money. 20 copper coins. I'll go. Mambo took off his sackcloth clothes, washed himself, and changed into the choir robe given by the priest. Uncle Mo also changed into a black suit, combed his beard neatly, and slicked back his hair. Do you really believe in this if you're pretending to be a trafficker? Of course not. I'm not from another country. Who else would I believe? I can't believe in the dragon god of the East, can I? Attending church services costs money for a seat, though not much. Most families pray at home. Only adults attend church for their coming-of-age ceremony. Today, I heard it's Lord Jack's eldest son's coming of age. Yes, I heard he bought a learning toy, and he's very handsome. TSK. Some wealthy merchants, hoping to connect with Lord Jack, painfully bought front-row seats for the service. Uncle Mo only bought a middle seat, sitting among his siblings. Old Lord Golden Mouse sat in the front row, alongside the nobles. It looks like little Bunny really might become a wealthy lady. Uncle Mo smiled. Oh, bunny people will have a good life, Mambo nodded. Just as Mambo was about to doze off, the main event arrived. Uncle Mo nudged him awake. Lord Jack's son is on stage. Remember his face well. When you grow up, you won't have to worry about food and drink if you can marry him. Mambo looked up. Wasn't that the fool from that day? He's the fool who handed out money yesterday. Huh. Jack took his first drink on stage, symbolizing that he was now an adult. The priest dabbed red cinnabar mixed with wax oil on Jack's forehead 3 times, symbolizing that the 3 holy ones confirmed everything. Jack gave a speech about becoming an adult, thanking his parents and the country. In the end, he surprisingly thanked the rabbit-human hybrid for helping to confirm the idea that all people are equal, regardless of status or wealth. The nobles see apples as cheap and ugly, describing them as bitter and unattractive fruits. But the rabbit-human hybrid had an apple in her luggage. Jack tasted it and then bought one himself. Apples are not bitter or ugly. They are sweet, crunchy, and have a fresh aroma. Jack's mother fainted instantly after hearing this. The nobles pride themselves on never having tasted apples, and now her son was saying such rebellious words. "You, get down from there. You're embarrassing us." Old Jack almost crushed his chair, trembling as he pointed at Jack Jr. "Yes, father." Jack Jr. immediately stopped speaking and stepped down from the stage. Old Jack pushed him away in anger, and a few servants helped Mrs. Jack follow behind. Mambo and Uncle Mo exchanged glances. "Looks like Hockey Rabbit can't be a noble lady. She's lucky to survive tonight." Other nobles in Blue City cheered secretly until the priest knocked on the table and said, "A foolish act is like a ghost that passes." The nobles looked nervously at the priest, afraid to meet his eyes. Even the golden mouse lowered his head, pretending nothing had happened. "Today is Sunday. I was going to say a few blessings," the priest said. "But judging by this, you're not worthy." He closed the book of blessings and took out the Holy Spirit's punishment. Some first-time visitors, wealthy merchants, tried to run away but found themselves chained tightly with golden chains. Those who didn't smile earlier can leave now. The others don't even think about leaving. Mambo didn't smile. He stood up to leave but was stopped by Uncle Mo. "Don't go." "I just smiled. Stay with me for a while." "No, I don't want to waste time here." 50 copper coins. "Deal." Except for the red mouse. Everyone else from the Mouse Guild was kept in the church. The red mouse said goodbye to the golden mouse, who also showed a similar expression to Uncle Mo. "It's clear they are father and son. Stay with your old dad, okay? The Adventurers Guild still has things to do." "Dad," Red Mouse refused. Golden Mouse looked back and saw Uncle Mo, chuckling softly. "I knew you were just like me. All right, Dad, get ready to tense up your skin." The priest saw most people leaving and began reciting the punishment ritual. Thanks to his priestly skills, a few jealous nobles sweat profusely on their heads. They couldn't make a sound, their chests feeling as if they were being whipped with hot iron. Watching Uncle Mo grimace in pain, Mambo couldn't help but laugh. Soon, he was also drawn into the punishment ritual. "I'm really impressed. Do you know I can't hold it anymore and are just making faces?" Mambo said, covering his chest. Uncle Mo shook his head. He thought so too, but he would never admit it. He still had to go to Lord Jack's house in the west of the city to apologize. He felt he had failed in his teaching and damaged his reputation. "So, I checked Little Bunny's luggage. How could she bring that nasty fruit inside?" Uncle Mo took out 200 silver coins from the safe, ready to apologize. "You're coming with me. Did you see anyone stuffing apples into her luggage? Wait, did you secretly take an apple from me at that time?" Uncle Mo understood. His mind was like Conan's laser beam, and the truth was clear. "Was it you? What are you planning to do?" Of course, Mambo also refused to admit it. Uncle Mo clenched his teeth and shook Mambo's head fiercely. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. If Little Bunny becomes a noble lady, you'll rise with her." Mambo and Uncle Mo arrived at Lord Jack's estate and found the priest there too. "You too?" "Black Mouse, I'm here to apologize. This kid secretly brought an apple for the rabbit girl. I need to pay the Lord back." Black Mouse sighed, holding a money pouch. It was supposed to be a 2 or 3 month job, but now it was a total loss. The butler led the two inside. As they entered, they saw Lord Jack protecting the rabbit human and retreating to the yard. The butler wanted the three to leave, but the priest directly refused. "I want to see how Lord Jack interprets the words of the saint. Father, the son stealing the Holy Spirit's magic to give to the world is to help resist demons and monsters, not to divide humans into ranks." At this moment, Lord Jack, holding a bowstring, angrily whipped Lord Jack Jr. "Get out of my way. Today, I will let this worthless servant taste the whip of the Holy Spirit." According to legend, after the Holy Son stole magic, the Holy Spirit was furious. It tore the bowstring from its sacred weapon and swore that anyone who learned magic would be whipped by the Holy Son. "Go ahead and hit me. The Holy Mother is willing to endure the whip for the Holy Son, so I can too. I am a level 20 Holy Knight, and she is just a level 5 bard. She can't handle it. Stop telling me fairy tales. How many people still believe that? It's just for show. If there really were 3 saints, how could monsters still threaten the world? The Holy Sun said, teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. Father, you understand this principle. That's enough. That's enough. That old fool has turned my son into a fool of the church. The priest finally couldn't stand it anymore and cleared his throat loudly. Lord Jack looked at the priest and awkwardly put away his whip. What was I going to say again? Anger can make people speak without thinking. It's not their true self. Young Master Jack recited what Lord Jack wanted to say. Yes, that's it. The mystic scholar is really a good teacher, huh? The priest sighed. The apple was cut by me, and the holy water used to wash the apple was also provided by me. The apple was stuffed into the rabbit's luggage by this kid. Uncle Emo pushed Mambo forward. Mambo looked at Lord Jack, who had a fierce expression, and quickly hid behind Uncle Emo. How could someone like this produce such a handsome son like young Master Jack? As a holy knight, firm faith is his source of strength. Trying to twist his faith is like cutting off his arms. If you don't want this son, my church always has an open position for a holy Templar and a priest. These 2 roles are interesting because they can be married. Currently, both are held by part-time priests. Yes, I am testing him. Really? Father, I haven't disappointed you, have I? Young Master Jack happily helped his trembling father sit down. Lord Jack wanted to cover his face, but he could only nod. That rabbit, if you like her, keep her. Lord Jack was speechless. He's been cunning all his life, and he doesn't know who his son inherited his traits from. Maybe his wife's family? I've decided, Father. I want to take her to become a holy Templar. They mock me because I am not a member of the church. The priest also eats apples, but no one dares to laugh at him. No, that's not the real reason. It's simply because the priest is level 45, the highest level in the entire city. Go ahead, go wherever you want. Lord Jack feels that the big sword is useless. He plans to train a small sword. If someone recommends a mystic scholar as his mentor again, he will cut off that foolish fool. He's 37 years old. Is it still okay to find a concubine? He leans close to Uncle Emo and hums. Are there any slaves who are not of the human race? I can't handle non-humans. Yes, definitely. You can choose anyone between 18 and 30, someone with a weaker religious belief, not too pretty. Otherwise, my wife will get jealous. If you want someone pretty, Uncle Emo has plenty. Finding someone not pretty is hard to imagine. Not pretty. Not pretty. Did you shave head 369? That won't look good. Who is 369? The one priced at 369. Oh, Lord Jack shakes his head wildly. No, I can't stand facing someone with a green head. Just make her original hair into a magic wig. In front of the lady, she has a green head. In front of you, she's normal. The Lord looks down at Mambo. He knows so much. He's young but clever. He spends every day in the dungeon admiring this and that. He's young, or I'd have to watch him closely. Uncle Emo pushes Mambo away from the priest, not letting him listen. Kids shouldn't hear too much about this. The priest is recording the basic info of the rabbit to send to the church. Take these 3 books. Memorize all of them. Oh, so many words. It feels like hanging out with nobles is even more tiring. The rabbit's stats are very ordinary. When priests work harder, others gain dozens of experience points from prayer, but the rabbit might only get a few. At 6 in the morning, clean the ground. At 7, wipe the 3 saints' statues. At 8, have breakfast. The rest of the time, wipe tables and chairs and cooperate with the clergy to kill crossers. After midnight, no noise in the hall. Wait, what's with the green hat scene? Is Hockey Rabbit supposed to crossers? Jack needs to learn this. You're a bit too what? Too pure. That's a good thing. The priest sighed and drove his dragon carriage to the town gate of Wung City. This place was a refugee camp. Along the way, he explained how to deceive travelers from another world. Hockey Bunny listened carefully. She was very good at acting. Everyone, fellow citizens, brave travelers have come to begin the great journey to defeat the Demon King. Everyone can enter the main city. If there are other travelers, don't forget to come to me for equipment. The refugees entered the city one after another. Inside, many familiar faces were there, each holding a bread, entering the city. They were all members of the Mouse Gang, experienced actors, including some who had been at the city gate with Mambo before. So, I was already targeted back then. Until a stranger, who didn't know the priest, took a bread. The priest stopped him. Are you the traveler? No, I'm not. This person had come from another world, but he didn't want to go on a quest to fight the Demon King. He just wanted to be an ordinary person. Magic in this world had nothing to do with him. Well, maybe a little. If only he could use magic to go home. It's okay. You can choose your own life. We won't force you. Hockey Bunny quickly got into character, holding the stranger's hand. That's not proper. No name, no close contact. Young Master Jack placed a handkerchief on his own hand and pulled Hockey Bunny's hand away. Why are you also so quick to act? No, he's glaring at Hockey Bunny. This fool really believed it. Hockey Bunny was confused too. She tried to explain subtly. But, Jack, the brave hero is different. The brave. No, the rules of the three saints cannot be broken. Go back and reflect. Repent before the statues of the three saints. Although I'm not a hero, aren't you being a bit strict? The stranger looked awkward. This handsome guy in front of him seemed very conservative. Sorry, this is a family matter. Legally, I am her master and must correct her behavior, Jack answered stubbornly. What? Slaves still exist here? Seeing the shrinking pupils of the traveler, Mambo and the priest exchanged glances. It seemed the traveler had really been fooled. Nobles, if only I were more noble than him. Mambo quickly got into the scene, showing his skill in acting. His attitude of not letting friends die easily was very clear. The priest looked helplessly as Hockey Bunny was pulled aside by Jack for a stern talk. The traveler frowned, wanting to speak but feeling unaccustomed to his new status from an ordinary person to someone important. What happens if I break the rules? This clearly shows the difference between the locals and the traveler. Everyone knew that the punishment for breaking the rules was only whipping, from leaf whips to steel whips. The leaf whip was made of long leaves, making a loud sound but causing little pain, mainly as a warning. The steel whip was made of linked steel chains, capable of breaking bones and tearing tendons. There were also bowstrings, horsewhips, rope whips, and more. Just get whipped. Look at the marks on the young master's face. That's from his father's recent whipping. Lord Jack didn't hold back. The young Master Jack had a cut a few centimeters long on his face, still bleeding. Hockey Bunny wanted to wipe the blood from Jack, but Jack stopped her with a handkerchief. No, I won't let you touch me before you regret your actions. But you, I've already been punished for disobedience to my parents. Once you finish your punishment, we'll still be equals. To Mambo and the others, Jack's words seemed sincere, but to the traveler and his hometown friends, it was a different story. Is this PUA? It's totally PUA. Let her go. I admit I'm a traveler. The traveler stepped forward, trying to pull Hockey Bunny away, but Jack tightly held his arm. So what if you're a traveler? Jack suddenly remembered they were here to deal with travelers like him. He swallowed his anger and said to Hockey Bunny, even so, you have to return to the church after dinner. I don't believe you'll dare not come back. His words sounded too villainous, and his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Compared to a genius, today I really feel like a mayfly seeing the blue sky, Mambo complained to the priest. The priest nodded. Such passionate and genuine feelings. If I didn't understand him, I might have already killed him. Jack, afraid that his plan might be exposed, told the others, I'll wait for you at the church, and hurriedly left. The villain's filter is even stronger now. Hockey Bunny pretends to be weak in the legs and collapses to the ground, saying, no please. What should we do now? I can help her once, but not forever. The time traveler also feels he was too impulsive. You can now ask to duel him, to fight for Sister Bunny's place. He is very arrogant and will probably agree. I'm afraid I can't beat him. That guy's steps are unsteady, clearly from overindulgence. Actually, he was tired from being chased by his father. Lord Jack is a level 30 ranger, just a bit overweight. Why are you helping me? The Jack father and son in the west of the city are considered good nobles. The priest tried to speak several times, but couldn't accuse them falsely. Oh, the three saints above. In the end, the priest told all of Jack's crimes, which were too numerous to count. Mambo also clung to the time traveler's leg. I don't want to be a child lover, brother. He got hard, and the time traveler's fist clenched tightly. Fine, I'll go. Who taught you to talk nonsense like that? The priest communicated with Mambo using sign language from the rat helper. So the priest also knew sign language. Mambo signed back. Uncle Mo's yellow novels on the bookshelf in his bedroom are written like that. Stop reading those things. The priest's opinion of the black rat worsened. The time traveler began preparing for his duel with Jack. In the church's lounge, he wrapped and unwrapped the bandage on his fist. Mambo sneaked in and said, "Run quickly. This isn't a place for you." "What? This world will trap and kill travelers." "Run away? But you before." "Just kidding. I'm quite happy here." The time traveler was confused. He couldn't tell who was telling the truth until Mambo said that strange line. "What can I say?" The time traveler instinctively replied, "Mambo out." When the priest was ready to call the traveler, he had already run away. Looking at the empty lounge, he clicked his tongue. All that remained was Hockey Bunny being whipped by the leaf, the slender leaves striking her back without leaving a single mark. Jack knelt in front of Hockey Bunny to apologize. He was too serious. It was his own wishful thinking. Not everyone is a loyal follower, and Hockey Bunny could refuse if she wanted. It's not like that. Young Master Jack is a holy knight. "I follow the rules, of course," Hockey Bunny said softly, holding Jack's hand and lowering her head slightly. Jack pressed his forehead against her head and whispered, "Just call me Jack. We are equals now, friends." This warm scene made a few single guys feel creeped out. They rubbed their arms and left. The priestess said, "Should we leave them alone like this?" The priest replied, "That's fine. The three saints are also witnessing this love starting to grow." Mambo said, "Love? I think only Miss Bunny feels that way. Jack just treats her as a friend." The priest nodded. "That makes sense." Uncle Mo said, "I think so too." The three of them shouted, "Where are you from?" "I just finished some business and came to see Mambo." "Is that strange?" Uncle Mo picked up Mambo and chuckled. "Sanlugio heard about the haircut and got all worked up. Haha. Per kitty, but I heard it was your idea. To cut your tendons, peel your skin, and drink your blood. Who else is talking? Besides you, is there anyone else? I'm not going back. I feel guilty. Tonight, I will stay at the church in front of the three saints." Mambo pushed Uncle Mo's hand away and dropped to the ground. "Then you'd better come back after next week's service." "Ha-ha. Oh, and don't forget to practice stealing." Mambo shouted and ran into the church, closing the big door. The church dinner was very rich. The main dish was a platter of roasted chicken with potatoes, tomatoes, apples, and bok choy. They were soaked in sauce and chicken oil, with a fragrant, crispy smell. The staple was 9-inch thin pancakes, rolled with roasted chicken and vegetables. Side dishes included vegetable salad and a fruit platter to refresh the palate. Seeing such a feast, Mambo suddenly felt hungry. He reached out to grab a chicken leg. Clang, clang. Both the priest and Jack hit the table at the same time. "Before eating, say a prayer," they said. Mambo pretended to close his eyes and hummed, pretending to pray. "Manhwa, Manhwa, Hoji Maiwo, Nambe Ludo, A11GA, Yakuna are you, Hi AA." Until he realized there were no prayers being spoken around him, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the priest and Jack lying close to his mouth, listening. "I knew you couldn't recite the blessing of the... I've forgotten how to read long ago, let alone pray," Mambo shrugged, showing he had no ideas. Knowing how to read but not recite the prayer before meals. What kind of parents do you have? The priest took a piece of paper and wrote a 100-word prayer before meals, handing it to Mambo. "Even if you don't want to be a priest or don't believe in this, you still need to memorize the prayer before meals. This is basic etiquette." "All right, then let's just memorize it. Today, just recite it once as a prayer." At night, the traveler had already run outside the city. He was gasping for breath, not daring to speak to anyone he met. It's normal for kids not to like seeing people die. The traveler felt a chill behind him. Under the moonlight, the priest was standing right behind him. Scared, he took a step back. The priest then took out a rope from his coat. "Don't be afraid. Dying in the church, the Holy Trinity will send your soul back to your world." "No, I must return with my body." The traveler ran away, feeling a pain in his neck and suddenly losing all his strength. I still want to go home." At night, because the church only had 2 guest rooms, Manhwa had to sleep with young Master Jack. "Why is it you?" "Because there are no more rooms." So annoying. Jack's rules were very strict. Before sleeping, he even brushed his teeth 3 times, took a shower, and carefully folded his clothes on the bedside table. The cup for brushing teeth had to be placed symmetrically. "Are you going to sleep?" "I'm cleaning my new armor." "Did the armor I sent you last time help you?" Jack asked. No, we thieves and beggars tend to spend the money as soon as we get it. We don't save a single coin, Manhwa said, leaning on a small pillow next to Jack. It's such a pity, if only they know if, Jack. Those with that kind of heart have already left. The rest are either children like me or who have been corrupted by the bandits. Jack places his armor on the rack, turns off the magic lamp, and gently sighs as he lies on the bed. Will you become like them? Mambo, I'll leave here after level 5 and join the Adventurers Guild. Mambo suddenly remembers a famous line from 1995. People brought to the bandit hideout initially hate it, but gradually they get used to it. And in the end, they can't leave. That sounds very philosophical. You have the potential of a philosopher. Jack suddenly stands up, picks up the Holy Words book on the bedside table, and opens to a certain page. Right here, this sentence is just like your situation. Jack activates his night vision skill and records his new insight on the book. Mambo turns over silently. Experience bonus has been applied. What did you do? Mambo is startled by the sudden pop-up panel and notification sound. He stands up and nudges Jack twice. I leveled up. Thanks to your help, I'll share half the experience with you. Half? Mambo opens the panel. His experience points are over 12,000. It seems I can level up too. Wait, does level 25 only need 20,000 experience points? Game mechanics. If his talent were lower, this level up would require 100 or 200,000. People say I need less experience to level up, but I guess it should be enough for you to reach level 3 or 4. Only level 1. 1,000 experience points only enough to level up once. Jack's eyes suddenly look sympathetic, and even in the dark room, Mambo feels it. Kid, talent isn't important, as long as you work hard. Before Jack can finish, Mambo grabs a pillow and, using all his 7-year-old strength, swings it at Jack's face. Don't pity me. The pillow made of buckwheat husks hits his face hard, and Jack rubs his eyes. Why are you angry again? Mambo lies down angrily. It's hard to explain such things to a fool. Do you have any more philosophical words? Where did you learn that? No more. No more. Don't bother me. Mambo, annoyed, rolls around on the bed, covering his ears. All right, you can go to sleep. I won't bother you anymore. Jack closed his book, wrote a few more notes, and then lay down to sleep. He advanced his profession to level 2, unlocking theft magic, which was the magic that allowed coins to float away when he was fighting with beggars. When he reached level 5 and learned any space magic, theft magic upgraded to complete theft magic. Now he could instantly transfer someone else's underwear into his hands, just like Jean. He definitely needed to learn that. He wouldn't be satisfied with only stealing underwear like him. Do you know space magic? A little. Space magic is the foundation of most magic. Jack turned on the light, raised his hand high, and chanted a long, complicated spell. Snick! Suddenly, Jack's magic surged wildly, emitting a sharp, buzzing sound, and a spear appeared in his hand. Item summoning. It's a magic all professions must learn. Teach me tomorrow. Of course. This magic. Jack was about to explain the benefits of learning space magic from all angles, but Mambo turned off the light. All right then, we can talk about it tomorrow. He slept peacefully through the night. Jack's sleep was surprisingly still. He kept his index finger pressed to his chest and didn't turn over all night. He slept in the same position he woke up in. It didn't seem like he had slept through the night, but rather that he had rested peacefully. He woke up at 5:30 in the morning. Mambo, a light sleeper, also got up to wash and freshen up. Teach me space magic now. Wash up, pray in the morning, practice martial arts. Then we can talk after breakfast. Jack was washing his hair and didn't have time to teach early in the morning. Living in the church made morning prayers convenient for Jack. Mambo, with nothing else to do, also pretended to pray. Read this part. Jack was worried Mambo might talk nonsense in front of the holy statues, so he had already prepared the book. After a short prayer, the priest thought Mambo was not sincere and handed him a bag of copper coins to buy incense. Star anise, Sichuan pepper, could they be cooking meat at noon? Mambo still remembered Uncle Mo's request to practice stealing skills every day. He first bought 100 grams of Sichuan pepper at the stall. That small amount of pepper cost him more than half the copper coins in his bag. In a time without technological help to boost productivity, spices were very expensive. Mambo watched the shopkeeper carefully. Just as the shopkeeper finished packing the Sichuan peppercorns, A few star anise slowly floated up from the stall and flew into Mambo's sleeve. All packed. Safe travels. Add some cinnamon, bay leaves, and white angelica too. Thank you for your kindness. 70 copper coins. The spices for stewing meat must be enough. How can these ingredients make the meat smell so good? After buying everything, Mambo had 10 copper coins left in the bag. He considered it his delivery fee and happily went home. Where did you buy so many spices? The priest asked, looking at the extra spices. More spices make the stew tastier. Who told you to buy stew spices? These are for welcoming the priest, for Jack and the rabbit's induction ceremony. I didn't take much. Use them if you want. The priest was too tired to argue. He punched Mambo on the head. Tell me which ones are stolen. Ouch, Mambo exclaimed, holding his head. Only the star anise. The priest picked out the star anise and put it with the extra spices in the kitchen. Priests are different from me. Don't talk nonsense. They are extreme believers. Their left brain follows the teachings, and their right brain punishes bad behavior. I'm not a believer. Mambo was pulled back to the market by the priest. The priest chose some well-shaped, symmetrical star anise to buy. Living in the church makes you a believer. While they were buying the star anise, a tall, strong figure appeared at the church door, his face hidden in the morning light. It looked like he was wearing many fine steel chains on his clerical outfit. That's the legendary church whip. A deep, dismissive male voice complained. Duluth, you still live in this small, broken-down town's church? You're not going to make anything of yourself. He squatted down, picked up some Sichuan peppercorns spilled on the ground, and crushed them to smell. Not bad. The ceremony is still. Wait, where's the star anise? The man unfastened a steel whip from his body, ready to attack, but a few star anise rolled away from his feet. So early, priest. The priest turned to look. Father Duluth was carrying a child and waving from a distance. You're barely passing. He put away the whip, stepped past the spices, and entered the church. The priest put down Mambo and shot him a fierce glare. You almost caused trouble. The priest also crossed the spice, but Mambo's small steps could only allow him to dash forward twice before it seemed an invisible wall at the church door blocked him. Ow, 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 Mambo cried out as he fell midair. The priest looked at Mambo with confusion. A flash of golden light appeared in his eyes. Then he squinted slightly. Mambo, do you really not believe in the Holy Trinity at all? I believe very much. Really, I would go through fire and water, boss. Mambo grimaced, clutching his. Stop talking nonsense. If you believed even a little, the spices wouldn't stop you. The priest pushed aside the peppercorns, opening a gap so Mambo could enter the church. Suddenly, the priest pushed aside the priest and grabbed Mambo by the neck, lifting him up. Both their eyes turned golden. Priest. He's not a believer. He's just a little beggar on the street. I think he's pitiful, so I let him stay for a couple of days. Although the priest was a level 45 professional, he was ultimately just a caregiver. He couldn't break free from the priest's grip, even though the priest was only in his 30s. He's just a kid. Sir Priest, the only fighter present, Jack, stepped in and released the priest's arm. Mambo fell again, injuring his backside for the second time. Oh, my mom. Cough, cough. His neck was uncomfortable from being choked, and his hurt from the fall. Mambo was suffering from two kinds of pain. The young priestess quickly ran to hold Mambo and pull him aside. The golden light in the priest's eyes faded, but he still stared at Mambo intensely. Child? His mind doesn't seem like that of a child. The priest's special skill, mind probe, allowed him to fully see into others' thoughts. Some demons relied on their appearance to make others relax their guard, but the priest was completely immune. Mind probe was an instinct to fully examine others' hearts. An ordinary adult's heart was made up of about 50% kindness, 10% evil, 20% desire, and various other thoughts. The younger the child, the more kindness, fewer distractions, and simpler desires they had. The priest said openly that Mambo's mind was more like that of an adult man, and he even had some naughty desires, something a child shouldn't have. The young priestess, who had been holding Mambo, slowly put him down. Mambo looked at her distant gaze and argued back to the priest. Hey, this is slander. I tell you, it's slander. Do you hear me? Don't try to sow discord. The priestess is the most likely to become my mother. The priestess awkwardly covered Mambo's mouth and said, Don't talk nonsense, Mambo. The priest explained to the pastor, I've checked. This child lost his parents early and is quite mature for his age. He's been in the Beggars Guild for a long time, so that's normal. Mature for his age? Fine, let's just say he's mature. The pastor looked at Mambo for a long time. Mambo even felt like the background music from the show, Mother was playing behind the pastor. I know who you are, but I have no proof right now. Mambo hid behind the priestess, secretly watching the pastor. Since the pastor had no proof, he could only proceed with the initiation ceremony for Hockey and Jack. He carefully spread the spices again at the church door. A pure magic energy flowed from the pastor's hand, absorbed by the spices on the ground. It seemed that this was what had stopped Mambo earlier. As the magic kept flowing, the barrier became visible to the eye. Hockey also changed into a church uniform. The clergy outfit was a long black dress with a layered shirt with floral patterns, a cross necklace, and a black hood covering her hair. The outfit covered almost everything, leaving no skin exposed. Since the clergy here are important figures, their clothes must be elegant, simple, and respectful. Hockey's initiation involved holding small statues of the three saints and walking around the neighborhood. The statues couldn't be damaged or dropped, or else the spices would refuse her entry when she returned. Jack's initiation took longer. The priest nailed 3 crosses onto his armor and stamped the armor with a seal of judgment, which took a whole night of non-stop work. Do you want to help? Seeing Hockey return, the priest finished the seal. Jack wanted to help, but the priest waved him away. No need. Just leave water and bread in the hall. I'll call you when I'm done. The priest waved to everyone. Don't disturb them. Let's go somewhere else. Mambo couldn't wait to leave the priest's sight. He knew the priest suspected his true identity. Every heavy strike of the seal felt like it was hitting his heart. He was very scared. Will I be killed just for saying the wrong thing? Priest. No. Even the Pope doesn't have that power. The priest comforted him, patting Mambo's head. Really? Uncle Mo said the church can tie people to crosses and burn them. Mambo felt that the priest was just going through the motions. That kind of punishment only happens when someone pretends to be a priest and does evil. And it's the only church punishment aimed at indigenous people, the young priestess said as she picked up Mambo and answered for the priest. Even if you curse the Holy Trinity now, I can't do anything, the priest smiled. But I could also take off my priestly robes and give you 2 punches as a civilian. So, we are still a society governed by law. That's why I told you to learn more history and read fewer yellow books, the priest scoffed. Uncle Emperor, I am Liu Bei. What are you so proud of? Wait until I'm in my 20s, reading widely. Mambo pouted in the priestess's arms. What about 6 times, 8 times? Here's a brief history of Emperor Osman. Finish reading it quickly, don't embarrass me. Mambo took the book and opened it. It was more detailed than Uncle Mo's book, no longer just a simple history of the founding of the Ottoman Empire. It contained many historical documents and Emperor Osman's own diary. I have seen too many humans die because of rigid theology. I want to end all this. I am willing to rule with an iron fist. Divine communication is possible, but theology must be separated from law. The church can only punish internal church members and the extremely wicked. Superstition and ignorance turn black into white. This is a war, science against ignorance. The Ottoman Empire had just stabilized after a war that lasted several years, ending with the then Pope being beheaded by Emperor Osman. After completing these tasks, Emperor Osman seemed to have fulfilled his mission. He no longer appeared before people. He handed the throne to his most talented son and retreated into the deep palace. Just when everyone thought he was tired and needed rest, Emperor Osman committed suicide, leaving behind a riddle. Legend says this message concealed Emperor Osman's lifelong wealth, his knowledge, and advanced ideas. The message was spoken in a very strange way, even mixed with other languages. If Mambo weren't fluent in languages, he wouldn't be able to read it. Hello, Kawatsukasa, fellow travelers. So you too? We and the natives are different. Their souls are naturally resistant to magic's influence. Every time we use magic, certain desires grow stronger until we can no longer control ourselves. That's why we gradually become demons. I need a little girl. A cute, soft little girl. Little girls are gifts from angels. Crossed out. The smartest animals only have the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old human, but they also take good care of their young. I mean, little girls can also become good mothers. Crossed out. I didn't lose to magic. I am Osmanai. I am the only king on the Red Continent. After solving the riddle, Mambo slowly closed the book. How about it? After 4 hours, did you solve the last riddle? The priest brought food and placed it in front of Mambo. Mambo grinned. Emperor Osman said he's into little girls. Do you believe it? Stop talking nonsense, or I'll really hit you. Then I didn't solve it. Stop lying. No one in this country disrespects him. Mambo took the food, secretly wanting to laugh. At that moment, a thunderbolt struck directly above the church, nearly knocking the food out of Mambo's hands. Wow, Emperor Osman is showing his power? We're all compatriots. Do you have to be so petty? Mambo set the food down and bowed 3 times toward the window. It's just thunder. If you don't believe in the church, why are you afraid of spirits showing themselves? The priest looked at the dark clouds outside, frowned, and hung a silver cross around Mambo's neck. He said, "Stay at home and wait for me," then hurried out. Jack, Bunny, go contact the mouse gang and prepare for the rain disaster. The priest put on a coat. It was only afternoon, but the sky suddenly darkened, and they had to turn on the lights. Thud! The first large raindrop hit the roof. Everyone looked up at the sky, then more and bigger raindrops fell. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy rain poured down, quickly forming streams on the street. Uncle Mo led the slaves out of the underground and sealed the dungeon with magic, then received the priest's orders. I haven't finished my work here. He called the helpers to gather at the city moat. When he arrived, the other 4 rats and many nobles had already been watching from the riverbank. Uncle Mo, how is it? Red Rat. It can only hold for a day. Snow Rat. Then what do we do? The floodgate is a cemetery, and those old dogs disagree. The Silver Mouse said, when the floodwaters enter the city, everything will be gone. The Golden Mouse chuckled. Ha. They only care about the noble's reputation. The priest snorted coldly. My master is also buried there. I agree. Let's see who dares to oppose. A lightning streaked across the sky. The priest's long hair stuck to his forehead. His red eyes looked around at everyone. The city mascot silently stood behind the priest, showing support. Open the floodgates, release the water. Everyone else, go to the village to command the flood release and help with disaster relief. Half of the water in the moat was drained. A buried corpse was washed ashore. Its twisted neck and bloodshot eyes showed it was a victim killed by the priest. Suddenly, the corpse let out a loud scream, twisted its head back, and then slumped to the ground, gasping heavily. The corpse handler talent was now unlocked. 30. The rebirth skill was disabled. Looking at the message on the panel, the survivor struggled to get up from the ground. I didn't expect it to be used so quickly. He reached into his pocket and found a bank card with charity donation written in red. I will go back and use any method I can. I am Liang. My father is a railway worker and my mother is a teacher. Our life was peaceful and happy. After finishing college, I also became a railway worker. This job is a bit tiring, but it doesn't matter. That's just how life is. If you want stability, you have to work hard. One day, my father said he couldn't see clearly and needed a checkup. My mother kept nagging him on the way. She's been a teacher for many years and has some health issues, especially with her legs. She said my father was too delicate. When they checked, they found a tumor in my father's brain pressing on his visual nerve. Our world collapsed. Brain surgery costs a fortune, not to mention removing the tumor and subsequent treatments. Fortunately, his workplace reimbursed half the cost. The students and teachers at his school also donated actively. Kind-hearted people in society learned about his situation. They put the donations into a bank card. The media widely reported this good deed, making it seem like everything was heading in a positive direction. The 200,000 yuan in the card covered all the expenses. We just need to wait patiently for his treatment. My mother and I finished an interview at the TV station. Holding a bank card, we headed to the hospital. Suddenly, my mother wanted to buy oranges and told me to stand still and not move. I smiled, recalling a line from Back Shadow. My mother also smiled and said she liked that story the most. Suddenly, I felt dizzy and was called by a goddess who was responsible for teleportation. Where is this? You're a lucky traveler. Are you ready to shine brightly in a different world? I asked you. Where is this? Liang looked at the bank card in his hand, almost breaking down. This must be a dream. It's a crossing. Haven't you read crossing novels? The goddess asked, leaning close to Liang. Liang punched the goddess down from the air. Are you joking? Let me go back. He rushed to the goddess and swung his fist again, but his body was frozen. The goddess covered her bleeding nose and complained. No, no traveler goes back right after leaving. If you don't want to stay, I have some special skills for you. No, no, no. Let me go back, please. If I can send the bank card back, I promise I'll come back. That's not possible. You're one of the lucky ones chosen from millions. Say goodbye to your old world and make a big success in the new one. The goddess waved her hand, and Liang was randomly given a skill and teleported to the Reed continent. When he opened his eyes again, a child was shouting about being a traveler and wanting to claim benefits. Liang looked hopelessly at the benefits. What's so good about these things? He wanted to turn and leave, but he was pulled into the city. Inside, he was dazed, eating bread when hungry and drinking dirty water when thirsty. Every night, he dreamed of his mother being disturbed by gossip. His son ran away with the money. That was his dad's life-saving money. Unfilial son. His mother, limping, came forward to explain, "It's not like that. It's not like that. He was kidnapped by bad people. We don't want the money anymore. Just send the son back, and that's enough." Liang woke up again in despair. He had to go back. There were things he hadn't finished. His panel showed a nirvana skill, which could revive him once, remove all negative effects, and grant a random level 30 profession and profession panel. Just as he was preparing to work hard to return home, he was killed by a priest. Liang angrily slammed his fist into the muddy ground, memories flooding back as he processed his profession information. The corpse summoner is a profession that fights using corpses, which are powered by magical cores. Liang watched the corpses washed ashore. Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter. All around him were decayed bodies. Are you going to play me again? God. Well, then I'll play along. Black magic like dark fog covered all the corpses. They melted and reshaped until a tall, shriveled monster appeared before Liang. It had dark eye sockets without eyes, a creepy smile stretching to its ears, long arms that didn't match human anatomy, and was covered with stitched-up wounds. Go kill that priest. The monster collapsed like a puddle of water, then crawled on the ground toward the city on all fours. Liang left Bulu City and headed farther away. His body was already dead. Now he was just a living corpse. Preserve and deodorize. Liang processed his profession information, finding what he wanted in a level 100 area. He unlocked Demon in a Bottle, which allowed him to release a demon that grants all his wishes. Great. Mom, Dad, wait for me to come home. Liang's figure gradually shrank, but at the church entrance, a figure stretched out. Priest. Priest. A hoarse voice reached the priest's ears, making him feel something was wrong. At that moment, Mambo carried a burning red cross with tongs and came down from upstairs. Priest. The cross is on fire. It's burning me. No. Wait. The scream just now came from outside the door. The priest's pupils trembled as he looked up at the three saint statues in the church's center. The bronze statues' foreheads melted, covering their eyes, and the murals started to oxidize and peel off. Boom. Lightning struck the church again. The cross on the roof was knocked down, and the three books in front of the saints suddenly burst into flames. Go upstairs quickly. It's dark magic. Such intense hatred. Who is doing this? Mambo, obedient as always, dropped the cross and ran upstairs. But the photos hanging on the wall in the corridor suddenly fell, shattering into glass shards all over the floor. Mambo, barefoot, couldn't pass through. The priest clicked his tongue, lit an oil lamp, ran over, and pulled Mambo behind him for protection. Is this your doing? Do you want to kill me? You know I suspect you, so rushing to silence me is too hasty. Mambo rolled his eyes at the priest. You're crazy. Clearly, this thing is coming at me, right? Mambo was wearing choir clothes, but the priest wasn't dressed that way for work, so the corpse creature targeted the wrong person. It relies only on clothing to tell if someone is clergy. If the priest hadn't left Mambo a silver cross, Mambo would have been killed already. Suddenly, something tugged at Mambo's ankle, causing him to stumble. Ah, ghosts don't scream like that. The priest looked angry, thinking Mambo was just scaring people. Something's grabbing my foot. The priest looked down, busy and not wanting to waste time arguing with Mambo. Then, something else touched Mambo's foot. This time, he didn't shout but held tightly to the priest's clothes and looked down. Fortunately, it was just a fallen cup. Mambo sighed in relief and kicked the cup into the dark corner. Gurgle, gurgle. This time, the priest also looked down. The cup rolled back from the darkness on its own. Wow, Mambo kicked the cup away with a flying kick. It seemed to anger something, and Mambo's ankle was grabbed tightly, lifting him into the air. Help me, priest. It's not my fault. Seeing things were bad, the priest grabbed Mambo with one hand and drew a whip with the other, starting to chant. As he chanted, the monster in the darkness loosened its grip. The priest's whip missed, and Mambo climbed onto the priest's back, refusing to come down. Ha ha! Mambo was terrified. The creature's claws were cold and wet, like a corpse pulled from the ground. Thud! Thud! Stare! Thud! The church's piano started playing by itself, but it was only the sharpest keys. Well, you have good taste, but you lack piano talent, priest. It's not me, the priest said, a bit speechless at Mambo's denial. He swung his whip at the piano, causing the sound to go wild, then suddenly stop, making it even more creepy. Powerful, isolated. The magic radio in the church's center emitted strange sounds. The priest reached out to grab it, but Mambo stopped him. Don't. I've read stories where this kind of scene means someone's about to get exposed. Humph. Pretending to be a ghost. The priest of course didn't listen. He pressed the radio to his ear and listened carefully. Give. Give. The priest slowly turned up the volume, and the whispering voice became clearer. Mambo curiously leaned in closer. That child. Give me. Give me. Give me that child. The priest and Mambo covered their ears, but the loud crashing of the radio as it fell to the ground started to scream. All the doors and windows instantly closed, making the church darker and more eerie. A breeze blew through, and the oil lamp went out. The priest reached out and lit the oil lamp again. Its faint light illuminated their faces, and the flame flickered toward them. Normally, when they breathe on this side, the flame should flicker away from them. But the doors and windows were locked. Where did the wind come from? Mambo and the priest turned their heads and saw a strange, twisted face smiling as it blew out the oil lamp again. Wow! They shouted in surprise. Just as Mambo screamed, the priest swung a steel whip and caught the creature in the darkness. Mambo trembled as he lit the oil lamp again. The lamp lit up, and both of them were momentarily blinded by the light. The monster took the chance to swing a shovel at them. It was a shovel used for digging graves. The priest quickly pulled out another whip and used the handle to block the attack. They finally saw the monster clearly. The priest swung the shovel away and kicked the creature. Light spell. The priest recited a spell, and a tiny starry light responded, illuminating the entire church. Mambo swallowed hard. This thing looked so much like an unknown evil creature. Could it be a type of conceptual monster too? The setting of unknown evil creatures is that anyone who explores them gets targeted and killed, even those who only know about them. The monster started to mimic human speech. Priest. Priest. I'm so scared. Gross, the priest muttered. The whip in his hand had completely melted because the monster's blood was highly corrosive. The priest didn't give the monster a chance to get up. He raised his whip and struck it hard. The monster couldn't stand up after being hit. His whip kept wearing down, so he turned back and told Mambo to run. Go find Deluda, quickly. Mambo ran away quickly, but the front door was blocked by an unknown force, preventing escape. The priest watched as the monster's skin was repeatedly torn and magically sewn back together. He knew that such magical creations only needed to have the connection between the torso and the magic center in the brain cut off. The priest swung his whip, wrapping it around the monster's face, then pulled back sharply. The monster's neck turned several times and hung limply in front of its chest. The priest looked at the fading magical aura and sighed in relief. Another dark magician has appeared, he said, sitting back in his place. Mambo slowly approached. Mambo poked the monster with a cross. Not going to finish it off? That's fine. The priest used his last two whips, attaching magic to tear the monster's body apart. The thick blood quickly corroded the whips. At this moment, the melted statues of the three saints returned to their original form, and the glowing cross gradually turned back to its normal color. Keep this safe. Dulude values it a lot, but it's cracked. I'll get scolded. The priest frowned. Impossible. This is made of pure silver, very flexible. Suddenly, he remembered something. He looked back at the dismembered monster's body. and to his surprise, it had come back to life. How is that possible? The undead monster created by Li Yang had the same Nirvana skill as Li Yang. When it first appeared, it was only level 25, but after reviving, it would reach the same level as Li Yang. A sharp iron shovel cut into the priest's abdomen. He snorted coldly and stepped back, leaning on the altar to catch his breath. This is really tricky, monster. The priest grabbed the candle holder on the altar, beginning to doubt his own theory. Even though the magic had dissipated, why did it revive again? Could it be that it's not a magical creation? Is it a summoned creature? No, summoned creatures usually have intelligence. This clearly was under some command, constantly trying to bypass the priest to attack Mambo. Same trick again. Same trick again. The monster covered its neck with one hand, making a whimpering sound. Then it gradually turned transparent. It turned out that the strange phenomenon earlier was caused by it. It can't attack in this state, the priest thought. If it could attack, he wouldn't bother with all these strange tricks. He would just sneak attack directly. The priest used healing magic to stop the bleeding temporarily. He held a candlestick in front of his chest. His clothes always had weapons hanging on them. Others thought it was just decoration, but in fact, the priest's space magic was poor. This weakness is still too deadly. A drop of foul-smelling slime dripped from the ceiling. The priest quickly raised the candlestick to block it. The monster hung upside down on the ceiling and suddenly lunged at him. The priest threw the candlestick. The monster tilted its body to dodge it, then turned back to see the priest's left fist gathering strength as he swung it deeply into the monster's face. The monster fell from the air. The priest didn't expect anyone to attack him with their body. Stay over there, and I'll stay here. Don't come near him. The priest used all his strength. His clothes stretched tight, and the wound that had just stopped bleeding burst open again. His fist emitted a sizzling, burning sound. The monster was knocked into the corner of the church. As it struggled to stand, its entire chin and throat had disappeared, revealing a blood-red magic core. The priest clutched his stomach and slowly knelt down. He felt dizzy from heavy bleeding. The monster picked up a shovel and lunged at him again. The monster finally understood that it couldn't get close to its target without eliminating this guy first. The sound of the shovel's wind brushed against the priest's face. It was the smell of dirt mixed with rotting flesh. The priest wanted to cast a buff on himself, but there was no time. Bang! The sharpest part of the shovel struck the priest's brow. His head tilted back. He took one last look at Mambo. Mambo hurriedly crawled behind the Holy Trinity statues. The monster chased after him. It was like a game of King Chin circling a pillar. Unfortunately, the king didn't have a sword, and Mambo's stamina was quickly running out. The monster grew impatient. It quickly circled to the other side, but didn't see Mambo. It circled back again, but still found nothing. After running around the Holy Trinity statues several times, it finally realized what was happening. It looked toward the main door, where Mambo was climbing out of the window. The monster's face turned visibly red. It lunged out and crashed through the church door. Rain hit its face, and outside stood a tall figure. Thunder roared. The monster saw that the person in front of it was the priest. His brow was lifted, revealing his brain, but his brain was unharmed. Mambo, that was an impressive theft magic. Just a few minutes ago, when the shovel scraped across the priest's brow, he suddenly recoiled a few centimeters backward. Mambo, behind the monster, used a stealing magic spell to forcibly move the shovel. This also caused the priest's buff to successfully activate on himself. The buff has a very long casting time. When he first noticed something was wrong, the priest quietly started casting it. The long casting time shows how powerful this buff is. Holy Spirit form removes negative effects, immune to all damage for 10 minutes. The monster reached out with its claws to attack, but was caught and pulled down by something. Looking down, the priest saw a pink rope wrapped around his abdomen, connected behind the three saints statue. That was the priest's intestines. Before my magic runs out in 10 minutes, I will be immune to all damage. The priest flicked his hand, and another segment of rope tightened around the monster's neck. He pulled hard, and the monster was lifted into the air. The priest gradually increased his strength. The monster's neck vertebrae made a painful cracking sound. It frantically clawed at the rope that bound it, but the buff made all his efforts futile. I told you not to come near me. I said stay away. Can't you understand? The monster looked at the priest. The priest's face was expressionless, but it was a silent threat filled with malice. His hostility even overshadowed dark magic. Suddenly, the monster felt fear. No, bang. Before he finished speaking, the monster's head was torn off and rolled to the priest's feet. The priest reached out and took the magic core, crushing it into powder. The priest was supported by Mambo, gasping for breath as he walked back to the church. He found a seat and sat down. Mambo, the buff gradually faded, and his mind started to drift. Bring a cushion. Why is this chair so uncomfortable? Mambo placed a cushion from behind the altar under the priest's back. The priest's breathing suddenly became rapid. He wanted to say something, but couldn't make a sound. What would you do? Let me wait here to die. So no one suspects you? Humph. Traversers are all hypocrites. No, I shouldn't think like that. What if he's not a traverser? He vaguely saw Mambo collecting his intestines. The priest forced a bitter smile. Did he think that collecting those things would save me? Priest, do you know? The human body is very amazing. Mambo found a medical magic book in the priest's room. He only needed to use basic disinfection and sterilization magic. How do you say that? The priest thought to himself, though Mambo couldn't hear him. Even if you spread out the intestines, as long as you don't tie them up and put them back inside, they will automatically straighten out in a few days, just like they were never taken out. Is that so amazing? Where did you hear that? Oh, right, you're a traveler. Your world has very advanced medical methods. Look, that's exactly what this book says, Mambo said, holding the magic book in front of the priest's face. The medical techniques in this world aren't that bad. Oomph. The intestines were put back inside, but Mambo's rough method caused the priest a lot of pain. Finally, the priest's face showed signs of discomfort, and he fainted. When the priest opened his eyes again, it was 3 days later. Jack's induction ceremony was handled by a priest from another city. He reached out and pulled back the curtain. The rain outside had stopped. Mambo and others were downstairs shoveling mud after a small flood, which brought tons of silt. Uncle Mo's dungeon was also affected. He had already cleaned the dungeon and asked fire and wind magic users to dry it and prevent moisture. This time, it cost 10 silver coins, which made Uncle Mo feel very distressed. The priest pulled back the blanket. There was a twisted scar on his abdomen, showing how poor the healing magic was. He felt dizzy and removed the nasal tube and foredrip. He opened the window. The priest looked up and greeted him. Oh, you're awake? Yes, Mambo's healing magic is too weak. That's true, but you have a head injury. Next time, don't stand in the rain. The doctor said it's hard to clear water from the brain. The priest chuckled softly, not expecting to survive this. I'm going back. The one who attacked me was a dark mage, the priest said as he went downstairs to talk to the priest. Be careful. He's coming for Mambo. The priest waved his hand. If I'm not here, and he destroys my church like this. The priest interrupted his own boast and pulled the priest aside. Keep an eye on Mambo. Don't let kindness get you killed. You know very well he's likely a traveler. I don't know where to start. I have no proof that he's a traveler. The priest chuckled softly, understanding that Mambo's suspicious identity and his unfamiliarity with this world matched that of a traveler from another time. However, all concrete evidence pointed against him being a traveler. His talent isn't that of a traveler. You're just overthinking, Voknut. Hopefully so. Who knows if there are travelers who can control their powers and age? The priest glanced at Mambo, who was struggling to leave the church door covered in mud. Why did he save you? In that situation, he could have just pretended to be a child and done nothing, the priest said, helping the other priest carry his luggage and gesturing for him to leave. My instincts are right. If my master had trusted my instincts back then, he wouldn't have died, but sometimes you're wrong. You thought I was a traveler too, but I'm already 37. Travelers probably don't stay silent for over 20 years, the priest said as he saw the priest off at the teleportation station. The priest didn't argue, only insisting that the priest keep a close eye on Mambo. I will. Rest and recover well. The priest stepped onto the carriage. A strange feeling washed over him as a huge burst of energy erupted from the platform. Magic transported the entire carriage back to his city. When he got off, he saw some adventurers playing dice near the station, casually passing the time. Behind them, a sign clearly listed their professions and skills. They looked just like the farmers he saw on the street in his past life. Leanne was among them, blending in with this group. The memories of corpses used by the mourner could be stolen. Now he fully understood this world. Lian carried a sign that said, Gravekeeper. Professions related to corpses were quite popular. Thousands died in dungeons, and small teams specializing in finding bodies made good money. Sir Priest, you're back? How are you injured? The head of the Adventurers Guild, standing beside the station, looked out and greeted him. Recently, a dark mage controlling corpses appeared in Bulu City, the priest said, pulling out a bag of silver coins. I am hiring adventurers on behalf of the church for information. This is the deposit. The receptionist drew a blank face with her pen. Any other information? He's around level 30, but I don't know anything else. He seems like a traveler who suddenly crossed over. Understood. Recently, Lord N's housekeeper died in the dungeon. The corpse hunting team has been lacking high-level clergy. Do you have any good candidates? I will arrange for someone to go. While listening to the priest speak, Liang looked down at the dice. He was lucky and had won nearly 100 copper coins. Are you really a tombkeeper? Or are you a con artist here to fool us? Liang didn't answer. He pocketed the coins and stood up to leave. The man cursed his unlucky profession and continued playing dice. The team for searching for the corpse was ready. Liang planned to go to the lower city to level up. Once he reached level 100, he could go home. Hey, you, go take a bath, the priest said, looking at Liang, who was covered in mud. Liang glanced at the priest, then at the other two people nearby. They kept their distance from him. Liang sighed inwardly. He could only go to the river to wash himself clean before returning. This time, everyone was watching him. The young nun arranged to join the team and approached him. She said, Wow, you are blessed by the gods. That's so lucky. What? This sentence sounded almost like mockery. Liang forced himself to hold back his anger and thought carefully about what was said. Did he reveal something? The city was guarded by a level 40 knight order. Your hair color is very beautiful. It shouldn't be covered with mud, the nun said, removing a hairpin from her head and tucking Li Yang's hair to one side, which almost covered his face. Liang saw his hair lifted and turning white in the sunlight. This was a sign of being blessed by the gods. The hair on the sunny side was one color, and the hair on the shaded side was another. This was a special trait that only appeared when a certain talent level was above 92. Their bodies would overflow with magic, showing in their hair. Liang opened his status panel. This was the first time he looked at his talent after obtaining the Gravekeeper profession. Accuracy 45, Awareness 93, Magic Power 80, Skill 77. While Liang was still surprised, the team leader grew impatient. He was not very high level, but he was older. He disliked beginners like Liang, who had just entered the dungeon. They didn't understand how dangerous the dungeon was and always treated it as a place to increase their popularity. All right, let's go, the leader said, raising his shield and sword, explaining how to enter the dungeon. If there are no monsters, the Gravekeeper uses skills to find the corpse and collect it. If there are monsters, the mage attacks from behind, the nun buffs, and the Gravekeeper watches the back. The priest used mind search from afar to protect the church members, which was necessary. The others were quite normal until they reached Li Yan. Compared to ordinary people, he was about 10% more peaceful and 10% more evil. He had no desire to reproduce, and all his thoughts were occupied by other concerns. This is the owner of longing for home, desperately wanted to return to his hometown. So he's a traveler who has been on a long journey. The priest started feeling hungry and ordered a meal at the Adventurers Guild. Li Yan was visiting the city for the first time. It really looked like in the game. He took out the belongings of a deceased person and activated the magic, Seek Owner. Soon, the belongings of the dead person burst into flames. What does this mean? The mage had never seen this kind of magic before. It means the owner of the item has died. Li Yan's items slowly floated into the air, turning into a pile of charred remains, guiding them toward the deeper parts of the dungeon. The nun used holy light to illuminate the way. Isn't the Gravekeeper's job a bit scary? Yeah, affirmative. Will dealing with corpses make me smell bad? Not really. Negative. After I graduate, I want to become a priest. But I'm afraid of corpses. I really don't know how you overcame that. Honestly, Li Yan hadn't really overcome it. He was overwhelmed by anger and frustration at the time. Even now, he still couldn't accept that his body was dead. The uncle leading the group finally couldn't stand it anymore. Can you say a few more words? All the professions related to corpses seem to have this kind of personality, thought. Li Yan fell silent. He hated the gods he was sent by, hated the humans in this place, and resented the church members who killed him. Just say a few words. She's a level 11 priest, and the nun hasn't graduated yet. Teach her how to get over it. The mage observed the surroundings and kindly offered advice. Li Yan refused to speak. He knew that as a traveler, staying quiet could avoid trouble. So stubborn, talking like to a corpse, the old man muttered, too lazy to say more. The mage also looked helpless and went ahead to disable the magic traps. Only the nun kept chattering endlessly, while Li Yang responded with simple, yes or no answers. Li Yang easily found the corpse, which was restored to its original state and looked exactly like the one in the photo using his magic. Preserve and deodorize. The corpse was buffed so it wouldn't smell, even in the hot summer, and looked peaceful, as if sleeping. When he delivered the corpse to Old An's house, Old An shed a few tears, though it was hard to tell if they were real or fake. Li Yang earned 300 copper coins and gained quite a bit of experience. After 10 more similar missions, he could level up. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The captain made a strange laugh. Do you want to team up with me? Our magic team still needs a secondary damage dealer. A typical team has 4 members: frontline, main damage dealer, secondary damage dealer, and support. Support roles change depending on the dungeon, and there are rarely fixed support positions. If the support is a priest or pastor with combat skills, they usually fill 2 roles. No, thanks, Li Yang said. I want to explore deeper into the dungeon to level up faster. Ugh, we can't recruit anyone. The old man is too old. He doesn't seem reliable, the mage sighed. Level isn't everything. I have over 20 years of dungeon exploration experience. The shield warrior captain slammed his cup on the table and shouted defiantly. But sir, you're only level 20-something, and you only take quests below level 20. How can you level up quickly? Ha 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 ha? Puff puff puff. Cool cool cool. Hearing this, everyone who knew him in the Adventurers Guild burst into laughter. You guys, what do you know? Only chasing levels makes people relax their guard. This isn't a tower climbing game. Then they started saying things that were hard to understand. They talked about how living is the most important thing, and once dead, there's nothing left. They said, don't you have family? They wouldn't want you to die in a dungeon or something. Li Yang listened to the old man's words and suddenly thought he was right. He had been putting the wrong priorities first. Living was the only way to reach level 100. Even if it was slow, as long as he returned home, he could wait for many years. I'll join. Li Yang sat back down in front of the team with a glass of beer. The old man slowly looked up and nodded. It seems you understand. Let's exchange contact information. The mage took out a necklace engraved with runes, and the old man showed a ring on his finger. This was a magical device for long-distance communication. Lu Yang bought one after receiving his payment and attached it to the hairpin given by the nun. TSK, young people. It's best to embed communication stones somewhere hard to lose, like a hairpin. It won't fall off. Talking to you is pointless, the mage shrugged. After touching the magical device, the old man hummed and stood up to go home. The mage looked young and liked drinking. When he saw Lu Yang's glass was empty, he offered to buy him a drink. No, I only drink 1 glass a day. Lu Yang used the remaining money to buy a coffin and carried it back to his inn. The innkeeper only wanted to rent him a stable, since the gravekeeper profession was somewhat unlucky. If it's cold tonight, here's a blanket. The innkeeper still felt sorry for him and prepared bedding. No need. Lu Yang, carrying the coffin, didn't turn back and placed it in the stable. The horses curiously looked at him, their hot breath on his face. As a corpse, he had lost a lot, most notably sleep. Long nights became torture. Climbing into the Western-style coffin, he felt a strange sense of peace. Indeed, corpses should be in coffins. He couldn't sleep all night. When he opened his eyes, he heard sounds. Horses restless, as if unfamiliar people had entered the stable. Lu Yang pushed open the coffin lid. Under the blinding sunlight, he saw his team members. The young nun crouched beside the coffin, exclaiming, just as the boss said, "He's really sleeping here." That's a bit strange, the mage commented. All corpse professions are like this, very weird. Let's go. The sword shield warrior stood up, revealing a quest for exploration. There was a new side quest on the 4th floor of the dungeon. 4th floor? Isn't that only for adventurers below level 5? Are we being too cautious? No, no, no. This decision is based on my experience. The Sword Shield Warrior raised an eyebrow and explained the most mysterious part of the dungeon. The branch underground city is the most fertile and dangerous place. The branch leads to a space where the number of floors randomly increases by 1 to 20. If it increases by 20, with me here, we can easily leave. If it's less than 15, we'll make a profit. Seeing the Sword and Shield Warrior boast proudly, the others exchange glances. Well, let's go. We should trust the senior's words. Leon carries the coffin and sets out. At this moment, outside the Blue City Cathedral, Mambo laughs loudly. The experience points gained from helping the priest defeat monsters last time have leveled him up several times, helping him pass the boring first 5 levels. Now Mambo is a level 7 thief. In recent days, he learned space magic and fully mastered perfect theft. He also practiced survival skills like die zone and attack skills like dagger throw and secretly registered with the Adventurers Guild. Does Black Mouse know? Red Mouse asks Mambo while wiping his wine glass. Of course he doesn't. Red Mouse stares at Mambo's proud face. He's a bit confused. Does this guy never lie? Give me a code name. A new round of betting begins. Everyone hears that this is someone from the thief den in the west of the city. Some hesitate to bet. I guess it's some kind of thief. What if it's a big boss? I still think it's the Venerable. Mambo strokes his chin. No one said he had to have a code name. Choosing something too childish would be embarrassing, but something too plain wouldn't sound good. Most importantly, Mambo doesn't dare to play tricks. If he's mistaken for a time traveler, he'll be taken to the church for an examination of his talents, which would be a huge problem. Don't know? Someone asks. No one told me I should prepare a code name. Red Mouse presses a seal onto a copper badge. Don't know sounds mysterious. What is that? Okay, once again, the house always wins. Mambo walks out of the Adventurers Guild holding his badge engraved with "Don't know." In this world, "don't know" also means unknown. The sense of mystery is fully there. Back at the church, Mambo not only shows off his adventurer certificate, but also insists on going to the underground city. Stop talking nonsense. That's a place where people can die. It's not a playground for kids. Do you think if I go out every day to steal, I'll become successful? Father, wait a little longer. You're too young. No, I'm already 7. Jack was only 5 when he started exploring dungeons with the butler. He's nobility. Are you? Are nobles born with special status? What are you talking about, you guy? The priest was surprised he never argued with Mambo. The kid was clear-headed and quick-thinking. All right, I'll take you there. The priest, feeling speechless, took Mambo to the Adventurers Guild. He hadn't been here in a long time. Lost Spirit has arrived. The Red Rat stopped working and looked at the priest. Give this kid a valid adventurer ID. No, I'm not here to complain. Do you have a dungeon on the 3rd or 5th level? I want to train him. The priest looked at the Red Rat with a sigh. Don't call me by code name. Who is Lost Spirit? Call me that. Be quiet. Your code name is so bold. I told you to be quiet. Are you Elderon? Sure enough, having a super cheesy code name. One day you'll regret it. Can we explore the dungeon's 4th level branch? That's fine. Let's go. The priest didn't want to stay here any longer. The Red Rat's constant mention of Lost Spirit was embarrassing. Your code name is so bold. Is the priest also like that? He's called Blood Pain, even more cheesy. Are you too? In your youth, perhaps a pair of bullies. No, he said this code name would make heretics afraid. The priest grinned. Don't joke about Voknut. He has a bad temper. I understand. The priest took Mambo to the dungeon. Another small team was also on a quest here. This was common. Multiple teams often took on the same exploration mission. It all came down to who was faster. The sour fruit porridge operation is still chasing me. They're all running with blades. At this moment, Liang also saw the priest and Mambo. He felt guilty about locking the wrong person earlier, almost causing trouble for his fellow townspeople. Fortunately, Liang had changed a lot now. The priest wouldn't recognize him. Through stealing memories from the corpses, Liang identified the priest. Level 45. What? That priest uncle over there is level 45. How do you know? Liang didn't answer. Everyone looked at him, and since he remained silent, they could only roll their eyes. If that's true, following him means we probably won't be attacked by monsters. The Sword and Shield Warrior decided. choosing to follow Mambo and the others to pick up some loot. At first, the monsters weren't very strong. Mambo could easily defeat them. Wow, the dungeon isn't as scary as you said, Mambo said, spinning his dagger and sliding it back into his sleeve. Humph, this is just the beginning, the priest said. The priest approached a side path on the map, chanted a spell, and removed the obstacle blocking the way. Go ahead and lead the way, the priest said, making way for Mambo, who confidently stepped forward. Seebull, unexpectedly, the path was a slippery downhill. Mambo flew forward, while the priest calmly slid down slowly, casting a holy light spell. Why so hurried? Mambo wanted to say something, but when he heard the faint laughter of the nearby team, he changed his words. Humph, keep going. Mambo looked around. They were next to a large water pool with a strong smell of sulfur. Use antidote, the priest said, unable to watch anymore. The foul egg-like smell was clearly toxic, yet Mambo still leaned in and sniffed deeply. Stop being stubborn. Without me, you'd already be dead here, the priest said, grabbing Mambo's collar. Suddenly, a yellow slime lunged at them from the pool. The priest stepped back as the yellow slime hit the ground, making a sizzling sound. Sulfur slime, which has stronger corrosiveness and poison than regular slimes, the priest explained to Mambo. All of this is written in the books, but you don't know any of it. Meanwhile, the other 4 members buffed themselves and fished for slimes beside the pool. The sword and shield warrior used a long cat toy to poke the water, causing slimes to jump out and search for food. Then, a mage used a skill to smash the slime. Liang was responsible for looting corpses. The gravekeeper had a chance to get extra materials, while the thief got more coins. Look at them, so organized. You don't even have a team. Just grind a couple of normal slimes near the dungeon, someone said. Getting scolded, getting scolded. Let me down and let me try, Mambo shamelessly begged, mumbling about how he was ready for anything. All right, Mambo was put down, and as soon as he landed, he made eye contact with a slime about his height. The semi-transparent body of the slime bulged out a skull, with hollow eyes staring fiercely at Mambo. You're the one. Thud, 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 thud. Mambo encountered a wild monster. The wild, sulfur slime was faster and used charge first. Its effect was very strong. Mambo was poisoned. He screamed as the slime lunged at him. It melted half of his clothes instantly, burning his chest red and causing his skin to shrink. Mambo used throw dagger, but it barely did anything. The sulfur slime learned tetanus decay. The dagger turned into rust water the moment it touched the slime's surface. Seeing the slime attack again, Mambo turned and ran. In this world, most slimes are highly resistant to creatures of the same or lower level. Colorful slimes also have very high magic resistance. The sulfur slime chased after Mambo, circling around the priest's legs, while Mambo shouted for help. The slime seemed to know not to mess with the priest, so it only focused on biting Mambo. Won't you do something? The kid's hurt. I want him to learn a lesson, the priest said, stomping on the slime and then lifting Mambo up. He took out a wax block and pressed it onto Mambo's chest. Mambo's wound slowly healed. The priest held him in his arm, and Mambo sat on his forearm like a bird. Mambo, consider this my way of helping you gain experience. You should know this place is very dangerous. Will top-level guards get injured and be compensated? Who said I'm your guard? The priest ignored his nonsense and took out a slime fishing rod, letting Mambo fish. Most slimes here are around level 20, which makes them quite tough monsters. Mambo realized the priest was so strong that he could easily lift a person weighing a few dozen pounds and even keep him frozen for a long time. Lian Yang wondered why Mambo didn't leave the priest and why he wasn't being chased. Could it be? Lian Yang's suspicions about the priest and the young girl exploded in his mind. It turned out that the seemingly kind priest was actually like this. He helped himself a little, but maybe he wasn't very useful after all. No, that's not right. This child clearly shows he is a traveler from another world. Even his name is a playful pun. Could it be that the most dangerous is actually the safest? Or maybe it's some kind of perception change. These people can't realize he's a traveler from another world. Liang feels a bit jealous, but he must hold back now because he can't win against the priest. All right, this pond probably only has slimes. Let's go see what's on the other side, said the sword and shield warrior. Catching slimes can be done anytime, Completing the exploration task is more important. The priest also led Mambo around the other side of the pond. Exploration tasks require us to fully record the terrain and monsters of the entire area. The priest pointed to the edge of the zone. Go explore there. That area was covered with strange plants. Plants that can grow in such highly corrosive environments must be very dangerous. I won't go. Mambo hugged the priest's arm. He noticed that the monsters here were much stronger than himself, more than just a few levels higher. You have to go, even if you don't want to. The priest pulled Mambo away from his arm and stepped into the plants. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mambo encountered a wild, grass spirit. Not this story again. The grass spirit was faster and used poison vine attack first. The attack missed. Mambo ran away. This monster is clearly higher level than me. Don't run. Grass spirits are weaker than slimes and mud monsters. Use your weapons to attack it later. The priest shouted loudly as he watched Mambo escape. Mambo rolled back and threw 2 daggers. He used throw dagger twice. The attack was very effective. The grass spirit's speed dropped significantly, delaying its turn. Mambo's turn came early. Why isn't it moving? Both its arms and legs are broken. How can it move? Looking at the vines on the grass spirit starting to wriggle, Mambo quickly threw another dagger. The dagger pierced through the vines into the core covered by the vines. The wild grass spirit was defeated. Mambo gained 3,000 experience points. Let's go back. Mambo suddenly felt that the dungeon wasn't very fun. Finish this task, then go home, said the priest, recording the plants in the area. He continued forward until he met up with Liang's team. 2 small teams exchanged information, and this area was considered fully explored. Father, what level do you think this area should be rated? How do you know I'm a priest? The priest was wearing casual clothes in the dungeon, with no religious symbols. Saint Wax Healing, a skill exclusive to priests. I know that, said the sword shield warrior, not betraying his teammate. Oh, I think this area is around level 10 to 20 for the team, and above level 20 for solo players. Then we'll write the same in our report. The sword shield warrior noted the same conclusion as the priest. I'm only level 7. You want me to fight a level 20 grass spirit? Are you serious? The thief's weapon does triple damage to it. That means you're 1 level below it. But my defense isn't higher than its. Lazy. Fool. You're the one pulling it around. You're right. I won't argue with you. Mambo sat on the priest's arm, fishing for slimes. Since he's just idling outside, he might as well let the priest protect him. Haha. Got some copper coins. Mambo pushed aside the slime's body with a stick, revealing a copper coin inside the core. Corrosive slime gel needs a glass container to hold, but Mambo didn't bring one. The priest thought large jars were too heavy, and slime liquid isn't valuable. Only beginners collect it. The other sword shield warrior had actually brought a jar, stored in Liang's coffin. He chuckled, saying he was rich. Sulfur slime sells for 5 times the price of regular slime, about 50 copper coins per kilogram. His jar held 1 liter, filling Liang's coffin completely. Can you carry it? Or give it to me? The coffin and materials weighed at least 70 kilograms. The coffin was made of lightweight material, only 20 kilograms. Seeing Liang carry it without changing expression was a bit frightening. No need. I'm not worried about you. I'm afraid you'll break the materials. Gravekeeper is stronger than the captain, the little nun said, but it felt like she was trying to stir trouble. No way. Absolutely not. The sword shield warrior confidently believed he was still strong. After many years as frontline fighter, his strength had reached an impressive 80, meaning he could lift and move objects weighing up to 80 kilograms. I have 80 strength too. Although it's a tie, the sword and shield warrior is also quite upset, since he has trained for over 10 years. Father, how much strength do you have? I only have 75. As a priest, my main skill is increasing my health. My healing power depends on my health. And the priest, over 90. I wonder if he's gained more strength in these years. Mambo thought for a moment. Then should I focus on training my speed? Finally, a smart idea. But right now, your main task is to learn more knowledge. Do you have any books about that? Borrow me too. Where would I have such books? If you want to learn, you need to go to school. I want to go to school. I could send you to the seminary. Wait. I don't want to go. When Mambo heard the word seminary, he immediately gasped in surprise. The priest's face fell. You, a kid with no faith, still dislike the seminary? I'm not going to be a priest. Look at Jack. He's been turned into a fool by mysterious scholars. What are you talking about? Jack has strong faith, and that's a good thing. The priest was a bit annoyed. Mambo's current attitude wasn't suitable for the seminary. He might influence other promising students. Then after tomorrow's service, go ask Black Rat. I think he can help you find a good school. It's probably just a school in the slums of the west side of the city. After suffering there for a few days, he would surely behave himself at the seminary. If you want to come back, just pretend to be a loyal follower. The priest glared at Mambo, then stopped talking. Mambo pouted. He smiled. The path of learning is full of hardships. Aren't those the marks of great people? I will simply follow the example of Donyang Mashing, learning from Song Lian's spirit. Yu was eager to learn from a young age. His family was poor, with no books to read. He borrowed from others and copied by hand, returning them day after day. In the cold winter, with the ink frozen and stiff, his fingers couldn't bend. Listening to Mambo muttering to himself, the priest was too lazy to pay attention. After another hour of training, it was time to go home for dinner. After lunch, Mambo handed in his task and received his first bag of copper coins, all earned honestly with his own hands. He practiced stealing skills for another afternoon, and finally, the week's service day arrived. Mambo wandered around the church hall, but couldn't find Uncle Mo. However, a tall, short-haired young man kept staring at Mambo. Why are you looking at me? Don't you recognize me? I recognize your voice, though. Give me back my hair. I'll hurt you. Wow. It's 369. Mambo quickly ran away. 369 reached out with claws, trying to catch him. As a child, Mambo couldn't outrun an adult woman. 369 scratched his face, leaving a mark. Ha ha, my good grandson. You look like you got scratched by a woman cheating on her husband, said the golden mouse, who was helped into the church by Uncle Mo and the silver mouse, making a strange laugh. No, it was Reed, Uncle Mo's subordinate, who was too fierce in the fight. Yeah, who told you to come up with those bad ideas? Uncle Mo knew what was happening. As soon as they entered, he exchanged a look with 369. 369's hair wasn't shaved completely. He left a long bang on the right side, and the rest was about 10 centimeters long. Uncle Mo took the golden mouse to a seat and sat next to Mambo. Did you say hello to your grandfather? Wasn't that what I just did? That's low emotional intelligence. Come on, forget that. I want to go to school now, Uncle Mo. Ah, going to school? You should ask Gray Mouse. Someone over there at the school can help. Uncle Mo looked reluctant to talk to Silver Mouse. He coughed twice and swapped seats with Snow Mouse. Uncle Mo sat on the far right, with Red Mouse, Snow Mouse, and Silver Mouse sitting in the middle. Silver Mouse and Uncle Mo weren't very close, but Snow Mouse was friends with Silver Mouse. Silver Mouse was like a foster son, responsible for a wealthy area where rich merchants lived, and he could bring some small, clever gifts for Snow Mouse. Also, Uncle Mo was quite old and had a generation gap with Snow Mouse. Big Brother Red Mouse was too serious. He couldn't chat for long without feeling awkward. Silver Mouse, on the other hand, was funny and didn't have a generation gap. Hey, fourth brother, why are you sitting next to your little brother today? Mambo should go to school. The education in the west part of the city is too backward. Silver Mouse hesitated and said, Yeah, it's true. But I pay a lot of tuition. I can cover half of it for you. How much is the tuition? 2 gold coins. Why don't they go and steal it? The silver rat shrugged. Uncle Mo knew that just saying a few nice words to the school could get the silver rat in for free, but the rat just wanted his older brother to speak softly. Uncle Mo turned and glared at Mambo. Mambo stood up, getting goosebumps. He scratched his head, feeling like there was some bad intent behind it. If you don't study well, you'll end up in the beggar's gang for the rest of your life. Uncle Mo cursed inwardly, about to bow to the silver rat, but the red rat held his shoulder. Gold coins, I'll pay. The red rat's cold eyes made the silver rat shiver. I was just joking with the older brother. It's hard to joke with him, said the silver rat, shrugging, indicating he wouldn't take money and would take responsibility for this. The red rat turned back and kept listening to the priest talking on stage. Mambo watched for a while. The red rat seemed to really care for his younger brother. Snow Rat tapped Mambo's head. Stop eavesdropping on adult stuff. Don't tap my head. Mambo was still a little afraid of this snake-like woman who made her living selling organs. Are you afraid of me? No. Snow Rat rolled her eyes at Mambo. As a level 25 dance performer, she could easily read others' emotions. She knew Uncle Mo had probably talked about alchemy. Oh, Snow Rat sharply grabbed Mambo's waist with her fingernails, making him almost jump. What are you doing? Snow Rat looked to the side, pretending she hadn't done anything, then secretly reached out her hand, holding a purple-red kidney. Mambo cursed inwardly, lifting his shirt to look at his waist. It was fine, so Snow Rat was just teasing him. Snow Rat giggled, and the kidney in her palm slowly turned into a faint light and disappeared. Show you you're a pervert. Mambo lowered his clothes, wanting to stay away from Snow Rat. Suddenly, the priest on stage threw down the blessing words. Enough. You two. Come up here. Of course, he was talking about Snow Rat and Mambo. Mambo lifted his shirt as if he was exposing himself. Snow Rat was even more shameless, leaning her head to look. The two were pulled to the stage and forced to accept Jack's bamboo whip punishment. Mambo, be gentle, brother Jack. Snow Rat, be gentle, good brother. Jack shook his head, and both could see the disappointment in his eyes. You two are so disrespectful to the three saints. Snap. Yowl. Huh. Why do I always get punished every week? Mambo was lying on the church desk, receiving treatment from the priest. Humph. If you behave better, I wouldn't have to call you up. After the wax block fell off, the whip marks disappeared. Next week, don't cause trouble. The priest patted Mambo's head. Mambo nodded and ran home. At home, Uncle Mo prepared 2 sets of clothes for Manhwa, one with leather sandals, blue denim overalls, and a white short-sleeve shirt, the other with black sneakers, black pants, a white shirt, and a black cape. Stop wearing choir girl dresses all the time. You're neither boy nor girl. Uncle Mo also took out clippers to give Manhwa a haircut. No need. I want to keep it. Manhwa covered his head and hid to the side. In his past life, Manhwa always wanted long hair, but work didn't allow it, so he always had a very short haircut. TCH, why keep it so long? Haven't you cut your hair since you were born? Uncle Mo put away the clippers and kept nagging. Rich kids go to noble schools. Wash your hair well before going, so people won't look down on you. Next to the noble school is a seminary. Don't talk much to those people. Their brains aren't very sharp. Just trust the 3 saints, and you'll be fine. You don't need to emphasize that. I already know. Manhwa washed his hair, changed clothes, and then Silver Mouse was at the door. Here. All done. Come with me. Silver Mouse carried a backpack, which was white with a slightly hard layer of fur on top. He handed the backpack to Manhwa. This is your school supplies. Starting today, you're in 1st grade. 1st grade? Can I skip a grade? 1st grade is full of kids with runny noses, right? Those kids are the most annoying. Stop talking nonsense. Uncle Mo patted Manhwa's head. Manhwa didn't say anything more. At worst, he would create a mysterious persona at school to avoid trouble. Mostly, he just didn't want to chat with little kids. Sitting in Silver Mouse's carriage, Manhwa picked at the dragon leather, which looked a lot like lizard skin. After school at noon, you can rest at my shop. Someone will pick you up to go home in the evening. Silver Mouse finally became serious. He took out a cigarette and took a puff. There may be some annoying people at school, but don't get upset with them. It's not worth it, said the Silver Rat, exhaling smoke, which made Mambo cough badly. Okay, I think I'll put out the cigarette. In the north of the city, at the noble school. It's quite far from Uncle Mo's house, in the eastern part of the north, as far as the Adventurers Guild. I'll be back after an hour. No need for anyone to pick me up, Mambo said, not wanting anyone to meet him, so he could take a detour to the underground city to fight some slimes. But you can't do that. Come on, said the Silver Rat, pointing to the nearby Academy of Divine Arts, where Jack and Hockey Rabbit were standing at the door. The 3 of them looked at each other. Are you and Hockey Rabbit also going to school? No, only her. I graduated from the Academy of Divine Arts a long time ago. Jack shook his head. I'm here to work part-time as a mystic scholar. You're our teacher. Mambo frowned slightly. What do you mean, we? The noble school has 7 theology classes every week. Yay. Let me go back. Big brother Silver Rat. I don't want to go to school anymore. Come on. You're a junior. I'm your uncle. Calling me brother won't help, said the Silver Rat, kicking Mambo into the noble school, then turning around, riding a dragon carriage, and rushing off. Don't leave me. Silver Rat. How can I live without you? Silver Rat. Ha! Mambo performed a chase after the taxi and fell flat on the ground. Hockey Rabbit picked up the rolling Mambo and said, "Don't get your clothes dirty." She took out a handkerchief to wipe the dust off Mambo's face. Jack chuckled and said, "You used to hate going to school? That's okay. I hated it too when I was little. No, I just dislike all the teachings." A new era's good youth should oppose superstitions, establish a scientific growth outlook. Reluctantly, Mambo carried his backpack and entered the first-grade classroom. First, he looked at the timetable, for classes in the morning, for in the afternoon. Besides theology, there were also Chinese, math, monster studies, and magic. Wait, there's science too. Emperor Osman the Great said that magic and science are the two forces supporting the world. Everyone must understand magic while believing in science. Isn't that contradictory? That sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? Wait, who's answering me? Mambo looked up at the person who answered him. It was a serious-looking man with glasses on one side, wild hair, and a thin face, clearly an older man. "Please go back to your seat, student." Mambo randomly found an empty seat and sat down. The feeling of returning to school made him very uncomfortable. No need for introductions. I am your science teacher and also the class teacher. You can call me Professor Snape. Which Snape are you? The Super Bat one. Now, follow me to the playground. Before Mambo even got to know the few kids in the room, he was led by a crowd toward the playground. On the playground, a colorful slime was kept in a special cage. Professor Snape and others sat on the field, and he began his long speech. Science was mixed with alchemy centuries ago. They called it magic without magic, but Emperor Osman rejected this idea. He believed science explained how the world naturally works. You all know magic now? Everyone come up and attack this slime. Each child from left to right used their strongest magic, but it had no effect on the level 40 colorful slime. "Teacher, we're only level 10. How can we possibly defeat it?" one student asked. "Science can make magic unfairness disappear. Cover your ears." Snape took out a dark, short gun from his coat and slowly loaded a bullet. "Wait, you brought a revolver for a first-grade class? That caliber could shoot us all dead if we stood close." Bang! The loud gunshot made the children scream even with their hands over their ears. There was almost no smoke. Has gunpowder advanced to this level in this world? A few children opened their eyes in fear. A hole was shot in the center of the colorful slime, and the spinning force of the bullet shattered its core. The gel-like body gradually collapsed and melted away. This is science, and it's not even precise science. Science is so powerful, one child said in awe, lowering their ears. Mambo just hoped this crazy person wouldn't bring a gun to school again. This isn't an American elementary school. We won't discuss that today. First, let's learn about Osman I's first law. Osman I's first law? That sounds so familiar, Mambo muttered softly. He had a strong déjà vu feeling earlier, and now it was even stronger. All objects remain at rest or in uniform motion unless acted upon by an external force. I knew it. Middle school physics is still haunting me. Just now, it was an external force pushing the bullet. Mambo finished the first science class feeling very speechless. The first half was physics, and the second half was chemistry. The second class was a bit better. It was language, mainly appreciating and reciting some history and teachings. In the third class, when Jack, dressed as a teacher, walked in from outside, Mambo almost wanted to laugh. Jack still started with the story of the Holy Sun stealing magic. When mentioning that the Holy Sun was the first professional thief in this world, Jack deliberately looked at Mambo, but Mambo was busy picking at his fingers. Student Mambo, I'm here. Your profession is a thief. I ask you, who was the first thief in the world? Mambo wanted to look down at his book, but Jack stepped forward and closed it. There are so many thieves in the world. How would I know who was the first? The other children suddenly felt that this handsome young teacher didn't seem very gentle. Kids are good at reading between the lines, and immediately, they all sat up straight. The dull theology class was like a dull knife scraping flesh, making Mambo feel uncomfortable in his seat. Fortunately, a class only lasted 40 minutes, so he just had to endure a little longer. The last class was Mambo's favorite, monster studies. During the break, Mambo finished his punishment notes and eagerly waited for monster studies. The teacher was an old woman with a hunched back, wearing sunglasses, walking slowly. When Mambo saw this teacher, his curiosity was already half gone. This kind of old woman's teaching was definitely boring. Indeed, Monster studies was a subject similar to a mix of biology and geography. It was a simple biology course, but it was about monsters. The old woman almost fell asleep halfway through her lecture. Among monsters, the most unusual are goblins. They are only females. You will learn about this when you study genetics later. At this point, the bell rang, and the old woman silently packed her things. The children rushed out, pushing open the door and running outside. That's not right. How can goblins only be female? Do you know about chromosomes? The old woman suddenly asked. Explaining it might be too hard for you kids. When you learn what chromosomes are, Mambo nodded and replied, I know. It's an XY, right? Exactly. If all goblins are male, then the ones born would inevitably be female. But if they are all female, there's no problem, since everyone is. Mambo was shocked. Could it be that goblins are basically all about girl power? That can't be. Without the Y chromosome, there are no male traits, so males wouldn't appear. Cloning. The way goblins reproduce is through cloning inside other creatures. Playful? This explains why goblins are only female, not asexual. Cloning requires egg cells, the old woman coughed. She patted Mambo's head. By the way, where did you learn these words? From the yellow novels in Uncle's room. No matter what was said, it was just blamed on Uncle Mo. That's quite a good way to start learning, but it's probably not a yellow novel. It's likely a book on genetics. The old woman took out a postcard. If you're interested in these topics, The old woman raised the postcard in the air, but before she could finish her sentence, she fell asleep standing up. Hey, are you still there? Wow, you can fall asleep standing up? Mambo reached out and took off the old woman's sunglasses, trying to see if she was really asleep. Under the sunglasses, her eyes were closed, but there were fierce bite marks around her eyes, like she had been bitten by a dog. Mambo silently put the sunglasses back on her, took the postcard, which read, Research Institute, Monster Genetics Professor, Nora. Where did I leave off? Nora woke up, adjusted her sunglasses, and couldn't remember what she had just been saying. Forget it. I'm so hungry. Nora clutched her teaching tools under her arm and headed for the door. Mambo was on his way to the cafeteria to eat, and unexpectedly, their paths crossed. Snicker. Snicker. A few students, who seemed to be classmates, made strange sounds at Mambo and waved for him to come over. What's wrong? Don't get too close to Teacher Nora, said a girl. Teacher Nora is a goblin's mother. If you get close to her, you'll grow up to be a goblin, said a proud boy, looking down. She doesn't deserve to teach nobles. Mambo thought they had some reason, but it was just ignorant kids spreading mean rumors. Idiot. What does idiot mean? Mambo, speechless, went to the cafeteria to get his food. The meals here are healthier and tastier than what Uncle Mo prepares. Is this the magic of a professional chef? Ugh. Nora ate loudly and not very gracefully. Did you see? Teacher Nora eating looks just like a goblin, a few kids pointed out. Noticing Mambo didn't believe them and continued to give examples. Those don't prove anything. That's a classic logical mistake. What's logic? Before they could say more, a shadow appeared in front of them. Nora, with food crumbs all over her face. Ugh. All the kids except Mambo hurried to run away. Nora stood there silently. Mambo guessed she had fallen asleep again. Hey, wake up. Mambo tugged at Nora's sleeve, and she finally woke up. Oh, right. If you want to go to the Research Institute, it's behind the Noble School. That's the genetics department of the Science Research Institute. Nora finished speaking and took out a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe the food crumbs off her face. Nora looked a bit emotionally hurt. She turned and left. The other kids gathered around, chattering about how scary Nora was. Mambo was fed up with them. No logic. Pure malicious guessing. And why are you all crowding around me? Because you're very cute, they replied. I don't want you to praise me. I want to be praised as a beautiful girl. Mambo quickly finished his meal and ran off. The other kids looked at each other, not understanding what just happened. I haven't asked for his name yet. Maybe he's shy? Manhwa turned his head to look at the children who didn't catch up and sighed in relief. The only problem was that Manhwa ran the wrong way. This was the road to the Research Institute. A familiar voice. Nora was sleeping under the hot summer sun. Manhwa found a stick in the grass nearby and poked Nora's face. He had just wiped oil on her sleeve, which was a bit gross. Nora woke up and saw Manhwa smiling awkwardly. Manhwa looked a little worried. If you walk like this, then sleep, then walk again, You might get sunstroke halfway. Someone will pick me up, Nora said, pointing to the distance where a girl hurried over. Mom, are you okay? I'm fine. Number 7. Nora pointed to Manhwa. This kid knows a lot about genetics. He's much smarter than you. Stop teasing me. Number 7 invited Manhwa to sit at the research institute. Of course, Manhwa agreed. He had never seen the research institute of this world before. Back at the institute, Nora changed her clothes, gave some instructions to the staff. Then she and Number 7 took Manhwa on a tour. Do you like slimes? Nora asked, holding a small slime in her hand. This is a genetically edited slime. It weighs at most 1 kilogram, is completely harmless, and its color can be customized. The most important thing is that they are herbivores. Nora placed the small slime on top of Manhwa's head. Manhwa looked up and made eye contact with the slime. The slime used 2 light-sensitive spots to recognize objects, so it was like having eyes. It looks pretty nice. Haha. I liked this the most when I was young, Nora said as she took Manhwa to the goblin's laboratory and explained about goblins in detail. Is that thing really a fallopian tube? That's so scary. Yes, but don't be afraid now. Goblins of level 10 are adults, and there are no adult goblins in all of Bruck City. Why? Of course, it's because of my mother's virus magic, a virus that only targets goblins. It spreads through body fluids and limits goblin development, preventing them from ever reaching level 10. That's so powerful, Nora hummed. All right, I gave you the slime. Come visit often. I'm bored to death every day. Why does it feel so lively here? It seems so boring. Looking at the researchers under their masks, chatting and laughing while working, there's no serious atmosphere. Those are all clones. What's the point of talking to yourself? Nora waves her hand, but then falls asleep again. Number 7 carries Nora back to the bedroom. Only Mambo is still surprised about the clones. He walks over to the researchers to see what they look like. After removing their masks, they all look exactly the same. Amazing, right? We're also a kind of eternal life, Number 7 says as he carries Mambo out of the lab area. What's the point of doing this? It's hatred. It's my mother's hatred for monsters. Number 7 begins to tell Mambo the story of himself. When my mother created us, she often thought we were foolish. We were given the same memories, but physical pain can lie. We can't truly understand each other's feelings. So, there's no power driven by hatred. Number 7 pats the slime on Mambo's head. A long time ago, when my mother was still a girl like me, she was popular because of her job as a plague doctor. Few people have that talent, and it sounds scary, but a plague doctor is actually a kind of support role. The underground city below the 30th floor is full of viruses, fungi, and bacteria. The magic of plague doctors can make their team immune to these microbes. My mother and her adventuring friends formed a team that roamed the 30th floor, rescuing adventurers infected by bacteria and viruses. At the same time, goblins also noticed my mother. Level 30 goblins can use the magic reproductive plunder, which they gained by stealing human professions. Viruses and bacteria have long troubled the goblin race. Rewinding 40 years, the Goblin King, a terrifying monster with dozens of different skills, set a dark trap. He tracked Nora's team for months, learning each person's personality. Cunning and cruel, the monster used a magic blade to cut open his own vocal cords and tongue, then fixed them so his voice was no longer a gobble, but a human language. The desperate cries for help from deep inside first deceived the kindest priest, who was pierced through by arrows from the lurking goblins. The adventurer team that lost their priest no longer has the ability to resist curses and mental attacks. The captain, experienced from many years of adventuring, desperately wants to retreat and remains calm. The Goblin King understands that he cannot hold out. Goblin priests and goblin warriors emerge in full force to attack this weak team. From a high place, the Goblin King uses words to gradually break the steady-hearted knight. The fortress in the knight's heart collapses suddenly, and dangerous floodwaters sweep him away. The knight is cursed by the goblin priest and turns into a mass of flesh and blood. Only Nora and the archer remain. The archer is a handsome young man. He is so perfect that he is extremely afraid of the ugly creatures. The goblin priest, who is a holy figure, does not bless goblins, but their racial advantage allows them to steal the power of the 3 saints. The pure powers burning makes them so ugly that even goblins cannot look directly at them. The goblin priest, holding a twisted cross, slowly approaches. The archer feels physically uncomfortable and, in the moment of vomiting, is struck down by the goblin king with several punches. Nora, the remaining one, is grabbed by the goblin king by the neck. His greedy eyes look at her as if she were gold or jewels. Goblin. Prosperity. Eternal glory. Nora stares at the goblin king. She does not resist, curse, or scream. A deadly bacteria begins to spread inside her body. At first, the goblins only feel itchy skin, but then they notice black patches appearing on their bodies. They cough blood, run a fever, become confused, and their thoughts become chaotic. In the deep dungeon, Nora endures humiliation. The plague doctor's skills mostly involve stacking damage over time, not instant kills. But the effect is wide-ranging. Anthrax plague. Nora slowly lifts her head, looking at the chaotic goblin nest. She knows her magic has succeeded. The anthrax even erodes wooden shackles. With a gentle movement, she tears apart the decayed bindings. Holding a goblin dagger, Nora steps carefully through the goblin nest. The entire nest is illuminated by firelight, and strange, twisting shadows flicker constantly. All the goblins lie on the ground, barely alive, with the goblin king in the worst condition. "You, what have you done?" Nora gently touched her face, which had been bitten by a goblin. She said nothing, but in front of the goblin king, she cut open her abdomen and threw the goblin babies into a fire pit. "Want my magic? Dream on." Her healing magic slowly repaired her wounds, but she would never be able to have children again. The goblin king was infected with hundreds of bacteria and plagues. His strong life force kept him alive, unable to die or be cured. When Nora left the goblin nest, other adventurers knew what she had been through. Rumors and malicious gossip made her hatred grow stronger, almost to the point of burning herself out. Nora vowed to make all goblins pay. But viruses and bacteria, even fungi, couldn't target a single monster. Until she found a book about genetics. Genes are the basic factors that determine an organism's form. Unique. Driven by hatred, Nora became a professor of monster genetics. Her research on genes and goblins was unprecedented. She fully understood the concept of cloning, as proposed by Emperor Osman. After decades of work, she used magical tools to clone several versions of herself, helping her study how to control goblins. Finally, a genetic defect virus was developed. Its deadly effect was like a goblin's version of a disease. After releasing it into the dungeon, in just 10 years, almost all goblins in the dungeon were wiped out. Only a few low-level, mindless goblins still appeared on the top floors. But the time trapped in the goblin nest left her with emotional scars, and as she aged, she became more sleepy. Mambo listened to her story and thought Nora was very ruthless. She was a true tough person. The Goblin King still hasn't died. Before the virus was released, he was kept in a lab by his mother. Before his mother died, he had to endure her hatred. At this moment, Nora woke up, looking unhappy. "Why are you telling the kids all this? What hatred? What suffering? What we do is to prevent others from suffering like I did." Number 7 nodded. Yes, we're all doing this for the adventurers." Nora publicly claimed that this was her reason. It sounded noble, and more funding would be approved. She sent Mambo out of the research institute and also gave him a bunch of interesting little gadgets. Come visit often. Maybe she had been fooling herself for too long. After discovering that virus, Nora had been dedicated to teaching others how to prevent harm from monsters. She and her clone worked part-time as monster science teachers at several schools. Nora no longer thought her clone was foolish. Although they share the same genetic code, each experiences different moments every second. That person is not Nora. She let her clones do whatever they wanted. She no longer restricted them as their creator. And we don't really have anything to do. Yeah, we've studied this stuff our whole lives, but we haven't leveled up or improved our skills. They had no other options. They just kept these people around and picked some research topics they liked, doing experiments like playing. Right now, they were trying to extract natural slime properties to make magical tools, but they kept failing. When Mambo walked out of the research institute with slime on his head, he saw a few classmates with their backs turned to him. "Hey, what are you guys doing here?" The children looked startled at first, then relaxed when they saw Mambo. "We wanted to save you. We saw Teacher Nora take you away earlier." Mambo sighed. "She's a good person, But my dad said, "Is what your dad said always right?" The children looked at each other and nodded. Don't you have the ability to think independently? Thinking depends on society, but it shouldn't depend on groups or others. You shouldn't believe everything people say, even your parents. Do you understand? We don't understand. Mambo covered his face. He felt like the slime on his head understood everything. The slime wobbled on his head to show it really understood. It jumped up, no longer wanting to depend on anyone. A free-thinking slime, body and mind free. Mambo reached out and picked up the slime. But there's more to these words. When your own strength isn't enough to think independently, it's best to pretend to depend on others. Slime lay in Mambo's arms, thinking that it would never be free in this life, since it had almost no attack power and no ability to survive on its own. Everything Mambo says is so deep, forget it, you all just act like foolish nobles. Having such low intelligence only makes those around you suffer. What does foolish mean? It means you're being praised. When you go home, you should also praise your dad like that. Oh, now Mambo suspects that the nobles in this world might also favor marrying close relatives. But these children are all quite good-looking, with no deformities. Oh, right, it's about pure education. They and Jack's Enlightenment teachers are very traditional. No wonder, no wonder. The lunch break quickly passed. The first class in the afternoon was Nora's monster studies. This time, she talked about monster distribution. She gave Mambo a small stick and told him to poke it twice if she fell asleep. The remaining 3 classes were all physical education, a big class for the entire grade. At first, Mambo wasn't interested in this subject until the sports teacher appeared. Finally, a young, beautiful female teacher. Long black hair, blue eyes, a delicate chest, actually small. Tall figure, gray sports vest, short sports shorts, light tin skin, and a thin collar around her neck. Little Ray was right. Big Ray was wrong. I am your PE teacher, Sharona. Let's do roll call first, and then you can get your collars. So, we also have collars? Mambo, am I the first? Mambo took the collar, feeling a bit strange. What is this for, teacher? It monitors your body and movement distance. It has healing magic built in to prevent accidents during activities. What do you mean by accidents? Just don't worry about it for now. After receiving the collar, everyone put it around their necks. Sharona used her space magic to bring out a box of wooden weapons. I believe all of you already know what kind of profession suits you. Now, take your weapons. A group of kids took weapons from the box, and some mischievous ones were secretly dueling behind. Mambo took 2 wooden daggers. Surely, we can't be fighting each other now, right? All right, the first lesson for adventurers is to carry your weapon while running. Even if you are fleeing, you must not leave your weapon behind. For the remaining 2 hours of this class, I want you to run 5 kilometers. You can go at any pace. After that, you can rest. Teacher, how far is 5 kilometers? This track, 13 laps. The children might not fully understand what that means yet, but Shalina was already starting to warm them up. Mambo grinned. You look gentle, but are you really a demon? 2.5 hours, carrying 3 kilograms, running 5 kilometers. This is tough, but doable for a 7-year-old if they keep going. After warming up, Shalina gave the command, and the children ran happily. They only knew to run as fast as they could, which quickly drained their energy. Sure enough, after 2 laps, some children's collars started beeping and they released healing magic. Idiot, didn't I say to save your energy? Shalina sighed, and carried a few kids off the track to rest before running again. Mambo glanced at the exhausted children and shook his head with a sigh. Nearby, the children who were trying to help him looked upset about being left behind. Seeing Mambo running leisurely, they slowed down too. Mambo always said some deep words, and following him was supposed to be safe. Actually, Mambo was more tired than the others because he had a slime on his head. If he left it aside, these kids would definitely mess with it. Hey, I'm exhausted. Even though Mambo tried to conserve his energy, running for a long time and not eating well for a few days made it impossible to keep going. He felt like the buildings and track in front of him were melting glass, slowly becoming irregular. How many laps have we run? 5 laps, Mambo. Mambo didn't say anything else. Running with the slime on his neck made his neck ache, and his metal dagger was hanging at his waist. Using space magic to grab things was easy, but getting what he wanted was hard. Mambo kept his weapon close, just in case. Shalina quickly noticed Mambo with the slime on his head. Does this kid not want to part with his pet even while running? She caught up and took the slime off his head, making Mambo's head feel much lighter. Who stole my slime? Mambo panted and looked back, seeing the slightly embarrassed Chalina. This thing should run faster than you guys, Chalina said, placing the slime on the ground. The slime moved slowly and lazily. Mambo slowed down, looked at the slime, then at Chalina, with an expression that seemed to say, "Is the teacher treating me like an idiot?" Seeing the slow-moving slime, Chalina felt even more awkward. She suddenly kicked the slime, and Mambo even saw a human-like expression on its face. The slime rolled twice and then started bouncing wildly forward. Kill the slime. The slime was surprisingly fast. Mambo quickly picked up his pace to try to catch it. The slime's cooling system wasn't as good as human sweat glands. After running for a while, its gel inside overheated and liquefied, losing its ability to bounce and only able to crawl to the shade to recover. Teacher, please don't let others damage my slime. Seeing other students resting under the trees and poking at the slime with wooden weapons, Mambo felt a bit upset. These kids still boast about being nobles. Don't they know not to mess with other people's things? Since there are so many slimes like stray dogs, let them pay you if they break yours. Most nobles like to keep dragons, snow horses, or sea monsters as pets. Having a slime as a pet was quite rare. That one was given to me by the Research Institute teacher, not a stray dog. Research Institute? For the sports teacher, just hearing the words, Research Institute, already gave her a headache. All right then. Chalina placed the slime on her head, though the slime was quite scared. Mambo ran 5 kilometers, having to stop several times. Still, he was pretty fast. Most people were still running, but Mambo and a few classmates had already finished. There was still an hour before school ended. Mambo sat under a tree, holding his slime and enjoying the quiet. The other students gathered around him, trying to imitate him. Can you go somewhere else? It's a bit too crowded here. Mambo opened his eyes. The calmness was gone, replaced by irritation. We also want to talk deep like you. We're studying. You're such a little nerd pretending to be deep. Just enjoy your childhood and go play, you guys. The child scratched his head and said, but there is no Dragon Ball field here, and no coffee shop either. Mambo forgot that these children didn't really know how to play, and he wondered what kind of sport Dragon Ball was. Mambo stood up, touched his chin, and the other children imitated him by touching their chins. Got it. I'll teach you a game called throwing sandbags. Then you can go play, and I won't be bothered. How about that? What is throwing sandbags? Mambo tore off a piece of his sleeve, filled it with some sand, and tied the openings with a string. A simple sandbag was ready. He pointed to a child who looked nice and said, "You, stand opposite me. The others, stand between me and him." Mambo explained the basic rules of the game. After playing one round, he left the game because he had a skill called throwing dagger, which made him cheat at the game. Xialina had never seen this game before. She dismissed the children who lacked patience and couldn't run anymore, then walked over to Mambo. Where did you learn this game? From the western city slums. Xialina thought Mambo was joking and tapped his head with her bow. Did you join the adventurer team, teacher? Mambo asked, looking at her. No. Are you single? Why do you ask? Yes, I am. Good. My team is missing a main character. Do you want to join? Xialina let out a sigh. So, whether I'm single or not has nothing to do with this? Because I am single, I need. Mambo said, inviting Hockey Rabbit and Jack to form an adventurer team. Jack would definitely agree, and the support would be Hockey Rabbit. So, Mambo's requirement for the main character was that they be single. Xialina, feeling speechless, interrupted him. No, thank you. I failed. Recruiting partners isn't that easy after all. Can you find some peers? Aren't those classmates good enough? When you grow up, I'll be over 30. Xialina sat nearby and gave Mambo a suggestion. Mambo looked at the group of noble ladies. He saw no hope for their future. Look at those nobles. Their minds have been dulled by noble education. Living with them in the future will be a real torment. He thought far ahead. In the novel, it is written that childhood feelings become stronger as people grow older, especially for those who have shared adventures together. Or perhaps it is about a master and apprentice relationship. Or maybe it's about childhood friends who are destined to be together. Sharona is also somewhat noble, well-read, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't recall any story like that in a novel. The only story she could think of was Mambo talking about Reincarnation without a job. Your novel can't be a wild book, right? A wild book refers to unapproved books that are secretly printed and sold, often filled with inappropriate content or distorted ideas. It's not that wild. How do your parents manage you? You read wild books and also know about the games in the slums. Sharona looked at Mambo's half-sleeve and scratched her head. Where's your sleeve? I used it as a punching bag. Mambo pointed at the kids playing with sandbags nearby. Sharona sighed. If her parents asked, she'd have to explain, which was troublesome. At this moment, children from another class came to find Sharona, pulling her away while chattering about who bullied whom. Mambo and the beautiful girl's chat was cut short. Mambo placed a slime cushion under his head and took a nap in the shade of a tree. When he woke up, he was already on the dragon carriage. Did I sleep that long? You look very tired. Jack handed Mambo his school bag. Don't forget to copy your homework. Okay. You're quick to take on the teacher's role, Mambo sighed. School really is a strange thing. When you're ignorant, you long to go to school. When you're in school, you envy those who don't go. The dragon carriage moved smoothly, and Mambo started copying the lesson, though his handwriting was very ugly. Jack closed his eyes in pain. The first thing he learned after leaving home was to tolerate others' mistakes. This world isn't just black and white. But Mambo's handwriting was like thorns stabbing Jack's skin, making him feel uncomfortable. All right, I'll hold your hand and write, Jack said. Jack held Mambo's hand and guided him to write each. The script of the Ottoman Empire is an improved version of the traditional language of this continent, somewhat like Latin. With Jack's help, Mambo finished the essay. Jack's writing style was italic, looking fresh and spirited, just like him. Mambo picked up his homework book and clicked his tongue for a while. I'm going to frame it. This is the best handwriting I've ever written. That probably doesn't count as your handwriting, Hockey Bunny reminded him. Jack told Mambo to stop doing such embarrassing things. The dragon cart slowly stopped, and Mambo returned to Uncle Mo's house. How does school feel? Uncle Mo was just handing dinner to the slaves in the dungeon. Mambo took a meal and placed his homework book in front of Uncle Mo. The teacher says I have special talent. The big shots at the research institute are willing to lower themselves to be friends with me. Even those noble children look up to me. Uncle Mo looked at the neat handwriting on the homework book and snorted. Do you think I believe that? I guess you believe it. This is noble italic handwriting. It takes at least 3 or 5 years to master. Just this much tells me you're bragging. Forget it if you don't believe. Mambo put away his homework book and took out a slime from his school bag. Can I have an extra apple? Did you go to the dungeon again? Uncle Mo was a bit angry. Mambo was too disobedient. This is a pet given by the big shot at the research institute. Mambo placed the apple on the slime's head, and the apple slowly sank in. Uncle Mo was a bit unsure whether Mambo was lying or not. He could only call Jack to confirm that Mambo wasn't causing trouble at school. Aside from not paying attention in theology class, he's doing well. Theology class? That kind of thing doesn't matter whether you attend or not. Uncle Mo hung up the phone, and even though Jack repeatedly emphasized the importance of theology class, Uncle Mo and Mambo, who was eavesdropping nearby, both showed expressions of disdain. That kind of thing, both. Forget it, both. Uncle Mo rubbed Mambo's head. Good. I approve of you keeping a pet. You're responsible for feeding and taking care of it. Suddenly, Uncle Mo noticed that a piece of Mambo's sleeve was missing. Did someone bully you at school? Where's your sleeve? I gave it to a classmate. You're so generous. This outfit was a noble costume specially made by Uncle Mo, and Mambo was scolded harshly by him. In another part of the noble district, children returning home were teaching their butler how to play a sandbag game. The butler looked unhappy seeing the dirty marks on his young master caused by the sandbag. Young master, this kind of activity is not proper. No, this is the latest popular game among other noble children. If I don't play, I'll fall behind. The young master swung the sandbag and hit the butler's leg. You're out. The butler didn't say much, knowing that old master would come home soon and scold the young master. Sure enough, when old master returned and saw his son covered in dirt, he was not pleased. What happened? Little I learned a new game at school. It tests reaction time. Although the old master was a bit upset, he considered the child's nature and patiently played around with little one. The tall, slender old master was famous for his skill in tame dragons. Dodging the sandbag was very easy for him. If only I were as good as my father. The old master held the sandbag and hummed. This kind of game, I only allow you to play before age 10. After 10, it's too childish. Did I win this at school? No, they are all fools. I couldn't beat them. Old master and stiffly turned his head. What does that word mean? It means someone who is smart and quick. Father is a fool, but unfortunately, I am not. Bang! The flower bed nearby was shattered by old master and's fist to vent his anger. That's not a good word. And who taught you that? Manhwa. Such scenes happen often in noble families. Some are angry, some cry and shout, and some even threaten to hang themselves. The most abstract part is that some children question their parents, claiming, "My thoughts won't depend on you. I will verify the truth myself." The nobles initially wanted to secretly ask Uncle Mo for an explanation, but thinking of Uncle Mo's reputation as a ruthless figure in the rat gang, they could only go crying to the priest and the city lord. It's as if a child learning a bad word means they are dead. The city lord, as a mascot, said, "My children are all raised freely. They don't understand noble rules. You should go see the priest." The priest looked at more than 10 nobles and felt a bit speechless. He knew immediately that Manhwa was the troublemaker at school. "Priest, I don't want to live anymore. Let the 3 saints take me away. Everyone who wants the 3 saints to take them has already gone to the sky. You wait a bit first." The priest pushed away this shameless person. That beggar pretending to be a noble. "Please, you must speak for me. Don't get upset. If you curse under the statue of the 3 saints again, I will hit you first." Sniff, sniff. Poor my son. Maybe he'll never become a priest in this life. Swearing doesn't matter. Besides, your son's talent isn't suitable for being a priest anyway. The priest pushed everyone aside, made a call to Uncle Mo, who looked very worried after hearing it. What is all this about?" He held Mambo in his hand. Mambo didn't know what was happening and was holding a slime creature when he was brought to the church. "Mambo, did you teach those kids that brain dead means something bad?" "Yeah, although it's not common, it's good to understand it," Mambo said, placing the slime on his head. No. My son said it means being quick-witted." "You lied to us. Brain dead actually means having a brain injury. That's not right." "My daughter said it means being handsome and confident." "No, you're all wrong. My son said it means being strong and powerful." Mambo didn't explain the true meaning of the word when he said it, so each child had their own understanding. All right. I don't understand your noble stuff, but you should at least teach your kids some basic medical knowledge." Uncle Mo tried to change the subject. "Just because Mambo casually said brain dead, what's the problem? As far as I know, some of you nobles are closely related, and that can lead to children with disabilities. Stop talking about other things." This noble started bragging about how he only learned to curse after turning 18 and tried to hide it. Are they parrots? Why does cursing make them worthless? Mambo climbed onto Uncle Mo's back, almost making him laugh. "Get out of here, don't make Uncle Mo laugh." After this noble finished talking about himself, the other nobles nodded in approval. The priest covered his face, the priestess sighed, and Jack remained silent, lost in thought. "Honestly, your brains aren't very sharp. The nobles in the capital have already abolished these old customs. It's only you in this remote county still clinging to these rules." Seeing the murderous looks from the nobles, Uncle Mo sighed. "Forget it. I'll give you some money. Go back and have a good talk with your brothers and elders about and basic medical knowledge." Uncle Mo pulled Mambo down from his back and held his head. "Say sorry. These people are very old-fashioned. When you grow up and leave here, it will be better." Mambo nodded, pretending to be sincere as he apologized to everyone. Uncle Mo handed each noble 10 silver coins. "It's not much, but it's enough to buy some good food for the children." After apologizing and bowing, Mambo looked confused and tapped his head. "Uncle Mo, aren't you a gang boss? Can't you just threaten them a little? Are you crazy?" They're getting impatient. "If they send 2 assassins to kill you, I might not always be here," Uncle Mo said gruffly, giving Mambo a punch on the head. "All these coins come from your 1 gold coin." The nobles felt like they had finally gotten what they wanted, but they also felt very upset. It seemed like Uncle Mo was mocking them. Of course, some nobles were normal. They came just to show off, to seem friendly and avoid being excluded in business. The priest raised an eyebrow at them. "Can we go now?" Since the priest said so, a few smart ones quietly left the crowd. One rich merchant looked at the 10 silver coins and kept a straight face while showing them to his daughter. "See? If you follow this rule, you can gain benefits. If you get brainwashed by this stuff, well, the father and daughter looked at each other and giggled, saying together, "They're so silly. Cough, cough. Act like a good little kid. Let me see you do it." "What does mean?" "Sorry, I've never heard that word." Seeing his daughter suddenly get into character, the merchant chuckled. His daughter couldn't hold back and giggled quietly. Some new nobles nearby, who seemed a bit crazy, didn't understand why the two were still smiling after being so humiliated. They got even angrier. "Black old four, serves you right for not having a son. Raising a wild kid," he muttered to himself. The other nobles silently covered their sons' ears and then left that noble's side. Everyone looked at Uncle Mo walking away. He seemed not to hear anything, so it should be fine. Lord Jack, who loved watching the fun, arrived late. He helped the tired Lord Jack stand next to Jack. "Where are we now?" "Big brother." "Well." Uncle Mo finished paying and apologizing, and the nobles over there said some very rude words. "How rude? No son, a wild child? That's a bit harsh." "He's useless." The two fell silent for a long time. Jack suddenly spoke. "Father, haven't the nobles in the capital long abandoned these rules, you know? Forget it. It's only a matter of time." Lord Jack nodded at the noble who had just been secretly laughing with his daughter. His family made their fortune selling silk. "We made ours selling red wine. These things are only for nobles to enjoy, so we naturally follow their rules." Lord Jack looked up at the sky. Since Jack ate the apple, not a single bottle of his family's red wine has been sold at its original price. Lord Jack plans to sell the wine cheaply to convert assets and leave some for his son. Forget about small horns or anything like that. "Since your grandfather's generation, we've never eaten apples. Your great-grandfather always said apples are delicious, sweet, and tasty. Is that true?" Jack tilted his head at Hockey Bunny, who then took an apple from the church. "Try it yourself, father." Lord Jack turned away and secretly took a bite. The light aroma and a hint of bitterness made the apple taste even sweeter. Lord Jack sighed, talked a lot with the priest, then returned to his estate. "Father, where is your dragon carriage?" "I'm on a diet lately, so I haven't been riding in it," Lord Jack replied casually. "That's good, paying attention to health." The simple Jack didn't doubt him. "Have you eaten?" "No, I haven't cooked." Dinner was late today. Most of Lord Jack's estate land had been sold, and the grapes from the vineyard were sold to street fruit vendors. These grapes for winemaking aren't very tasty, but someone always wants to try them. The cash was deposited in the Silver Mouse Bank. Only the main house remained, with 5 people inside: Lord Jack, Lady Jack, 369, the butler, and the gardener. 369, originally a future noble lady, had become a maid. She cursed Mambo bitterly, feeling that whipping Mambo or skinning him was too light. Only by tearing him apart and draining his blood could she vent her hatred. Shangdan, a pawn on top single, also a name Mambo suggested to Lord Jack. "I'll do the cooking." Lady Jack took the knife from 369. "He's picky and can't stand others cooking." Lord Jack was currently in the yard, swinging his dagger with great energy. Business was slow, but he still had a level 30 Ranger class. The Ranger is a close-range, light-armored fighter, focusing more on speed and strength compared to archers and mages. Right now, Lord Jack was too fat, and his speed and agility had dropped by half compared to when he was young. His stamina was also much lower. 369, carrying a mop, passed by and sighed. He wondered why his life was so different from his brothers and sisters. "Shangjin, do you have a profession?" he asked. "I am a level 5 alchemist, sir," 369 replied, lowering his head. "I don't have the talent for adventuring, sir." "Of course not. Those with adventuring talent wouldn't sell themselves out." As the sky darkened, 369 returned to the kitchen with Lady Jack, carrying a bowl of beet soup, freshly baked bread, and a serving of pork ribs. Lord Jack sat at a long table outside the estate, inviting others to sit. "We're no longer nobles, so no need for strict rules." He set up a lamp, and the yard instantly became brighter. Lord Jack slurped a bowl of beet soup, savoring it for a long time. Sweet and sour, rich in meat aroma, full of oil. "Try some," he said. The others then started eating, showing respect for Lord Jack. He began to tell stories of his youth exploring underground dungeons. Only the butler and gardener had never been underground, so they listened eagerly. "Why haven't I heard these stories before?" Lady Jack suddenly realized something. her eyes narrowing. Because we weren't allowed to talk during meals back then. Thought. So, you talk a lot during meals? Lady Jack rolled her eyes at Lord Jack. He hummed and dipped his bread into the soup, soaking up the flavor. Just as Lord Jack took a bite, a shadow flashed over the yard. It looked like a person, but not quite. An ink painting come to life. Shadow step. That was the skill of the Black Fourth. It's exciting. Hurry and eat. Hurry. Lord Jack activated his ranger's movement skill, quickly following the shadow. The butler stayed close to prevent any accidents. Lady Jack, speechless, put down her bowl. Who can catch up with you two? The gardener grinned. And us? Keep eating. Ignore them. After finishing, take all the leftovers home and don't leave any for him. This made the old gardener and his family very happy. There was quite a bit of meat at the bottom of the pot. Add 2 pounds of water, some salt, and 2 potatoes, then stew for about 40 minutes. It becomes very delicious. The most authentic beet soup must be kept overnight. People who drink freshly made beet soup are not true food lovers. Back when Mambo was taken home by Uncle Mo, Mambo clearly sensed that Uncle Mo was not himself. He didn't complain or fuss on the way home. Once home, he locked himself in his small house and didn't make a sound. One by one, the dungeon lights went out. Mambo was a bit worried about Uncle Mo. Since Mambo was still young, he didn't hear the insults. Uncle Mo heard everything clearly. Years ago, when Blue City was cleaning up the criminal gangs, the Golden Mouse had his legs broken by priests and pastors. He promised to leave that life behind. The Red Mouse saw that the illegal businesses wouldn't last long and joined the Adventurers Guild. The Silver Mouse was even smarter and helped set up banks and trading companies. At that time, the Snow Mouse was young and responsible for collecting bodies for the gang. Most gang members worked alone, and if no one claimed the organs, they used alchemy. It was a bit ruthless, but it didn't break Osman Empire's laws. Only Uncle Mo refused to give up his territory, even if priests beat him badly. He still fought against other gangs. Now, they were just a group of beggars pushed to resist. Don't get too deep, my uncle. You don't need to tell me what to do. The young Uncle Mo didn't listen to the priest. The priest realized that the city didn't need church guerrillas, but steady, permanent staff. The priest said goodbye to the missionary who wanted to keep preaching. He stayed in Blue City. Meanwhile, the candidate for Osman V was chosen, and the empire began to fix its chaos. Uncle Mo's name was on the list of those to be punished. A force called the Holy See Crusaders entered Blue City. Overnight, all the gangs disappeared. Yushangling is the best healer on the continent. They can even change their appearance and others. They are like plastic surgeons of this land. During the purge, Uncle Mo's wife, a level 10 Yushangling, died in his place. The priest then approached Uncle Mo. He said nothing, just quietly helped disinfect the city with Nora, who was entering middle age. Uncle Mo looked at the priest and realized that the priest truly wanted to help him. He had been filled with regret for years. It was only when Snow Mouse created a kabuki town in the southern part of the city that Uncle Mo finally came out of his sorrow. Gradually, the talent market was established in the west part of the city. The disguise spell had long since failed. Besides the priest who dared to remind Uncle Mo, everyone else acted as if nothing had happened. The new noble family just stepped on a landmine. Uncle Mo inserted a dagger into his shadow, which slowly slid away. The shadow was cut off, and Uncle Mo fainted. His shadow gradually filled out again, and Uncle Mo's consciousness entered it. Holding a weapon, he squeezed through the in the wall. Uncle Mo, are you okay? Mambo just pushed open the door, holding a small toy Nora gave him. I asked about this. It's valuable. Consider it a gift for you. Please don't be mad. Seeing Uncle Mo with his eyes closed, Mambo pouted and reluctantly took down the slime. This is also expensive. I'm giving it to you as well. Uncle Mo remained still. Mambo became anxious and kicked Uncle Mo's leg. Don't be too greedy. I have nothing left. With that kick, Uncle Mo's body wobbled and fell to the ground. Mambo, in disbelief, checked Uncle Mo's breath with his fingers. There was no breath. No heartbeat either. Wow, Uncle Mo is dead because of me. No, get up. You, come on. Mambo felt heartbroken. Although Uncle Mo was not a good person, he had truly been kind to him. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Mambo cried loudly and ran toward the church, hoping the priest could save Uncle Mo. The young priestess saw Mambo, tears streaming down his face, running into the church. She stepped forward and wiped his face. What's wrong, Mambo? Ugh, Uncle Imo died because of me. Mambo wiped his eyes. Can the priest save him? Surely. The priestess hesitated and hugged Mambo. Sorry, Mambo, we can't. And the priest just left a moment ago. Mambo looked at the holy statues, broke free from the priestess's embrace, and knelt down to pray. He wished so much that these gods really existed. Mambo's slime also followed, collapsing in front of the holy statues, bubbling and making gurgling sounds. This was the slime's language. Please help him, although I don't know what happened. The young priestess didn't know what to do and could only kneel beside Mambo, praying with her. If anyone looked closely at the sculpture of the three saints, they would see the Son of God trying not to laugh, the Mary looking pleased, and the Holy Spirit appearing speechless. After nearly 10 minutes, the priest looked at the devout Mambo in surprise. Her sincere prayers caused her experience points to increase rapidly. What's going on here? Mambo repeated what she had just said. The priest clicked his tongue and said, You should go back now. Uncle Imo has been revived. Mambo looked at the priest in disbelief. Was he so powerful? Could he really bring someone back to life, just like that? Before she could thank him, she ran back home. The priest asked what had happened, and he happily explained Uncle Mo's skills. Shadow Step is a thief skill where the user enters a fake death state and uses shadows to move. Most people use it to steal, but Uncle Imo trained it for assassination. Mambo staggered home and saw Uncle Imo picking his teeth at the door. Where did you go? Great. You're not dead. What are you talking about? Uncle Imo threw a slipper at her face. Mambo caught it and marveled. The priest is amazing. You really came back to life? Mambo helped Uncle Imo put on the slipper. Uncle Imo seemed to understand and said, I wasn't dead at all. You've been reading so much that your brain is full of nonsense. Uncle Imo explained the shadow step to Mambo. She nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed about earlier. Starting today, I won't go out anymore, Uncle Imo. Huh. I've caught a disease that kills me if I go outside. What? Uncle Imo was confused. He called the priest to ask what was going on. After hearing the explanation, he felt both speechless and a little relieved. This kid was actually grateful. Uncle Imo scratched his head and brought 2 boxes of sweet milk for Mambo. Such awkward things usually pass after a good sleep. Fortunately, no one paid much attention to it. The next day, Mambo went back to school honestly. The only difference in the classes was that there was 1 less monster class and 1 more theology class. Even if Mambo didn't want to take it seriously, she had to pretend to be attentive. There's only 28 theology classes in a year. The rest of the courses are about general magic knowledge. You can only learn the basics of theology. Jack finished his class and said regretfully, It's a pity I can't help you all develop strong beliefs. These 2 back-to-back theology classes made Mambo dizzy. Jack doesn't know how to make lessons fun, and even the most proud nobles are struggling to keep their heads up. After lunch, Mambo went to the Research Institute to play. Although they are all clones, they can at least share some common topics. Nora was taking a nap, Number 7 was drinking tea at the front desk, and Mambo was nearby complaining about the theology class. Not wanting to attend this or that, why does Mambo even come to school? Number 7 poured a cup of tea for Mambo. 7 sugars, please. Mambo took the cup and took a sip. I thought classes would be interesting. Even without pretty girls, I could make friends. But none of my classmates are compatible. Should I clone you? It only takes 3 days to produce one, Number 7 teased. The combination of magic and science makes cloning very fast. What are you talking about? Are you calling me an animal? Appearance, personality, even memories can be customized. You can also anchor her with your soul, making her completely yours. Forget it. The girl from the corner isn't like that. I should chat with her, give small gifts to increase her good feelings, and then trigger special conversations on certain festivals. Number 7 listened quietly. Although she didn't understand what special CGs or corner gifts meant, she could tell Mambo was refusing. But I heard you invited Shalina to join your adventurer team. Aren't you going to do something about her? Number 7 giggled. Mambo pouted in frustration. Shalina is such a big mouth. Is this something worth showing off? Mambo finished his tea, jumped off his chair, and ran to the classroom. I'll tell you when I grow up. Maybe I really don't have much luck with women. Hee hee, you're thinking too far ahead. Number 7 packed up her tea set and waved goodbye to Mambo. In the afternoon, they had sports class, mainly running. Fewer people followed Mambo this time. Uncle Mo's story of beating up a noble has already spread. That boy with the slime on his head should stay away. He has a rat gang backing him. Your friends are ignoring you now, Shalina said, removing the slime from Mambo's head. Great, Mambo said while running. I hope days like this can last. Such a lonely guy isn't liked by girls, Sharina, the teacher, thought. She didn't want her students to be isolated because it wasn't good for their mental growth. Women are like eels, teacher, Mambo said, sharing his understanding. The harder you try to hold on, the more they slip away, he added. Sharina disagreed, believing that if you don't try to maintain relationships, they will fade away. Just as she was about to argue, the alarm of another student went off, so she had to leave and focus on her work. Mambo gradually increased his speed. Yesterday, he had arranged with Uncle Mo to hunt some low-level monsters after class near the dungeon. After all, leveling up is as important as going to school. As he sped up, the children in front also quickened their pace. Mambo didn't find this strange. Kids are naturally competitive. However, the child in front felt a lot of pressure. Although he ran 5 kilometers yesterday, he was much slower than this boy from the slum. His pride wouldn't allow it. That night, he asked his family's guards for tips on running faster. The key was stamina and perseverance. From his perspective, the darkness behind kept swallowing more classmates, one after another. A figure was slowly approaching. Mambo was in excellent shape and could run even faster than yesterday. I knew you'd show up soon, he thought. Slime-headed man, the boy called him. What kind of name was that? Call me Mambo properly. The two gradually pulled away from the others. Mambo was eager to level up, while the boy was driven by pride and family honor. 5 meters apart. 4 meters apart. 3 meters apart. The boy felt like Mambo was about to swallow him. He had a strange feeling. Mambo was breathing behind his neck, ready to surpass him at any moment, just to humiliate him. I won't lose, slime man, he thought. The boy didn't know Mambo's real name, so he gave him strange nicknames. He saw the colors in front of him changing. The world was turning blank, leaving only a straight road. All he had to do was run. His footprints turned into sparkling lights swirling around him. Suddenly, Mambo realized there were only 2 laps left. The boy ahead suddenly sped up again. Was this kid so full of stamina? A drop of sweat fell from the boy's forehead, and in the sweat bead, Mambo was reflected. His surprised expression was captured. Yes, that's right. Be amazed. The boy's running style even started to change, taking on a very aggressive form. The collar around his neck began to make sharp noises. Thud, thud, thud. His heart was beating so fast, so very fast. What am I doing? Am I running? What is Teacher Sharina saying? I can't hear her clearly. Never mind. I've never felt this way at home. I want to keep running. You've finished running, little K. Suddenly, the boy was lifted into a hug by Teacher Sharina. Only then did he realize that Mambo was resting under a big tree. A smile appeared on the boy's face. Am I the first? Teacher, yes. Little K was set down by Sharina. He walked over to Mambo and held out his hand. I'm Little K Lawrence. Mambo looked at Little K with confusion. Who asked you? I'm Mambo. Out of politeness, Mambo shook his hand. We are friends now, Little K suddenly declared. Mambo looked at this strange person and was silent for a moment. As long as he's not a foolish noble, being friends is okay. Oomph, do you really see me as an enemy? You can't surpass me, Little K said coldly, leaving Mambo confused and walking away. Is he crazy? I haven't even said anything. Who provoked you? Mambo finished school, changed into his old sack, and tied a dagger to his chest. He also prepared leather knee and elbow pads. All of this was part of Nora's training. Today was the practical test. Practice is the only way to find the truth. He also tied his hair back and tried pulling the dagger out a few times in front of his chest. No obstacle, and the position was just right. Wearing goggles was a must. Dust from moving monsters could interfere with his vision. Without sight, a monster could turn from prey into predator. After all this, Mambo looked like a thief. He placed a slime on his head, spent 10 copper coins, and teleported from the Brule City teleport station to the dungeon station. What Mambo didn't know was that Little K had also come along. He thought Mambo's differences were due to special training. He didn't carry any equipment because, when his family's professional gamer helped him level up at home, the monsters were always nearly dead when they reached him. Over time, He subconsciously thought that all monsters were this weak. The magic energy spilling out from the dungeon's edge caused the plants here to grow to heights that normally take months in a single night. Every day, there's a task to clear the plants. Now, it's late afternoon, and the plants have grown taller than Mambo. Grass spirits and mud monsters are hiding in the bushes. The slime on Mambo's head is working. Because of the monster's special resonance trait and Mambo's language skills, Mambo can understand what the slime is saying. On the left, 10 slimes, there are monsters nearby. Mambo throws out a dagger, piercing a level 3 goblin in the belly. The goblin whines and runs away, and Mambo chases behind. You can't escape. Gag, gag, gag. Mambo shouts in goblin language, and the goblin looks back in fear. Who's more like a goblin, you or me? The goblin clutching its belly feels something flowing out, making it weak. After running for a while, the goblin dies from heavy bleeding. The difference between monsters and humans is that humans rely on their hearts to pump blood, while monsters depend on their magic cores. Mambo digs out the goblin's magic core and pulls out its canine teeth. Each pair is worth 3 copper coins. He crosses the territory of goblins and grass spirits to reach the swamp where slimes and mud monsters respawn. There, he sees a familiar figure, the bandit old man. He's carrying a basket filled with dead slimes. He's also dragging dozens of grass spirits. The bandit met a senior at the Adventurers Guild, who taught him very sensible survival tips. That person is the leader of the Blade and Shield team of the Yilong. Good harvest? The bandit thought it was a fellow adventurer, but suddenly realized it was Mambo. Why are you here? The bandit usually helps out his gang members, and gave Mambo 2 grass spirits. Mambo happily accepted. The bodies of grass spirits and slimes are quite valuable, as they are the main source of income for hunting. I'm here to level up. I'm already level 7. Wow, leveling up so fast. I'm a bit jealous of you. The righteous thief sighed. He had been leveling up for 2 weeks, and had only gained 1 theft point. At this rate, it would take nearly a year to level up again. The righteous thief patted Mambo on the shoulder. He was very tired today, but when he looked in the mirror, he saw a faint spark in his eyes. Do you regret becoming an adventurer? Mambo suddenly asked. Being an adventurer is better than being a beggar, and more honorable. Living by begging and depending on others can never lead to victory. A life with dignity is what makes someone a true winner. The righteous thief smiled, shook off the grass spirit onto his shoulder, and prepared to leave the swamp. Mambo told him that some people have no choice but to join the beggar gang, but he had options. To the south, there are fruit trees that attract slimes. In the end, the righteous thief helped Mambo a little and slowly walked out of the swamp. South. Mambo looked toward the sunset to find the approximate direction and headed south. Behind him, a sneaky figure flickered in and out of sight. So, you're an adventurer. Xiaoko crossed a thorny, overgrown area, and his expensive clothes were now torn. Mambo's burlap bag, made of rougher, sturdier fibers, was in better shape. Is that why you run so fast? The feeling that darkness was approaching from behind again came to Xiaoko's mind. He looked back, but saw nothing. Xiaoko scratched his head and kept following Mambo. Several monsters peeked out from the bushes. Humans without weapons are the best food for monster upgrades. After 10 minutes, Mambo finally found the fruit tree. The fruit on it was overripe and falling to the ground, making it the best food for slimes. Various sizes of slimes wriggled on the ground, eating. Since their color didn't change, the fruit was non-toxic. Mambo picked one and tasted it. It was a persimmon and quite tasty. He then picked another for his pet to try. Afterward, he started hunting slimes. The slime on his head focused on digesting the persimmon, pretending not to notice Mambo hunting its kind. Mambo's follower had already fallen behind. As an adult, Mambo was more focused, but Xiaoku was a child. His attention was easily distracted by the surrounding scenery. When he looked back, he couldn't find Mambo at all. He wanted to go back, but couldn't find the way. That's why in the wild, it's important to pay attention to special terrain or leave marks for survival. Fear fills the body little by little. Monsters smell the fear and start to approach. Little Clark picks up a stick from the ground to chase them away. He uses his magic to hurt the monsters. He takes a few deep breaths, feeling glad that his magic works. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have let so much fear come out. Monsters are very sensitive to fear, and even a slime-eating persimmons begins to gather around Clark. Mambo doesn't understand what is happening. He thinks the slimes are just full. He packs some slime gel and prepares to leave. At this moment, the bandit also notices that monsters around are moving in one direction. He didn't want to interfere, but he thinks if Mambo gets into trouble, it will be bad. "Oh no, I can't stand to see children suffer," he says. The bandit follows the monsters toward Clark. Other adventurers around the dungeon also notice this. "Boss, the monsters are all heading in one direction. Someone is scared. Maybe a new adventurer. Let's go." Most adventurers put down what they are doing and gather toward Clark. Clark is just starting to gain confidence when he feels darkness behind him again. He turns around and bumps into a slime that hits his stomach. He swings his stick to hit the slime away. The feeling comes back to him, like being wrapped in darkness. He looks around and almost can't breathe. On the ground, grass spirits, mud monsters, and slimes are trampling the grass. Countless goblins are sitting, standing, or hanging from the treetops. The sun is setting, and the light slowly disappears. Monsters wait for Clark to show a weakness, putting pressure on him and gradually breaking his inner defenses. Finally, the last light disappears. The land is covered in darkness. The monster's eyes glow strangely in the dark. Meanwhile, Clark's parents and servants are calling his name on the street. The whole city of Blue is brightly lit. The mouse gang has been hired to find him. Uncle Emo senses that this must be related to Mambo. "What's going on?" Mambo finally returns home. Uncle Mo's worried heart finally relaxes. Clark's eyes gradually adjust to the environment. He uses his magic to drive away some monsters and escapes from their circle. Little Ku didn't dare look back. He just rushed forward, but after a few steps, he tripped over the uneven ground. Ouch! Little Ku tried to get up, but something pressed down on him from behind. A goblin's hand held his head, and a slime slowly crawled onto his hand. The intense burning sensation made Little Ku scream and shake off the slime. He used all his strength to turn over and kick away the goblin that was trying to bite his neck. Little Ku got up again, but his arm hurt from the slime's digestive fluid, causing him to suddenly collapse. The grass spirit's vines wrapped around his neck, and the mud monster tried to swallow him from above. "Stop!" Swish! The shining Bowie hunting knife cut off the grass spirit's head. "Let go of that child." The sound of a torch being lit followed, and then the bodies of the slime and grass spirit were dropped with a thud. Under the torchlight, the bandit's face looked very intimidating. Even so, the monsters refused to let go. Night was their territory, and they gradually gathered across from the bandit. "You're the one talking to Mambo." The bandit didn't answer. A thief at level 10-something couldn't handle these monsters. He swallowed hard. "You are about to challenge the Blue City Adventurers Guild bandit." The bandit's body slightly bent forward, holding the Bowie knife upright in front of him, staring fiercely at the monsters. "I swear, adventurers never abandon their friends. Adventurers always have courage." The bandit suddenly remembered the oath he recited after his first mission, when the Red Rat asked him to say it. Back then, he thought it was just part of the process. Little Ku struggled to crawl out of the mud monster's mouth, curling up in a corner. The bandit took the opportunity to attack. He first sliced open a few goblins' bodies with his knife, and the goblin on the tree howled as it lunged down. The bandit twisted his body to cut the flying goblin, and the slime rushing out from the ground was pierced by a dagger he threw. The grass spirit's vine swung and struck the bandit. He used a thief's magic called Shell Off with his cloak to block the attack. Then he charged into the group of monsters. When they attacked him, they also risked hitting their own kind. At the same time, his chance of getting hurt increased. The bandit's eyes darted quickly within their sockets. He focused on the monsters' attacks. To him, these monsters seemed very slow, and he could easily counterattack with a few strikes. At this moment, Little K's eyes were full of surprise. He felt that this guy was even stronger than the professional player hired by his family, mainly because he was so handsome. He moved swiftly among the monsters, looking very impressive. But only the hero knew that after a day of hunting, he was already exhausted, and his sword was becoming dull. No matter how strong an adventurer is, they shouldn't underestimate low-level monsters because they are endless. The hero was finally injured when a goblin scratched his left eye. He felt pain and stopped fighting. The monsters' bodies on the ground had filled the area. The hero raised his hunting knife, but its blade was battered and no longer effective as a weapon. He threw down the knife, clenched his fists, and steadied his stance. He took a deep breath, and his eyes finally shone with the same determination as other adventurers. "Keep going." The monsters rushed at him. The hero shouted loudly and swung his fists, but he was getting hurt more and more. This was because he couldn't see in 3 dimensions without his eyes, causing his vision to be off. He finally broke through the monster's barrier and reached Little K. He carefully picked up Little K from his slime-filled backpack and took another deep breath before rushing forward. Little K peeked through the gap in the backpack, secretly watching the monsters. He could sense where they would attack from. Above, the hero was momentarily stunned, then looked up. Several goblins leapt down from the treetops. The hero quickly dodged and stomped on one goblin's head, smashing it. Behind, and to the right. Sure enough, a slime charged at him. The hero punched it, scattering it. Directly to the left. Watch out behind. Below. With Little K's help, the hero's fighting gradually improved. Still, his stamina was running out, and he couldn't keep going through the monster horde. He put down the backpack, using his body as a shield, and slowly pushed it forward. "Stay quiet, kid." Enduring the monster's scratches and bites, the hero moved toward the teleportation station. He began to wonder if he would survive if he didn't come here. Would an ordinary life be more meaningful? But then he thought about how people at the tavern and the adventurer team praised him. His heart swelled with pride. A person's life is about pursuing a grand ending. Now, only he had achieved that. Perhaps people will say he is an angel descended from the heavens, the son of a saint. If his story is written in textbooks and shared widely, just thinking about the pain behind him makes it a little easier to bear. Phew. The firelight shone on the bandit's face. He looked up and saw countless adventurers following the trail of monsters to this place. That is, what? When the monsters saw so many adventurers, they scattered in all directions. The adventurers loudly scolded the bandit, saying he was reckless. They said losing the supplies in his basket was his own fault and called him greedy. The bandit had no strength to argue. He just smiled until the adventurers helped him up. That's when he saw Little K crying inside the basket. "He's just a child." Wow, this is crazy. The adventurers stopped talking. They all knew the bandit. In their usual view, thieves are greedy, cunning, and lack kindness. They only care about profit and tell lies. This is Master Lawrence's Little K. Finally, someone recognized Little K. They hurriedly took him and the bandit to the church. For such injuries, going to the hospital isn't as good as visiting the priest's church. The priest treated the bandit. Little K's parents took him home. His injuries weren't serious, just some scrapes. "You're going to be famous," Uncle Emo said when he heard about it. He came to visit the bandit at the church, holding some fruit and pursing his lips. Mambo didn't understand. How did these two meet? The bandit was lying beside the altar under the Holy Trinity statues. His vital signs were stabilizing. He smiled bitterly and said, "Adventurers are still too dangerous." Old Emo, "Really? Do you regret it?" Uncle Emo peeled an orange and fed him a couple of bites. "No, now I really need to pay more attention to my appearance," the bandit said, turning to look at the reporter from the Blue City Evening News. Morning mist condensed in the eyes of the Mary statue, dropping droplets onto the bandit's face. Everyone finally realized that dawn was breaking. Uncle Emo needed to go back and prepare breakfast for his talent market. Mambo also wanted to rest for a while because he had classes today. The bandit felt less pain in his body. He stood up to be interviewed by the reporter, while the priest was deep in thought, stroking his chin. "What's wrong, Father?" the nun asked. "I am not a professional medic, so he should probably stay in bed for another week before moving around." Hockey Bunny also touched his chin and said, "Maybe the 3 saints have appeared?" Jack nodded and said, "It's hard to say for sure." At this moment, the reporter was asking about the level of the hero. The hero opened his panel to show the reporter. "Sigh, I'm only level 15. It's a bit embarrassing, considering I'm not young anymore. When did I reach level 25? The reporter looked at the hero with a confused expression, as if wondering if he had forgotten something. The hero also scratched his head in confusion. Although the hero was famous, he was still worried about money. He had abandoned all his prey yesterday, and today he had to rely on his savings to eat. He borrowed a knife from the blacksmith. If it had been before, the blacksmith wouldn't have agreed, but today was different. The hero's name is his reputation, and stories like this tend to go viral easily, like a pure-looking college girl who's actually pretending, or a talented math student from a vocational school, or an old man selling things on the street who is secretly a powerful official. The hero carried the knife and returned to the area near the dungeon by the same fruit tree. This was his secret base. His fame and sudden level up didn't change much for him. He still needed to fight slimes and grass spirits to survive. Mr. Hero, so you're here. While carrying the slime and grass spirits back home, the hero met someone. The person was dressed neatly and politely, like a butler from a wealthy family. Our master invites you to visit his estate. Let me finish selling my things first. We've bought them at market price. The butler didn't want to waste time and took the hero to the Lawrence family estate. Little Clark from the Lawrence family didn't go to class. He was terrified by the monsters and couldn't leave his room no matter who came. His powers had failed him. Clark's mind was swallowed by darkness. If he stepped out of his room, an alarm would go off behind him. The hero slowly pushed open the door. Clark sat on the corner of his bed with his head down. Please leave, father. I can't do it. I am not your father. Clark suddenly looked up when he heard the hero's voice, and the darkness behind him was completely dispelled. You've arrived. Little could jump down from the bed and hug the thief's waist. Being here makes me feel like nothing bad will happen. The thief was stunned for a moment, and then placed his hand on Little Ku's head. He became Little Ku's personal bodyguard, responsible for his safety. He didn't understand why a thief was doing the work of a knight. When I grow up, I want to be just like you. No, I don't want you to become like me. You should be yourself, the thief said, speaking the most meaningful words of his life. My strength comes from being myself. The thief helped Little Ku train his speed. As an experienced thief, his speed was already at the limit of ordinary people. Over time, Little Ku's speed in physical education class surpassed even Mambo's. Every morning, sweat appeared on Little Ku's face earlier than the sunrise. The thief highly praised Mambo, knowing how quickly Mambo was improving because of his level. That kid isn't even trying to run seriously, Little Ku. The thief noticed during PE class that Mambo was saving his energy for hunting. Little Ku snapped out of his joy of surpassing Mambo. It was true. Mambo kept complaining about being tired, but after resting for half a minute, his breathing would stabilize. Meanwhile, Jack's theology class had also finished. Jack went back to the church to do some part-time work since the church had many expenses. He needed to go to the underground city to earn money, which was a common task for most clergy members. Sometimes, the two would meet around the 10th level of the underground city. Jack would tell the thief about his faith, and since the thief had never taken theology classes, he listened with great interest. Next to them, Little Ku, who was leveling up with the thief, was frustrated because he kept encountering the strictest teachers in the underground city. Little Ku was a level 5 prophet. Gaining experience from both of them wasn't difficult, but staying awake during Jack's lessons was. He envied Mambo, who was fighting monsters on the outskirts. If only he could be the kind of fighter who could battle alone, like Mambo. Since he no longer had theology classes, general magic knowledge was just an elective. Most nobles had private tutors, so there weren't many physical education tasks. Every day was about stamina and strength training. This gave Mambo more than half of his day free. Most adventurers only start forming teams after reaching level 10. Jack didn't accept Mambo's invitation to team up because he had his own work. Uncle Mo repeatedly warned Mambo not to bring children from other families into the dungeon. No matter how Mambo explained that Little Ku's appearance in the dungeon was unrelated to him, Uncle Mo refused to believe it. Since the bandit became a guard, Washu has been inherited by Mambo. See? Little Ku. He leaves all his stamina here. We are all children from the slums. No one trains us. We level up by fighting on the streets. Young Master Jack seems to have a high level, but he has little real combat experience. He can only gradually adapt in the dungeon's lower levels. Little Ku watched Mambo fight slimes and grass spirits. He was eager to become stronger. Is there any way to get stronger quickly? Ask the master when you get back. I've never left Brule City in my life, the bandit replied while patting Little Ku's head. Mambo gained some levels, but felt sore and tired. He turned around and saw two people hiding in the grass, spying on him. What are you two doing? Just came to see you. The bandit stood up, brushing dust off himself. Mambo approached and examined the bandit's clothes. making a clicking sound in admiration. The bandit had a slicked-back hairstyle and wore shark skin armor. Even his boots were made from snow beast hide. The Lawrence family even paid to have his teeth corrected. Who would guess he was a thief? That gear isn't cheap. Looks impressive. The bandit hummed. Hard work pays off, little brother. Did the Lawrence family not give you a wife? Mambo covered Little Ku's ears to prevent him from repeating what he heard. No need for them to give me one. I have plenty of pursuers now. The bandit had been a lifelong bachelor and wasn't used to being chased. Is there anyone more normal? No, I haven't asked yet. I know what you're thinking. I know you well, the bandit said, removing Mambo's hand from Little Ku's ears. All the noble ladies in Brule City are raised with pure education. In slightly bigger cities, you might find someone you like. Pure education. Those nobles. Even if they look cute, they don't want to chat. Your standards are too high. A mouse wanting to climb a phoenix. The bandit shook his head, mocking Mambo's lofty ambitions. Middle-class folks are completely brainwashed by religion. Compared to that, pure education is much better. The righteous thief let out a sigh. Indeed, he considered himself a semi-believer, and among middle-class believers, there were quite a few who were overly obsessed. Dealing with them was very troublesome, let alone living with them for a lifetime. Even the little beggars at the bottom can have a good appearance. Rats only produce more rats. Hey, are we talking about love? You're being a bit too rational. Their views on love were quite different. Mambo believed that marriage should be about working together to create a better life for both. If marriage caused their quality of life to drop sharply, then it was a failed marriage. Although the righteous thief was not young anymore, he was an idealist. As for a wife, as long as she was loyal to herself and loved life, that was enough. His appearance, he thought, should be on the same level as his. Xiaoka heard the latter part and still didn't understand what love was, only knowing that Mambo was saying some profound words. The three of them headed home together. The righteous thief visited Uncle Mo, bringing out a good bottle of wine he had bought with the monthly allowance from the Lawrence family. Uncle Mo, I've come. Old thief, why are you back here again? Those friends of mine. All call me master, and the only one who talks to me is Uncle Mo. The righteous thief didn't understand why he was called master now. He felt a sad barrier had grown between him and his former thief friends and their descendants. TCH. Uncle Mo unceremoniously opened a wine glass and poured a drink, while Mambo took Xiaoka to play nearby. I'm scared. Xiaoka's back felt cold. The righteous thief chuckled. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. When you encounter danger, just call my name. Xiaoka nodded, gradually feeling better. Mambo sighed. Why was taking care of the child now his responsibility? He and Xiaoka exchanged glances. This is good wine, Uncle Mo. Take it easy. It's not really good wine. It's brewed by Lord Jack's family, but they've been kicked out of the noble circle now. Still, it's good wine. No, it's not. Mambo was still quite obedient. He pulled Xiaoka back to his room, and the sounds of Uncle Mo and the righteous thief chatting gradually faded away. Just to be clear, I don't have much to play with here. If you want to play horse racing or tea arts, I don't have those. Wouldn't that make your life pretty boring? Xiaoka sat on the sofa, looking around. And your place is a dungeon, right? What's wrong? Mambo pulled a novel from the bookshelf. This time, it was a serious literary work about the story of the dragon god from the east. Is this why you're stronger than other kids? You stay calm and happy even in tough conditions. Let's just say that. Mambo looked at the novel, drawn in by the story of the Eastern dragon people, and casually dismissed Little Ku. Little Ku couldn't adapt to this environment. He felt dust everywhere, his nose itched, and sand grains rubbed in his palms. What am I missing? Is my training room too clean and tidy? Seeing Little Ku uncomfortable, Mambo put down the book and decided to tease him. Do you want to know why we're different? How can I find out? Mambo rested his elbow on the table and showed Little Ku how to arm wrestle. Of course, Little Ku wouldn't do such rough strength contests. Don't tell your parents. This is a secret. After they finished arm wrestling with their left hands, and then their right, Little Ku wondered why Mambo was stronger, even though he trained every day. Come on, I hold the table with my other hand to get stronger, or how else could I beat you? These noble kids who eat well every day? Tell me, how did you become so strong? Didn't we agree a few days ago that we are enemies? Can enemies not ask questions? Can't they learn? Suddenly, Mambo felt this noble boy was different. He had a natural leadership quality. Mambo thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll tell you. My secret to being strong is doing 100 push-ups every day, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers." Looking at little Ku, who was staring blankly, Mambo pointed at his face and said, "No matter how tired you are, you have to keep going." Humph, are you scared? These things are easy if you just try hard." Little Ku wiped the spit from Mambo's spray on his face. "But I do these every day. I don't feel anything. I just feel tired." "What? I was joking. Can you really do it?" "Well, then, it just takes time. Keep at it for a year. No, 10 years, and you'll see results." Mambo awkwardly scratched his head. "You are only 7 years old. How do you know it takes 10 years? The book says so." "I see." Before Mambo could continue talking nonsense, the bandit took Xiaoku away. The bandit didn't drink alcohol. He was just chatting with Uncle Mo and sighing about how quickly life changes. "Are you sure you're not talking nonsense?" Uncle Mo was a little drunk, staggering as he walked. Mambo wondered how someone could get so drunk from drinking red wine. "I told him to exercise more and stay healthy." "That's good." Uncle Mo staggered back to his room. Mambo helped clear the table. The bottle of 30-degree red wine under the table, about 700 to 800 milliliters, was already empty. Drinking wine like water, no wonder he got so drunk. To prevent Uncle Mo from turning over while sleeping, he was positioned sideways with a pillow behind his back. Lying flat when drunk is dangerous because if he vomits in the middle of the night, it could cause choking. "You're quite caring," said a inside the dungeon, who had opened the door and sat on a chair. She crossed her legs and rested her chin on her hand, seeming to have been watching for a long time. "We'll watch over him. You can go to sleep." All the slaves in the dungeon quietly stared at Mambo. Mambo knew they would take good care of Uncle Mo, so he felt at ease and went back to his room to do his homework. Recently, the schoolwork has become harder. Today's last question was especially strange. It said, "There are 2 patients with different genetic diseases. They are from different species. The mother is a rabbit-like humanoid, and the father is a mouse-like creature, furry. Question: what is the probability that they will have a child who inherits both diseases and is of the father's species?" When Mambo saw this question, he was completely confused. All he wanted was to travel back hundreds of years and punch Mendel, the crossbreeding genius. And maybe also step on Morgan, the famous fruit fly researcher. So frustrating. Mendel and his peas. Mambo started counting on his fingers, calculating furiously. He had to include the probabilities of the hybrid species and the different creatures, then recalculate. After an hour of intense calculation, Mambo finally got an accurate answer. His high school knowledge was pulled out of his mind. "Great. I'm a genius. I am a top biologist. I am a biology expert." Mambo held a draft paper and laughed loudly, acting like a mad person. The other students looked at him and sighed, feeling that students today face a lot of pressure. The next day, Mambo waited eagerly for the teacher to praise him. However, many students answered the last question correctly. "What? That's impossible." Mambo was about to flip the desk in frustration, but he saw Snape slam the homework onto the desk and start calling names. Only those who answered the last question correctly would come forward to explain. Little K, Naughty, Qingluhua. No one could truly explain the answers. It turned out their homework was written by others, and after class, they went to level up with helpers. You don't understand how this world works. No matter how high your level is, it won't help. Why does fire burn? Why does water freeze? Why do you feel pain? You really don't understand anything. Snape was very angry. He believed that this world was not ruled by levels. He was tired of watching these kids' silly performances. He took out a whip and struck each child's backside as they answered correctly, and when he reached Mambo, Mambo desperately tried to block. Teacher, I did it myself. I really did it." Snape didn't believe that this was just a thief's connection. His teacher's discipline made him shout at the blackboard, "Go solve it! Go solve it!" Mambo just took a deep breath, but suddenly realized he had almost forgotten how he solved it yesterday. Yesterday, he entered a state where only he and a loving couple with quirks existed. That state hadn't come today. Mambo thought for a while and finally remembered how to solve the problem under Snape's pressure. The more he worked, the smoother it became. Something like this. After punishing the other children, Snape looked at Mambo's chalkboard writing and finally relaxed his brow. I was biased against you, Mambo. Who taught you this? This question was actually meant to introduce the upcoming new subject, biology. He had only briefly mentioned it twice and subconsciously thought that those who answered correctly had others write for them. A priest? So it was Father Dulu. No, actually, it was Father Gregor Mendel and Mr. Thomas Hunt Morgan who taught me. Snape rarely smiled and said, "Your desire to learn has helped you solve this problem. You have already surpassed everyone here, including myself. I also didn't get this question right back then." Little Couchy held his bottom, grimacing from the pain. When he heard he was surpassed again, he felt uncomfortable inside. Nobles are not noble because of complicated rules, but because they are supposed to work harder than anyone else. Mambo, why can you always easily surpass me? Little K tried to understand the question, but since he had no basic knowledge, he couldn't even understand the solution steps written by the tutor. Snape didn't explain this question. He only used it as an introduction and started talking about simple knowledge. Noble schools are like this. As long as children are not illiterate and have basic education, the most difficult thing they learn is just what is taught in the second year of middle school. After one class, Little K caught up with Snape, who was about to leave. "Professor Snape, I want to know why this is the probability. This question is no longer important." Snape shook his head. He was very disappointed in these noble children. They were distracted and didn't pay attention to science classes. He thought guns might interest them for a while. "Please, I really want to know. Why does fire burn? Why does water freeze? Why do I feel pain?" These are the probabilities of children getting sick. At the same time, another voice appeared. "Actually, I want to know too." It was the vigilante, who had been following Little K as his guard for a long time. Every class deeply attracted him, like a force of gravity. It seemed he was born to know these things. Snape heard the unfamiliar voice and turned to look. There were two pairs of eager eyes. "Come with me. I hope you won't miss lunch." Snape took the two to the library and explained in detail how the probability was calculated. The vigilante listened and suddenly understood. What children are like after birth isn't random. "All right, go eat now. That's all for today." Snape took out lunch from the microwave. Seeing the steaming meal, Little K asked a question. "Why can a microwave heat food?" "Tomorrow, I will tell you at noon." Snape shooed the two out of the library. If Little K kept asking, Snape wouldn't have time for his nap. During lunch, the two were still discussing why microwaves can heat food. Is it magic? Some kind of invisible fire magic? Who knows? I heard that in the capital, they have scientific tools faster than dragons. Mambo sat nearby, listening. That scientific device couldn't be an airplane, right? No wonder all the previous Demon Kings couldn't shake the Ottoman Empire. 2 bombers flying over the Demon King's city would have flattened it. But Mambo didn't know that the Demon King was also constantly evolving. Inside the Demon King's city, an aging body sat on a dark stone throne. The current Demon King, known by many names like Silent Avassus, the Mute, and Chaos Prelude, was nearing the end of his life. His power could disable all electronic devices in a country. His dream was the same as many villains: destroy the world. This world is made of 2 sides, light and dark. If the light is strong and the dark weak, I can't die yet. Kreda, a demon grasped the Demon King's hand. I'm here, my most loyal servant. Go find a traveler, guide him, bring him here, replace me. Kreda shook her head. My king, I can't enter human towns like this. Please, wake up a bit. Avassus took a deep, heavy breath. Of course he knew that. Why remind him? A surge of magic flowed inside the Demon King. His advanced magic caused the nearby city of Bulu's magic detection devices to scream with alarms. A bright beam shot up into the sky, covering the sun with its light. In an instant, all magic in Bulu and the surrounding cities was drained away. Nora stepped out of the laboratory. The priest looked out the window with a frown. The golden rat held the red rat, squeaking loudly. Under the bright light, the Demon King's face was torn apart and melted by the intense magic heat. He slowly placed his magic onto Kreda's chest, and her mind was stripped away by the magic. The magical energy expanded again, sweeping across the entire Reed continent. Even King Osman V in the capital could see the glow on the horizon. Demon King, go and check on the others. Yes. The Demon King explained his magic further. This is a special magic of the Demon King. It will give you a new body, a new identity, and no one will suspect you. From today, you are the youngest daughter of the Celia family, Kreda. What? I can't do such a difficult thing. Demon King, please. Kreda's mind was transferred to the Celia family in Bulu, where flesh and blood suddenly formed a small body. Miss Grida, why didn't you go to school? A maid suddenly noticed Grida. Huh, where are your clothes? In Blue City, just after stepping out of the magic circle. Thanks for the invitation. Grida's information was engraved into reality by magic. She transformed from a despised alien demon into a cute girl. I am so beautiful. Grida was born in the Demon King's castle, constantly tainted by dark magic. She used to be a fierce creature with sharp teeth, but now she's a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with blue eyes. Yes, Miss Grida is the most beautiful. The maid flattered her, and suddenly, a story called Zoji Criticizes King Chi's Advice appeared in Grida's mind. This is the Demon King's memory, which, along with magic, entered Grida's body. Even her extraordinary magical abilities also entered her. She reached out the window to test her power. Wind. It was just a simple thought, but a storm burst out from Grida's palm, blowing the roof off the villa. The maid was startled and sat down the ground. What about our roof? Grida's chin almost dropped to the ground. Do I really need to find the Demon King? How am I different from him? The difference is huge, Grida. You're not cruel enough. Even among humans, you are considered kind. That's so funny. A demon being called kind. Avases was not completely gone. Grida still needed his guidance. She snorted and sat on the ground, starting to cry loudly. She looked like an ordinary child. After such a big event, the school was immediately on holiday. Little Kiki and the hero hadn't even figured out how the microwave worked. Father Imo and Red Mouse, along with other experienced explorers, entered the long silent Demon King's castle as a team. Is the Demon King not coming back? The castle was protected by a kind of magic from the first Demon King that made it impossible to destroy completely. Even if it was flattened, it would suddenly rebuild overnight when the Demon King reappeared. Blue City was very backward because it was too close to the Demon King's castle. Who knows if the next time the Demon King revives, the rebuilt castle will swallow Blue City. Everyone nervously entered the Demon King's castle. This wasn't a hot-blooded adventure. The fastest, Uncle Imo, stayed at the back. If the Demon King really came back to life, he would be responsible for escaping back to Blue City with everyone. The priest frantically cast all the buffs he knew on everyone. The golden rat flew into the main hall bravely, ready to face whatever was inside. Long ago, the monsters in the Demon King's castle had been wiped out after the elves' counterattack. The Demon King's body was nailed to the throne by an elven sword. No one dared to get close. Had he not died all these years? The golden rat saw the Demon King, Avases. One yellowish eye stared straight at him from a torn socket. The Demon King still had some magic energy left. The golden rat gathered his courage and floated closer to see what kind of magic it was. Suddenly, another shriveled arm of the Demon King grabbed his neck. The golden rat couldn't make a sound and could only struggle wildly. He tried to use magic, but the Demon King's magic wave countered and destroyed it. The protective magic on him was like foil wrapping chocolate, easily torn apart. Magic was countered. Is this the Demon King? Until the magic on the other hand of the Demon King completely disappeared, his body began to turn into sand. The golden rat almost lost his life. Come in. The Demon King has turned to dust. The golden rat sat on the ground, coughing. Everyone else entered, and all that was left on the throne was a pile of sand. Where is your protection? The priest helped the golden rat up. The rat painfully touched his neck. That guy almost killed me with his last burst of light. Your protection was useless. So he's been pretending to be dead all along. What is he planning? When the intelligence was sent back to the capital, Osman V sighed deeply. The next Demon King might appear within 10 years. Start the election of Osman VI. The council followed the king's order. The royal prophet issued a new prophecy. 5 noble families' surnames would each have a young boy become the new Osman emperor. The empire would secretly test 5 children of suitable age, revealing the results after 5 years. After 5 more years of education and practical governance, the final Osman VI would be chosen. Mr. Prophet, our country doesn't have those surnames. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Osman V's appointed observers have scratched their heads in confusion. They searched the entire population of the continent, but couldn't find anyone with that surname. He's right here. Another appointed observer is also here. The old prophet sighed and pointed to Blue City. The two observers thanked the old man and headed to Blue City, first looking for a person named Little Lawrence. What was the other name again? What's it? Manhwa. They looked at the information about Manhwa in Blue City and frowned. Manhwa, originally named Haji Mamambo, mother unknown, father unknown, used to be a beggar, now adopted by the Mouse Cooperative Guild's manager Mo. Is this a traveler? Such little information, and he just appears out of nowhere. Another inspector patted his shoulder. Don't get too excited. He's only a few years old, and his talent isn't that of a traveler. The local church also checked him and said he's quite mature for his age. They arrived in Blue City. A person disguised as a distant relative of Manhwa, named Rudo Manhwa, would observe whether Manhwa has the qualities to become a chosen one. Another person, holding an introduction letter from the Lawrence family in the capital, entered the Lawrence household. His role was to inspect the Lawrence family. The Lawrence family is an important force in helping Emperor Osman establish this country. They represent wisdom and honesty. The inspector ate an apple casually. Are you honest enough? Little Lawrence's father opened his mouth several times, but didn't speak. He was just going along with it. He didn't want to be seen as different. It's shameful for the Lawrence family. And why is the child's personal bodyguard a thief? The inspector clicked his tongue. What kind of person do you want your son to become? Someone who fights on the streets. He had heard enough about dishonest people. Complimenting him made him uncomfortable, but insulting him made him feel better. He twisted his waist comfortably. No, that's not it. The honorable thief knows more about manners than you. You have no rules. Little Lawrence hated the inspector, who immediately scolded his father and insulted his benefactor. My classmate once said that the customs of a person or region are not because they are inherently bad, but because they survive that way. You judge others with ignorance and bias. If the leaders are all like this, decline is only a matter of time. Smack. Little Ku's father covered his son's mouth, warning him not to anger the person in front. The examiner's eyes grew colder. He slowly drew a long sword from his back. The heroic thief protected Little Ku and his parents behind him, also pulling out a dagger from his sleeve. His noble clothes were not suitable for fighting as a beggar, so he tore them all off. The examiner had heard stories about the heroic thief before. Seeing the scars on his body confirmed his stories. Those scars were from bites and corrosion by monsters. Clang. The long sword struck the table, splitting an apple in half. The examiner handed the untouched half to Lord Lawrence. I've heard of the heroic thief's reputation. You've raised your child well. You pass. Little Ku's father collapsed onto the sofa, overwhelmed by the shock. He had no talent for adventuring, just cleverness, and relied on the Lawrence family's reputation for business. Father, you can eat the apple, you eat it. I'll take my time. The examiner then introduced himself. I am II Lawrence. Starting today, I will live here to supervise your actions. Not leaving, Little Ku's father exclaimed. The pressure was really intense. Meanwhile, Mambo carefully watched the examiner. Lu Duo smiled at Mambo. She was young and pretty. Even if this mischievous little kid didn't know her, he would recognize her as his aunt. No, priest. She's not my aunt. She's pretending. When she was reincarnated, the goddess had told Mambo that she wouldn't have any blood relatives in this world. This little ant clearly had some purpose for approaching her. My aunt was torn apart by a mud monster. My mother told me herself. Her mind was almost squeezed out. Mambo lied. This lie became Lu Duo's best weapon. The priest and Uncle Mo were happy at first. Mambo had family. But when she said that, their faces immediately turned serious. Uncle Mo drew a dagger from his leg bindings. The priest pulled out the brass cross standing in the church. Was that your weapon? Although I don't know your purpose, please leave. The priest held the cross in front of him, and Uncle Mo shook his head. No, Dillada. She might be a monster from the Demon King's city. It's better to kill her. Luota placed her hand on her waist. Seeing the tense atmosphere, she suddenly shouted, Wait, I have proof. This is our Mambo family genealogy. Fortunately, Luotua had anticipated this situation before leaving and forged a family tree. This history was even fabricated to the level of the National Library. Only the person responsible for the royal selection knew about it. No matter where they looked or who doubted, I was determined. My aunt from Mambo. What? Mambo exclaimed. How could this be? The three of them knelt down and carefully examined the genealogy. They didn't know who Mambo's ancestors were, but records showed the husband of Emperor Osman's youngest daughter. Emperor Osman's youngest daughter had many husbands. She died at just over 30 from overindulgence. If I were this beautiful, I would have died from some disease long ago, a young man once left this comment while scrolling on his phone. He disappeared that same day. Wow, I've traveled through time. Wow. I'm so adorable. She kept her promise and truly practiced what she preached. Luckily, Mambo didn't know about these things. Otherwise, he would never admit this ancestor. But Uncle Mo and the priest exchanged glances and nodded. Exactly. This child definitely has the genes of a little princess. The reason for Mambo's precociousness was found. They thought it was just laziness, but it turned out to be in his blood. Look, starting from Princess Moon's husband, the first son was the city lord, Lien Mambo. Lien's third son. Listening to his aunt read the genealogy, Mambo suddenly felt like Liu Bei, sitting next to Emperor Xian, checking the family records. Wait, this is only a few hundred years. How many generations are there? Mambo's head was spinning. Luo Tua didn't want to think about it either. This forged genealogy had to include some old, forgotten people to avoid being exposed. Our family has always been cursed with short lives. Average lifespan less than 35, Luo Tua muttered inwardly, spitting mentally. She still wanted to live another 100 years. Mambo snorted softly. This girl definitely made a mistake. I have no relatives. Mambo scratched his head. Sister, you must be mistaken. My aunt really passed away. I am not the person you are looking for, Hajime Mambo. No, that's not true. I even have a photo. We took it together during Christmas. What? You have proof? No. Huh. Luda took out her secret weapon. She pulled out a photo from her other waist. Although old, the faces are still clear. Luda hugged Mambo happily. Mambo stared blankly at the camera. Both of them wore small red hats. Mambo took a step back. The false memories increased. Wow, it really looks like Mambo. Even the mole on the neck is the same. Uncle Mo held up the photo to look at it carefully. The priest also nodded, thinking it was just a misunderstanding. Mambo, maybe you're overwhelmed by all this. Jack pointed at his head. Hockey Bunny added, maybe your memories are mixed up. How sad. The nun wiped her tears. She fully believed that Mambo's mind was affected. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep calling her mom. Hey, don't decide things for me without asking. I really have no relatives. She made a mistake. We just look alike. Honestly, Mambo wasn't confident when he said that. That goddess didn't seem very reliable. After all, he still remembered how he was thrown into the high school girl's bathroom on his first day. My poor niece. Luda took advantage of the situation. She hugged Mambo and started crying. It was as if her sister and brother-in-law had really died. Don't hold me. You. The smell on Luda made Mambo feel confused. This was Luda's magic. She was a level 77 con artist. She even tricked death to stay forever young. The price was that her body would repeat that day forever. Although her memories would remain, her feelings would disappear. She would lose the ability to love. Annie, Mambo's face leaned on Luda's shoulder. His pupils dilated, and tears flowed unknowingly. Don't cry, Mambo. You're no longer alone. Mambo didn't speak. He seemed to forget something. But he felt so comfortable leaning on Luda that he didn't want to leave. He decided not to think about it. Uncle Mo prepared a room for Lu Tua. Seeing Mambo's silent expression, he thought Mambo didn't want to leave his family and didn't bother him, letting him adapt on his own. The magic that covers a person's awareness takes 5 hours. During this time, Mambo will be like a patient who has had their frontal lobe removed, dazed and unresponsive. Little Ant. I want Little Ant. I'm here. I'm here. Lu Tua was reluctant to use this magic. Mambo was too hard to deceive, and she didn't have children herself, yet she still had to take care of a child. Mambo mumbled something while biting Lu Tua's sleeve. Lu Tua sighed, placed Mambo on the bed, and used sleep magic to help him fall asleep. She then went to do the laundry. In his dream, many non-existent memories flashed before Mambo's eyes. He covered his head and sighed deeply. Who are all these memories from? Mambo kept recalling the past, going over everything repeatedly, trying to remove the strange memories. My mother didn't buy me a birthday gift, but bought one for my brother. We argued about it. That's a memory from childhood last life. Later, little Ant gave me a toy car. Haha, little Ant is the best. Wait, who is this? My father and I went to the amusement park together. There was traffic that day. When we were bored, little Ant used her phone to show us TV dramas. Hold on. What was that drama about Emperor Osman fighting the Demon King? These non-existent memories were tormenting Mambo. He was gradually unable to tell what was real and what was fake. So, little Ant was also a traveler from another world, adventuring here with me. Little Ant is the best. In reality, Mambo unconsciously hugged Lu Tua. She was lying on her side on the bed, not minding being held, and she poked Mambo's face with a teasing smile. Little troublemaker, sink into your sister's beautiful dreams. Mambo's breathing gradually steadied until two images flashed in his mind. The first was the head of the first traveler who was beheaded by the priestess, and the second was another female traveler. The two corpses pointed at Mambo with their fingers. He's also a traveler. Why didn't they kill him? Why? This isn't fair. The mouths of the two heads opened in exaggerated expressions, and their eye sockets spilled tears. Then they started screaming. Even with his hands over his ears, Mambo could hear the screams. He had a nightmare. This time, his aunt was not there. Mambo kept running away. The priest and the young nun looked fierce and wanted to kill Mambo. Mambo waved his arms wildly and shouted that he was not a time traveler. His arm was torn off by the priest, and the young nun demanded he return his parents and fiancé. Mambo let out a scream, his body trembling, and woke up from the dream. His arm was pressed down by Rudo, and it had gone numb. He sighed silently, withdrew his arm, and the room was completely dark. Mambo felt a little scared and curled up closer to Rudo. In his memory, as long as his aunt was there, nothing bad would happen. She would fulfill all his reasonable wishes. Mambo's heartbeat gradually steadied, and the fear from the nightmare slowly faded. Just as he was about to fall asleep again, Mambo lifted his head. He sensed something was wrong. A small doubt appeared in his mind. In human relationships, conflicts happen. Even the closest lovers can feel sad because they don't fully understand each other. So, why is it that in my memory, my aunt and I are always happy? Mambo couldn't sleep anymore. In his memory, his aunt was a perfect woman. That itself was a contradiction. Could this also be part of the test for time travelers? What should I do? Play along? Or tell the priest openly? What if he's the one looking for me? Mambo fell into a state of distrust. He could only fight alone now. First, he labeled all memories related to his aunt as untrustworthy. If no one mentions these things, don't bring them up. He decided to observe this woman for a while. Hidden memories suddenly reappeared in his mind. In this world, he had no relatives. Mambo's memories had been altered. If this woman misses someone too much and is looking for a replacement nephew, that's understandable. If not, he can only hide what he knows and wait patiently, developing until he has the strength to resist. Mambo shifted his body slightly. Having been single for so many years in his past life, he was still not used to sleeping in the same bed with someone. Sigh. More tasks again. Level up, hide my identity, pretend to be a nephew, Mambo thought as he sorted out his main mission. Before long, his eyelids grew heavy, and he fell asleep again. By the way, I want to marry a beautiful and normal wife. Mambo said this half asleep at midnight. Rudo's body refreshed, and she still needed to fall asleep again after hearing Mambo's words. She sighed. Why is my target so useless and flirtatious? I want to see that boy grow up like a prince. That would be interesting. Right now, Mambo's score on Rudo's scoreboard was negative. Are there really people who go from living in the slums to becoming national leaders? Yes, but how many? In 5 years, Rudo could return to the capital for a long vacation. 5 years isn't long for her, but unfortunately, in this poorly connected, backward city, it was a bit hard to bear. I want to go home and play computer games. Game I want to play? Thinking about this, Rudo fell asleep again. Soon, she turned over and accidentally pressed Mambo's arm under her large chest. In her dream, Mambo was terrified to realize. The nightmare continued. His arm was hanging on his shoulder, barely connected by tendons. No way. Not again. Mambo screamed and started to run. He found that no matter what he did, he couldn't wake up. He tried his best to open his eyes, but he was still in this world. Is this some kind of illusion? Let me out. Out. Go. Dot. Mambo's shouts drifted away in the dream until Uncle Mo turned on the dungeon light the next morning and woke him up. Mambo sat on the bed with his arm completely numb. Ruto had already started eating breakfast. She asked why Mambo wasn't eating. Eat first, auntie. I need to wake up my mind. When Mambo finally recovered, he was already late for school. Uncle Mo finished breakfast and left to supervise the beggar's work. The strange events in the Demon King City caused many nobles to flee inland. The nobles needed porters, and all the beggars in the rat gang had work to do. I heard the neighboring city has fewer rules. Aren't you going? Jack, the wealthy merchant selling silk, brought his daughter to deliver goods. Even as they fled, these nobles didn't forget to buy a few nice clothes. The teleportation station was damaged by the residual magic of the Demon King and was still under repair. It would take a week to travel by dragon carriage to the nearest city. Then why don't you go? My son works at the church and has his own responsibilities. Lord Jack was working as a laborer at the dragon station. Being bankrupt and feeling down every day is cowardly. Starting over is what makes a man. Me? I don't believe the Demon King will come back. Those people are just overreacting. By the way, is this Kreda or Shada? The one with two pointed hair strands is Kreda. Yesterday, her magic sickness flared up again, and the roof was blown off. She was trying to find a priest for treatment, but there are very few doctors who can treat magic sickness. The priest learned about it while studying at the seminary. Now, he is directing traffic at the dragon station. The priest shouted loudly from the station signboard, "Hey, the Silson family. If you try to cut in line again, I'll punch you and your earth dragon." The head of the Silson family pretended to cough twice and quietly returned to the line. The earth dragon seemed to think, "Why should I care? Why are you trying to kill me?" Lord Jack and Lord Saria exchanged glances and shrugged. Looks like he doesn't have much time. At this moment, someone called Jack to work. Lord Jack is a top worker in the labor industry and very popular. Over the past 2 days, he has lost about 7 or 8 pounds, and his face no longer looks so fierce. Until noon, when school ended, the priest finally had time to see Kreda. The cause of magic sickness is roughly that children develop adult-level magic power when they are young. Their magic strength doubles each year until they become overwhelmed. The treatment is extremely expensive. The priest can only ease the symptoms. How long someone lives depends on fate. Kreda sighed inwardly. It's not really magic sickness. It's just that the Demon King's magic power is so advanced that modern machines can't measure it. So it's mistaken for a sickness. Dad, I'm fine. Let's go home. Monsters are naturally afraid of clergy. This is called a tribute suppression. Your daughter is quite obedient. She's probably just pretending, right? No, she's just simpler than her sister. Lord Saria patted Kreda's head. At home, he favored Kreda, but outside, he liked Shada more. Both of them are very mature and don't show jealousy toward each other. The priest checked Kreda's magic power again. It was still bottomless, like ink pouring into the eastern sea. Sigh? Still the same. I'll give her some protection. If it happens again, come find me. But with this amount, surgery might be the best option. The priest looked serious. In this condition, no one could survive, but Kreda managed to. This is a child blessed by the 3 saints. Worry crept onto Lord Salia's face, but he forced a smile and said, Greta said it's nothing, so it must be nothing. All right, let's finish eating and go to school. In the afternoon PE class, only 4 students remained in the entire grade. Little K, Mambo, Greta, and Shada. Most of the other nobles had already fled with their children. Sharina looked at these 4 children and decided to form a class just for them. Mambo had never seen Greta before, but he felt like they knew each other. It was a familiar feeling, though. His sister Shada often met with Greta. Greta also looked at Mambo, feeling proud, thinking she was so adorable that she had captivated this boy. Mambo was still thinking about who Greta resembled when Little K interrupted to suggest a race. Recently, the underground city has banned anyone below level 10 from entering. Don't hold back. Let's race and see who's faster. Over a month of training, Mambo's running distance had increased from 5 to 7 kilometers. His body had become very healthy, and his level reached 8. All right. The normal kid next to Mambo, Little K, was quite similar in personality to Mato, but unfortunately, Mambo was not like Kakashi. This time, Little K didn't beat Mambo in the race. He looked at the small gap between them, but couldn't catch up. Behind them, Shada and Greta ran leisurely. Shada was a healing spirit, and Greta was a mage. Boys are so stupid. Sister, Shada complained as she ran, while Greta shook her head. We should be smarter than them and guide them, not gossip about them behind their backs. Okay, Shada was obviously just brushing Greta off. Greta's mind was filled with the image of a silent, powerful figure, and she silently facepalmed. Is this really what a monster should say? After running, little Kay collapsed beside the track. Mambo sat nearby, speechless. Why are you competing with me? As a thief, my speed will definitely improve faster than yours. Does a prophet have to look weak and sickly, just like the stereotype? I disagree. Prophets can also fight. The rogue took a towel and wiped little Kay's face. Since PE class now banned students from leaving early, the four couldn't play dodgeball. Little Kay then pulled out a noble game to play. Magic Chess is a two-player tabletop game. Mambo obviously wouldn't play, and Xiaoke only won a few rounds, so he found it boring. However, Mambo discovered the fun in this game and insisted on playing with Xiaoke. Shada and Lita watched nearby, enjoying the scene. The Demon King shouldn't move down. He's already blocked by the knight, Shada said. My knight is standing guard. He can't come through, Mambo instinctively argued, but his own knight was taken by Xiaoke's mage. This caused Mambo to lose indirectly. You're so bad at playing chess. Mambo looked up at Lita, wanting to play again to prove himself. But from this angle, seeing Lita smiling with her hands behind her back, Mambo finally realized where the familiar feeling about Lita came from. Say, why does she look so much like Shea? Even the two strange points on her hair are perfectly copied. Then, you come next. Mambo shook off his strange thoughts and gave Lita a turn. Lita's inner Demon King loved playing chess. She easily defeated Xiaoke in just a few moves. Xiaoke got annoyed and challenged her again. He was quickly defeated again. Mambo barked from the side. You're so bad. Your swordsman should be protecting the emperor. If you think you can do better, go ahead, Xiaoke scoffed, refusing to argue with someone who couldn't beat him, and stepped aside. Mambo lost even faster, trying reckless moves. The two kept playing round after round with Lita until school ended, and their record was 100 losses and 0 wins. Lita sighed, feeling like she had wasted her time. She still needed to find a candidate for the Demon King. Although the Demon King said there was no rush, and the world was still balanced for now, Mambo headed alone toward the west side of the city, passing by a slime. Lita and Shada's house was in that direction, so it was convenient. Throughout the walk, Mambo kept glancing at Lita. Could she also be a traveler from another world, dressing like that on purpose? Maybe she was a fellow outsider? Although it's a bit bold to ask, Mambo finally decided to try, thinking that a traveler who can hide their identity must have some special method. Ask away, Lita said happily inside. She remembered the tough times when she was a monster, how she hadn't done anything wrong, yet no one understood her, and people instinctively wanted to hurt her. Now, seeing herself transformed, these people either wanted to protect her strongly or, like the boy in front of her, wanted to get close to her. This is truly a happy moment. Are you a monster? Mambo didn't know how to describe Saya's true form. In this world, only monsters look like her. Shada was a bit annoyed and pushed Mambo. My sister just has magic sickness. She's not a monster. Mambo took a step back and waved his hand to explain. No, in my hometown, there's a legend that girls have pointed hair like this. At this moment, Cleota was desperately asking the Demon King for help in her mind. Demon King, I've been seen through. What should I do? Don't panic. Cleota, no one suspects you. You have to trust my magic. Avaces was getting a headache from the noise. Why did this child suddenly say such things? In my hometown, there was a person with a strange illness. He saw ordinary humans as monsters, and monsters as normal humans. One day, he found a monster made of flesh and blood. Mambo used simple sketches to draw Saya's head shape on the ground, giving a basic explanation of Saya's story. Shada also squatted down, and indeed, her head shape looked very much like her sister's. Avaces traveled back to 2008, 100 years ago. By then, Saya's song was already known in a small circle. Coincidentally, Avaces was part of this circle, where most people were extraordinary beings. They loved curiosity, enjoyed playing with the 12 artifacts, and had very abstract views. Cleota, he's a time traveler. What Avaces didn't know was that by 2025, enjoying curiosity games and having abstract views was no longer unusual. Also, Saya's song had become quite famous in niche circles. He has the potential to become a demon king. Say your lines. Avaces was very excited. Finding someone from another world who shared his interests was not easy. Say what lines? Say aren't you afraid? My appearance. Come on, say it. It. Cleota cleared her throat and called out. Mambo. Mambo squatted on the ground and looked up. He saw Cleota softly say that line. His pupils gradually shrank as a gentle breeze blew her white dress. Aren't you afraid? My appearance. Who? Are you? Why are you here? Mambo gasped, reciting the lines from their first meeting. 3 question marks appeared above Shada's head. It seemed her sister was giving some secret signal to Mambo, but she couldn't understand it. She just sat quietly on the ground, watching the two of them stare at each other. Shada, go home first. Tell Dad I've made a good friend, and I'll come back later. Oh. Shada looked back 3 times as she watched the two continue to stare at each other without moving. She then ran home quickly, pushed open the door, and shouted to Lord Celia. Dad. Huh? Lord Celia spilled his coffee, wiped his mouth, and asked, What's wrong? My sister is in love. Suddenly, Lord Celia fell off his chair, causing Shada to take him to the place where she had just seen her sister and Mambo exchange lines. Greta leaned close to Mambo and looked into his eyes. How did you do it? You're so young. A careless person sent me to a vocational high school. Oh, that's pretty tough for you. Mambo reached out and tousled Greta's pointy hair. And you, my memory was given by a traveler from another time. I'm different from you. Greta chuckled. If you don't want to be reported, you'd better listen carefully. Suddenly, Mambo jumped up and backed away wildly. Oh no, he was tricked. He didn't expect this kind of move. What should I do? Should I get rid of her? Mambo pulled out 2 daggers from his sleeves, but Greta saw through him. She raised her head and exposed her neck. If you wanna, you can try. Although unsure what was happening, Mambo clenched his teeth and threw out a dagger. The dagger sliced through Greta's neck like glass hitting steel, shattering into pieces. Greta revealed her professional panel and slowly approached Mambo. His body was tightly pinned in place, unable to move. Dark Lord, level 229 experience. 305,234,114,514. Seeing Greta's panel, Mambo finally gave up. This wasn't just an encounter with a fellow villager. It was like facing the final boss before leaving the beginner's village. I want to join the Dark Lord's army. Is it still possible? Greta held Mambo's face and lifted him high. Of course. Yes, it's still possible. Really? Greta nodded. I came here just to find someone like you with potential. Lord Celia and Shada were hiding around the corner, secretly watching the two people. Lord Celia rubbed his chin and asked, What kind of pose is that? What is Greta doing? Could this be what adults call holding someone you love in your hands? Shada's understanding was different from others. Lord Celia rolled his eyes at his daughter and continued to watch. Greta put down Mambo. Mambo's legs went weak, and he sat on the ground. Greta squatted nearby, resting her chin on her hand, looking at Mambo, while secretly bragging to the Demon King. How about that? The Demon King is so clever. I acted so cunning. You're too clever. You're my most loyal subordinate. You've turned him into your pet. Ha! I think no demon general or knight is as good as me, Greta. The Demon King and Greta were communicating inside their minds, while in reality, Mambo felt Greta's gaze could see right through him. He couldn't look away from her eyes and could only stare back. Dad, look. They started staring at each other again without talking. Shada didn't understand why these two always did this. You're clueless. Long stares are a kind of spiritual kiss that goes beyond physical contact, Lord Celia said, walking out of the corner. He didn't know who was more proactive, but his daughter would be the one to suffer. Wow, that's so romantic. Shada and her father approached Mambo. Mambo caught sight of someone coming toward him and felt like a savior. Greta, who is this? Lord Celia helped Mambo to his feet. He moved closer and finally saw that Mambo seemed a little afraid of his daughter. Greta's face was her own, visible to others, and she put away her faceplate before introducing Mambo to her father. This is my classmate. We get along very well. Oh, Lord Celia nodded. Which family do you belong to? Uncle Emo had prepared clothes for Mambo that met noble standards. Without asking his name, Celia couldn't tell who he was. Have you heard of the mouse family, Lao Shu? Are you related to Count Lao Shu Alexander? No, I mean the mouse from the mouse gang. Lord Celia pulled Greta closer and said, "Please stay away from my daughter, Mr. Mambo." This time, Lord Celia recognized who the child in front of him was. All the nobles said this kid was very bad, full of foul language. Okay, but your daughter might not agree. Lord Celia chuckled. Greta disagrees? What? Greta disagrees? The father and daughter looked at each other. Greta nodded and said, "Yes, father, I cannot agree. Mambo is already my loyal servant." Lord Celia's face darkened. "You shameless little brat. Did you agree to this just to get close to my daughter?" Who? Who agreed to such a thing? "I just joined her team," Mambo exclaimed in surprise. How did he not know about this? Greta stepped back to watch the joke, while Shada handed over a bag of popcorn. They ate and watched the scene, while Mambo stubbornly denied saying such things. Joining the Demon King's army and becoming a servant is just a different way of saying the same thing. Lord Celia believed strongly that his daughter wouldn't lie. For the first time, Mambo felt discriminated against. Are all nobles good people? Are the rat gang members bad guys? Mambo spread his hands in front of his chest, questioning. "You're right, but I won't bet on whether rats from the sewer are fancy mice," Lord Celia replied, dismissing Mambo's theory. That makes sense." Mambo stroked his chin, looking for new arguments. Suddenly, he realized, wait, why am I arguing about this? I never intended to make Greta my servant. I don't believe you. Do you think anyone would believe you? Mambo sneered. Then, Uncle M.O., I don't believe it. The priest, me neither. Jack. Mambo is indeed like that, but I can believe you. Hockey Bunny. Haha, Mambo isn't as lucky as me. Luda. After all, our ancestors were moon princesses, so doing this is quite reasonable. Shangjuan. Don't look at me. Are you stupid? Lord Jack and his wife. Aren't we unfamiliar? Little K. Becoming a servant just to get close to the master? I don't understand these words. Rogue. You're a clever kid. If I had that good looks. Priest. You called just to ask about this? Cleric girl. All right, I believe. I think Mambo is a good kid. Mambo pointed at the cleric girl and Jack, looking at Lord Celia, finally finding two people who believed in him. Why not calculate the percentage? And maybe the cleric girl is just worried you'll be upset? Lord Celia was wandering all over Brule City with Mambo following closely behind. Mambo was breathing hard and looked very upset for the first time in a while. No one believes me. I believe you. I believe you. Mambo, don't be angry, the priestess said with a helpless smile, patting Mambo's head to comfort him. Mambo felt his hands and feet go numb, which was caused by emotional stress leading to respiratory alkalosis. He tucked his head into his clothes and took deep breaths for a while until he felt better. When Mambo calmed down, Celia and her two daughters had already left. Only the priest was left in the church, cleaning up the leftover wax. Mambo snorted and ran to the dungeon to see the rat gang. Ludo was giving dinner to the slaves with Uncle M.O. Mambo was in his room, smashing a pillow against the wall to vent his anger. When I grow up, I will rule Brule City. No, I will rule the world. I will make the priestess the queen. And then tear down all the toilets in Brule City. The nearby slaves seemed indifferent, but secretly, their daily entertainment was listening to Mambo talk to himself. Why tear down the toilets? Some slaves close by used sign language to relay the message. Those farther away thought there was a mistake in the broadcast. I want those who don't trust me to become toilets. Eat dirt. Eat dirt. Eat dirt. How cruel. I'm eating right now. What is this guy talking about? As expected of Uncle Mo's adopted child. Uncle Mo saw the sign language and frowned. What does it mean that I adopted this kid? Was I supposed to turn out like this? Ludo heard this and mentally deducted points from Mambo. If Mambo became like Osmond VI, it would be a disaster for the entire empire. This kid has too much potential as a tyrant. Quick-tempered, mischievous, narrow-minded. Mambo, tired from all the talking, sat on the bed panting. Just then, his meal arrived. Uncle Mo, with a grim face, placed the food on Mambo's table and then punched him on the head. When you grow up, instead of thinking about repaying Uncle Mo, you're planning to make me a toilet. Mambo covered his head and cried out. Who told you not to trust me? Don't you trust your own child at all? Who knows what you're really thinking? Maybe even kissing her foot is a reward to you. If this were online, Mambo might be seen as a legend, with everyone rushing to talk about him. But this is real life. Of course not. Mambo pushed Uncle Mo away, turning his anger into appetite, and decided he would never sleep in Ludo's room again. First, to avoid talking in his sleep. Second, because Ludo hadn't trusted him this time, leaving behind an unpleasant memory that proved Ludo's version of events was false. After eating, Mambo lay on the bed feeling wronged. Meanwhile, little Clark went home and asked his father what Mambo's words meant. Lord Lawrence realized his child was old enough to start learning about life and emotions. He explained to Clark what life and desire meant, and how to face them with understanding instead of being controlled by them. Clark finally understood why Mambo had shown that expression. He regretted not trusting him right away. After all, even a thief deserves someone's unconditional trust. My existence is proof that even a thief can be honest, Clark thought as he looked at the gentleman thief, feeling a deep sense of guilt. He picked up a pen and wrote a letter to Mambo, asking the gentleman thief to deliver it before Mambo went to sleep. Greetings, Lord Mambo. It is I, Clark Lawrence. My dear friend, with the humblest heart, I bow to you and offer my sincerest respect. Within these words lie my truest admiration and regard. May this humble letter reach you before you rest peacefully tonight. May your days be calm and your virtues shine bright. This letter carries not just words, but a lasting proof of trust and goodwill. When the emptiness of the world troubles you, please allow me to be your steady light. Mambo held the envelope and looked at the gentleman thief. What's wrong with Clark? He feels guilty for not trusting you right away. Mambo read the letter again and again. The wording was so formal, it could have summoned ancient spirits. He felt as if the drink in his hand had turned into red wine. Do I need to reply? The gentleman thief nodded. Mambo sighed. He had no idea how to write such a fancy letter. He jumped off the bed and ran to the church. Luckily, Jack was still awake, polishing his helmet. A reply? Jack picked up the letter and looked at it for a moment. Miss Gritta wrote this? No, little Kay wrote it. Please help him. He's one of the few normal nobles, Mambo said, already preparing the paper. Just right. Dear friend little Kay, your trust is like a clear spring in the desert. Jack often needed this kind of thing. Asking him was the right choice. The only regret was that Mambo's handwriting was not very good. After finishing this small note, Mambo's frustration eased a lot. Jack patted Mambo on the shoulder. Don't betray his trust, Mambo. Mambo nodded, handed the letter to the thief, and then went home to sleep. Jack sat on the bed, seeing a kind of complete trust in little Kay's letter. Jack's trust wasn't from his heart. It was based on his faith that he should trust friends. He paused while wiping his helmet. Next time, try to trust Mambo from your heart. After a night passed, Mambo avoided Gritta from afar when he went out. When he went to find little Kay, Gritta was still sitting beside Mambo. My most loyal servant, why are you distancing yourself from me? Mambo remained silent. He wanted to argue, but since this person was the Demon King, he changed his words. I hope we are in a cooperative relationship. Before he finished, little Kay protected Mambo behind him. It's you, this wicked guy, who falsely accused Mambo. Don't say more. If you're unhappy, you'll cause big trouble for her. I didn't falsely accuse him. It was agreed to be like this. He just misunderstood, Gritta said, not angry. Such insults to monsters were like flirting to humans. Little Kay looked suspiciously at Gritta, then turned to ask Mambo. Mambo hesitated for a moment. I still prefer a superior-subordinate relationship. I don't really want a master-servant one. Little Kay wondered why they had to team up with Gritta. Hadn't Mambo always disliked nobles? She's different, little Kay, Mambo said, surprised that he would say such a thing. Little Kay was shocked that Mambo had this idea. All right, I want to join too. Does our adventurer team have a name? Little Kay, worried that Mambo might be bullied, eagerly jumped into the mess. Let's call it Gravel. Why is it your sister's name? I want to call it Mank. Little Kay wanted to assert himself so Gritta would respect him and Mambo. Grit is a very interesting thing. They fit perfectly without gaps, yet are extremely solid. Gritta's hand drips with fine sand, and she hands a grain to little Kay. A strong adventurer can crush a large stone with a punch, but if gravel gets into their boots, they must take off their boots to clean it out. Little Kay looks at the grain in his palm and doesn't quite understand Gritta's meaning. I named it this way because I hope we can be small, but still strong. Little Kay is convinced, mainly because the name Manko doesn't have any deep meaning. Our team just needs a frontline fighter. Mambo actually knows someone suitable for the front line. Are you asking me to be the front line? Are you going to the dungeon? Jack is planting peas behind the church, so is there really a close connection between the priest and peas? Jack puts down his and looks at the four little troublemakers. He wants to believe in Mambo from the bottom of his heart. Okay, I'll join. I can accompany you. But isn't our team too full of support roles? If he goes alone, Hockey Bunny will definitely follow. So that makes 3 supports in the team. I can also be a secondary caster. I am very healthy. Little K has been busy these past month, improving his prophet magic while also learning swordsmanship. Miss Greta, as the main caster, won't your magic sickness affect you? Greta nods. It won't. In dangerous situations, Jack can protect Mambo and make a full retreat, but there are too many of them. So he wants to test Little K. Jack picks up his spear and stands in front of Little K. Miss Greta is a magic genius, known throughout the city. Now, you need to use your prophecy to block my attack and prove you won't hold Mambo back. Little K draws his sword, and his prophet ability activates instantly. A shadow appears on Jack, and the shadow raises its spear to strike from above. Too easy. Just as Little K thinks this, another shadow appears. The shadow of Jack lowers his center, and the spear swings out in a sweeping motion. Then a third, fourth, fifth, until the shadows fill Little K's view. What? What is this? Jack gradually tightens his grip on the spear. Are you ready? Here it comes. Little K raises his sword above his head. He sees Jack's spear gently tap his sword, blocking the first attack. The next attack is a ground sweep. Little K struggled with all his might to twist his arm, blocking the spear at the last moment. Then came other illusions, but Little K could no longer move his arm. He was completely unresponsive. The spear tip grazed his neck, leaving a white mark. Blocking twice is okay. Mambo can defend twice without stealing my weapon with thief skills, Jack said with a smile, patting Little K's head. Just say if you can't block it. Mambo is indeed a genius among thieves. Who would think of fighting someone and having a magic steal their weapon? Also, thief magic belongs to advanced space magic, so lower-level space magic like summoning weapons gets overwritten. Am I qualified? Yes, you are qualified, Jack said with a smile, putting away his spear. But I still hope you don't forget your main training. The prophet's magic also needs practice. I've been practicing well, Mr. Jack, Little K said, taking out his prophecy tool and doing a simple prediction. After Mr. Jack goes home, his mother will make pepper cream soup and baked beef pizza. That sounds delicious. Greta and Shada will have roasted carrots, potatoes, and meat porridge for dinner. Mambo became interested. And what about me? What about me? Of course, Little K was happy to make a prophecy for Mambo. As he focused on the future, a tall, long-haired man appeared in front of him, reaching out to hold Little K's face. You are not allowed to peek into my future. Huh? Little K was kicked out of the prophecy space. So, what will my dinner be? I can't predict. Something is blocking it. Little K couldn't remember what was blocking the future. Little K said goodbye to Mambo. He felt a bit embarrassed and ran home to ask his prophecy master for advice. The prophecy master was sleepy. He was quite old, fitting the stereotype of a prophet. A level 44 prophet can predict the future of a town, but predicting a person's dinner is too trivial. Try again, young master, he said. Little K tried again, but it was still blank. In the blank space, the long-haired man stood quietly. We have parted ways, Little K. The prophecy world was suddenly torn apart. Little K screamed out, bleeding from his nose and mouth, and fell to the ground. The thief immediately rushed him to the hospital. There's no need, said the old prophet, standing up from his seat. He held a Mambo report and chuckled. It's just a minor burst of capillary blood vessels caused by imperfect prophecy magic. Look, teacher, I predicted what would happen to this child 20 years from now. Prophets must be careful. If the magic flow goes wrong. They waited for a long time, standing still, until the thief sensed something was wrong and pushed the old prophet. The old prophet suddenly collapsed to the ground, silent and still. He seemed dead. At first, everyone thought it was just an accident. After all, the old prophet was quite old. But then the second prophet came to answer Little K's questions. He confidently claimed he could predict Mambo's time of death. That day became his unlucky day. From then on, Little K's prophecy magic could only be studied by himself. The other prophets would run away whenever they heard his and Mambo's names. Now, Mambo has earned two nicknames, Slime on the Head and the One Without a Future. This incident was reported to the Prophecy Academy. The imperial prophet quietly took out a book and said, "That child might very well be our candidate, Osman 6. Why, teacher? When a prophet's level is over 100 above the predicted person, anyone in any profession can realize they are being watched by someone from the past. And when it's over 120 levels, they can cross time to kill the prophet." The imperial prophet found a reference. It was written by a close friend of Emperor Osman. Years ago, when he secretly predicted Emperor Osman's future, the middle-aged Osman kicked him back into the past. After many tests, he summarized this rule: prophets can predict the future of a country, a city, or an organization, but personal futures must be predicted with caution. No one would have thought that a beggar from the beggar gang could reach level 164 or higher. Could he be the Demon King? No. I predicted the person who contributes most to this country. Only a few are chosen, said the imperial prophet. He wanted to predict Mambo's future, but an unknown force was forcing him to give up that idea. Until the empire prophet looked at the three holy statues atop the empire church tower, and the eyes of the Holy Spirit met his gaze. He slowly shook his head. Only then did the prophet breathe a sigh of relief and stop the magic he was about to activate. At this moment, the priest was also explaining to everyone why prophets should not predict individual futures casually. Your temper might not be very good in the future, Mambo, the priest teased, looking at little brother K, who had a tissue stuffed in his nose. Mambo scratched his head. Am I really going to rule the world? If you apologize now, I might consider not making you into a toilet. Uncle Emo clenched his fists in disdain. I'll punch you dead right now. Let's see if you have a future then. Mambo pouted and hid behind the priest. Uncle Emo snorted. He was here to prepare a funeral for the two prophets and had no time to argue with Mambo. He came to ask for holy water for the burial ritual. You might have to fight the Demon King again in the future, the priest said with a smile. Mambo quietly looked at Greta and asked, what powers does the Demon King have? I want to know in advance. The priest began explaining the history of the Demon Kings. The first Demon King, the immortal Demon King, had endless magic power, known for large-scale attacks and magical creations that could only be sealed because they were unbeatable. He once sank an entire island nation and was eventually killed by Osman I and thousands of elves. The second Demon King, the endless Demon King, no longer relied on magic. As long as he had magic power, his body could regenerate infinitely. He was finally killed after being drained of magic by the Dwarf King and the Elf Queen. The third Demon King, the Silent Demon King, was mentioned before, no need to repeat. After the priest finished, he left. The family of the prophet paid a high price to have him conduct the funeral. With this money, the three holy statues could be maintained. Every time a Demon King is defeated, elves help out. Elves are really powerful, little brother K said, hearing these stories for the first time. They're petty. The first Demon King stole their princess, and every time a new Demon King appears, they get involved again, Greta whispered to Mambo. Fine with me, Mambo said, a bit speechless. You guys are justified in stealing the princess? Shada had heard some rumors. But I heard that the princess voluntarily stayed with the first Demon King. Soon, the meeting about how to defeat the Demon King turned into a gossip session about the Demon King, with strange and funny stories. For example, the second Demon King was a fan of Fry. The current Demon King was a master of chess when he was young and was once predicted to be killed by elves. He went to the elf territory to ask for peace, but people thought he was declaring war, which led to a war. Mambo looked stiff and smiled bitterly at Kreta, saying, Do you believe that? I don't believe it. How could that be? It's true, Kreta replied with a sly smile. Shada finally showed her true nature and started telling stories about the current Demon King, who is also called the Embarrassed One, because he has many awkward moments in his life. Kreta's mind imagined Evasis, who was covering his head and rolling around, shouting, Get out of here. Kreta, kill this guy. Stop talking about that. Be quiet. Kreta comforted the Demon King, saying, King, it's all in the past. Don't worry about it. The Demon King cut off his hearing and sat quietly in Kreta's mental space. Who was born wanting to be a Demon King? I am just a clumsy guy. By a strange twist of fate, I ended up in the dungeon, was adopted by the second demon king, and walked the path of becoming a demon king. And why does my life have so many spectators? Mambo grinned, thinking, I hope Kratos won't secretly kill Shada tonight. He quickly pulled little K away from these two. Why are you leaving? I still want to listen. If I do, I'll be buried tomorrow. Let's go build sandcastles by the river. What's a sandcastle? Come on, kids should play with kid stuff. Don't eavesdrop on others' gossip in front of them. That's very rude. The two were playing with sand by a small river near Blue City. Only Mambo would take Little K to play this game. Mambo and Little K were recreating Blue City. Little K was in charge of the church part, trying to build a statue of the three saints with sand, but it was too hard. He stuck 5 sticks at the church entrance. The tall one was the priest, the short one was Mambo, the thick one was Mr. Jack, and the 2 thin ones were the priestess and the rabbit lady. Haha. Now you see how fun building a sandcastle can be. Mambo rinsed his hands with river water and stuck a cross on the church. This time, it looks just right. Almost identical. Little K looked at the cross and the 3 saints made from stones, sighing. They played until evening, then decided to go home. Little K washed his hands to avoid his father noticing they had been to the river. Here's your cross, Mambo. Little K took the cross from the sandcastle, causing the whole sand structure to collapse, and buried the sticks. A lightning bolt struck across the river. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. Rain fell on Little K's forehead. They both covered their heads and ran home, which explained their wet clothes from playing in the water. Mambo and Little K got soaked. Uncle Mo threw Mambo into the bath and scolded him for getting his expensive clothes wet. Meanwhile, Little K's parents only worried if he was feeling okay and hoped he wouldn't catch a cold. Little K was told to take a bath. In the mist, he felt sad that the church he built was destroyed by the heavy rain. Little K looked at the water surface, where his reflection was distorted and blurry. A lightning flash lit up outside the window, and a loud thunder mixed with strange sounds. I did everything to make you proud. Father, tell me, how proud are you? Tell me. Little K blinked, thinking it was a ghost. He wanted to get out of the bath, but was drawn to the increasingly clear reflection in the water. In the collapsed church, the priest was being beaten on the ground by someone. Nearby, Uncle Mo and the outlaw were barely alive. The attacker suddenly stopped, turned around, and shouted angrily. The water in the bath seemed to ignite like sodium metal, exploding violently. Little K shouted, "Ghost," and ran out of the bathroom, slipping into his bed. The maids saw the broken bath and thought Little K had used magic to cause the explosion, quietly cleaning up. Even when Little K hid under the blanket, nightmares kept replaying in his mind. The priest, full of guilt and pain, lay beside the church, and the entire city of Brule was burning fiercely. During his nightmare, Mambo's family was visited by an uninvited guest, Greta. "Oh, hello, little minion of the demon army. How the heck did you get here?" Uncle Mo gave Mambo a gentle tap on the head, telling him to play nicely with his classmates. Being liked by others was his good fortune. "What are you doing at my house?" Gilda waved her hand and cast a silent spell over the entire room. She spoke surprisingly. "Are you interested in becoming the Demon King?" Mambo clearly refused, crossing his arms in front of his face. "No way, you know, right? Just one use of magic, and you'll be slowly corrupted by it. Then I would rather die like Emperor Osman." Mambo knew that if he became a Demon King priest, he would feel guilty and want to end his life. Even for these people, he would prefer to die before magic completely corrupts him. The Demon King can actually resist corruption. Maybe, but isn't the Demon King always doing evil? Don't try to fool me. Have you heard of the trolley problem? Gilda sat beside Mambo. Sacrificing a small number of people's happiness to save many others. Okay, I believe you. But at least let me have a normal childhood. When I turn 20, I'll go with you, all right? Mambo tried to buy time. Aren't Western demons like that? Making a deal now and paying the price decades later. That's possible, but then monsters will evolve. What do you mean? Historically, humans have only seen 2 major monster evolutions, once with the goblins and once with nightmares. Both evolutions happened in the 10th year of the Demon King vacancy. By then, the balance between good and evil had reached a critical point. Gilda explained that the world is similar to the world of Jackie Chan adventures, where yin and yang must stay in balance. Mambo didn't believe it deep down, but he pretended to understand. Wow. You guys are really great. Risking your reputation for world peace. You don't really believe that, do you? Gilda saw through him quickly, making Mambo uncomfortable. He decided to give up and said, yes. Then spend your life as a low-ranking soldier in the Demon King army. Okay. Gilda and Azathoth sighed in their minds. They had also considered plotting schemes to make Mambo hate the world and then want to destroy it. But such plans are usually unreliable. If the plot is uncovered, Mambo would instantly oppose the Demon King and hate him even more. I really can't ask him what he likes. I can give him anything. Avasas decided to use the most basic recruitment method. Mambo, is there anything you want? I can give you everything, just listen to me. Kreta followed through, and Mambo looked at her suspiciously. Why is the Demon King suddenly so gentle? Mambo thought for a moment. Besides having a normal wife, he had everything he wanted: food, warmth, even two fathers. His foster father, Uncle Mo, provided him with material comfort, and the priest taught him how to be a good person. I need a wife right now. Come on, Demon King, that's too easy. We can just send him a Kreta. Right now, the only female creatures in the Demon King's castle are succubi. I'm worried they might harm this child, Avasas said, crouching on the ground in the mental space, drawing circles. What about our biohuman army? They were wiped out by the elves long ago. And what about the demon nurse? She's dead too. You've never left the Demon King's castle, so you don't know. Actually, I only have you left now. Kreta's memory still lingered on the time when the Demon King's army swept across half the continent. No wonder the task of finding the Demon King fell on her, a little monster whose job was just to clean the Demon King's chair. Yes, I still have you. My most loyal subordinate. Now I grant you half of the Demon King's territory, as long as you. I just said that line earlier. Come on, Demon King. Avasas still persuaded Kreta. Anyway, she would stay by Mambo's side to guide him, and Mambo might not even choose her. Fine, let's do it for the sake of this world, Kreta said with a righteous look, returning from the mental space to reality. Mambo watched Kreta sitting nearby, thinking she really had someone in mind, until she turned to look at him. What are you looking at me for? Do you want to choose me? Can I even choose you? No way. Mambo looked into Kreta's eyes. Lies are the thief's weapon, and Mambo easily saw through her lie. He smiled slightly, suddenly stood up, hung a cross in his hand, and started humming the theme song of Cardcaptor Sakura. Silent Demon King, I command you in the name of Mambo, the time traveler. Sign the contract. Kreta covered her head and shouted, aim low. Don't choose me. You little fish, what are you shouting about? Kreta, he signed a contract with me, okay? Nothing happened? Mambo looked at his empty hands, thinking he might have some kind of control device. From now on, the Demon King would listen to him. What do you want then? What are you trying to do? Kreta sighed. She thought she should have gone through a great, unforgettable love story. We agree on 3 rules, okay? Mambo. Kreta looked into Mambo's eyes, but he showed a look of dislike. Wait, are you disliking me? No. You're disliking me. Huh. Back in the day, the people who chased me from outside the Demon King's castle all the way to your country's capital, and you. I just chose you because I thought you could be tamed like a Pokemon. With such a strong Pokemon, I could become a Pokemon master. Kreta's fist clenched tightly. She punched Mambo, knocking him out and tossing him onto the bed. Then she angrily left Mambo's house, showing that both women and female monsters can be quite strange. If you choose her, she thinks you're a rogue. If you don't, she thinks you lack taste. Just a couple fighting, getting hit. Although they didn't seem to be talking about anything specific, Mambo was knocked out and fell asleep. All the slaves in the dungeon watched everything clearly. Kreta didn't even take an umbrella. She walked home in the pouring rain. Uncle Mo looked at her strangely. When he went downstairs, he saw Mambo had already turned off the lights and was sleeping. TSK, Mambo is just good with words. Doesn't he even realize not to fall asleep during a date? Uncle Mo stroked his chin, unsure if his old tricks to chase girls still worked. He decided to teach Mambo 2 new moves tomorrow morning. Teaching kids how to chase girls is really hard to talk about. Uncle Mo thought about how to start the conversation tomorrow, whether to begin with a story or to hint indirectly. The next day, Mambo had no idea when he fell asleep. He only remembered that the Demon King seemed a little angry. Did she use some kind of hypnotic magic? Mambo checked his body to make sure nothing strange had been done to him, like having a vow of victory sword drawn on his lower abdomen. Legend says it's an invisible sword. Mambo checked himself all over, but found nothing strange. Uncle Emo stood quietly at the door, watching the Mambo pose in front of the mirror. It looks like I don't need to teach him how to chase girls anymore. Maybe he was dumped and went crazy. Uncle Emo placed breakfast on the table and quietly left. Mambo put on his pants and saw the food on the table. When did Uncle Emo come? Mambo asked the across from him. The mimicked Mambo's pose. Around the time you did. Wasn't that just the beginning? When did he leave? He left after watching the whole thing. Mambo dressed quickly and, before leaving, didn't even want to make eye contact with Uncle Emo, Manhwa. Uncle Emo still called out to him. Apologize properly to Gilda. It's not that hard. I understand. Mambo obediently went to apologize. Comparing someone to a Pokemon was a bit much, but he didn't expect a powerful demon lord to be so petty. Maybe being in a high position made him forget how to joke? He knocked on the Salia family's door. The butler recognized the young man, trying to gain favor, and immediately shut the door. The wind from the closing door messed up Mambo's hair. Well, he couldn't even get inside. Hey, why are you here to see my sister today? Salia asked from the attic window. I'm here to apologize, Mambo stated clearly. Salia looked back at her sister. He says he's here to apologize. And then, Gilda asked from her bed. That's all. Gilda scratched her head. Was Mambo just fooling her? Was she really so easy to deceive? The girl at the window had her hair change from one pointy style to two. Gilda half leaned out of the attic. You don't have anything else to say? What? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That's all. Yes. Salia pulled Gilda back into the attic and closed the window. Sister, the person you chose is really, Salia said, pointing to her temple and changing her words, a total disaster. No, maybe he just doesn't know how to comfort people. Should we find someone else? Forget it. I need his talent. Greta came down from the attic, with Shada following behind, complaining. Exactly what kind of talent is so attractive to you? I can't see it. Greta opened the door. Forgive you. I'm promoting you. Now you are a mid-level general in the Demon King's army. Is this position powerful, better than just cannon fodder? Wow. Shada, curious and excited, gathered around Mambo, chattering. Cannon fodder, bullied by Big Sister. Although she didn't understand what it meant, it was fun to learn. The annoying little girl. Wait until I defeat the Demon King and punish you. Mambo's mouth drooped long, and he was eager to level up. Even if the Demon King is over 200 levels, he wants to try surpassing him. His future self is close to that very number. The repair work at the teleportation station was successful. Mambo gathered the Gravel team members to prepare for an underground dungeon exploration mission. They arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Red Mouse took out a 5-level herb clearing quest and said, "Be careful in the dungeon lately. The Demon King's magic has caused the dungeon levels to become chaotic. He might have escaped into the dungeon. No, the Demon King has already come close to me. Recently, many adventurers have gotten lost in the side passages. If you encounter a side path, take a detour." Mambo took the quest. We're not going to the side passages. I value my life too much. The team for this dungeon crawl included Mambo, Xiao Ku, a righteous thief, the Gravel Sisters, Jack, and Hockey Bunny, 7 people. A 7-person team, huh? That's rare. The experience and currency shared among the 7 are quite thin, but it's safer. Don't you trust my strength? Mambo, why are you bringing so many people? Going so deep into the dungeon? Greta and Mambo slowed down a bit for a quiet chat. Idiot Demon King, if you bring me to level up, won't it expose us? You have to take it slow, understand? Grow secretly, Mambo pouted. He also wanted the Demon King to take him to over 100 levels deep and level up quickly. In just a few days, he could reach level 40 and change jobs. But he'd definitely be seen as a time traveler and get his head cut off. When they reached the 4th floor via the stairs, Jack called back Mambo and Greta, who had fallen behind. We're almost at the 5th floor. Prepare your weapons. The righteous thief looked at the map. After descending to the 5th floor, they would turn left and right, and beyond a cliff was the clearing zone. The stairs gradually leveled off, and they reached the 5th floor. All right, The thief put down the map, still puzzled about why the noise behind them had disappeared. When he looked back, everything behind was gone, leaving only an endless, dark corridor. Word. Fortunately, in the underground city, There are stone tablets every few steps. These tablets have maps left by those before. The thief lit a lighter and squinted at the tablet. The top left corner was broken, but he could still vaguely see that it was the 15th floor. Oh, so the exit is this way. Why is the 15th floor so dark? If the damaged corner of the tablet were restored, the thief would see that this was not the 15th floor, but the 75th. Mambo was also looking at the map. Suddenly, he was pulled back by a pair of large hands, and a collar tightened around his neck. He gagged and made a sound. "What are you doing?" "It's so uncomfortable," Mambo said, rubbing his neck and turning to Jack. Jack's eyes were full of shock. "Mambo, this isn't the 5th floor. How do you know?" Jack pointed behind Mambo. Mambo turned around again, and in front of them stood a magnificent palace shining with gold and jade. Mambo and Jack spoke at the same time. "Floor 25. The everlasting brass palace. Where are the others?" "What about Haki Tutu?" Mambo wasn't worried about Kreda or Xiao Ku, only about Haki Tutu, because she was the lowest level. "Hurry back. Mambo, let's get out first." Jack was much calmer than Mambo. He knew how to escape from here. On the way, he had also rescued Xiao Ku and Shada trapped on the 10th floor. Fortunately, Jack was strong enough that monsters above the 25th floor couldn't get close to him. When the four of them escaped the underground city, Kreda and Haki Tutu were already waiting at the door. "You're so fast." "The two of us couldn't go any further on the 4th floor." Haki Tutu hugged Jack. "Are you okay? Why did you disappear suddenly?" "The dungeon's levels are becoming more chaotic. Mambo and I went down to the 25th floor." Jack pushed Haki Tutu away. Doing this in public wasn't proper according to the rules. "Where is Mr. Thief? Has he come out?" Xiaoko asked Kreda and Haki Tutu. "We haven't seen him come out." Little K pushed through the crowd and ran to the teleportation station. He asked the Adventurers Guild for help. The top-ranked corpse seeker team in Blue City was holding Mr. Robin's clothes, preparing to use magic. "Child, are you sure you want to see? If this clothes catch fire, it means he's dead." "I'm sure," Little K said. Hearing this, he almost lost his balance. Mambo supported him from behind. The clothes were soaked in magic and started to shake. They didn't burn. After a moment of trembling, they quietly fell to the ground. "How is it, Mr. Corpse Seeker?" Little K asked eagerly. "He's not dead, but my magic can only track dungeons up to 20 levels above my own. Since the clothes haven't moved, Mr. Robin is at least below 50 floors." Little K gasped for breath after hearing this. Darkness returned behind him. Everyone hurriedly took him home. His parents wanted to hire a team of adventurers, but no one in Blue City dared to go below the 50th floor. No one knew how long Mr. Robin could hold on. At this moment, Jack stepped forward. He put on his family's pure white armor, which could allow him to go down at least 50 floors. "Jack, you can't go." Hockey Bunny tightly held his arm. Lord Jack and his wife also tried to stop him. "What if Mr. Robin is on the 60th floor? Then I will go to the 60th floor. And what if he's on the 100th floor? Then I will go down to the 100th floor." Jack shook off Hockey Bunny and his parents, kneeling half on the ground. "It's the duty of a holy knight, mother, father. As long as I am alive, Mr. Robin won't be in danger." Jack left Little K's room. The shadow of Mr. Robin and Jack gradually overlapped. "Good luck, and may your martial fortune be prosperous." Little K didn't know how to thank Jack. The priest scratched his head and once again took out the cross from the church. Below the cross, a set of clothes was also dug out. It was the uniform of the Holy Crusaders, with high resistance to physical and magical attacks, as well as magic control. Hey, Priest Jack. Are you crazy? He's just a thief." Mambo obviously didn't want the two to go down into the city. It was too dangerous. "Don't forget, Mambo, you used to be a thief too." The priest didn't say anything more. He and Jack entered the teleportation station together. The two of them went straight down to the 50th floor that day. Thanks to their teamwork, they only felt a little exhausted and suffered no injuries. The priest and Jack lit a campfire, preparing to rest for a while. "Father, you don't have to come with us," Jack said, gulping down 2 large sips of water. Emperor Osman once said, "When you see someone alive, you cannot bear to see them die." The priest replied, roasting some monster meat. The flickering firelight illuminated his face. Jack said nothing more. Asking further would be disrespectful to the priest. That night, Mambo couldn't sleep. He sat in the church hall, staring at the 3 holy images, lost in thought. Kratos sat beside Mambo. Finally, Avasis saw an opportunity. She could protect something important. Some people would do anything for that. I can help you, as long as you. Okay, Mambo replied. He turned to Kratos. But you must swear that none of this is because you want to force me onto this path. I swear, Kratos said. Their foreheads touched. Mambo felt a strange power flowing into his body, along with the memories of past kings. He looked back and saw the three kings standing before him. Unlike the legends, they didn't look fierce or evil. The first king was a short, chubby man. The second was a strong young man. The third was tall and thin. He's just a child. Avasis, is this your heir? The chubby man asked, reaching out to pat Mambo's head. Yes, but I believe he can do better than I ever did. The strong young man lifted Mambo's arm. He's too weak, isn't he? His heart is strong, Avasis replied. Since you say so. Suddenly, Mambo felt a burning sensation in his palm, like being pressed by a hot iron. He looked at his hand and saw a strange mark. What is this? The mark of the king, Avasis explained. It helps you resist magic forever. The chubby king showed his mark on his back. The strong young king revealed his mark on his left shoulder, and the tall man showed his mark on his right chest. I have one last thing to ask. Mambo scratched his head. Aren't you supposed to be a woman? He pointed at Avasis. She laughed loudly. Kratos is my subordinate. Looks like she didn't tell you everything. All right, go save your father. The three kings' figures gradually disappeared. We'll be waiting for you in your subconscious. Father isn't my real dad. Mambo finally argued back. But you're his son, aren't you? When he regained his senses, Mambo realized he was higher up, and Kratos was turned away from him, silent. Huh, Kratos, you actually lied to me. Mambo shook Kratos. You're not really a demon king. Kratos covered her face and shouted. You're not wearing any clothes. Pervert. Avasis lay in the mental space, watching Kratos joke around. Mambo also noticed his clothes had turned into strips of fabric. His body had become much stronger. Wow, did you give me steroids? Mambo casually stole a priest's outfit to wear temporarily and complained. We only borrowed the Demon King's power for an hour. Use it to save people quickly. Kratos sighed, reminding Mambo of the main task. Mambo reacted instantly and disappeared in front of Kratos. His speed was surprisingly fast. The second-generation Demon King suddenly told Mambo to keep his experience points untouched. Why? Big brother, why? Because the higher your level, the harder it is for others to fight you. Huh. Demon Kings are born to be defeated. When you lose, the four of us can play Mahjong. We're tired of playing the three-player card game. Wait, what? What do you mean Demon Kings are born to be defeated? Mambo opened his status panel. His magic energy and defense were maxed out, but his speed was beyond the limit, making all other attributes far behind. Wow, so fast. From now on, you're the Speed Demon King. Mambo, an older man, chuckled loudly, giving Mambo a nickname. Hey, don't give me a nickname without asking, chubby old man. What are you talking about? All Demon King titles are mine to give. As he spoke, Mambo arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. The aura from the Demon King seal kept monsters at bay. His skill list now had over 100 skills. Mambo scrolled down and finally found a teleportation spell. Teleportation? Then I'll pose like this. It was the classic instant move pose from the Dragon Ball series, and the magic worked on the same principle as teleportation. At this moment, the thief had lost his way and reached the 100th floor of the underground city. Although he was protected by the Tears of the, which kept monsters away, he couldn't find the way out. The entrances above the 50th floor are fixed. If the entrance is on the east, then the exit is on the west. Below the 50th floor, there are fake exits. Entering a fake exit will lead you down 2 more floors. Where am I? The thief leaned against the wall of the underground city to rest. He didn't dare eat anything here. His food was already finished. Beyond the 75th floor, time stops. Outside, 1 day passes, but inside the city, 2 days go by. The deeper he goes, the longer the time feels. This was the 5th day the thief had been inside. He was hungry and thirsty, and he hadn't caught any monsters. The monsters watched him from afar, and whenever he approached, they ran away. Just when the thief was about to starve, an apple fell in front of his face. He quickly grabbed and ate it. Looking up, he saw a man with long hair, dressed in the robes of a saint from a church performance. with a look of compassion in his eyes. "Come with me. I am here to save you." The thief's half-eaten apple fell to the ground. He stared blankly at the man in front of him. The man took out a pendant with 3 holy symbols hanging from his chest. He placed a statue of the sun in front of him and kept comparing it to the man. Their faces, hair, eyes, and clothes were exactly the same. Wow, the sun is truly revealing his power. Following the man, Mambo, the thief reached the 60th floor of the underground city. At this point, the priest and Jack were already in a fierce battle. The undead with high defense, ghosts that ignored physical damage, and spirits with strong mental interference cornered the priest and Jack. A sharp wind suddenly blew, scattering all the monsters. Jack and the priest were blown so hard they couldn't open their eyes. When they finally looked up, they saw the thief holding a bunch of apples standing in front of them. Where did you come from?" The thief shared the apples with them. "You probably won't believe me if I tell you. I met the sun on over 100 floors inside the city." The priest and Jack both looked at him with puzzled expressions. The priest, who had been diligent for over 10 years, and Jack, whose faith was as strong as steel, had never seen the sun. But in your case, a thief, the sun has already revealed himself twice. And on the way back, a pure white figure appeared faintly, and monsters near it were torn apart instantly. "Can you see clearly?" "Jack, I can't see very well either. It's too fast." The hero couldn't even see properly. He kept talking about how handsome the saint was, how flowing his long hair was, just like in the legends. When they reached the entrance of the underground city, the priest suddenly turned around and finally saw the figure clearly. His face looked a bit familiar. Then, the figure slowly retreated back into the underground city. Little Kay and Hockey Bunny cheered happily, praising the priest and Jack for being strong and kind. They thought that the two had simply pushed themselves to see the divine appearance of the 3 saints. They looked at the hero with special respect. A person in his 20s, who had endured hardships on the 100th floor of the dungeon, with a strong spirit and unyielding will, was now being celebrated for breaking free. "No, I didn't touch anything. Those monsters didn't come near me at all," the hero tried to explain at the Adventurers Guild. "Did you see that? The monsters on the 100th floor aren't even worthy to get close to him. Wow, I can't believe it. Wait, that expression of amazement. Are you a time traveler? What? Beat him up. Beat him up." A careless comment from the time traveler completely disrupted the hero's plan to clarify. Everyone grabbed that person and took him to the church. The priest confirmed that he was indeed a time traveler. "Wait, we're friends. Don't you remember everything from before? Don't mention the past. What else do you have to say?" the man said with tears in his eyes, pointing at his incredible talent. The time traveler slowly lowered his head. I have nothing more to say. Just do it quickly. Hang him. Hang him," Mambo shouted from below. The time traveler suddenly looked up, searching for the one shouting. He was very angry. "We're from the same hometown. If you won't save me, fine. But why are you shouting lines from down there? Are you even human?" He opened his mouth wide, wanting to call out Mambo for his sacrifice, but the tightening noose made him unable to speak. Wait, his neck suddenly snapped under the pressure. The body of the time traveler swayed in the wind. Mambo slipped back to the church, feeling uneasy about the dead man staring at him. The priest sat under the 3 saints' statues, complaining. He thought the 3 saints were unfair, always appearing to the hero. He also wanted to see the 3 saints himself. The priest sighed as he held the holy book. Mambo looked up at the 3 holy statues, which silently turned their heads away, ignoring the priest. Finally, perhaps because the Holy Spirit couldn't stand the priest's rambling anymore, its hand slowly broke apart. Half of it fell and hit the priest's head, making him dizzy. This actually woke the priest up a bit. He thought, "Why am I jealous of the righteous thief? The 3 holy statues are so broken, I never thought of repairing them. What right do I have to see the 3 holy statues? I'm getting old. Even my passion has changed." The priest opened the safe under the 3 holy statues and took out a bag of silver coins, planning to find a dwarf in town to repair the church. While the priest was away, Mambo tried to open the safe. "You're going to become a demon king someday. Can you stop doing such embarrassing things?" grumbled the chubby old man. "Look, I'm hacking the system," Mambo said. He struggled to open the safe, took out a gold coin, then put it back. On the surface, he seemed to do nothing, but the system recorded it as a successful theft. Opening a safe is much harder than stealing from a wallet, and the experience gained is doubled. This 1 gold coin gives you 12,000 experience points. Everyone, the more a thief steals, the more experience they get. Shut up. Your dad is coming, someone warned. I don't have a dad. Wait. The priest, along with a group of dwarves, stood behind Mambo. The lead dwarf took a deep puff from his cigar and slowly exhaled it onto Mambo's head. Do you want us to deal with him, priest? The dwarf asked, gripping his hammer tightly, making a squeaking sound. No need. This is a family matter, the priest replied. The priest lifted Mambo and threw him out. The dwarves quickly set up a boiler and scaffolding amid Mambo's loud protests. The priest tried to kick Mambo, but Mambo dodged quickly. The priest almost slipped and fell flat. Whoa, you dodge pretty fast, the priest said. Yeah, I dodge really fast, Mambo thought. In the past, he couldn't dodge at all. But after training, his speed increased from 25 to 50. Mambo opened his status panel. The priest pretended to be angry, but he was more interested in how much Mambo's speed had increased. All other stats had increased by a few points. Speed, 175. This is a speed usually only adults or near-adult thieves can achieve, thanks to the special boost from the Demon King's seal, which increases with level. Based on Mambo's current level, his speed has increased about 1.5 times. Where did you learn that new move? Do you believe me when I say the Holy Trinity appears? Mambo looked up and awkwardly smiled at the priest. In this world, whenever something good happens, it's always attributed to the Holy Trinity. Now the priest was really a bit angry. Even someone like Mambo, who is almost a heretic, can receive the favor of the Holy Trinity? That's so unfair. Mambo was quickly rubbed on the head by the priest's fist, trying to escape, but unable to do so. You little brat, looks like I need to use some real skills now. Yuck! You're bullying a kid, Mambo shouted as he was pressed to the ground. The priest felt someone approaching, grabbed Mambo, and patted the dust off him. Turning around, he saw little Kiki's parents, and the bandit. What's wrong, young Master Kiki? You don't look well. Since being attacked by monsters, Kiki has been having nightmares. Now he's afraid to sleep, Kiki's mother explained. Things were better when I was around, sigh. The bandit sighed, feeling he hadn't protected Kiki well enough. The priest frowned, using his thumb to lift Kiki's upper eyelid. The magic was flowing unnaturally. Kiki scratched his eye uncomfortably. Is it a demon, father? No, it's probably a spirit phenomenon. The priestess had the same when she was young. Some people lose this ability as they grow up. Even if it doesn't disappear, adults can control spirit communication. If you don't mind, Kiki can sleep at the church. The Holy Trinity statues naturally suppress spirit phenomena. The priest lowered Kiki's eyelid. Kiki blinked and asked, Can I sleep now? Will I have nightmares? Sleep. The will protect your dreams, said the priestess, who had just executed the traveler, gently patting Kiki's head. Oh, Kiki's head is really pointy, the priestess said, a hair prickling her palm. Everyone chuckled lightly. Kiki peacefully fell asleep under the Holy Trinity statues. The priest truly is a reliable person. The priestess wanted to pet Mambo's head again, but when she looked closely, she saw Mambo rolling his eyes, his mouth stretching and pointing straight toward the west of the city. Father, Mambo. Turning around, the priestess saw her body still frozen with her hand holding her hair, as if she had been forced into a trance. The priest and others were the same, rolling their eyes, their mouths stretching wider and pointing straight ahead toward the west side of the city, where a dark fog surrounded the area. What is happening? The priestess wanted to regain control of her body, but the Holy Spirit from the Holy Trinity bent down to stop her. Do I have to go? The Holy Spirit nodded, then slowly returned to its original form, giving no further hints to the priestess. Following the directions of those terrifying statues, she crossed the fog and arrived at Lord Jack's house in the west of the city. 2 small mounds of earth had been added at the gate. The priestess approached and tried to read what was written on them. Brew City, the grave of Crumb Jack. Brew City, the grave of Lena Jack. They were Jack's father and mother. Judging by the condition of the mounds, they had been buried about a week ago. The priestess saw 2 pairs of legs. She looked up in panic. Jack's wife, whose neck had been broken, and Jack himself, who had died almost on the same day, looking sad and gloomy. Their mouths and noses were filled with dirt, and they pointed to their home. Is this the place? Did something happen? Jack's father and mother nodded, their eye sockets filled with dirt like tears, with no eyeballs. Following their decayed, bluish hands, the priestess pushed open the door. Inside, a funeral white cloth hung in the hall. Jack sat silently in the hall, head bowed, but thoughts flooded her mind. Why does everyone leave me? Manhwa, why did you hurt the priest? Why? Why didn't the Holy Trinity help me? Can't you see? Can't you see? My life. Jack, have some food here. A voice interrupted Jack's thoughts. Miss Bunny brought food to Jack's mouth. Jack's eyes moved slightly as he looked at Miss Bunny. Here, if you finish eating, I can reward you. Let's do it. Are you joking? Aren't you sad that my parents died? You perverted, foolish rabbit. Are you joking? My father bought you, fed you, gave you drink. Now he's dead, and you're not even sad for him. Jack suddenly threw down the bowl, pushing Miss Bunny to the ground. His eyes were filled with both sadness and anger. You. Miss Bunny was at a loss, kneeling on the ground and picking up the food. It's okay, Jack. If you're upset, we can talk about it later. I'll wait for you. I will wait for you. Jack opened his mouth wide, about to say a word that went against his beliefs and was full of inappropriate language. Behind the priestess, Jack the elder and Jack the lady pushed into the room. The three holy statues shone with light, and they opened their eyes, staring directly at the priestess as if to tell her, now is the time. Jack, a strong wind, accompanied by a shout, burst through the door into the hall, blowing Jack away and causing him to fall hard from the roof eaves. Some words cannot be spoken. Once said, they can never be taken back. That gentle voice echoed through the hall again, along with the wind. Jack looked for the source of the voice and finally saw the glowing statue of the Mary. Is it really you? I am the Haha. Suddenly praised, the priestess felt a bit proud inside, and her thoughts entered the hall along with the wind magic. Jack the elder punched the priestess. She coughed and said, you can call me whatever you want, but anger is not a weapon to attack loved ones. Jack the lady nodded, and the two slowly walked in front of Jack. Jack was holding Hockey Bunny, kneeling and crying. Through his tears, he saw the Mary and his parents standing right in front of him. The wind blew again through the hall, slowly closing the door. The priestess closed the door and ran toward the church. Although summoning spirits is a magical power that can change reality, it also has its drawbacks. If the summoning lasts too long, demons will take advantage of the opportunity to enter and take over the summoner's body. Now, the priestess was racing with a horned demon beside her, both faces close, exchanging fierce words. Horned demon, haha, your body will soon be mine. Such a pure body, I want everyone in the city to taste it. The priestess chuckled. Dream on. You vile, disgusting demon, take this punch. She gathered wind magic into her fist and punched the horned demon to the ground. The demon covered its face and shouted, how dare you call me vile? We're racing. How can you hit me? The priestess leaned on her own body and raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to be courteous to a demon like you? Don't tease your sister. The priestess, she started to laugh. When I regained consciousness, I was still pulling hair from my palm. I saw Jack laughing loudly beside me, which made me very angry. Idiot. Fool. The priestess didn't understand why she was hitting Jack's chin from above, but still said these words. Wow. Sister Priestess suddenly went crazy. Mambo was the first to rush over and hug her leg, followed by the priest and the thief. Did I do something wrong? Jack fell to the ground, and Hockey Bunny looked confused as she helped him up. If you say something rude without thinking, Jack, no matter where you are, as soon as I find out, I will come and deal with you. The priestess, although stopped, kept her eyes fixed on Jack. Hey, what are you talking about? The priest was confused and tried to cover the priestess's mouth, but she twisted her head wildly. Did you hear that, Jack? Jack shivered. The priestess's job was to eliminate travelers from other worlds, and Jack was a little scared, swallowing hard. Yes, I understand. At this moment, the dwarves repairing the three holy statues suddenly heard a sigh of helplessness from the statues. Unfortunately, they didn't believe in any gods. They just scratched their heads and kept working. Hockey Bunny was healing Jack. The priestess was gently lifted by the priest, who touched her eyelid. The priest then stroked his chin. You just entered a spiritual communication state. right? The priestess nodded. The priest pulled her into a side room. Mambo was curious and wanted to follow, but the priest pushed him out. Stop asking about spiritual communication. Be careful you don't have nightmares tonight. Mambo rolled on the ground, and the slime on his head fell off. So stingy. Mambo picked up the slime again and played with his cheerful spirit. It seems someone wants to see, huh? Huh. I don't want to see that at all. The slime gurgled in agreement. Don't want to see, don't want to see. Better to watch the slime eat an apple. This one is even greedier. Mambo took an apple from the altar, bowed to the 3 holy statues, and was chased away by the dwarves. Get out of here. This place is boiling hot copper. Are you crazy? Mambo shrank his neck and ran away. Inside the side room, the priest had a guess. Your spiritual communication and Little K's spiritual resonance, right? Yes, you already know, so why are you asking me? The priestess nodded and said, did you change the past or the future? Was anyone guiding you? Did you participate voluntarily? There was guidance by the Holy Spirit and Jack's parents. The priest sighed and patted his chest. If you enter that state without divine guidance, don't get involved in anything. Come back immediately. Changing the past or future without divine guidance will cost you something. The priest swallowed hard. He had seen people involved in spiritual communication before. First, their skin, then muscles, then features, limbs, and bones. After that, the spiritual communicator wouldn't die because the cost hadn't been fully paid. Their lifespan would turn into magic power, and their skin and muscles would grow back, starting the next cycle. They would go through long, painful suffering until their life ran out. The priestess nodded. She didn't know what the cost was, but from the priest's expression, it looked terrifying. What else did you see? Mambo had a conflict with you and wanted to leave here. He severely injured you. Jack went to the neighboring city to get a doctor. Meanwhile, your mother slipped and broke her neck while tidying up the attic. The priest nodded and told the priestess to leave. He frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. He tried to connect all the clues. As long as Mambo doesn't leave, none of this will happen. So, why does Mambo want to leave? We need to assume a reason. The only reason someone would leave after a conflict with me is if Mambo joined the Demon King's army. And those who join usually kill their relatives before leaving. I am still alive. Why am I not dead? The first Demon King even sank the island where I was born before leaving. Violating that rule means Mambo must have a lot of power and high status in the Demon King's army. Or maybe he knows the Demon King. Oh right, what about Little K? Why is there no information about Little K? The priest's thoughts were interrupted by this question. His limbs went numb, and an idea appeared in his mind. Little K was the first to be deceived and joined the Demon King's army, then later invited Mambo to join. Little K is actually the high-ranking officer in the Demon King's army. It all makes sense. Everything is clear now. Spiritualists are often vulnerable to being possessed by evil spirits. That must be a very powerful demon, and even they can't stop it. Mambo is determined to join the demon army to help Little K regain his body. The priest suddenly stood up from his chair. He wanted to suggest to Little K's parents that he should move to a safer, more inland place. This is just my guess, not a definite plan. Is there no cost involved? The priest looked at the Holy Trinity statues. The statues ignored him, and the door suddenly slammed open, forcing the priest to leave. No cost, right? The priest muttered to himself as he stepped outside. After a few seconds, he stuck his head back in. Right? The door slammed shut in his face, pushing him out. The priest rubbed his nose and immediately went to Little K's house, hoping Little K would leave Bulu City. Why? Leave here and never use spiritual communication again. I have seen the future. The nearby inspector, Xian, listened in confusion. Could this remote little priest really have some special power? Little K's parents were pulled aside to hear the priest's predictions about the future. Although it's just my guess, just in case. Where can we go, Mr. Priest? To the subcapital, the hometown of Osman V. The whole land is blessed by the Holy Trinity, and no demon dares to step foot there. There are better schools and teachers there. Little K will become stronger. Maybe one day, even if a demon takes his body, he can take it back himself. Little K's father nodded and immediately started packing. Little K carried his small suitcase. Dad, will we come back? Where are we going? To the subcapital. That's Osman V's hometown. When you grow up, we'll come back, his father replied as he carried Little K to the teleportation station. I haven't said goodbye to Mambo yet. You'll see him again someday. Just apologize when you meet. I still don't understand why the microwave. The new teacher will teach you. The transparent door of the teleportation station gradually closed. Little K's voice was cut off. He looked back at the station outside. Mambo was sitting on the sign, waving at him. Little K excitedly pressed his face against the glass. Sure enough, Mambo knew everything. He was the most special child of all. I knew you would come. Humph. The magical airflow became wild, and the entire teleportation chamber gradually blurred. In Little K's eyes, Mambo was finally pushed down by station staff using a mop handle. When he regained his senses, Little K was already in the capital city. The place was highly advanced technologically, very different from his hometown. Instead of land dragons, there were land vehicles moving on the ground. In the center of the city stood a 15-meter-high statue of the Three Saints. Facing the statue was the Imperial Law Council and a slightly smaller statue of Emperor Osman. Wow, what a tall statue! Little K was pulled by his parents into a school. The priest's teacher was the principal here, waiting at the school gate for the three of them. Is he my great-grandson? Yes, I suppose so. The priest has taught us many things. Is Diluted doing well? Everyone respects him. The whole city asks for his opinion on important decisions. All right, follow me, said the old principal, crossing his arms as he led them into the school. Principal, our child needs a bodyguard to stay with him. He's a bit special. Yes, many parents do that, but don't spoil them too much, the principal said with a meaningful look at Little K, hiding behind the thief. Has he read any books? Books like Goblin Reproduction and Differentiation, Basics of Cloning Theory, Precautions for Human Copy Magic. Little K's parents exchanged glances. When did you show him these? Who else could it be but you? Thanks to Mambo taking Little K to the Research Institute to play a few days ago, Little K couldn't understand what Mambo and Number 7 were talking about, so he just read books. All right. Do you know an old witch named Nora? The old principal looked a bit uncomfortable. The more he listened, the more familiar those books sounded. She's not a witch, she's our monster studies teacher. Mambo says she's one of the greatest people of this century. The old principal paused, then smiled. Nora Advanced Magic Academy welcomes you, Little K. Little K was taken to the classroom, and the other children were stunned. The children here dressed very much like modern kids, while Little K's clothes were traditional Hanfu. Even the servants nearby were dressed like assassins. Is this guy deliberately trying to look cool? Flashback. Little Ku also couldn't understand why the people here dressed so casually. Is this really a top school? Students, this is our new classmate, Little Ku Lawrence. Please welcome him. The homeroom teacher awkwardly smiled. Only after the teacher led the applause did the children pretend to cheer. Sir Guard, please leave. We are about to start class. The bodyguard was asked to go outside. It's really annoying that guards try to sneak into classes. A few guards were outside playing poker, looking very unprofessional. They were friendly, pulling the bodyguard to join their game. I can't beat you guys, so I won't join in. You're so confident. What's your job? What level are you? Are you a con artist? Con artist is one of the specializations for a level 40 thief with a natural talent for gambling. I'm a thief, level 25. Ha ha. This guy's joking with us. Which guard is a thief? And at level 25, the bodyguard picked up a card. When he turned his hand from hearts to spades, the others no longer asked him to join the game. Is he really a thief? No way. How could he not be higher level than my son? He must be a con artist. Look at the scar on his face. It doesn't look like an ordinary person. Let me see how strong this old guy is. The most special guard stepped forward. He was a level 42, mind reader, known for reading others' thoughts. Stop right there. I am a guard from the Proshik family. I challenge you. He grabbed Little Ku's clothes and saw more scars on his back through his collar. He slowly let go. Little Ku took a deep breath and turned around. Sorry, power shouldn't be used against fellow citizens. I surrender. He said it nicely, but inside he was thinking, this guy looks so strong. The mind reader sweat dropped. This guy looks so strong. I have to use mind reading. Wow. This guy, what? I was actually seen through. When did that happen? The mind reader sheepishly returned to the poker game. Brothers, I can't read him. He knows I know what he's thinking. Another guard slammed down his card, clearly having bad luck this round. He took his Adventurer's Guild badge and walked over to the thief. Friend, don't hide it. We're all just playing along with the young master. My young master and the mind reader young master often fight when they meet. We're just pretending to be serious. Don't worry, no one here will bother you. He tossed his badge with a clink, showing the deepest level he had reached, level 72. Of course, the thief saw it. His heart raced even more. What kind of monsters are these people? Jack and the priest can only reach level 60 with great effort. Can I really protect the young master from these people? All right, if you don't mind me taking advantage of you, just call me Jie. Now, show me your adventurer badge. The thief was too embarrassed to show it off. He had entered the 100th level by mistake and knew he'd be looked down upon if he told the truth. Don't be mean, Jie. Be good. Let me see it. No. In the struggle, the thief's tattered gear was torn and his badge fell to the ground. It bounced a few times before landing in the pile of cards. Who's the fool who pressed their badge into the deck? Everyone playing burst into laughter. When someone reached for the badge, they suddenly froze. It was clearly engraved with Dungeon Exploration, level 100. Jie tried to hang the torn clothes back on the thief and also put the badge around his neck. Wow, it's cold today. You shouldn't wear fewer clothes, Jie said awkwardly, saying strange lines. The thief looked up at the sun. Is autumn in the south really this cold? Is this guy starting to talk nonsense? This level was entered by accident during a dungeon chaos. I was rescued. Don't look at me like that. I believe you. We believe you too. You don't really believe, do you? It's uncomfortable being held up like this, hey. Before the thief could explain, everyone packed up the cards. The young masters went for a quick rest, then pretended to be at odds, huffing at each other. Old Jia, let's go home. The new guy is really a country bumpkin. He's never played any games, only throwing sandbags. He's so useless. Mr. Thief, I miss Mambo. Now I finally understand why Mambo always avoids us. They are all so clueless. Little Ka learned Mambo's catchphrase, but the young master nearby overheard it. How dare you insult me? The young master angrily gestured for old Jia to teach little Ka's follower a lesson, while old Jia signaled to the bandits to act. Act natural, friends. Don't forget we're just pretending. Oh, right? Acting it is. Old Jia's exaggerated acting made little Ka lose patience, but the other young masters cheered loudly. My ultimate gem flash bomb cyclone thunder punch doesn't work on you? Old Jia shouted. What kind of move is that? The bandit had never heard of it. Old Jia shrugged. Just call out a move. Hurry. That. The bandit's cultural level made it hard to come up with a move. Before he could think of one, old Jia bumped into the bandit's fist, spat blood, and flew backward, crashing into a group of guards. It's an enchanting attack. He struggled to get up. Young master, you go ahead. I'll hold them off. Humph. You're such a disgrace. I'll tell Dad. The young master was so angry he stomped and ran off. The bandit scratched his head. Little Ku, they are really a bit clueless. I kind of miss Mambo. Little Ku sighed. Feeling out of place was really hard. Let's go home. Meanwhile, at the young master's house, the overly doting mayor comforted his son, scratching his head in confusion. I've told all the families to pretend to lose to you. What's going on today? Is my son into dramatic comebacks again? No, that person is a guard from the Lawrence family, at least level 100. Old Jia showed his adventurer badge, revealing the bandits' basic info. The mayor looked at the details of someone who had cleared 100 floors of the dungeon and fell into thought. Where do they live? I'll visit tonight, at the small inn at the city gate. So discreet. Could it really be from the Osmond 4th Queen's lineage? The mayor rubbed his chin. The Lawrence family was strict, forbidding wastefulness, so it might be true. Should I prepare a gift, Mayor? No, don't bring anything. The mayor was subtly trying to gather some information at the dining table. Xiaoka's parents honestly told him everything about themselves. They explained that they were just a family from a remote part of Lawrence's tribe, and their connection to Queen Osmond 4 was so distant that they didn't even know how to address her when they met. If you really want to meet someone from the Lawrence family, I do know someone. Xiaoka's father suddenly remembered the inspector from the main family. Really? The mayor wiped his mouth with interest. Please take me to see him. Maybe we do know each other. The mayor's ability to succeed in his position was based on a special power. Once he saw someone, even just their back, he would never forget them. At this moment, the inspector was eating in his bedroom. When he had guests, he would eat there. Xiaoka was highly regarded in his eyes. Good character and virtues, so he wouldn't be easily swayed by others' words. "Inspector, this gentleman says he might know you." Xiaoke's father knocked on the door and said, "Come in." The wooden door slowly opened. The inspector turned around, and their blue eyes met. They looked at each other for a moment. The mayor shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, we don't know each other. Sorry to bother you. I really don't have many relatives or friends in the capital." The inspector smiled and nodded. "Good night." "Good night to you too." The mayor closed the door, then embraced Xiaoke's parents, indicating they could be friends since they were all citizens of the empire. He was heading home. Xiaoke's parents were surprised and saw the mayor off for a long way. The big city is different. Even powerful people are very kind. Maybe it's because they're blessed by the three saints. The mayor sat back in his vehicle, and old Jia was still asking how it went. You did very well. Old Jia, brother Jia." The mayor suddenly started talking excitedly, loosening his tie and taking off his coat, as if these things were suffocating him. "Mayor, what's wrong? What's going on?" They have an executioner in their family." The mayor emphasized again. "The executioner of the Lawrence family. I've seen him. The executioner who has executed the most monsters, traitors, and heretics in history." This was the first time the mayor visited the capital city to attend the wedding of Osman IV. A person with blue eyes gently touched his head, and at that moment, his uncle explained this person's story to him. The deputy mayor was silenced by this man alone. No one was spared. The mayor, holding old Jia's shoulder, asked, "Did I do something wrong?" "Huh? Why did he come here? I only love children." Snap! The entire ceiling of the ground vehicle suddenly tore off, and the executioner opened the roof and sat next to the mayor. "Don't you recognize me?" "No, brother." The mayor immediately knelt down in fear. Even if he had a clear conscience, he was scared. What if this executioner had killed too many people and gone mad? "I'm not here to kill anyone. I've retired." "Really?" The mayor looked up. "You're not an executioner anymore." "Yeah, my 100-year contract with Osman IV has ended. Now I work as an inspector for the Lawrence family." The executioner picked at his nails and helped the mayor fix his fallen wig. "And me? Just pretend you don't know." The executioner disappeared, leaving a gold coin on the seat. Half for hush money, half for fixing the car. The mayor could only think privately that this person was really stingy. He took off his wig and waved it like a fan. Luckily, the old man's behind is clean. "Old Jia, what about you? I don't even have a home, and I can't leave anything behind if I do that kind of work. Why bother?" "Huh, that's true." The mayor fixed his wig and told old Jia to drive home. "You're not young anymore. Is there someone you like? I can help set you up." "Yes. There's a maid named Felina." "You really have someone?" "Well, I was asking you." The mayor's convertible drove away gradually. Little Kay was writing a letter to Mambo. "The people here are all high level. Even a random passerby is level 20 or 30. The teachers are gentle, but the classes are quite boring. The students are a bit hard to get along with." When Mambo received the letter, he looked constipated. Why didn't Little Kay call? Who knows? Isn't it more poetic this way? The priest was wiping the floor. The noble school only had 3 students left, so classes were canceled. Mambo was bored all day. When will the chaos in the underground city end? I really want to level up. Mambo lay on the recently cleaned church floor, complaining while looking at the restored Holy Trinity statues. After just complaining, the red mouse took a sheepskin map and entered the church. The red mouse rarely interacts with the priest, and when the priest sees it, he quickly puts down his mop and walks over. "Priest, the Demon King trial route has been updated," the red mouse said, handing over the sheepskin. "Every time the Demon King recovers, this route resets." "Oh, is Bulu City again the starting point?" The priest looked at the map, his gaze wandering across it. This time, the route almost circles the entire kingdom before reaching the Demon King's castle. This trial, created by Emperor Osman, is a magic that helps adventurers level up steadily. It prevents them from rushing past officials and directly facing the Demon King, which could lead to death. But actually, this is a mechanism created by the second Demon King. It limits the number of challengers at once. After leaving the beginner village, adventurers get a badge for clearing 10 floors of the dungeon and then move to the next town, until their team is strong enough to defeat the Demon King. That's great. Bulu City can now be a new starting point for business. This time, we'll focus on baths and hot springs. Priest, look carefully. The old Demon King's castle is a prerequisite level. Only after passing this level can you challenge the Demon King. The Demon King's castle is in Blue City. The priest paused, meaning the new Demon King will appear in Blue City. He looked at Mambo behind him, who wanted to see the map. Blue City must keep people there. The beginner village needs someone to guide the adventurers, but Mambo cannot stay. The priest, who originally wanted to stop Mambo from leaving, now has to send him away. Sure enough, I've changed the future, but at what cost? Maybe it's the whole Blue City. The priest crouched down and patted Mambo's head. Mambo, have you always wanted to level up? Yes. Then, do you want to become a hero? Hero? That's right. That's right. That's right. When you go to another world, you should become a hero. Deep inside, the big uncle gave Mambo a punch. You idiot, you're the Demon King. Get that straight. Oh, right. Mambo, reminded by the first Demon King, hugged the priest's leg. I don't want to be a hero. I can't leave you and Uncle Amo. Oh, wait until you finish this journey. Then come back and see us. It's not far from the Demon King's castle, the priest said with a smile. Mambo is a level 10 big kid now. He should have his own adventurer team. Mambo wanted to say more, but outside the church, the area was crowded with people. The priest gently guided Mambo back home and explained the current situation in Blue City to the remaining crowd. Once someone passes through the front checkpoint, Blue City will be swallowed by the Demon King's castle. Everyone, please evacuate quickly, but there's no one to guide the heroes in the beginner village. The clergy will stay behind. The mouse gang will stay too. I want to stay. Maybe it was out of impulse, or maybe wanting to help defeat the Demon King. Most residents decided to stay in Blue City. Nora sat deep inside the research institute, looking at a piece of parchment and sighing. She was too old to leave, so she decided to stay. Create a clone. Imprint all my knowledge. No, all the knowledge of the entire empire into it. It will help Mambo a lot. Okay, and then? Don't fall asleep at such a critical moment. Early in the morning, Mambo was awakened by loud noises. When he stepped out of the dungeon, he saw that Blue City was packed with people, merchants, adventurers, workers, blocking the main road. Where did all these people come from? Doesn't anyone understand the value of the beginner village? Uncle Emo also couldn't get through. Today, he had to lead the mouse gang and the dwarves to expand Blue City. So, did you find your hero team? Jack, me, Gilda, and Hockey Bunny. Isn't that enough? Jack is staying here to guide the hero team. He's not coming. Uncle Emo was suddenly swept away by the crowd, leaving only this sentence behind. What should I do now? My adventurer team's front line is missing. Besides Jack, who else would team up with a thief? Mambo jumped into the crowd, stepping on people's shoulders to climb onto the rooftops. Although he was scolded many times, he still made it up. The rooftops were much easier to walk on than the streets. Some faster adventurers also chose this way to move. Of course, Mambo first went to Gilda's house. The third-generation Demon King said that Gilda was actually his servant. Besides not listening to him at all, everything else was fine. Our adventurer team has no frontline fighters anymore, Greta. Are you really planning to form a hero team as a Demon King? It's my wish, Greta. I just want to go on adventures. It's so fun, just like those games where heroes fight demons. All right, shut up. I agree. 10 minutes later, Lord Serious slammed the table loudly. I do not agree. You want to take both my daughters away? At least leave me one. Mampo pulled Greta close. Then I choose Greta. Wait, I think I was tricked. Lord Serious stared fixedly as Mampo and Greta confidently left his house, but he couldn't do anything. He looked like a helpless father. Greta's father's problem was solved, so Mampo went to the research institute, hoping to get a frontline fighter, but for some reason, he brought back an all-around helper instead. This is a clone made based on your favorite teacher, Sharona, and it completely obeys you. Do you still have a romantic attachment to your teacher? Greta looked at the motionless clone, who quietly stared back at them. Because it has too many knowledge imprints, it has no feelings. If you don't like it, I want a completely emotionless one. No, Nora decided that on her own. Greta lowered her head, lifted a small part of the clone's skirt, then nodded and put it down. It looks exactly like a real person. Who asked you? Mampo poked the clone's head with his finger, then pinched her face. She doesn't say a word. Ouch. Speak now. ×2 ouch. ouch, ouch, until Mampo let go. She stopped repeating that phrase. Mampo stroked his chin. Confirmed, it's an artificial intelligence. Do you have a name? Number 0721 at your service. Vaticino. So you. As a veteran game player, Mampo's arrival brought a major update to the game library of the Demon King's shared space. Every Demon King who crosses over brings everything from their era into the shared space, including games and movies. This gives other Demon Kings in the spirit realm some entertainment. Mampo being able to live until 2025 is truly lucky. Mambo, Yuzu Chef is really disgusting. Krata, Yuzu Chef is really disgusting. No. Krata, how can my most loyal subordinate say such a thing about me? You already sold me to Mambo. Mambo thought for a moment and couldn't think of a good name, so he simply called her Yuzu. Although he gained a promising helper, not having a frontline fighter was a bit frustrating. The adventurers shook their heads and walked away when they heard Mambo was a thief. Some people even wanted to steal Krata and Yuzu. Yuzu, I am Mambo's property. Please respect that. Krata, Mambo chose me. I'm sorry. Mambo was looked at with disdain by the adventurers, and some spat on the ground angrily. No, that's not it. Don't look at me like that. You too. Explain yourselves. We're just telling the truth. ×2. Montague, you shouldn't use that kind of language here. Mambo, Krata, and Yuzu sat on the roof eaves as the sunset slowly fell. Everyone had found their preferred teammates and was heading into the next city after finishing the dungeon. Only Mambo still needed a frontline fighter. The crowd gradually thinned out. Mambo jumped down from the roof, catching Krata. He wanted to catch Yuzu too, but she landed with a thunderous thud, then patted her bottom and followed Mambo. Mambo and Yuzu returned disappointed to the dungeon. Hey, finally on the path to tricking young girls. Do you want Uncle Mo to prepare a blanket for you? This is my teammate. Nora made it herself. Uncle Mo's eyes rolled around. Can you? Go ask Nora yourself. Lazy to death. I give up. Uncle Mo pretended to hit Mambo, who quickly ran back to his room with a blanket. Inside his room stood a tall, blond man. Jack, why are you here? The priest said I should go with you to fight the Demon King. That's the best choice, Jack said with a smile. Mambo jumped up excitedly, hugging Jack's neck. I have a frontline fighter. Ha! And Hockey Bunny. She said she would take care of my parents and move to the next town to wait for me. Oh, and she proposed to me, and I said yes. Wait, you have too many flags now. It's better for you to stay in Blue City. Mambo got off Jack's neck, looking a bit speechless. All right, stop saying those words you don't understand. Hockey Bunny told me not to have affairs outside. What does affair mean? Mambo hesitated for a moment and explained that having close relationships with other suitable marriage partners besides Hockey Bunny, especially engaging in romantic acts, is called an affair. Jack nodded suddenly, understanding. So, what about bringing other women into the room? Depends, if Hockey Bunny cares. So, are you having an affair with someone behind Cleta's back? Jack pointed at Yuzu. I'm going to tell Miss Cleta, Jack said and ran off. Mambo chased after him desperately, but Jack was too fast to catch. Are you crazy? Come back here. Lord Celia. Mambo. At the last moment, Mambo had to use magic, Die Zone, covering Jack's mouth and explaining everything clearly, or Lord Celia might get so angry he'd cut him down. Cleta and Shada watched Mambo laugh from the attic. Big sister, he's pretty funny. Yeah, too bad he's mine. Ludo was the most speechless now because she had to observe Mambo. She had asked to join the hero team herself, but was clearly rejected by Mambo. Now, she could only beg Nora to help gather some people and secretly follow Mambo to complete the at least 7-year Demon King hunting route. Another overtime. Demon King, I'll peel you and break your bones. TSK. Times for who the cursed at me? Times for although Lord Celia claimed to trust Mambo, he still asked his wife to teach Cleta some tricks to handle men when they got home. The more Lord Celia listened, the more suspicious he felt, as if these tricks had all been used on himself. His face darkened, and he turned to go back to his room and sleep. Meanwhile, Mambo finished making the bed and was about to sleep on the floor. When he got up to turn off the light, he saw Yuzu lying down, her face buried in a pillow. Why are you sleeping like that? Are you out of breath? My hurts. Thinking back to how she had fallen from the roof with lightning, it was no wonder her didn't hurt. Next time, jump from a high place so I can catch you. Oh, I wanted to go to the church to ask the priest for healing, but unfortunately, he was already asleep at that time. The next morning, the priest treated Yuzu's fall injury. Mambo said goodbye to the members of the mouse gang. The golden mouse and the gray mouse were generous, each giving Mambo a gold coin. The red mouse gave him 2 steel daggers. Snow Mouse prepared some clothes. Only Uncle Mo gave Mambo a kick. What are you looking at? I don't have anything to give you. If you like, pick a pretty instead. Forget it. They are too weak, just a burden, Mambo said, rubbing his and refusing. Uncle Mo thought for a moment and gave Mambo his recipe. I'm also a good cook. Don't forget to eat well. Meanwhile, Jack and Hockey Bunny said goodbye. The beggars of the mouse gang cheered around them. Give a kiss. Give a kiss. Give a kiss. Jack only hugged Hockey Bunny and left amid the disdainful shouts of the beggars. The priest watched from afar as the Gravel Brave team set off on their adventure. He felt very happy they had finally gone. Mambo was afraid of death and not very talented. Maybe halfway through, the Demon King would be defeated. By then, little Kiki would also have gained control over summoning spirits. The priest wiped away non-existent tears, returned to the church to clean the silverware. But when he reached for the altar, he missed. He rubbed his eyes. All the silverware in the church had disappeared. He looked up and shouted angrily, "Who? How dare you?" "It's me, the shocking magic thief Mambo. Priest, I told you. I planned to steal all the silver from your church." Behind the note, there was a drawing of an ugly earthworm biting its own. That brat. The priest angrily opened the safe behind the holy statues, planning to buy new silverware. But the money inside was also gone, and there was another note. Priest is broke now. The treasure clue is in the first note's drawing. The priest looked at the ugly earthworm in disbelief. The young priestess also noticed this and examined the earthworm with the priest. Could Mambo have buried it? That can't be. The young priestess suddenly had an idea and said, scratching her face, "Could this be a serpent with its tail in its mouth?" The priest squinted his eyes, and it seemed he was starting to think so. Does the ending happen at the beginning of the story? The two of them start looking for the place where Mambo first met. It seems to be behind a long bench near a window. Found it. Sure enough, they find silverware and lost coins inside a package behind a bench. The priest silently polishes the silverware and places it back on the altar. An hour after Mambo begins his journey, the priest makes a phone call. "Are you bored, Mambo? Haha. My riddles are pretty good, right? Looks like a story. About to go into the dungeon. Is there anything else you want to say, my second father? Remember the monsters on the 10th floor? Don't get caught." Okay. Mambo hangs up and starts changing his gear. Many people are doing business here, and the most common place to change clothes is the temporary dressing room. 10 minutes costs 5 copper coins. Yuzu, who is about to change clothes in place, is about to pay, but Mambo chooses to rent a dressing room with coins. A small village built around the dungeon as an economy has long been established and is now more prosperous. You can even see members of the mouse gang working on construction. The monsters around have been cleared out. The old persimmon tree was left behind. Mix 1 kilogram of flour with 300 grams of mashed ripe persimmons. Add a little butter, half a bottle of milk, a quarter of the flour's worth of water, sugar is needed. Dissolve 10 grams of salt in warm water. Add yeast, knead, and let it ferment. Finally, cut into large pieces. Bake in an oven at 160 degrees Celsius for 25 minutes. The outside becomes crispy, and inside, fragrant and soft persimmon bread is ready. This is what the bakery owner outside the dungeon said. "Want to?" "No, I think I saw someone I know." The person next to me, showing off the persimmon bread, has a familiar back. "Andy?" The person turns around, swallows the bread in her mouth, and it really is Rudo. "Why are you here?" Mambo asks, taking the bread Rudo casually hands over. "What's wrong? You didn't take me along? I can form my own team, you know?" Rudo pats the broad chest of a strong man beside her. "Our team will definitely be faster than yours," Rudo chuckles. The strong man takes off his hood. It's actually Snape. "Are you studying properly, Mambo?" Shalina is also here, patting the slime on Mambo's head and asking. Nora did not provide Rudra with many clone teammates. Instead, she recommended 2 suitable people, and she personally guaranteed that they would not cause trouble for him. They signed a magic contract that would forever prevent them from telling anyone else about their participation in the royal selection observation. The last teammate was number 7, who was there to assist. After a brief greeting, Yuzu and Kurita also came over. They changed into new clothes, while Jack was surrounded by various strange, infatuated women. He had just taken off his clothes and was only wearing a pair of large shorts. One woman, dressed like a character from a martial arts story, was almost lying on Jack. He's a noble young master, so handsome. Want to team up with me? I can do many things. Her hand was circling on Jack's chest. Jack grabbed her hand. Just when she thought he might be interested, everything around her suddenly spun. When she recovered, she found herself thrown onto the ground with a shoulder twist, her shoulder blade pressed down. Standing up forcefully would tear the soft tissues around her shoulder blade. Stop! Stop! It hurts so much. I was just joking. I have a wife now. Jack released her hand, put away the handkerchief he was using as a cushion, and put on his armor's inner clothing. This scared all the infatuated women away. Such insensitivity. Let's go, Kirin. I told you it's impossible for you to succeed. A man with glasses helped the woman up. She huffed and muttered. Are you laughing at me? Kuroki. It seemed Jack had just entered some strange bet. As they walked away, an interesting conversation unfolded between the two. Are locals really so resistant to beautiful women? Kirin said, hugging Kuroki and biting his jaw. If you keep using my body to flirt, I'll castrate you. Kuroki looked away, not wanting to see her. Hey, don't be like that. I said I'd flirt with guys, but you flirt with girls. I've changed my mind. Your acting is too cheap, like you're a. Who isn't selling themselves? Just different goods, right, baby? Even travelers who solve the mystery of Emperor Osman might wonder why he, as a traveler, can hide his identity for a lifetime without being discovered. Cao and Shilling found clues in Emperor Osman's diary. For a while, his storytelling suddenly changed, like someone else was writing for him. There was also a clear change at the end of a certain letter, which didn't match his usual style. Kojiro Hashikawa, Kira Yashikage, they immediately understood what was happening. It was a body swap. Emperor Osman's body was no longer his own. After several experiments, they discovered that the magic to swap bodies didn't work on the native people. Their souls weren't affected by the magic and almost became immune to magic itself. This meant that the person swapping bodies with Emperor Osman was also a traveler from another world. The first Demon King, a chubby old man, confirmed, yes, that's me. Cao and Shilling retraced Emperor Osman's adventures and finally found an ancient site. The locals believed it was a double execution platform. Anyone who sat on it would have their magic tear their soul apart and die. They looked at each other and said, that's because they instinctively resist the power, trying to keep their souls inside their bodies. Late at night, they climbed onto the platform. Their souls were pulled out and entered each other's bodies. As their souls got mixed up, their talents also changed. That's how Emperor Osman hid himself. We'll never be suspected now, Cao. No, now you are Cao, Shilling said, rubbing her chest. I always thought you were small, but now I see you're actually quite big. Stop it. Before they could continue joking, the locals noticed the platform was activated and started approaching. They quickly ran away. They went to another town. This time, they entered openly, not sneaking in. The local priest examined their talents and welcomed them. Cao started to regret swapping bodies with Shilling because the man had always pretended to be a gentleman, but it turned out he was a pervert. You're so disgusting. Well, it's all your fault for being so charming, Shilling said, refusing to act. If you do that again, I'll smash your magic core. When we can switch back, you'd better become a. Go ahead, I don't feel any pain. Jianji truly used all his strength to crash into the corner of the table. His pain threshold was instantly broken, and his whole body entered a fake death state. His eyes rolled upward, and he fell straight down. Shiling's jaw dropped to the ground. My magic orb. When Jianji woke up, Shilling was already kneeling obediently on the ground, apologizing in a proper soldier's sitting posture. After checking her, there was no serious injury, just a large swelling. Recently, Jianji had been urinating a lot, and during that time, it hurt terribly when he went to the bathroom. Getting back to the main topic, Jack changed into his armor and met Mambo. Sharona was teasing Mambo by pinching a grapefruit's face. Is this me? Mambo, no. Exactly, I made it just like you did when you were a kid. Number 7 exposed Mambo's lie, and Mambo started pretending to cough and ignoring it. So spicy, so spicy, so spicy. Passing adventurers, eating persimmon bread while listening and commenting. Even the baker leaned over to listen. None of your business. I like this one. So what? Mambo wanted to chase them away, but unfortunately, the person on the left was driven off, and the one on the right came closer again. Getting anxious, getting anxious, getting anxious. King of anxiety, huh? After this, a group of adventurers turned their heads toward the one who had spoken the classic sarcastic line. The adventurer's face darkened. He patted his mouth and asked, "Does this world not have that phrase?" "Yes, Mr. Transcender. Catch that bear spotting guy?" That Transcender was quite powerful. Even with everyone trying their best, he still managed to run away. Sharona ignored all this. She crouched down and patted Mambo's face. "I know it was Nora's doing. Since you said you like it, take good care of me, okay? I understand, teacher." Mambo finally relaxed, relieved that the misunderstanding was cleared. At least he wouldn't be seen as a pervert by Sharona or Snape. "Here, this is for you." Snape, being practical, took out a tiny pistol. It might not handle very strong monsters, but it's enough to pierce through a bad guy's head if you meet one. Mambo stared blankly as he took the pistol. "Teacher, what kind of profession are you?" "Level 42 Musketeer." "Impressive. Wait, who is in the front line?" Before I could ask, the small team with Ruto turned around and left. I saw that Teacher Shalina was carrying a dragon scale shield on her back. "So, you are the front line?" Since everyone has changed their gear and entered the dungeon, the first 9 floors are filled with common low-level monsters. On the 10th floor, as we step down the stairs, we are greeted by a forest. Charm Forest has special monsters called mushroom people. They look like humans, with umbrella-shaped hats on their heads and hair made of fungi. The umbrella handle is a humanoid body covered with fungi. When these creatures were first discovered, they were called gentle monsters because they are very intelligent and can even become your partner, although they cannot speak. They obey all your commands, seeming to be born to not refuse humans. But then, a famous monster researcher risked his life and found out that mushroom people feed on the memories of living beings. They turn living creatures into empty shells, and the fungi cover their bodies to create new mushroom people. Go ahead, kill one of these region-specific monsters, and you can move on to the next town. Jack had already fought mushroom people before. Grita, Mambo, and Yuzu need to work together to kill one. A mushroom person lifts its head under a tree, with long eyelashes and emerald-like eyes looking at the 3 of us. It slowly walks toward us. "Wow, so charming." "It's like a monster," Mambo said, feeling like the mushroom has become a spirit. Mambo throws a flying dagger, and Yuzu uses magic to speed it up. The dagger pierces the mushroom person's chest, and it takes a step back. The mushroom person lowers its head, dips a finger into the red liquid on its chest, and writes something on its arm. "Why did you hurt me?" She can write too. "The smartest, most obedient, and cunning low-level monsters are like this," Grita said, gathering magic in her hands. A hot fireball roars out, roasting the mushroom person's half-body into charcoal, and it falls to the ground. "Let's be friends." The mushroom person's breath weakens, and as it writes this sentence on the ground, it gradually stops breathing. "I really feel a bit sorry for her," Mambo said, squatting beside the corpse of the mushroom person and picking out a magic crystal from the umbrella hat. "Well, just saying. If you really feel sorry for her, then look at the adventurer next to her." Grita pointed to a thin adventurer following behind the mushroom person. The adventurer's eyes looked blank. The fungus on the mushroom person's hair had grown into his eye socket. The mushroom person held his hand and led him deeper into the forest. The adventurer staggered with every step, eventually forgetting how to walk and falling straight to the ground. The mushroom person gently held him, and the fungal threads wrapped around them, forming a cocoon like a mummified shell. "It's over. Don't look anymore. He's beyond saving," Jack said, turning his head to cover Mambo and Kata's eyes. He then led the others toward the next town. When Mambo and the others left, a familiar person approached the deeper part of the area. It's the team of the Sword and Shield Warrior and Liang. Liang's town was the second one they visited. Now, he was supposed to be on the 20th floor. "Liang, just defeat 2 monsters on the 20th floor. Don't do anything else," the Sword and Shield Warrior said, cutting down the mushroom creatures that surrounded them. Liang looked up at the uncle with the sword and shield. "Why? Overhunting monsters on the 20th floor causes them to merge together," the uncle explained. He kicked open the door to the 11th floor, and the area turned back into a maze-like underground dungeon. Every 5 floors, there is a special area. On the 15th floor, there's an underground library, a place with all the knowledge in the world. But the more you want to find a specific book, the harder it is to locate it. Many scholars are trapped here for their entire lives, never reading the knowledge they seek. Do you want to read a book, Liang? The mage asked, eager to read 2 books. But Liang shook his head slowly. The library was large, and using magic to move forward would only bring them back to the start. The group quietly headed toward the end of the library. Liang, look over there. Someone carrying a coffin, just like you, someone said. Is he also a gravekeeper? The young nun in the team asked. I think I recognize him. He's the fastest hero, the team that reached the 4th town in just 1 day. Everyone understood what was in the coffin. They had moved too quickly, been defeated by monsters, and died in the dungeon. Go ahead without me. I have something to do, Liang said, looking at the man. His situation was exactly the same. In detail, he still had hope to go back and save his family. The sword and shield warrior nodded. The others continued toward the end of the library. Liang then stepped in front of the man. Give up. This is a trap. You'll never find the magic you're looking for. These books are just meant to trap you and then devour you. No, there is no magic to bring the dead back to life. You don't understand, said the adventurer without looking up. He threw the book on the ground and picked up another to continue reading. There is no such magic in the world. Can't you see reality? His hand slipped, and the book fell. A foul smell emanated from nearby. The person tried to pick up the book but was blinded by the stench. Your companions are already starting to rot, aren't they? Preservation, deodorization, restoration, he recited. The foul smell gradually faded. The adventurer had long accepted reality, but he was still unwilling to believe. How could such powerful people fall in a place like this? What is your profession? Gravekeeper. Then can you help me send them back? I have a lot of money. I will teach you a magic to send them back, said Lien Yang, placing his hand in the adventurer's palm. The adventurer touched Lien Yang's cold hand and looked into his eyes. Although his eyes sparkled, there was a deep darkness inside. The person before him was also a corpse. Body manipulation, a common dark magic. It's a magic that insults the dead. The magic spun in the adventurer's hand. He learned it instantly. The companions in the coffin pushed open the lid and slowly stood up, as if resurrected. Can you teach me how to revive them too? This is a magic exclusive to gravekeepers. You can't learn it, said Lien Yang, standing up and walking toward his team. Let's stop after clearing 20 floors. All right. Why? If you're hurt, I can help you, asked the nun, puzzled. Everyone here is quite skilled. With effort, we could reach the 40th floor. That team over there thinks the same. They were almost wiped out. We should be more careful. Lien Yang looked at the nun. His hatred was now only directed at the priest. People from another world are also human. They can form bonds and care about you. That's why Lien Yang feels responsible for them. On the 20th floor, there was a grassy swamp filled with stone monsters covered in mud tentacles. Their attack power was practically zero. The sword and shield warrior easily took 2 of them. Many people here were hunting a creature called Stone Demon. The mud of the Stone Demon was still yellow. When it turns purple, it's time to run, or they will start to merge. If it turns black, we will all die, he said. The nun cast buffs on the sword shield warrior and the mage. Ilong used magic to trap the Stone Demon. The sword shield warrior shattered one, and the mage destroyed another. All of them earned the right to pass through 20 levels. At the same time, many other teams, countless teams, almost all at once, killed the Stone Demon. Suddenly, the Stone Demon in the arena went berserk. Its mud limbs turned purple and started smashing into each other, merging into a small mountain. Things are out of control. Run fast. The sword shield warrior turned and ran with his team. Other adventurers also started fleeing. The purple mud limbs and the giant Stone Demon began chasing them. Oh no! Who did this? Rudo's team had come here to gather mud containing gunpowder ingredients for Snape. Seeing the big purple Stone Demon, they sighed. Just as the giant demon was about to swallow an adventurer, a projectile hit its mouth and exploded instantly. The demon slowly fell down. Snape put away his revolver. Magic bullets. Kid. All right, run now. We will handle this, Number 7 said, helping a fallen adventurer to his feet with a smile. Which team are you from? That was amazing. Oh, right. We haven't even got a team name yet. At this moment, the adventurers who had been wiped out arrived on the ground with 3 bodies. Using control magic, he received the remaining memories of his companions. His teammates truly wanted him to survive. They didn't blame him for fleeing. In their last moments, they only wanted to return home. The bodies couldn't enter the teleportation station. The adventurers silently carried their teammates, heading back to their hometown. Along the way, many people asked them for the secret to quickly clearing the dungeon. Chasing after that kind of thing only puts loved ones in danger. Take it slow and steady. Are you really the fastest heroes? Could they be imposters? Let's go. Let's go. Let's head to the 30th level. The adventurer reached out to stop them, but his magic cut off, causing his teammates to stumble. He could only give up. In the dungeon, countless adventurers have died trying to reach deeper levels and chase a fleeting sense of glory. The tragedy of the fastest hero keeps happening over and over. The adventurer hugged his leader, who slowly embraced him. Then the heavy armor and the priest also gently held him. No, I won't let this happen again. Half a year later, at the entrance to the 30th floor, an adventurer stands there controlling 3 puppets. Only by defeating them can you enter the 30th floor. If you fail, he will scold you for not valuing your companions' lives. Gradually, more and more people appeared. They are called underground fortress guardians. Teams like these are found on the 30th, 40th, and 50th floors, all the way to the Demon King's castle gate. Some people don't understand them, others admire them. The fact that the number of people dying in the dungeon decreases each year shows their achievements. At this time, Mambo also begins heading toward the next town. The Demon King's road tests brave teams. You can only use teleportation stations when entering the dungeon. Traveling between towns must be done on foot or by transportation. Are you crazy, second Demon King brother? Mambo has no money to ride transportation. Renting a land dragon costs 400 silver coins a year, and he only has 2 gold coins, which are not enough. So, he chooses to travel slowly on a lizard-like carriage. Jack spends his money upgrading weapons and gear. Yuzu just wears clothes and goes on adventures. Gilda only has a few gold coins, which are all of Sir Seria's funds. Why no horses? Because in this world, horses have evolved into monsters. They are now carnivores and cannot be tamed. That's more like fighting the Demon King. The second Demon King laughs. What do you think? Fun, right? A flying craft passes overhead. Through its transparent glass window, a noble-looking brave team glances down and sees Mambo's group. Mambo also notices them and turns his head away to avoid eye contact. What about them? They're totally different, right? Who would have thought technology would develop so fast? Feeling insecure, Jack pats Mambo's shoulder. Don't worry about those things. Just see it as sightseeing, okay? Don't avoid their gaze. Be brave and look back. Mambo waves his hand. No, I suggest you don't look either. Why? As they talk, the flying craft gradually pulls away. Mambo responds to Jack. They're standing too close to the edge. You can see their skirts. Jack falls silent for a moment. Mambo really isn't the type to feel insecure. He was just overthinking. Why didn't you remind us? It's a bit awkward, okay? Mambo pouted. And those people look like nobles from the capital. Maybe they're spoiled and unreasonable. What if they hurt us? That's unlikely, Jack said, scratching his chin. I think it's better to remind them. Greta chimed in. So, what color did you see? White. Isn't that obvious? Greta took the slime off Mambo's head. The journey was a bit boring, so the slime became everyone's toy to pass the time. Mambo grabbed some breadcrumbs and threw them around. The slime bounced around to eat wherever the crumbs landed. Eventually, it ate so much that it started bubbling inside with floating breadcrumbs. Water. The slime needs water. Water. The breadcrumbs drained the slime of its moisture. Mambo poured a little water on its head, and it stopped crying. After a while, the lizard also stopped moving. The lizard is thirsty. The lizard is hungry. Mambo unfastened the lizard's mouth cover, annoyed that the non-human creatures in their team were also lazy and picky. The big lizard slowly crawled to the riverbank, drinking water with a snore-like sound. After drinking, it looked for fresh tender grass. The local water buffalo-like lizards have multiple stomachs and good stamina. Watching the slow eater, Mambo knew they couldn't go any further today. Forget it, Let's stop here for today, Mambo said, handling the ingredients. Jack went to chop wood. The firewood in the cart was kept for emergencies in places without combustible materials. Mambo took out a large deep pot, like the one the witch used for brewing medicine. Following Uncle Mo's recipe, he searched for wild vegetables in the grass. These vegetables were also liked by the lizard. Mambo even had to compete with it for food. They started fighting over the food. Yuzu was told to go pick mushrooms. Greta was responsible for washing dishes and setting up the tent. Only after the lizard was full could Mambo freely gather wild vegetables. When he returned, Jack had already started a fire, and the water in the pot was boiling. He poured boiling water into a kettle, dried the bottom of the pot, added a little vegetable oil, and threw in green onions to release a fragrant smell. Then he added water, chopped mushrooms, and other wild vegetables. After boiling for 10 minutes, he added MSG, salt, and a little pepper. A pot of mushroom and vegetable soup was ready. Too bad we can't bring meat. Sigh. Bread dipped in hot soup. Mambo sighed and wished there was some meat. Many monsters' meat is edible. Maybe we can find a couple tomorrow. Jack took a sip of soup and answered Mambo. Mambo is actually quite good at cooking. Tell me, I might not be able to accept it. Eating monster meat is better to ask about first. Goblin meat is tough and not very tasty, with little fat. Change it. I can't stomach that kind of thing. What about magic fish? Those are quite common in the river. Magic fish are similar to modern fish, but they are affected by magic and can be a bit aggressive. If you encounter merfolk or mermen, would you eat them? Jack stroked his chin, and Mambo and Gilda both shouted no. What's wrong? Jack tilted his head, looking at them. Mambo said he couldn't eat either mermaids or mermen because they look too much like humans. They are a bit too similar to people. Gilda nodded vigorously beside them. Jack shrugged, saying he never eats such things himself. I thought you guys would like it. Many nobles enjoy eating that kind of food. That's not normal at all. Jack, Mambo said, feeling even more scared just thinking about it. He finished his bread and soup, then turned back to the tent. Why is Gilda, a monster, afraid of eating merfolk? Mambo asked Avasas while lying on his bed. Avasas chuckled. Gilda is a dry mermaid. She rarely eats fish, a dry mermaid, meaning a land-dwelling fish-human hybrid. Avasas showed Mambo Gilda's original appearance. Mambo leaned in to look carefully. Her eyes are red and snake-like, with completely black sclera. Her skin is covered with blue-green scales and golden patterns. Her ears are replaced by two pointed horns, and she has white hair. Force her to flex her wrist. Mambo tried, and a sharp spike slowly extended from her wrist, like a feline claw. Gilda is so cool. Mambo pried her mouth open, revealing sharp teeth. When her mouth opened, her gills automatically unfolded. Mambo thought she looked amazing. High-level monsters are like walking weapons. Why don't you even wash your bowl, Mambo? Gilda opened the tent and saw Mambo playing with her. Old body. You're a bit too weird, you know? No. I really think this body is so cool. Mambola stepped back half a step and hurriedly explained. Avasas, feeling guilty, watched as Cleta's old body gradually turned into magic energy and disappeared into the air. He whistled and returned to Mambo's mind. Why didn't anyone warn me Cleta was coming? We also saw a fish-human monster for the first time. It's really cool, said the first and second generations, who shared Mambo's taste and didn't notice anyone approaching. Cleta kept reassuring herself that Mambo was just curious, not perverted. She sat next to Mambo and took a deep breath. You're the first human to say I look good. Your compliment made me blush, but could you ask me first next time? Can you tell me about your race? Okay, I'll tell you tomorrow. The next day, Cleta explained her race and body to Mambo. It's important to note that fish-human gills are considered impolite to look at directly. How does Cleta know so much about high-level monsters? Jack scratched his head. Many things she said he couldn't find in his own knowledge. Read more books and newspapers. When you get to my age, you'll understand, she replied. There was also a mention of time travel and other plot twists. Jack realized Cleta was teasing him, so he stopped asking questions and moved ahead to replace Yuzu driving. You should rest for a while. Yuzu ignored Jack and instead asked Mambo if she agreed. You can listen to Jack and Cleta. Come back and rest. What if your opinions conflict? Is there a paradox? Mambo stroked her chin. Then we do nothing until we agree. Okay. The lizard subdragon's journey was slow. It took a whole week. When the temperature gradually became unsuitable for short sleeves, they finally reached the next town near Brule City. After inspection, the four entered the town, which had more elves than Brule City. It was called the second homeland of the elves. After defeating the first-generation Demon King, the tired elves decided not to return home and built an elf town here. This is the Elf Tavern. Brave travelers from afar. Want to drink and eat meat with the elf girls? Let's go. Short-term rentals, long-term rentals, annual, monthly, daily hotel rooms. Good blades for sale. My blade can cut iron, open steel, blessed by the three saints. Green beans, high-quality green beans. By some, Mambo and Jack exchanged glances. The city gate is right at the market. It's very noisy. Don't rent a place here. Yes. The four of them rode a lizard cart. After passing through the market, there were many taverns and entertainment venues. Mambo curiously looked at the shops around. Dragon balls, magic chests, taverns, dance halls, massage rooms, saunas, baths. Hey, young man, would you like to try a traditional elf massage? A shady-looking man approached Mambo and asked. At my age, you recommend this to me? Shouldn't you recommend it to him? Mambo pointed at Jack, surprised. Are the people here all crazy? The shady man shook his head. The smell is different. The night nearby smells upright and honest. The girl with a pointed head smells a bit bitter. The one over there has no smell at all, like they have no feelings. The shady man slowly leaned in and hugged Mambo. Only you, my friend, and I share the same scent. Really accurate? Mambo's face changed. No, who has the same smell as you? Stop denying it. I give you a 30% discount. Spend 500 and get 1,000 free. The shady man used his ultimate move. People with similar scents can't resist this offer. He waved his hand and slapped the highest level coupon on Mambo's forehead. Mambo took off the coupon and read carefully. What? A 30% discount and 1,000 free with a 500 spend? Then, is the person giving me the massage an old, tired guy? Who said old and tired? Who said you're old or tired? A fairy burst out, and when she saw Jack, her face instantly changed, and she chuckled. In front of someone as handsome as you, I really don't look so glamorous. The fairy turned her head away and gently combed her hair. Why do I keep meeting such handsome men in places like this? Let's go. No more teasing him. Mambo felt that if they stayed at the door any longer, Jack would start grabbing the woman's arm again. Are you really not tempted? The shady man used all his tricks, but couldn't even leave a little kid behind. Fairies are the most captivating creatures on the entire continent. Even the first Demon King was defeated by their charm. The shady merchant kept bothering Mambo with complaints until Mambo got a little annoyed. Do I have to explain clearly? She's too amazing. This kind of thing is the best. Mambo pulled Gilda between them, spreading her arms in a showy pose. Elegant yet lively and carefree. Before Mambo finished explaining, Gilda punched Mambo in the face. Don't include me in this. Idiot. Mambo spun around twice and then bent over, sticking her out and puffing smoke. The shady merchant was stunned. With 17 years of experience in sales, he had never failed before, but now he faced a setback. He stood there in shock. No, how is that possible? How could someone dislike? We should be the same. Have I really become less good at judging beauty? I'm getting old. From then on, the Great Thunder Sound Temple lost an insignificant person, and Little Thunder Sound Temple gained a shining star. Mambo was carried by Yuzu and walked forward, while Gilda, angry, led the way at the front. Jack didn't understand why Mambo suddenly got hit. He thought Mambo was praising Gilda. He didn't even know what the shady merchant was doing, really thinking he was just giving a proper massage. It was a proper massage, but it looked a bit unprofessional. It seems I can't be too direct when praising women. Otherwise, they'll get angry. Finally reaching the residential area, where rent wasn't expensive, about 1 silver coin for a double room per month. Gilda took out 2 silver coins, opened a room, and started scolding Mambo. Mambo pouted. He's too annoying, and that elf really isn't as pretty as you. Haha. Praising me doesn't help. Even if I beat that guy, I wouldn't feel any sense of achievement. Next time, I'll use Yuzu to block the attack. Next time, just ignore them. Why do we always have to be the shield? Okay. After being scolded, Mambo finally arrived at lunchtime. Opposite the residential area was the Adventurers Guild, and the 4 of them finally got to eat some proper meat. They enjoyed the delicious roasted pig leg. Each person sat on a chair, holding a cup of tea to digest. Jack noticed that even in the second town, they were still recruiting team members, so he moved closer to take a look. Underground dungeon leveling. Front row for levels 20 to 30. Underground dungeon leveling. Only front row for levels 10 to 15. Missing 3 members. Underground dungeon leveling. Are you looking for teammates to level up? Handsome young man, the receptionist asked Jack, leaning on her chin. Jack shook his head. I already have teammates. They don't seem to be as high level as you, so your progress might slow down. The receptionist explained. Many hero teams face this situation. A and B are good friends, starting their journey to defeat the Demon King together. But A's level is much higher than B's, so it quietly levels up with B. However, B has good talent, and after some time, B's level becomes higher than A's, and they have to wait for A again. Because of this, temporary leveling teams appeared at the Adventurers Guild, where lower-level players could level up without delaying their own progress. Jack thought for a moment, clenched his left fist, and pounded it on his right palm, saying, That makes sense. I want to join too. What? Jack, are you going to leave us? Mambo shouted, holding onto Jack's leg. Jack panicked and looked around. The hero teams at the Adventurers Guild looked at Jack with judging eyes. Jack pulled Mambo up. No, I didn't mean that. When you guys reach a safe level to pass through the 20th floor of the dungeon, I will come back. I know. I just think your expression is funny, wow. Mambo was punched by Jack and fell to the ground. Jack turned and walked away, starting to introduce himself to his temporary team members. Jack felt disliked by his new team. The other 3 teammates only talked to him when they were in the lower dungeon, and usually, they just smiled awkwardly when he spoke. Although he knew they genuinely believed in him, he still felt a sense of distance. They didn't joke around with him like Mambo did, with lighthearted teasing. Why is that? That night, Jack asked Mambo in his room. Mambo was twisting his hair and said, Your teammates are less reliable than you. With your strong morals, you surpass them completely. In front of the White Knight, most people would feel ashamed. The White Knight refers to someone with noble character who helps others to find personal fulfillment. Originating from Western knight legends, it symbolizes purity, courage, and protecting the weak. Haha, no way. I don't think I qualify as a white knight, Jack said, scratching his head and smiling happily. Mambo took a towel and lightly tapped Jack's leg. Who said you were? Why are you so happy? Oh, so you're criticizing me, Jack said, holding his leg and starting to understand. He hoped Mambo would teach him how to fit in with ordinary people, at least so he wouldn't be ignored by his teammates lately. I'll teach you, but it depends on whether you can handle it. Mambo proposed 3 situations and asked Jack how he would react. Situation 1. Teammates start talking about a certain adventurer's flaws, calling him stupid, and others agree. That's not right. If there's a problem, you should say it directly so he can fix it, Jack said, standing up and slamming his hand on the table. See, you're getting impatient, Mambo said, hitting Jack's back with a wet towel. Jack yelped and sat down slowly. Just stay still. When others look at you, nod without participating or stopping them. Okay, I'll try. Situation 2. Your teammate meets a pretty woman and starts daydreaming, telling some inappropriate jokes. Should I just sit there and listen? No, even I couldn't do that. At this moment, you should quickly drink some water or soda, pretend to go to the bathroom, and leave. If it's a party, just pay back the money the next day. That's a good idea, Jack nodded. The last situation, which Mambo hates most, is when a so-called expert suddenly starts bragging, saying unrealistic things just to impress others. What should I do? Why does he lie? Just go up and punch him twice, so he knows he's not invincible. Really? Is that okay? Jack was surprised. Is this how ordinary people handle social situations? Of course not. I was just joking. In this case, you don't need to show him respect. Just walk away in disgust. People like that are the worst. Jack remembered the 3 situations Mambo described. The world still seemed very complicated. Just as their conversation ended, Greta and Yuzu came in carrying cups of hot tea and knocked on the door. Really? That sword and shield warrior is so stupid. Let's have some hot tea to warm up and avoid catching a cold. He's an idiot, an absolute fool. Even without feelings, Yuzu could still sense his discomfort. If you ask me, we should kick him out and find someone similar to Jack. He's too different from Jack. All he does is talk to Yuzu on the way, It's so annoying. Jack suddenly paused while holding his hot tea. This situation is situation 1. He quietly continued drinking tea with a small smile. Jack can definitely lead us through that underground area, right? Kurita looked at Jack, who nodded with a smile. Are you mute now? Mambo suddenly realized something, choked on his tea, and spat it all out on the ground. Just say what you want to say, Jack. Oh, isn't this kind of thing common? Being close to someone means you don't have to be so formal. Pure education can be harmful. Jack's emotional intelligence was completely off. Sometimes he was very aware, sometimes he was not. After finishing his tea, Kurita and Yuzu complained a bit more about the stupid sword and shield warrior before going back to their room to sleep. The next day, the sword and shield warrior voluntarily gave up the leader position. Mambo became the leader. The 10th floor had not only mushroom people, but also normal slimes and other low-level monsters. Mambo casually caught a goblin and started asking where the goblin usually hunted low-level monsters. Goo Goo Gaga upright arrow. Goo Goo Gaga. Angry Goo Goo Gaga downright arrow. Heavy-hearted, Ga. The goblin was overwhelmed. Why could a human speak to him so well, with perfect pronunciation? Could it be a goblin disguised as a human? Our leader seems to have gone crazy. Miss Kurita, the sword and shield warrior, backed away in fear. It's okay. That's his superpower. Just stay calm and wait, she replied. To be honest, I don't believe it. Let me the way, Mambo said. The goblin's face darkened. The route he just mentioned was to the mushroom people's nest. This guy was so cautious. Mambo took out a rope and tied it around the goblin, making him lead the way. The goblin could only obediently guide them to a swamp. This is where we hunt mud monsters. See, I'm not lying. Of course, the goblin secretly changed the route, or he would really be dead. All right, go home now. Looking at the level 10 goblin's stats, Mambo knew he wouldn't last more than a couple of days before being killed by Nora's virus. The goblin, like a wild horse running free, disappeared into the bushes, and from then on, a legend appeared in the goblin world. Mysterious Head Man. Crazy Goblin. Legend of the Goblin. Needless to say, goblin hunting grounds are quick for monsters. Slimes can also be caught with fishing rods, and Mambo's skill is high, responsible for fishing. The Sword Shield Warrior handles the first impact of mud monsters onshore, Yuzu buffs, and Greta harvests. A perfect assembly line is formed. Be aware that sometimes mushroom people appear nearby, which can be quite annoying. Some clever teams followed Mambo here because having a slime on your head and 2 pointed hairstyles makes you too noticeable. Nearby, another team was also busy fishing mud monsters. Maybe because more people are coming, Mambo catches fewer mud monsters. Mambo put away his fishing rod. The nearby team also put away theirs. Mambo squinted at that team and slowly raised his fishing rod again. The other team pretended to change hooks and also lowered their rods. Mambo's eyes narrowed further. He quickly retracted his fishing rod. The other team also started packing up. Hey, what's wrong? Mambo lowered his rod again. The other team pretended to change lines and also lowered their rods. Mambo signaled to his teammates, cut the line and hook with one swipe, then ran away. The nearby team decisively threw down their rods, grabbed their luggage, and chased after Mambo. I knew you guys were following us. That thing, if there's food, who wouldn't follow? The other team was shameless and didn't bother explaining. Along the way, Mambo caught a slime and asked where the slime's feeding spot was in this area. Then he headed in that direction. The other team saw this and gasped. As expected of the slime shaman. Enough, stop giving me nicknames. If you're not serious about renting, you can ask the neighbor next door. Fine, I'll go then. Just as they were about to leave, they saw Mambo being helped in. Isn't that the handsome guy's friend from before? He's going to stay here. I want to stay next door to them. Still adjusting to his new male body, Kamazuki acted a bit awkwardly. The receptionist smiled awkwardly and said, All right, pay first, then stay. 2 silver coins were placed on the counter. Kamazuki eagerly stepped forward, picked up Mambo, and quickly led him to the room. My name is Kamazuki. This is Shieling, from a neighboring country in the east. I'm Mambo. Nice to meet you. Hopefully, I can meet your team leader sometime. I'm the team leader now, that handsome guy. He pointed at Jack, who saw the two approaching and took a step back, pulling Mambo behind him. I'm just a frontline knight. Seeing Jack unwilling to talk, the two waved goodbye to Jack and Mambo in dialect, joking around. His name sounds like a joke video. Haha. His name is Bye-Bye. Mambo paused, then looked back at them. Shilling also looked back at Mambo, with a mischievous smile on her face. You can understand, right? Mambo wanted to look back again, but it was too late. He had already been exposed. Are they church members? Or other travelers from another world? I'll be back soon, Jack. Oh, don't get too close to that lady. She's a bit rude. Jack scratched his head. Didn't Mambo always like small things? Has he changed his preferences today? I understand. A burning sensation spread in Mambo's palm. The mark of the Demon King gradually appeared. Mambo followed the two into the room, his hair and body slowly growing. Using magic, Mambo created a Demon King outfit similar to his own body to avoid appearing when transformed. So how do you do it? You can become so small. That's really impressive. Kamizuki and Shilling sat on chairs, but the person in front of them had already transformed into someone else. Who are you? Shilling sat up suddenly. The magic power emanating from this person felt dangerous. Inspection, Mambo didn't say much. His Demon King panel, at over level 200, allowed him to easily steal abilities from other classes. Now, he had stolen the priest's magic. The panels of Shilling and Jinji were forcibly opened. Shilling proudly leaned back and said, "How about now? I am a native here." Manhwa slid down her panel, revealing a hidden message only travelers could see. You are using a native body from Reed Continent, Lucky 90. No longer active. Oh, I see you can't be fooled. We're all locals, so I will keep your secret too. Carefully observing Manhwa's expression, it was clear she was the same child from earlier. Jinji took off her glasses. Your panel isn't hidden, right? We can help you. No need. I just wanted to check if you were from the church. Manhwa sighed in relief and changed back. Shilling curiously circled around Manhwa several times. It looks like you found a more hidden way than us. Jinji stood up and handed Manhwa a glass of water. Manhwa didn't dare drink it, recalling how she was tricked last time and now didn't fully trust anyone who revealed themselves openly. Did they force you here, or did you travel after death? After death. So, you can't go back in this life. Can I go back? The two looked at each other and chuckled. Want to know? 1 silver coin. Manhwa's face darkened. She took out a silver coin from her pocket. I found a mural in an ancient ruin. It suggests that there was once a race that could communicate with gods. They used divine power to walk among humans, strong but gentle. When they discovered a few wild travelers crossing over, they used divine power to send them back to their original worlds. According to their observations, souls of those who die here can only reincarnate locally, but those alive here can return immediately after crossing, until a goddess noticed that the souls of travelers were being corrupted. She stole the root of pain, sealed other gods, and started capturing people from other worlds through space cracks. The pain of travelers and the suffering they caused would strengthen her power. That race could no longer communicate with other gods and refused to use the power of pain. They gradually declined and were almost sold as subhumans. Manhwa scratched her head. So, how do you know all this? Because we both crossed over to this place, and we were sold here. Old woman, we almost got killed by that merchant. We just ran fast enough. Do you know that the souls of travelers can be corrupted? Of course I know. Isn't that Osman's note? As long as you can read Russian, Japanese, Chinese, and English, you can figure it out, right? Cao Ji and Xiling were originally university students studying Russian and Japanese. After drinking too much at a gathering, they helped each other home, and a large cart carrying sand opened a portal to another world. Just thinking about it makes me speechless. Since you told me so much, I'll help you this time. You don't seem like bad people. Mambo, driven by a desire to survive at all costs, had previously indirectly killed a traveler. Now he wanted to help his fellow villagers. We're also top students from Peking University's language department. Our basic values are normal. Even if we're corrupted by magic, we'd probably commit suicide like Emperor Osman, Cao Ji said disdainfully. Osman was quite famous, but he wasn't someone who just survived by luck. The person next to him, using his own body, probably had strange values. Mambo was a thief turned demon lord, so his special skills were related to theft. At level 100, he had a magic called Desire Theft. It could temporarily steal others' desires, like the desire to survive. Without that desire, enemies would give up defending. It's a pretty dark skill. Mambo saw their various desires and thresholds, then cast this magic over both of them. Ling was afraid that the person in front of her might betray her, so she flailed and tried to dispel the magic, thinking, hey, don't kill me. I can do anything. Don't say such things using my body. Hurry up, say something too. What if he likes guys? I don't. Suddenly, Ling stopped struggling. Her eyes became vacant, and she lay on the chair in a stiff reaction. This is a biological instinct. When in extreme danger, it helps reduce pain. Mambo, at his level, needed the help of demon lords to cast this magic. He focused intensely, weaving the magic circuit and muttering to himself. When he looked up, he saw Ling twitching and scratching her head. What's wrong with her? She doesn't believe you'll help us. She thinks you want to kill us and cover it up. Kanyuri was too lazy to care about her. If it weren't for his body being there, he would have left this small team long ago. Godly person. Manhwa explained his plan to Kanyuri. He recorded their current desires and their maximum thresholds. As long as they approached that point, the magic would activate automatically, keeping their desires within a normal range. Any excess desire would be absorbed by Manhwa's body and digested by the Demon King's seal. Wait, are you the Demon King? Yes, I am the Speed Demon King, at your service. Manhwa bowed gracefully, making Kanyuri laugh. You're pretty handsome. Don't praise me too much. Are you really gay? When Manhwa saw how curious he was about Jack at the front desk, he had that feeling. Now he was sure. He came from a region known for bearded men. Kanyuri listened, helpless and angry, and punched the bed. That body over there is mine. Only this way can I gain the native's talents. He hugged himself, almost crying. This guy has completely revealed his true nature. I'm afraid she'll do something terrible with my body, so I have no choice but to follow him. Don't make that kind of face or pose. It's a bit disgusting. Indeed, Ling's unhealthy desire was fluctuating near her maximum threshold. If she exceeded it too much, she would become a complete to her desires. Ling recovered from her fake death state, checked herself all over, and finally let out a long breath when she found she was fine. You scare me to death. I thought you were okay? Ling's eyes showed a clear, foolish innocence again. Ling didn't know what Manhwa had done. She only felt the fog in her mind clear, making her feel much more refreshed. She held Manhwa's hand and laughed happily. It's like a hibernating bear in spring, washing itself clean and lying on a pine stump in a colorful petal pajamas. So refreshing. Where did that strange metaphor come from? Magic's influence is like that, gradually turning a somewhat naive person into a lewd, reckless one. Getting caught in it is like humans needing to eat and sleep, unaware until it's too late. When they notice something's wrong, they're powerless to stop it, watching helplessly as they do things that even make themselves feel sick. You just need to feel comfortable. Mambo silently retracted his hand. Ling didn't know how many times she had used magic, but it had been eroded to this extent. Anyway, thank you for telling me the truth about this world. Do you want to join my Demon King army? The Demon King army? I can't do things like burning and looting. Did you join the Demon King army before? Ling asked again. Kaori coughed a few times. He is the Demon King, no need for burning and looting. I plan to simplify the Demon King army and change our goals. Our new goal is to send the root of pain back to where it came from. Since she can steal the root of pain from other gods, I can also steal it back from her, Mambo said, looking at the fading Demon King mark on his palm. The Holy Sun once stole magic to save humanity. Now it's time for humanity to steal something in return for the Holy Sun. The three Demon Kings also supported Mambo's idea. It seems that maintaining the balance of good and evil might be a trap set by the goddess, one of the ways to earn pain. We're only in our 20s. Can we really go and fight the goddess with you? Just level up slowly. Maybe by the time you reach the final stage of the Demon King path, you'll be very strong. Mambo couldn't close the Demon King path. The second-generation Demon King, with his slanted shoulder muscles, was carved into the profession of Demon King, capable of crushing heads like pimples. You should know I can hear you cursing me in your mind, right? Oh my, you're the one being cursed. Out of the three Demon Kings, your stuff is the most abstract. Can you hold back and pretend to be victorious when we fight the goddess? Ling begged, patting Mambo's shoulder. If Osman gets all the spotlight, I won't be much different. No, I don't want someone like you to defeat us, they said 4 times. Who's talking? Ling seemed to hear 3 other voices. All right, let me give you a lesson. To reach the last town, You need to challenge the remnants of 3 demon kings. Only after defeating them can you challenge me. What? The Immortal Demon King, Endless Demon King, and Silent Demon King? This is a team dungeon. Only 3 teams can enter, each responsible for a different demon king. The first generation demon king's weakness is close combat. The second generation's weakness is attrition, and the third generation is trash, but overall strength is high with no weaknesses. Please don't call me that. I'm just weaker than the previous demon kings, sob. Avasis knelt and cried. An older man and a strong man patted his shoulder. We all understand that becoming the least distinctive and least harmful demon king isn't your fault. Can you all just shut up? Is that so? Then what is your weakness? I don't know either, not yet. Mambo shrugged. Keiji squinted and asked, Are you hiding it from us? Mambo rubbed his chin. Who knows? Maybe I'll get stronger by then. Please don't try to get stronger anymore. Thank you. In the end, Mambo didn't tell them he's only around level 10. He waved his hand. Oh, forget it. Have you guys been traveling through time for a few years? From 2023, just 1 year. I'm from 2025. Let me tell you what's new in these 2 years. Was the goddess capturing people randomly from different eras? Or was the flow of time different? Keiji and Xiling started to miss home a little. They quietly listened as Mambo talked about events in 2023. Mambo and his 2 fellow villagers talked a lot until Jack, worried about Mambo, came to knock on the door. He looked suspiciously at Xiling. A question mark floated above her head. Stay away from me, or I might get rough, Jack said, a bit afraid of these 2, especially after hearing that the man was staying here for himself. Xiling moved her chair back. Okay. Jack pulled Mambo back and slowly stepped out of the door, quickly went back to his room, locked the door, and then washed up with Mambo. They even helped each other scrub their backs. Do you really need to shower 2 or 3 times a day? Mambo was wringing his hair. Jack was already applying wax to his armor. Being clean is good. It feels so nice to sleep after a shower. The scene gradually zoomed out, passing through clouds and rising higher and higher until reaching the sealed place of the gods. Whether it was the Eastern Dragon God, the 3 saints, or gods from other races and countries, they were all tightly bound by thorns. Any slight movement made the thorns tighten even more. The roots of the thorns stretched out from the central glass vase. Every side and reflection of the vase contained fragments of painful memories. This was the embodiment of the source of pain. Pain causes the gods to sleep. Only the 3 saints slightly opened their eyes, symbolizing bravery, forgiveness, and kindness. These gods are naturally resistant to pain. The goddess keeps bringing adventurers outside the divine seal. No matter how much they don't want to come here, as long as she tells them about a silver-haired elf girl as a wife in another world, they forget everything from their past lives and willingly cross over. Great. Is there really a beautiful silver-haired elf girl? Yes, yes. Go start your adventure now. The goddess smiles as another traveler arrives in the Red Continent. He suddenly appears in a female elf bathhouse and is immediately taken to the execution platform. Any last words? You cross-world traveler, can I see you? Please. No, I'm really begging you. The traveler, not satisfied, looks at her long enough to see her pull down her skirt, worried she might be seen if she raises her hand. Then she swings her sword, and the traveler dies happily, but with some regret. Even the goddess doesn't gain the power of pain. She spits and says, "Pathetic guy, bah." Then she summons a new traveler again. The next morning, Mambo dresses up. The 2 girls, Rina and Seiki, leave the room to find their team. On the right, Greta is standing, and behind her, her aunt is also there. Such a coincidence. We're renting the same place, my little Mambo, Rhoda says, pinching Mambo's face and smiling. Mambo endures it all helplessly. Is this woman following her too closely? She keeps meeting her everywhere, on the road and in other places. Their backgrounds are still unclear. Aunt, we're going to the dungeon now. Stop playing. Wow, how strong is everyone now? Jack takes off his helmet. Level 29, almost level 30. When? So fast. Before, Jack and the priest went down to the 50th floor, where high-level monsters give a level up after a few kills. Greta casually says her level is 13. 22. Wait, Yuzu's level is so high? Norikron's initial level is half of Nora's. Yuzu looked at the others and realized she should probably explain herself. Why are you leveling up with us? You should be leveling with others. You didn't say anything. Mambo's leveling team added a new support member, a clumsy nun. She needed a lot of guidance from Mambo and Gilda. Compared to the temporary frontline members, she was quite normal. Yuzu, on the other hand, was different. She joined Liang's team, which only had a few levels, and they were still leveling up with other temporary teams. Liang, the tomb keeper, was rarely feared by anyone, except for this somewhat dull-looking young girl who agreed to join. According to stereotypes, pretty young girls like her are usually just decorative members of a team, often seen as a burden. The big sword and shield uncle rudely poked Yuzu's face with his finger. Can you show us the support magic you know? Yuzu looked at the uncle and remembered what Mambo said. If you feel safe using your skills, do it. If not, don't. Just make sure you can come back safely. Healing, detox, insect repellent, speed up, awakened. Yuzu knew all the common support spells and some special support skills for healer class. Magic constantly flowed from her. All right. Stop now. You're qualified. The uncle quickly pulled everyone into the dungeon's 20th floor, worried Yuzu might run out of magic. The uncle whispered to the mage nearby, "Do you think these two are related? Why do they just nod and hum all the time?" The mage stroked his chin. It's possible. Liang thought Yuzu was very good because she was quiet, skilled, and very calm. Having such a support was really lucky for any team. Most importantly, she didn't ask many questions. She wondered how the little nun in her new team was doing. Did she meet good people? Calcification. Liang suddenly thought of something. She was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice when a stone demon approached. Yuzu cast a spell and killed it. Thank you. No need to thank me. The mage chuckled and patted Liang's shoulder. What are you thinking about? Missing home? You've only been out a few days. No, the nun is a bit naive. Could she be tricked? Who dares? So you have this idea too? The shield warrior struggled to pull his leg out of the mud, grumbling as he spoke. Is there anything that can help me move more easily? Magic, yes. Fly. Yuzu, the magic user, cast her spell again. With the boost, the whole team could walk easily on the muddy surface. That spell too? Why didn't you use it earlier? You didn't ask. Sure enough, she looks just like Liao. They must be related. The mage picked up a stone monster swimming in the mud to examine it. Its white, fresh-looking tentacles showed the monster was still safe. The stone monsters here are too weak. They need to be killed until their tentacles turn yellow to get more experience points. We came too early. Who knew there would be so few people this morning? The shield warrior kept chopping the stone monsters into pieces. They only turn yellow when the group drops below 70%. When the group drops below 50%, they turn purple and combine. Below 30%, all stone monsters merge into a huge, toxic, mud-covered giant. After an hour, the four of them collapsed on a flat rock by a lake. Their clothes were soaked in mud. The mage was casting a spell to dry their clothes, while the others built a small fire to start grilling. They had chicken wings, sausages, marshmallows, bread slices, pork skewers, and freshly caught magical fish from the lake. Yuzu sipped her hot tea quietly. Liao and the shield warrior acted as the grill masters. Watching Yuzu suddenly, the warrior thought of something. Yuzu, do you also have a way to quickly kill groups of stone monsters? Yes, then please show me. The uncle turned the skewers over. He knew this new helper was definitely not ordinary. This girl is more mysterious than you, the shield warrior whispered close to Liao's ear. I really want to see how she quickly kills the stone monsters. Liao tilted her head. The uncle was too close, and his beard was scratchy. Yuzu jumped down from the giant rock, chased after a fleeing stone monster, and hugged it to her chest, muttering something. Here we go. She's starting to chant. The uncle stretched his neck to look at the stone below. Liao almost got pressed down by him, and she pushed against his chest, grumbling. Can you stop squeezing me? After Yuzu finished singing, a drop of clear saliva dripped from her mouth onto the stone demon's head. The stone demon struggled to break free from Yuzu's embrace. Yuzu wiped her mouth and climbed back onto the large rock. Why are you just standing there sleeping? You even drooled. That's a virus, my magic. Hearing this, the sword and shield warrior swallowed hard. You don't need to return the cup I gave you. You can keep it, thank you. Yuzu liked this simple clay cup very much. The sword and shield warrior was very generous. When will your magic start working? Liang asked, more interested in leveling up. After lunch? It should be soon. Yuzu put down her cup and looked into the distance. Her magic had already begun to spread. She could feel her magic power decreasing as her magic affected the small stone demon, which was already infected. The mage, who had finished drying his clothes, was very thirsty. He picked up the small cup and drank it all quickly. He put the cup down, and everyone looked at him. What's wrong? It's like there's poison in that water. The sword and shield warrior nodded. The mage's face turned pale. He felt his body stiffen. Am I going to die? Both the sword and shield warrior and Liang looked at Yuzu and asked together. So, will I really die? No, but you'll get diarrhea. Just as the mage let out a breath of relief, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Covering his bottom, he ran to the far side of the wind outlet. The mage went to the bathroom 5 times within an hour. His healing magic couldn't compete with Yuzu's magic. Just as he was finishing up, he was suddenly scolded. The wind direction has changed. Mage, get out of the way. That's impossible. The wind in the dungeon is fixed. The mage realized something. He looked at the nearby stone demon. Its tentacles had turned purple and were moving toward the swamp. The mage quickly wiped his bottom, pulled up his pants, and ran back to the stone. Yuzu cast a deodorizing spell. Everyone was happily eating when the mage, fastening his belt, nervously asked Yuzu, "How many stone demons have your magic killed? 500, or maybe more?" Yuzu looked at her experience points, which were enough to level up twice. Stop quickly. The stone demon's color is changing. Many people came to level up at noon. At the same time, the magic of the Yuzu's plague was also happening, causing the stone monster population to drop sharply. A brave adventurer happened to kill a stone monster that hadn't finished merging. The experience from dozens of stone monsters made him level up instantly. Haha, I knew I level up faster alone than in a team. He happily left the underground city. Other adventurers also began to leave in order. No one noticed that after the fusion creature died, the color of the stone monster's tentacles gradually darkened. Let's escape quickly. It's better not to use this kind of magic next time, said the sword shield uncle, lifting the magician and holding him at his waist, then jumping down from the stone. Ilong opened the coffin to signal Yuzu to come in. Are you afraid? If you come in here. Yuzu didn't speak. She silently lay down and closed the lid. Yuzu and the magician were too slow. Even with support magic, they could barely keep up with the full-speed sword shield uncle and Ilong. So, the support magic was fully used on Ilong and the sword shield uncle. All right, the fastest team escaping from the underground city is starting a new round of fleeing, said the sword shield uncle, jumping down from the stone. The magician covered his hat to prevent it from being blown away. As soon as their feet touched the ground, the dirt was stirred up as if plowed. The air in front of them formed a barrier. The muscles in the calves of the sword shield uncle and Ilong bulged as they ran toward the city entrance. Oh. So fast. The magician saw the sword shield uncle running at full speed for the first time, curling up in fear. It's good that you said that. If a woman said it, I would be very sad, said the sword shield uncle with a laugh, dodging the attacking stone monsters and looking at Ilong, who was running with him. How about it? Running is fun, right? When I was young, I wanted to change to a rusher, but unfortunately, my panel is a sword shield. Don't talk so much when escaping, uncle, Ilong replied. After running for a while, they gradually stopped. Yuzu peeked out of the coffin. Why aren't you running anymore? Are you tired? The black stone monster. Yuzu looked ahead. The entrance on the 20th floor was blocked by a mountain-like stone monster. Its black mud tentacles emitted a foul smell. Dozens of adventurers were knocked out by poison on the ground. Other stone monsters were still moving toward them. In a little while, the fusion would be complete. Help us detoxify, Yuzu. Can you do it? Disaster put down the coffin, pressed his hands against the ground, and the once dead stone demon was assembled into a creature that was almost human but not quite. The mage said, no matter how many times I see this, the sword and shield warrior said. His fighting style still gives me chills. They both shot a sidelong glance at Disaster and immediately prepared for battle. Fortify, shield, great strength. The sword and shield warrior cast some special buffs on himself. The mage hid behind him and cast a firewall to block more stone demons and giant stone demons from merging. The giant stone demon's tentacles started boiling. Its stone body opened a pair of dark, hollow eyes. Its fusion was interrupted, so it woke up early and swung its thick tentacles to attack the nearest sword and shield warrior. The shield buff was instantly broken. Disaster's corpse creation and the mage took advantage of the giant demon's recoil to attack. A fireball exploded on the giant demon's body. Its eye sockets were blown apart. The corpse creation climbed onto the demon's body and started biting. The giant demon looked confused, wondering why this thing wasn't affected by its poison. It swung its tentacles to shake it off. The corpse creation opened its big mouth and bit through the mucus on the tentacles, then crawled inside the demon's tentacles. This made the giant demon very uncomfortable. It used its second skill, poison steam. The giant demon's body temperature soared rapidly. The corpse creation was steamed alive inside the tentacles. Poisonous steam burst out from inside the giant demon's body in overwhelming waves. The sword and shield warrior used magic to enlarge his shield several times and stuck it into the ground, pressing his shoulders against it to protect the team. Cool down. The hot shield cooled down, thanks to Yuzu's help. Disaster also started creating new corpse creations. The mage began charging up a powerful attack, while Yuzu used all available buffs on everyone. Steam spread across the entire second floor. Every adventurer lying on the ground was protected by Yuzu's magic. The giant demon broke through the fog and slammed into the shield of the sword and shield warrior. The shield shattered, and the warrior was instantly knocked back. The mage held his staff, panicking as he looked for a new place to charge his ultimate attack. Suddenly, a tentacle wrapped around his waist. Disaster's first corpse creation finally revived and kept biting and moving deeper into the demon's body. The stone demon cried out in pain, curling its tentacles. The mage took the opportunity to run beside the shield warrior. Yuzu picked up a piece of the stone demon's broken tentacle and chewed it. That thing shouldn't be eaten. The shield warrior struggled to stand up. Several of his ribs were broken, but luckily Yuzu's buff helped him. Otherwise, he might have died. The second corpse creature started circling the stone demon. Just after the demon squeezed the first corpse inside itself to death, it saw another one approaching. It angrily waved its tentacles and smashed the new corpse. Yuzu spat out a blob of black slime and handed it to the mage. The mage looked disgusted. Why? That's so gross. This is a virus targeting the stone demon, Yuzu said, forcing the blob into the mage's hand. Please mix it with your big attack and inject it into the demon. This is a special drink for young ladies. If it weren't poisonous, I'd buy it with 5 silver coins, he said. Yes, such things exist in this world. The shield warrior looked at Yuzu, who was eager to try, and his expression turned serious. If you really want to sell it, forget I said anything. He threw away his broken shield and ran back toward the stone demon. While the second corpse creature was dismembered, the shield warrior made a big jump and lunged at the demon. Stone demon, look at me. The demon actually understood and turned to look. The shield warrior stabbed his long sword directly into the demon's eye. The stone demon swung its head. The warrior held tightly to his sword, refusing to let go. Only when the demon waved its tentacle and slapped his face did he loosen his grip. The warrior rolled and crawled away from the demon's body. The second corpse creature revived and continued forward through the hole in its tentacle made by the previous one. Inside the stone demon, it thought, not over yet? Is that all you can do? How much longer? The shield warrior had no sword now. His intense earlier movement worsened his injuries, and he was completely unable to fight. Yuzu began healing him. Meanwhile, Diliang took the chance to lift another corpse creature. The stone demon, seeing the strange creature, was furious. It roared and rolled its stone body to crush the corpse. Diliang almost got caught in the attack and quickly jumped away. Unfortunately, the coffin he left behind was crushed into pieces. Honestly, Diliang liked that coffin. The red cotton lining inside the coffin was very comfortable, and it also blocked sound well. He could never find a coffin as perfect as this one again. Ready. But the giant rock monster keeps rolling. I can't aim properly. A magic user in his 20s was still too inexperienced. Yuzu had no choice but to cast a few buffs on himself and try to attract the giant rock monster's attention. Calcification. One of the monster's tentacles was calcified, causing it to hit itself. It let out a wail and stood up, looking at the attacker. Its tentacle swung down toward Yuzu. Ilong was too far away and had no ranged magic. He could only try to run toward Yuzu. Yuzu, light of the universal core, a very bright beam of light gathered at the tip of the mage's staff and shot out. Using Yuzu's magic, it vaporized half of the giant rock monster's tentacle. The black slime on the light beam's surface seeped into the monster's broken hand. Ilong tackled Yuzu to the ground, avoiding the remaining half of the tentacle that was falling. He asked Yuzu why he was doing such a dangerous thing. Mom said my teammates are reliable people. I should trust my teammates, Yuzu replied, pressed to the ground. Ilong was momentarily stunned. Then, your teammates are really lucky. Stop talking nonsense. The giant rock monster isn't dead yet. The sword and shield warrior received some simple healing, grabbed a sword and shield from the unconscious adventurer, and ran back to the two. The mage, exhausted from using too much magic, panted and rested in place. His staff was overheated and turned red, so he set it down to cool. When will your virus take effect? 10 minutes. Then we'll all be wiped out. The sword and shield warrior interrupted Yuzu, continuing to cast buffs on himself. I meant 10 seconds. That's amazing. From now on, you're like my brother, the warrior said with relief. Ilong helped Yuzu up, and Yuzu aimed both hands at the approaching giant rock monster. The sword and shield warrior was too tired to run anymore. He could only hold his shield in front of him, hoping Yuzu wasn't bluffing. Ilong decided to trust Yuzu, just as Yuzu trusted himself. The giant rock monster was getting closer. Its ugly, twisted face was now clearly visible, every groove and bump reflected in the warrior's eyes. The whole world turned blank, leaving only the sword and shield warrior and the giant stone monster. He sweat profusely and shouted with his biggest voice, Yuzu, brother. All right. A third person appeared in the empty world, Yuzu from behind. Then, the giant stone monster suddenly swelled unnaturally, fell to the ground, and its huge body rolled gently onto the shield warrior's shield, lightly bumping it. The shield warrior couldn't hold on anymore. He sat down heavily, his heart pounding wildly, and lay on the ground exhausted. Suddenly, the giant stone monster's head started twisting. The shield warrior quickly grabbed Yuzu at his waist and began to run. As the fastest runner in the team, he really couldn't hold on anymore. Run quickly. Away from the danger, Yuzu patted the shield warrior's arm. Wait a moment. This is the magic of the danger. The shield warrior stopped and looked back at the giant stone monster. In its eye sockets, a revived third corpse-like creature was crawling out, holding a large magic crystal the size of a human head. Seeing the corpse-like creature covered in black mud, smashed to pieces, then revived again, the shield warrior and the mage made their judgments once more. Your magic isn't even scary anymore, said the shield warrior. It's already in the horror category, replied the mage. Can you guys shut up? Yuzu, who had been put down, first treated the shield warrior, then healed the poisoned adventurers. Everyone looked at the huge stone monster corpse, still not understanding what had happened. Ugh, my head hurts. This was a mild form of poisoning. First, let's get the brain specialist, Dr. Hing Yen, to work on it. This was a severe poisoning. The thoughts in the head and what was being said were completely different. The shield warrior looked at the grateful but babbling adventurer and scratched his head. What is this guy talking about? Can someone translate? Maybe he's thanking us. The mage guessed, touching his chin. The man nodded quickly and started babbling again, pointing at the giant stone monster. Drank in the underground palace, drinking wine. You are my little brother. Can you write? Who can understand what you're saying? The shield warrior said helplessly, covering his face. Did you defeat this? Yes. How fierce was it? Too fierce. Are you a squad? Us? We are the Steady Heroes team. I will remember this. When we meet again in the future, I will repay you. After accepting the adventurer's thanks and declining several invitations to dine out, the four of them tiredly left the underground city. This time, they gained quite a few levels. The giant stone demon was a level 40 monster, and defeating it across levels gave extra experience points. Yuzu leveled up 4.5 times, while the others each gained about 2.5 levels. On the way, the shield warrior was holding his ribs, grimacing in pain. Maybe adrenaline had numbed him earlier, but now it hurt so much he couldn't walk properly. Hurry, call an ambulance. That's really something. I can help you get a coffin shop if you want. The mage reached out to support the shield warrior, and Yao from the other side helped as well. The three headed toward the hospital. The professional doctors examined him and found that the shield warrior had 3 broken ribs, a fractured lumbar spine, multiple soft tissue injuries, and a cracked radius in his left arm. Someone already treated your injuries. The broken bones are reset. Resting at home for 2 months should heal you. If you want professional magic treatment, it costs 30 silver coins. Ugh. The shield warrior bit his lip and looked at the others. Can you lend me some money? After a while, the others returned with money and teased him. Poor guy, don't go drinking at the Adventurers Guild anymore. Even the elves' traditional massages are off limits. Lying on the bed, the shield warrior looked hopeless. Without alcohol and elves, what's the point of my life? Focus on earning money, and we'll see about the rest. The mage patted his chest. The shield warrior was in so much pain, he almost yelled at them. But when he saw the dozen silver coins on his chest, he couldn't bring himself to complain. I don't have much money, just these. Yao took out a silver coin and 326 copper coins from his pocket. Keep it. You still have a little, the shield warrior sighed. His money was originally meant for marrying the elf from the nearby massage shop, but that goal seemed farther away now. You better wait for me. Yuzu returned to the inn looking exhausted. Mambo and the other two were already boiling soup, tidying up ingredients, preparing to enjoy a hot pot. Tomorrow was the day the dungeon reset, and Mambo wanted to reward himself with a good meal using that as an excuse. Yuzu, what's wrong with you? Yuzu was covered in dried mud, looking like a tiny clay figure come to life. I encountered a giant rock monster. Yuzu walked into the bathroom on her own. Mambo blinked and asked, a giant rock monster? Are there other monsters called that? Only that kind, at least level 40, Jack replied, shaking his head. Mambo put down the ingredients and ran toward the bathroom. Hey, are you okay? Your team leader is so irresponsible to take you to such dangerous places. Giant rock monsters sometimes appear deeper in the maze. Mambo instinctively thought Yuzu had gone further inside. Mambo had promised Zelina to take care of Yuzu. If Yuzu got hurt, or worse, Nora and number 7 would be disappointed in him. What is your team leader's name? Tell me. I really need to get an explanation. Mambo pushed open the bathroom door. Yuzu, half-dressed, turned her head to look at him. It's not a big deal. It was a fusion of stone monsters on the 20th floor. I see. Did you get hurt? No. Mambo slowly closed the bathroom door, patting his chest. Honestly, who's so reckless as to kill stone monsters and make them fuse? Thankfully, Yuzu was fine. The water in the pot was boiling. Mambo added green onions and herbs, making the base of the soup. The ingredients were prepared. 2 crossing travelers, with a somewhat ambiguous relationship, smelled the food and knocked on the door. They carried a fish and a jar of wine and squeezed inside. Wow, hot pot. I knew it. Shilling sat right next to Jack, who shifted his chair. Kauji smiled awkwardly. You don't mind, right? Jack wanted to refuse, but it wouldn't be polite, so he nodded and poured the sliced monster meat into the pot. As the meat hit the hot oil, a strange aroma wafted out. Next door, Lu Tua sniffed the air. It's boar meat, very fatty. Zelina nibbled on a carrot. Yeah, just smelling it makes me want to gain weight. I've decided. I'm going to sneak some food from across the way. Lu Tua stood up to leave, but was stopped by Snape. That's pretty embarrassing. What's embarrassing about it? I'm Mambo's aunt. What's wrong with eating a little from him? Number 7. Such a shameless person. Zelina. A big glutton. Snape. No manners. Ruta started rolling on the ground, saying, I want to eat. I want to eat horned pig. I don't want bread dipped in miso soup anymore. The once generous meal budget was now split among 4 people. Ruta hadn't had a good meat meal in a long time, and she had no savings herself. Your rank is so high, and your salary is so good. How come you have no savings? I already bought merchandise of Sword Saint. Number 7. Case solved. Sharona. Really impressive. Snape, serves you right. What should I do? The only things that interest me are eating, sleeping, and following Sword Saint's footsteps. Ruta's hobbies and interests were still the same as when she used death deception. Snape looked confused. Isn't it Sword Saint Chauliet? Number 7 looked shocked. Sword Saint? Isn't he 97 this year? Sharona looked like she just realized she liked old men. Ruta pouted. In my eyes, he still looks 17. In the end, the 3 couldn't resist Ruta's pleading and went downstairs to buy a big barrel of chilled grape juice to serve as their entry ticket for the hot pot dinner. Yuzu didn't have a second piece of clothing. Luckily, Mambo still had his choir uniform. Yuzu looked much better in it than Mambo, as Yuzu naturally had a pure, sacred aura. Oh, Mambo has good taste. It turns out I'm really suited to be a priest, Sharona said, setting down the wooden bucket. Then she plopped down next to Yuzu and said to Mambo on the other side, "Just to be clear, your aunt is craving this. I'm just here to keep her company. Please add some vegetables. Horned pig meat smells so good. Are you sure you don't want to try some?" Ruta, with the biggest face, had already filled her mouth with horned pig meat. "No, I already ate a meat meal today. I don't want to be a fat, clumsy front row person," Sharona said, still gnawing on a carrot. Mambo added some greens to her plate. "Teacher, what's your profession?" "Level 31 fighter." "Can't you tell?" "Not really." Sharona lifted her leg and shook it. With a strong effort, her thigh muscles bulged like stone, with clear lines. "How could you not see? Feel this. These muscles are not like those delicate guys." Mambo leaned in and knocked with his fist. "Really hard. Very impressive." Zelina chuckled and relaxed her grip, her thigh returning to its soft state. Mambo pinched it. "It's soft again. Amazing. Is this muscle?" "There's also abs. As a boy grows up, he should have muscles to attract girls, especially someone like Gilda. She likes handsome guys with moderate muscles." Gilda suddenly spat out noodles through her nose. Where did she get that sixth sense? So accurate. Really? Mambo didn't notice Gilda's unusual reaction and kept studying Zelina's abs while lying on Yuzu's lap. "All right, that makes my stomach itch. Let's eat properly." "I'm starting too." Zelina pushed Mambo's head back with her finger. The soup in the pot had already boiled once, with a layer of fat floating on top. Now, the cooked vegetables mixed with the aroma of fat and other ingredients, making the dish even more tempting than other meats. This is the most authentic part of the clear hot pot, along with a glass of lightly fermented grape juice, about the same alcohol level as rice wine, with no strong alcohol taste, sweet and refreshing. It's very satisfying. Everyone raised their cups until it was completely dark outside. Mambo, Gilda, and Number 7 cleaned up the dishes and trash. Snape and Jack happily discussed theology and science. Zelina held Yuzu, who was hugging a slime. They watched the slime bubble and play. Ludo was lying on the ground digesting food. She just wanted to sleep now. Schilling drank most of the wine she brought, feeling a bit tipsy and staggering as she walked. Kamashiki held her, ready to leave. "Do you know? I'm definitely not pursuing you just because I see your talent. It's because you're the kind of person who's perfect for marriage." All right, you've said that many times. What's so big? Where is Kamashiki big?" Ludo was about to say something suggestive, but was stopped by Snape, who held her head. "No one here wants to hear your talk about a woman's happiness in later life. Just a bunch of kids who don't understand anything." Only Mambo and Kamashiki exchanged helpless looks, understanding what Schilling meant. No more drinking for her. She's already saying such things. Yeah, so annoying. Cocoon Weaving took the creak bell back to the room and threw it on the bed. Creak bell hummed twice and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Mambo learned at the Adventurers Guild about how the giant stone monster appeared and was defeated. So, Yuzu's small team saved many adventurers? Although I don't understand why everyone calls Yuzu brother. "I'm here, Captain," a young nun ran over. Mambo waved his hand. Today, the guild was very busy. Every month, the dungeon's layout is refreshed. Old maps become invalid, landmarks are reset, and all registered adventurer teams receive a new exploration mission. The guild's front desk was busy handing out new tasks. Mambo's leveling up team was assigned to explore the 6th floor. We're already level 10, not beginners anymore." "I think we can." "I don't think so." Next team, Mambo was pushed aside. The excited team members ran to the front. "Where are we assigned?" "The captain will definitely take us to more exciting places, right?" "6th floor." "6th floor, huh?" The front row looked doubtful, losing confidence in Mambo. The captain has always been steady. Maybe this is on purpose. "No, it's for safety reasons." Mambo made an excuse and led the team into the dungeon. The first 5 floors of the dungeon haven't changed for ages. Mambo had memorized the route. Reaching the 6th floor was completely different from yesterday. Here, the landscape changed from plains to a dense, towering forest. "Is this a rainforest?" Mambo opened the dungeon guide and checked information about rainforests. The rainforest dungeon is a common environment with high danger, treacherous terrain, and harsh conditions. Monsters in the rainforest are more dangerous than in other environments. For example, now, a rainforest catfish was about to swallow the young nun. Mambo, save me. Can catfish grow this big? Mambo pulled the nun out of the fish's mouth. Everyone kicked and punched the fish, which was also caught on shore with a crab larva. Soon it died. The guide said rainforest catfish have very fishy meat, so Mambo decided not to eat it. The nun was covered in catfish saliva, and she could only temporarily hide the smell with a deodorant cap. Her hands felt sticky and a bit gross. Rainforests are really not a good place. The shield warrior finally understood why the front desk didn't allow them to explore deeper. Before entering the rainforest, Greta cast a magic shield over everyone. There are many leeches here, and the magic shield can block them. The front line used a machete to clear the way. Mambo inserted a small stone tablet into the ground. After a while, it would grow larger and record the number of layers they passed. Monsters in the rainforest often suddenly jump out to attack the team. The uneven ground makes it hard to move forward. Monsters here are weaker in direct fights, usually setting up ambushes. Mambo carefully recorded this area. Hey, Captain, there's a side path. After cutting through some vines, the front saw a huge tree blocking the sky. In the middle of the tree was a 2-meter-high hollow. Mambo took out a route stone tablet and carved on it. Let's record this place. The front team curiously looked inside. The nun pulled him back, worried he might slip in by accident. Greta helped Mambo clean off the leeches on the magic shield. How about inserting it here? Is it obvious enough? Mambo placed the stone tablet in the center of the tree hollow. It slowly grew to over a meter tall. The three of them gathered to examine it carefully. Captain, your writing. Ugh, it's so ugly. I've been trying hard to copy Jack's elegant script. It shouldn't look that bad, right? Greta shivered after holding a fat leech. She felt a faint surge of magic nearby, very weak, right next to the three of them. Does Mambo have something? Suddenly, Greta was pushed by something and fell toward the side path. Mambo tried to reach out and grab her, but he was also pushed by something. Then came the front team and the little nun. Is that the invisible corpse creature again? Mambo turned his head. A chameleon-like creature was gradually revealing its disguise, making strange noises. Looks like there's more meat to eat. The chameleon man, the only intelligent humanoid monster in the rainforest, is good at setting traps. You chose the wrong person, Mambo said as he fell downward toward the chameleon man. The creature paused, surprised that the human child could speak its language. Bang! Mambo and the others fell into a deep pit. It was completely dark inside. Gleda lit up the entire pit, revealing a giant, sleeping earth dragon in the center. The earth dragon is a high-level intelligent creature, ranked between levels 30 and 70. It survives by absorbing magic from the land. It loves to sleep, and if disturbed, it becomes very angry and may attack intruders. The sword and shield warriors didn't dare breathe loudly. Mambo and Gleda exchanged glances and decided to teach that sneaky chameleon person a lesson. Gleda cast a flying spell, slowly floating toward the exit. Just as they were about to reach it, the chameleon person crawled in, holding a red gemstone on his tongue. Gleda's floating magic flickered and then failed, causing her to fall straight down. Ouch! The fall knocked everyone around, and Mambo and the front row rubbed their bottoms, asking, "What was that?" An alchemy device called the enemy mage's heart, which can create an environment almost free of magic. Gleda recognized the device. Avases was tricked by it, which is why he was able to fake his death so easily. Why is this happening to me again? Mambo, you big fool. Gleda, careless fool. Because their magic was blocked, the earth dragon couldn't continue sleeping. It got up and scratched the ground, wondering why the magic suddenly disappeared. Very strange. He was a bit angry, snorting through his nose. When he looked back, he saw 4 small figures leaning against the wall. Roar, roar, roar. How dare you disturb my sleep? Roar, roar, roar. It wasn't us. It was him. Mambo pointed at the chameleon person hanging upside down from the ceiling. The chameleon and the earth dragon slowly looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Does this person even speak earth dragon language? The chameleon instantly turned invisible. The earth dragon looked up and saw nothing, which made him even angrier. How dare you mock me? I will smash you into a pulp. Mambo swallowed hard and moved behind the front row. He planned to knock out the front row and the little nun so he could use the power of the Demon King. Then, when they woke up, he would pretend to be a holy spirit using the three saints' power. Just as he was about to act, the earth dragon suddenly stopped. As a high-level creature, he could sense other high-level creatures. He was too angry earlier to notice, but now he saw that the little girl over there looked suspicious. It slowly stretched out its neck, brought its nose close to Krata, and sniffed. Krata reached out and pinched its big nose, finding it quite nice to the touch. Good dragon, the bad guys have been driven away. Everything is back to normal now. The dragon remembered. It's a land mermaid. A special monster from the Demon King's castle, starting at level 80. And it smells at least 100 years old. Krata quietly said with a forced smile, if you mention its age again, you might end up dead here. The chameleon man had just crawled out onto the roof. Once the dragon kills these 4 humans, it will be a tasty meal. Staying in the dragon's cave is too dangerous. The ground trembled loudly, showing that the dragon had already started hunting these humans. Bang! The tree hollow was pushed aside, and the dragon stuck its head out. Its body was stuck, so it couldn't come out further. Sorry, I can only take you this far. It's okay, your dragon is pretty good. Mambo and his team jumped down from the dragon's head. The chameleon man stared blankly, while Krata made a dismissive face at him. Ugh, a low-level monster. The chameleon man spat out the dark mage's heart again and held it against his chest. What does low-level monster mean? Your magic doesn't work on me. The chameleon man took a step back, his 2 eyes darting around nervously. Yes, it's okay. Your magic doesn't work on me. The chameleon man raised a sharp wooden spear and charged forward. The frontline guy raised his shield to block the spear, while Mambo reached into his pocket with his right hand. I never thought I'd actually get to use this, Professor Snape. Mambo pulled out a delicate revolver. The chameleon man recognized it, and his whole body turned white. Click! The safety was off, and the hammer slowly retracted. The shiny silver barrel was pressed against the chameleon man's forehead. The chameleon man tried to run, but unfortunately, the gun was fast and accurate within 7 steps. The hammer struck the firing pin, which hit the primer. The primer ignited the gunpowder, causing the bullet to shoot out at high speed, spinning along the rifling inside the barrel. A hot blast of air shot out, and the copper and lead bullet pierced through the chameleon man's skull. The intense cavity effect tore his brain into mush. Then the bullet went through the back of his head and flew far away. The 0.38 caliber bullet may seem weak, but the recoil actually pushed Mambo back suddenly. His attempt to look cool with one hand on his gun caused a sharp pain in his wrist. Ow! Greta was startled by Mambo's sudden shout. Mambo tremblingly turned off the safety, dropped his gun, and clutching his wrist, howled in pain. What? Did the bullet hit you? Greta asked as she moved closer. The young nun and the person in front were already stunned. The gunshot caused ringing in their ears, making it hard to hear what Mambo was saying. Is that a gun? Has Captain Mambo always carried one? That's so scary. Mambo fell to the ground. Anyone who claims small-caliber bullets are harmless should try a couple on themselves in America. Later, he planned to swap his gun for a .22 revolver from Professor Snape. That thing can definitely kill within 100 meters unless your skull and skin are as tough as steel. Gradually, the ringing in their ears faded, and the 3 people could hear Mambo shouting. It turned out he thought his wrist was broken. The young nun used healing magic to check Mambo's wrist and confirmed it was indeed broken. She gently lifted Mambo's right hand and signaled to the others. Because her magic level was low, she hadn't unlocked bone-setting magic, so she had to manually set Mambo's broken wrist. Wait, are you sure you can do this? Please bear with me, Captain. I always scored full marks in healing class at the academy. Greta pressed down on Mambo's head, smirking. Serves you right. Trying to look cool. Snape already told you to hold 2 guns. The person in front held down Mambo's legs to prevent him from kicking around. Saying small-caliber guns are weak really causes trouble. Before Mambo could finish, a more intense pain shot through his right wrist. Yow! The gunshot and the screams echoed throughout the 6th basement level. Monsters panicked and hid, while adventurers exploring the area looked toward the sound. It's gunfire. Should we go over? One adventurer stopped a companion from rushing forward. We low-level adventurers can't fight guns. Better to report to the Adventurers Guild and do our duty. The Adventurers Guild quickly figured out what was happening. The receptionist, arms crossed and tapping her foot impatiently, looked at Mambo and Snape with annoyance. How did you think of giving a child a gun? Or a revolver? Because revolvers won't jam. Who asked if it jams or not? The receptionist slammed the desk and shouted, "Don't you know how dangerous that is? He's more mature than other kids his age and won't misuse it." Fortunately, Sister is a healing support, so no one knew that Mambo's hand had already been broken once due to improper gun handling. Note: general healing magic can only stop bleeding, reduce inflammation, and heal superficial skin wounds. Only healers like nuns, priests, surgeons, and plague doctors can treat serious injuries like broken bones, internal damage, or severe poisoning. Even if he's mature, he's still a kid. What if he shows off and accidentally fires, or gets emotional and shoots a teammate? He's already mature enough to flirt with the pretty teacher. I'm not worried about him being so childish. Mambo staggered slightly. Let's not talk about that. It's just admiration for muscles, that's all. The receptionist, speechless, rubbed her forehead. Anyway, I'll keep this gun for you first. When you leave this town, I'll return it. Mambo was heartbroken over losing his gun. He'd never seen one before, and now that he finally had one, he wanted to sleep with it. Snape and Mambo, after being scolded, walked to the inn together. Snape patted Mambo's head. "Next time, I'll get you a silenced one. I knew this thing would help you." "Thank you, teacher. I have something for you too." Mambo gave Snape a quarter of the remaining Dark Mage's heart as a long-range attack item. Snape, who prefers to stay at a distance, was most afraid of being close to enemies. Now he could activate this alchemical device. Enemies covered in buffs, like melee fighters, would instantly lose their support, and this precise mechanical weapon could easily their skulls. "Good boy, keep it. I already have one," Snape said, pulling out another Dark Mage's heart from his chest. Experienced gunmen are always cautious. This can sell for several silver coins. The two headed home into the sunset, the Adventurers Guild owner watching their figures and pondering something. Is that level 7 chameleon too clever? And that monster seems to recognize guns. Go, Ophelia. Take your team and investigate the rainforest on the 6th level. Ophelia let out a sigh and reluctantly called out to her teammates, "Boss, we're a team of adventurers above level 50. We need to keep going on the Demon King's path tomorrow. You're the only ones with high levels. Hurry up, it won't take long," came the reply. "Really, bossy," Ophelia said as she carried her big sword and left. "What's so special about a chameleon? If others see this, they'll say we're bullying a newbie." "All right, it's all for the safety of the adventurers," the healer in the team said with a smile. The dwarf stayed silent, and the elf archer shrugged casually. Well, sometimes exploring lower levels is not a bad idea. The next day, the team called Christmas night, knocked on Mambo's door. "Who is it?" Mambo, brushing his teeth, peeked out to see who was outside. It was a tall elf woman dressed in clothes that looked almost like she wasn't wearing any, and a somewhat effeminate-looking human man. "You've come to the wrong place. We don't offer that kind of service," Mambo said. Just as he was about to close the door, Ophelia forcefully pushed it open. "Hey kid, haha, I'm dressed like this because I'm hot and need to move quickly. Don't get the wrong idea," the elf said, using magic to draw her bow. Ophelia snorted and said, "Are your parents around, little brother?" Jack finished brushing his teeth and approached the door. "Come in. Are you friends of Mambo?" The Christmas night team explained why they came. They wanted Mambo to take them back to the Earth Dragon Cave, and it was already known to Mambo that the tailing team had told others about his magic skills. Don't ask how he learned it. It's a natural skill, blessed by the 3 saints, favored by the gods. Mambo's explanations varied, and the adventurers were all guessing how he managed it. After all, the title, Unknown, for an adventurer sounds very mysterious. "We went to the 6th floor last night. All the chameleon people there disappeared, or maybe they were hiding from us. This kid is skilled in magic, so please ask other monsters for us," the healer in the team requested with a smile. Jack looked down at Mambo, who thought for a moment. "Is this an assignment from the Adventurers Guild?" "Yes. How about 3 silver coins?" "Deal, brother." Mambo temporarily joined the team called Christmas Tonight. This team is a well-known strong group. Jack understood everyone's skill level and reputation, so he agreed to let Mambo go with them. "I'm a reindeer, said the dwarf, the most steady member of the team. Mambo shook hands with him. "I don't know," said Mambo. "Our names are long, so just use code names," said the elf sister, bending down. "I'm Silent Night. Slay Ophelia. Just call me by my name." Ophelia nodded at Mambo. Lastly, there was the nurse. "I'm Gift. Your gift?" Mambo was a bit speechless. "What kind of name is that for a girl? Christmas gifts are for good children. Someone like you should just forget it." Ophelia picked up Mambo and jumped out the window. The other team members followed quickly. Below was their vehicle. The dwarf landed on the dragon's neck, and the others sat steadily on the dragon's back and into the carriage. "What a big land dragon. Are your eyes blind?" "I'm a red dragon." Suddenly, Mambo was scolded. Then he saw the dragon slowly spread its wings and fly high into the sky with a whoosh. Wow, so amazing. Mambo looked at the scene outside the carriage. The town was getting smaller. Is this what flying feels like? Mambo had never flown before in his past life, so today was his first time. The author also never flew, and many young people haven't flown either. Did the red dragon just say something? Can you understand it? Silent Night put away her bow and asked. She was a bit doubtful whether Mambo could understand monster language. Nowadays, nobles do all sorts of things to boost their image. Some shameless people even claim that their children are born with a dragon by their side. Is that a species? And dragons lay eggs, right? Can't they have some basic biological knowledge? Mambo frowned. He was insulting me just now. It wasn't nice. Everyone laughed. Even the dwarf patted the red dragon's head with a smile. The red dragon flew very fast. Mambo couldn't understand why they were riding the dragon to the teleportation station, so he asked, "Ophelia, where are we going?" "To the teleportation station? We could just fly straight to the dungeon and be there in the morning. We never go to crowded teleportation halls," Ophelia replied. Mambo felt these people had some problems. A task that should take less than 10 minutes was being wasted for an entire morning. "Don't look at me with that silly expression. This idea has always been their doing," said the reindeer, who was very sensitive to gazes. Even though he was turned away from Mambo, he felt something strange. "Ophelia is a descendant of the Sword Saint Ong, a member of a very noble family," the nurse explained. Ophelia looked like a startled cat when she heard this. No. You shut up. That's not true. I like common people. I really love them." If such rumors spread, the Sword Saint Ong would show Ophelia what it means to be an aging sword master who relies not on speed, but on experience gained from many battles. It's just that there are too many of them, and they smell strongly of the underground dungeon. I can't stand the mix of those smells. I'm not going to spread rumors. What about Silent Night? That's my fiancée. Don't worry about the lifespan theory. She's a half-elf, an elf with a human lifespan. That's because humans and elves married. Have you studied biology? Do you know about Emperor Osman's pea experiment? After hearing this, Mambo saw Silent Night as a large yellow wrinkled pea in his mind. Don't mention such headache-inducing things. Besides theology, I hate biology the most. Mambo covered his ears to block Ophelia's chatter. Silent Night chuckled and took several bowls of food from a nearby box. "Let's eat this for lunch. Since we're talking about peas, it was a dish with black pepper cream, pork, peas, and cheese. After lighting the charcoal stove and placing the dish on it, they waited until it was cooked to eat. The red dragon, being a volcanic creature, was not afraid of the charcoal fire. Soon, the aroma began to spread. Those who liked crispy food could cook it a little longer, while those who preferred softer food could just take the bowls out and eat. The dwarf returned from the driver's seat with a bowl of rice and said, "You can see the dungeon now. 10 minutes left. Eat quickly." Everyone hurried to finish their meals. The red dragon's flight altitude gradually lowered, and adventurers outside the dungeon looked up at the circling dragon in the sky. The red dragon slowly landed, and everyone put on their gear. Silent Night was wearing light armor, making her less exposed. The reindeer was covered in a suit of steel armor, with only his eyes visible, holding a hammer and shield. Gift changed into a magic robe, which increased his casting speed. After trying it a few times, he felt it was quite good. Orpheus still wore the same armor as before, with only a long sword hanging at his waist. "Don't you have any equipment?" Mambo pursed his lips. indicating that the gear he was wearing was all he had. None of it was alchemy tools, just simple thief gear. All right. When I get back, I'll get you a basic set of equipment. No need to pity me. This gear was made by my foster father himself, and it suits me better than any alchemy tools, Mambo replied, pulling down his goggles to cover his eyes. He put on a raincoat, tightened his bandages, and checked his dagger sheath before he was ready. Orpheus's expression changed slightly. The gear he wore wasn't just made by his father, but he hadn't seen his father in a long time. His father was always busy managing the city, always with endless work, and often criticized him. I see. Fortunately, dragon nests usually have good airflow from top to bottom, or else a few people inside would suffocate. The white mud is here, said the dwarf, scraping a piece of mud from the wall. Using the gift spell to increase the light range, they saw a large area of white mud. In the nest filled with white mud and dragon droppings, there was a door that didn't belong to the mud cave. It was strange to find such a door here. Ophelia slowly pushed open the door. It led to a side passage. The scene looked familiar. Mambo quickly turned around and looked behind. Sure enough, a faint figure was approaching. Be careful. Before Mambo finished speaking, the reindeer swung a large hammer at the figure. With a cracking sound, a chameleon person appeared. I knew something was watching me. The dwarf happily ran over to pick up the hammer. Ophelia stroked her chin and decided to go down. The side passage on the 6th level was not very deep, only level 26. Let's go, said the dwarf, grabbing his hammer and activating a defense buff before jumping down. Splash! A sound of falling water came from below. The side passage seemed to lead to a pond. The reindeer voice came from there. Come down, it's safe here. Ophelia and the others also jumped down. The side passage opened into a huge lake, with a house in the middle. From afar, they could see many chameleon people around the house. Chameleons have poor eyesight and can only see within 300 meters. They didn't notice the 5 people falling into the water from a distance. Chameleon armor. What was that sound? B. Fish jumping into the water. C. It would be nice if someone ate us tonight. After reaching the shore, everyone dared not speak loudly. Mambo used thief sign language to communicate with the others. Ophelia, Silent Night, and Gift looked at each other, scratching their heads in confusion. Did you cramp? Can't you understand? This is thief sign language, used throughout the Empire. Who would specifically learn that? The reindeer slowly raised his hand. The other 3 looked surprised, as if saying, we didn't know about this either. Living longer means learning more things isn't a bad idea, said the reindeer, shrugging. All right, I, Mambo, and Gift will go east. Reindeer and Silent Night go west. You two communicate using sign language. Ophelia, as the team leader, decides to first do a simple scan of the island's perimeter. Mambo and Reindeer raise their thumbs with their right hands in front of their faces, then nod. What does that mean? It means, I agree, the plan is good. Don't talk to me from so far away, you two. Ophelia helplessly rubs her forehead. Reindeer has finally found someone who shares his interests, always mastering skills that don't fit the usual stereotypes of his race. The 2 teams start exploring the island. The whole island is made of a large black rock. The dwarves hammer off a piece, which looks like basalt. This suggests the branch might connect to a crust, but it has long since cooled and closed. Ophelia shrugs. Her focus isn't on the ground, but on the mansion. The design of the mansion and its practical courtyard are trendy for the past 15 years. This isn't typical for a dungeon, but was built here by people. The foundation is solid rock. Mambo uses sign language to send information back to Reindeer. He's good at geography, but can't tell much about the mansion. Inside, it probably houses a human or a creature that knows a lot about humans. Ophelia makes a judgment, and it's very intelligent. Chameleon creatures like sunlight and long exposure to darkness can cause malnutrition, so they willingly hide underground. Silent Night also makes his own guess. No wonder they are a top team. Each person's skills combined into a perfect adventure manual. Let's go inside and take a look. The 2 teams circle around the mansion and gather at the back door. Based on Ophelia's experience, such mansions and courtyard styles make the back door vulnerable once high guards are taken out. Easy to attack, hard to defend. Silent Night pulls out a few arrows, quietly takes out the high-up chameleon creature, Then they stay close to the wall so no one notices their approach. Only when they reach behind the guard's back do they realize someone is nearby. Gah! Before they can speak, Ophelia swiftly beheads them with her sword, then tries to push open the back door. The back door was locked, and the two guards didn't have the key, so they had no choice but to try to force it open. What's that noise? What are you two doing? A chameleon person inside the room called out. All four outside looked at Mambo. Mambo understood immediately, cleared his throat, and made a sound similar to the chameleon person's. Brother, I feel so bad. It's so cold outside. Let me in to warm up. As a cold-blooded creature, using warmth as an excuse was perfect. All right, just don't let the captain find out. I'll stand guard for you for a while. He slowly unlocked the door. Look at how cold my brother is. Even his voice has changed. When the door opened, 2 bodies lay on the ground, and 5 humans full of dangerous energy looked up with open mouths. They've even changed their species and number. Haha. Driven by a strong desire to survive, he tried to see the people in front of him as chameleon people. Unfortunately, he failed. Then he was pinned to the wall by an arrow from Silent Night and lost his life. Let's go. The main hall should be on the 2nd floor to the right. The group lowered their bodies, trying not to make any noise as they moved toward the stairs. The dwarf looked surprised at the chameleon person's hand, which was covered with metal finger guards. Could monsters already have the ability to smelt metals? Arrow rain. On Christmas Eve, the magic skill was used. One arrow was continuously copied by magic, helping everyone to escape danger. This attack caused heavy injuries to the chameleon people. Ophelia's skill was fully charged, and her sword became very hot, igniting a big fire. A series of fire blades burned the ground. The chameleon people started to retreat, afraid of these invaders. Welcome, welcome, distinguished guests from afar. The door at the back of the 2nd floor opened, and a fancy-dressed chameleon person came out clapping. He looked more like a human with a chameleon body. Visiting my humble home. Is there something you need? He had a fierce scar on his throat, a mark left by a magic carving tool that changed his voice. A talking low-level monster. Mambo knew how he did it, and his way of speaking and appearing was quite strange. Interrogation. Mambo once again stole the priest's skill, forcing open the chameleon person's skill panel, all talents at level 75. Everyone was shocked. Was this a monster possessed by a traveler from another world? Surprised, right? When I first arrived, I was just like you. Luckily, my mind is smarter than theirs. You can call me Hemero. This is a gift for you. Please accept it. Hemero took out a red gemstone about the size of an egg, which was the necromancer's heart. In an instant, all magic on the island was pushed away. Ophelia's sword went out, and the Christmas Eve arrow rain could no longer be used. The dwarf's defenses dropped to their initial level. All right, let's continue. Seeing that the humans had no magic, the chameleon people shouted and launched another attack. Ophelia gave a signal to others and jumped to the 2nd floor. The others understood immediately. The reindeer shouted loudly and collided with the chameleon people. Christmas Eve also sped up its shooting down the chameleon people trying to block Ophelia. Mambo stood in front of the healer, wanting to do his part, at least to protect the team's healer. But the healer pulled Mambo behind her, took off her magic robe, and quickly wrapped her fists with bandages. Are you still a battle nurse? This is what our captain has always taught us. Magic is just a helper. Only physical strength really matters. He punched the chameleon man near the back row, causing his nose to break and him to fly backward. Ophelia, protected by her teammates, reached Hemeral. Hemeral reached for his waist and pulled out a large revolver, bigger than Mambo's caliber. Sorry, human. I am a gunslinger. Ophelia's pupils shrank instantly. She held her sword in front of her chest and leaned to one side. The bullet hit her sword, bending it. Because of the angle, the bullet didn't go forward but instead flew downward, killing a chameleon man. That's unlucky for him, right? Hemeral raised an eyebrow at Ophelia. She was still shaken from earlier, and the strong impact made her lose her grip on her sword. That was one of your kind. No. There are no others like me in this world. Have you heard of any other monster travelers besides me? Hemeral aimed at Ophelia again. Whether you're native or a monster, you're just my food for leveling up. Bang! The bullet was fired again. Ophelia didn't dare to resist directly. She dodged as soon as she saw his finger move. The bullet was too fast for a human to dodge, especially at this distance. Ophelia was hit in the calf and staggered to the ground. This scene made the silent knight below tighten his heart. At the same time, a chameleon man crawling quickly along the ground broke through the reindeer line. His claws reached straight for Silent Knight. Throwing dagger, a steel dagger shot toward the chameleon man. Mambo finally found his purpose, but unfortunately, his low skill level caused the dagger to be slapped away by the chameleon man. Though it was only for a moment, it was enough for Silent Knight to react. She drew an arrow from her quiver and shot it directly into the chameleon man's eye, then kicked him away. People often think archers are fragile, but remember, Guan Yu started as a horse archer. No one thought he was weak, right? Ophelia, with her injured calf, stood up again and shouted at the people below, "Don't get distracted. Focus on your tasks. Take care of yourself first." Her Moreau fired 3 shots. Ophelia tried to dodge, but a sharp pain in her lower leg made her unable to move properly. She could only watch as the 3 bullets flew toward her. There is a chance that bullets may miss their target. Hermiro's bullets aimed at Ophelia's armpit, near her ear, and beside her neck, then flew off into the distance until they disappeared into darkness. What? Hermiro looked at his pistol in confusion. He was confident in his shooting skills. He forcefully tapped the gun twice, then aimed at Ophelia again. Ophelia still held her curved sword and looked at him. Being stared at like this made Hermiro feel uneasy. Even he was a little nervous. Without hesitation, he fired again, emptying all the bullets from his gun. The 5th, 6th, and 7th shots still missed badly. This time, at least, they hit Ophelia because she had already rushed in front of him. Even if he didn't want to, it was hard not to hit her at this distance. Bullets hit her shoulder, arm, and ear. At this range, hitting with 3 shots was no longer about skill or luck, but about chance. The person in front of him seemed to be incredibly lucky. Hermiro stepped back to avoid Ophelia's sword and also tried to reload. Juggling both tasks, he was caught off guard and was cut by her sword. Maybe because her sword was bent earlier, it broke on Hermiro's shoulder. A smile appeared on Hermiro's face again. Luck is on my side now, human. At this distance, you can't dodge. Hermiro's dark gun barrel pointed at Ophelia. She quickly reacted, leaning back as much as she could to avoid the bullet aimed at her head. Then she kicked Hermiro hard. He was knocked back, flying through the air. Hermiro let out a grunt and fired at Ophelia's body again. Even though he aimed at her heart, the bullet veered off. Nothing happened except it pierced her lung. What is going on? Hermiro, who had been pretending to be calm and gentle, revealed his true nature. He crawled up from the ground toward Ophelia, who was struggling to breathe with her lung pierced. The kick had broken 2 ribs, causing her to walk with a limp. Ophelia felt as if her lungs had shrunk. She knelt on the ground, gasping for air. Gradually, she lost the strength even to stay half kneeling. A swift arrow shot toward Hermiro. Since he relies on ranged attacks, Hermiro was very alert and raised his arm to block the arrow. The arrow stuck in his forearm, and Hermiro simply looked coldly at Silent Knight. He's very important to you. Great, you guys stop her. Don't let her cause trouble. The chameleon person started attacking even more wildly. The reindeer was running out of energy, and Silent Knight felt uneasy. The chameleon person's face showed a victorious smile. By eating these high-level humans, they could leave this place and go deeper into the layers, then upgrade and explore further. This was a cycle ingrained in the monster's instincts. The reindeer's hammer could no longer swing, and the shield was cracking and dented. The armor was getting more and more damaged. Over at Gifts, the chameleon person who had stolen was surrounded. Stop. Please, stop. Silent Knight pulled back the bowstring again. This time, the string suddenly snapped, and the arrow whistled past Hermiro's head. Hermiro smirked disdainfully and pressed his gun against Ophelia's forehead. Looking back, Silent Knight saw that a chameleon person had cut the bowstring with a finger caught. Silent Knight's expression changed from despair to anger. His face twisted as he punched the chameleon person, tearing its chin apart with his hand. You thief. Mambo used his stealing magic again. Hermiro chuckled. It's useless. Magic doesn't work here. Would you like to hear the story of the sun stealing the demon? What? Poor, uneducated traveler. Stealing magic is the highest space magic granted by the sun to thieves. Alchemy tools are useless against him. What? Stealing a pistol is much easier than stealing bullets. Hemuro looked at his hand. The revolver was now in Mambo's hand. Mambo aimed and fired at Hemuro. Since Mambo wasn't a professional marksman, the bullets missed, and he was knocked to the ground by the recoil. Ha ha, even if you get it, it's useless. Look at your aim. Hemuro stopped mocking. Since the gunshot, his perspective had become strange. The entire room was tilted, and his subordinates were looking at him with strange eyes. What's wrong? He couldn't speak until he saw Ophelia, who had already stood up and cut off the head of a chameleon person with a broken sword. So my head. Ophelia immediately collapsed from exhaustion after the attack. She had lost a lot of blood, and her face turned pale. Mambo fired a shot into the air and threatened in the chameleon language. Who wants to try this? The chameleon people gradually retreated, disappearing quickly without a leader. Silent Night ran crying to Ophelia, while Gift turned off the dark mage's heart to heal her. While being treated, Ophelia's face twisted in pain. She was seriously injured, and the healing was very painful, like pulling teeth without anesthesia. After the treatment, Ophelia looked even paler than before, as if she was about to die from pain. Silent Night helped her up and said a lot of sweet words. Without you, I wouldn't want to live. Let's go home and enjoy some simple, honest days. Ophelia, speechless, pinched her mouth shut. This was all my plan. Anyway, as long as I don't die, Gift can save me, right? What kind of plan is this? It's a plan based on Mambo's thief magic. While their small team was exploring separately, Ophelia used intelligence to deduce the enemy's fighting style. Since a chameleon person knew about guns, it meant the enemy had guns too. And there should be a mineral vein with the dark mage's heart material here, so the enemy also has it. The key to the plan was whether Mambo's theft magic could bend bullets. Rewind 2 hours. Mambo looked confident, as if saying, if I had to steal a flying bullet, I might not be able to. But bending one? That's easy. He knew what it meant to be the most talented thief in Brule City. Okay, just avoid my vital points. He'll keep missing, and eventually he'll get close enough. When I can land a decisive, you steal his gun, I'll pretend to bleed heavily. You need to watch me closely. Can you do that? Can I trust you? Mambo, Ophelia said, grabbing Mambo's shoulders. Mambo was also caught up in her emotions. Yes, trust me. Brother, 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 brother. Listening to Gift perfectly recreate the phrase, brother, with Mambo and Ophelia, who looked a bit awkward while scratching their heads. Silent Night wiped away tears. Why didn't you tell me? Am I the only one who didn't know? Reindeer raised his hand again. He didn't know either. All right, it's none of your business. Don't ruin the mood. Gift pulled Reindeer and Mambo away. I told you. You wouldn't agree. Silent Night pressed his face against Ophelia's chest and said nothing. She definitely wouldn't agree with this way of fighting. She couldn't trust a child she just met. How can you entrust your life to a kid you just met? Luckily, Mambo is reliable. Don't do this again. I promise you. But I have to say, Mambo and I are talking about a man's kind of romance. You wouldn't understand. Romance my foot. You scared me to death. Nearby, Reindeer and Gift took Mambo to find a mineral vein. They dug out a little and put it in their pockets. Mambo held a revolver and asked how to handle it. Just keep it secretly. This broken thing is poorly made. I'm afraid it will explode, and if it gets discovered when brought back, it will be confiscated. Seeing the uneven gun body, Mambo asked Reindeer to smash it with a hammer into scrap metal and throw it into the depths of the mine. After exploring the mansion, everyone had enough emotional moments. When they all sat on the Crimson Dragon heading back to town late at night, Mambo had been staring at Ophelia so intently during the fight that he almost went blind. Report the situation here. Kids need to rest. Ophelia waved her hand. All right. Go back quickly. Making us look tired too. Reindeer twisted his sore neck and complained, while Gift stretched and yawned. Silent Night picked up Mambo and kissed him on the forehead. Thank you for taking care of my husband. Mambo wiped the saliva from his forehead and shrugged. You're welcome. Silent Night smiled, put Mambo down, and left with the others. Mambo was ready to go back to the inn and sleep for a long time. The raw material called Dark Magic Stone, used by the Dark Mage, can be synthesized through alchemy by combining 100 parts of the dark magic stone with 1 part of a creature's heart. The closer to human, the higher the chance of success. The success rate for humans to survive is about 7%. Even with such a low chance, many merchants eagerly take risks. They led adventurers to take over the old home of the Earth Dragon, forcing the Earth Dragon to climb onto the ground to sunbathe. At first, people were a bit afraid of the Earth Dragon. This species has the strongest defense among dragons, and a single roll could send most people to the afterlife. The Earth Dragon just quietly lay at the cave entrance. Since meeting Gilda and surviving, it feels that tomorrow will be better every day. Its temper has also completely changed. Good morning. The miner greets the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon yawns, hiding its head under its front limbs. The miners treat it as a lucky symbol, believing that petting the Earth Dragon before mining can prevent the mine from collapsing. Some adventurers stand around the miners, fighting chameleons while also earning protection money. Why are the chameleons so stupid here? Standing still and letting themselves be killed. It seems that Christmas night doesn't deserve those honors. Even these monsters can push them to the limit. A level 40 adventurer follows a still chameleon into a mine. Over there's a pile of dirt that was clearly dug up and buried again. Some clever miners hide valuable gems and secretly take them out. Isn't that how he found it? After digging for a while, his shovel hit something hard. Excited, he drops the shovel, carefully brushes away the dirt, and picks up the hard object. What is this? A broken gun. Clang, your body belongs to me. A strange scream echoes in the adventurer's mind. He turns around and finds himself in a mental space, his will being torn apart by a monster. It hurts. What kind of monster are you? The adventurer wants to cast magic, but magic can't be used in this mental space. He can only fight with his basic physical stats. The monster steps on his head with 1 foot, tearing with both hands until the adventurer's body is ripped apart. His will slowly fades away in the mental space. Hemi-Luo has successfully possessed the body. His true form isn't a monster, but this gun. It was once a hammer, a sword, a knife, and other weapons. Later, he found guns to be the most useful. Level 40 gunner. Not bad. The adventurer's original profession was overwritten, and his talents gradually changed into what is called the hero's panel. After carefully examining the adventurer's memories, he chuckled for a while. This guy was both arrogant and clueless about romance. Pretending to be that kind of person was really disgusting. So what exactly is inside that little ghost's body? Hemiro's original plan was also quite sinister. He intended to kill Ophelia to provoke Silent Night, then pretend to lose to Silent Night. In that nervous state, her mental strength would weaken, and she would likely take his weapon. Moreover, the death of a loved one could easily cause a big change in personality. Unfortunately, his weapon was taken by a little brat. So he thought about taking over this kid's body. Inside the mental space, there was a huge mark in the sky. He didn't recognize it as the Demon King's seal. He felt like he was about to be crushed alive, and inside, there were 4 different wills. He couldn't tell who was who. One had a terrifying amount of magic power overflowing from the body. Another had explosive vitality, and a third was more balanced, but not very threatening. The last one felt harmless, just a plain-looking man, like Mambo in his previous life. Before he could think more, the pressure from the mark in the sky increased again, almost making Hemero lose control. He hurriedly withdrew from Mambo's mental space. Avasis, holding a deck of cards, scratched his head. Do you feel like there are bugs in the house? You're crazy. There's no bugs here, the second generation said, scratching his. But the first generation agreed with Avasis. I also feel it. Could it be that Mambo's mental world needs pest control just like the real world? That's strange. That's strange. That's strange. After saying, that's strange, 3 times, the old man really found 3 cans of insecticide and had everyone help kill the bugs. After finishing the memory, Hemero clenched his fists. Luckily, he was finally human. He had traveled to another world not to stay with those disgusting monsters, but to adventure with beautiful girls. Hemero's broken gun in his hand reshaped itself into a perfect, undamaged form. The chameleon men still obeyed Hemero and walked into the mine. All right, you are no longer useful. The chameleon men were killed one by one. Hemero's experience points kept rising until he reached level 42, then stopped. The entire mine was filled with the bodies of chameleon men. That's not enough. I need more nourishment. Unchanging strength means even goblins won't look down on me. Hey, it seems this body has a childhood friend. Hermero stretched his waist and left the dungeon after settling the bodyguard fee. He finally saw real sunlight, not the fake sunlight inside the dungeon. The sun is so big, so bright, so hot. First, I should go to the Adventurers Guild and show off a bit. At the Adventurers Guild, Hermero checked his mood. Flamboyant, arrogant, loves to boast. He propped his elbow on the counter and raised an eyebrow at the receptionist. Sarah, guess what I did today? The receptionist sighed. Let me guess, you went down to the 100th floor and killed a poison dragon. That's the story I was going to tell tomorrow. I killed 300 chameleon men in the side passage on the 6th floor. Oh, wow. I'll buy you a milk tea to celebrate. Is this a reward for my bravery? Something like that? As a child, the receptionist loved listening to his exaggerated adventure stories and believed them wholeheartedly. She thought his current personality as an adventurer was closely related to those stories. The milk tea couldn't stop Hermero from talking. He started explaining in detail how he tricked each chameleon man into a trap and suffocated them all in the cave. The Christmas tonight team nearby exchanged glances. Those chameleon men weren't that stupid. Hermero was just bragging again. Jack and Mambo were also having dinner here. Jack patted Mambo's shoulder. It's probably situation 3, right? You said those chameleon men were super sneaky. Once I finish this slice, we'll leave, Mambo said, rolling up his pizza to eat a few bites. After 2 bites, the adventurer team responsible for minor safety entered. Miss Receptionist, the side passage on the 6th floor of the dungeon has been cleared by someone else. The receptionist frowned and asked Hermero, who was still bragging, what's going on? Weren't there at least 100 of those monsters? They're all dead. Their bodies are piled up in mine A28. Hearing this, everyone at the Adventurers Guild looked at Hermero. His story was almost exactly the same. Hermero pounded his chest and laughed loudly. See? Sarah, I am not joking. I told you this a long time ago. Jack slowly sat down, realizing he judged someone by their appearance. He felt guilty. The members of Christmas Night also looked confused. Could it be that after the monster from the crossing died, the whole group's intelligence also dropped? Mambo took a sip of grape juice and swallowed the leftover pizza. This guy really wasn't lying, but he might have been a bit too proud. Now Jack started to doubt if Mambo was exaggerating the difficulty of the fight. What kind of look is that? Nothing, Jack said, picking up his beer and heading toward Christmas Night. Ophelia was trying to secretly drink alcohol. His injuries still left him with a hidden illness, and he needed magic to fully recover. While going to the bathroom on Christmas Eve, he planned to sneak a drink. Suddenly, Jack sat beside him, startling him so much that he spilled his drink. Christmas Eve. I want to try it. No, you are? Jack. Ophelia. What's the matter? Please tell me. Seeing Jack's polite manner, Ophelia felt a bit embarrassed to ask him to leave. It's about the chameleon people. Are they really getting dumber suddenly? Did Mambo lie to me? Indeed, there are still smart people like us, Ophelia said, looking at Jack as if she found a kindred spirit. Young monsters refresh daily, but adult monsters that break level 10 do not. Their group behavior becomes more cautious after their leader dies, until a new leader appears. To be honest, I don't understand. Even the city's monster experts think something's wrong. If it's that big boss, maybe they really know why. Which one? Professor Nora, the strictest mother of goblins. I heard she's already gone mad in the novice village, conducting experiments that are completely against human ethics. Like what? Monster gene modification. Jack took the slime on Mambo's head and placed it on the table. The others looked at the slowly writhing slime devouring leftover food, all surprised. This is the monster Nora modified. Ophelia poked the slime with her fork, which made a gurgling sound. Don't make trouble, he said, don't make trouble. Mambo also came over, seeming to recognize Nora's name. How do you explain the biochemical clone army? Just a moment. Soon, Yuzu was placed on the table. She blinked and asked, is it okay to sit here? What does that mean? Biochemical clones. This is one of them. No, that's not right. Biochemical clones should have arms that can pop out mechanical folding knives, bloodshot, murky eyes that can shoot deadly magic lasers, multiple heads swinging on their necks, and grafted limbs that look like tentacles. Their 8 steel-tipped feet can easily pierce shields. Yuzu tilted her head and listened, scratching her arm and wiggling her toes. She didn't have the ability to split, and she wished she were that powerful. Such things really exist? The Ottoman Empire would change its name to the Nora Duchy the next day. Jack and Mambo explained helplessly. Most of these rumors are probably because Nora doesn't want to share her immortality technology. Nora can't tell who is a time traveler and who isn't. If this technology were given to time travelers, it would be a nightmare for the whole country, the continent, and even the world. Can I come down now? Mambo gently took Yuzu off his back, handed her a cup of hot tea, and told her to drink it first. They would go home together later. I have a chameleon's corpse here. If Mambo and Professor Nora are on good terms, please help with this. Okay, Professor Nora loves studying these things. If we send it to her, she might be happy. Ophelia looked at Mambo's team with new respect. I didn't expect you to know such an important person. Who knows? She's so authoritative. Just do it. Yeah. Before Mambo could drink his grape juice, Ophelia suddenly felt a cool breeze on his neck. He stiffened and turned his head, only to see Silent Night returning from the bathroom. You can't drink alcohol while healing your wounds. Don't you know that? It's grape juice. Who spilled beer on you? Silent Night took out a handkerchief to wipe the water on Ophelia's chest. Ophelia looked down in confusion. The beer had turned into grape juice. He looked at Reindeer and Gift, who both pointed at Mambo. Thief skills. Mambo handed his glass to Jack. Jack looked at Mambo, but Mambo quickly covered his mouth before Jack could say anything. Please, another glass of grape juice. I'll pay for the gravel hero's expenses. Ophelia laughed happily, no longer worried about being scolded. On Christmas Eve, Peaceful Night gently stroked Ophelia's face with a handkerchief. Eat quickly. Your wound needs rest. When will you heal if you keep going like this? I think it will be about next week. A coffin carved with anti-decay magic was delivered to the entrance of the Blue City Research Institute. Nora looked at the coffin with confusion and shook her head. This was sent by Mr. Mambo for me. The delivery adventurer looked a bit scared, unable to speak clearly. Nora reached into her pocket, and the adventurer closed his eyes and covered his head in fear. When he slowly opened his eyes, there were only 3 silver coins on the ground. He picked up the coins and ran away. Nora smiled and opened the coffin. Inside, besides the body, there was a letter. Mambo had sent greetings to Nora in the letter. To my mentor, Nora, your guidance has always been like a tall mountain, leading me forward, like a sharp axe clearing the thorns on my path. Unfortunately, I am a slow learner. Trying to solve the current problem is as difficult as crossing an ocean with a mountain in the way. My knowledge compared to yours is like gravel in a desert. This is what worries me as a student. Nora looked at the letter and sighed, recalling that when she was young, she had reached the peak of research in these areas, and everyone praised her. Now, as she gradually ages and is forgotten, nearing the end of her life, young people still come knocking at her door, hoping for some guidance. Nora felt both amused and a little angry. Is Mambo testing me? Should I accept it, mother? Oops, she's fallen asleep again. After waking up, Nora immediately began examining the body. She eventually discovered a very secret and strange injury deep in her mind. Monster consciousness gathering. A parasitic monster that can control other monsters. Nora hummed. She was the one who defined this creature. Send me my book, Theory and Dangers of Monster Consciousness Gathering and Propagation, along with the answers, back to Mambo. When Mambo received the package, he felt like he was about to break. Every word inside he could understand, and he knew what each picture depicted, monsters all. But together, it was like reading a heavenly book, impossible to comprehend fully. Nora asked Mambo to write a review after watching the story, so she could check it after they defeated the Demon King. Mambo, holding the book and the answers, only understood the first sentence after staying up all night. I am not very learned. If I am wrong, please kindly correct me and discuss. This shows the humble caution typical of scientists. Mambo decided to give the book and the answers to Silent Night, an expert in monster studies, hoping she could explain it in simpler words. Wow, this is amazing. I see now. Silent Night seemed like a young apprentice who had been given special powers, feeling that some great opportunity was calling to her. Professor Nora said that the chameleon people were controlled by the monster's will. As long as the false body was destroyed, it was fine. Most of them were weapons. Oh, by the way, what did you do with that gun? I had. Reindeer, smash it and bury it. That should be completely destroyed. Hemi Luo, who was bragging nearby, suddenly broke out in cold sweat. In this world, there was someone who knew how his mechanism worked and even wrote a book about understanding him thoroughly. Fortunately, as a time traveler, he could infect both monsters and humans, though the number he controlled was now just one. Sarah, I plan to follow the Demon King's path. Do you want to join me? I've finished my job change, said Trap Master. That's impressive. The front desk girl shook her head. No, I have work to do, and my parents still need me to support them. All right. Hemi Luo clicked his tongue. Unlike Li Yao, as the most special time traveler on the continent, he should easily gain others' favor, just like the protagonists in those novels. These natives should be his followers. Hemi Luo decided to go find the front row seats, hoping Sarah would think carefully. He really needed her. In a dark alley, Hemi Luo used summoning magic to call 3 monsters from the dungeon, forcing them into his collection. Go to 111, Red Wine Street, and kill the people there. The 3 monsters tilted their heads. Hemi Luo shared part of his memory with them. In a blurry vision, a green wooden door became their target. They slowly climbed onto the roof, quickly moving to the target spot out of the residents' and adventurers' sight. Who is that? Do they have no manners? Climbing onto the roof, a resident was watching TV, his antenna bent, and he angrily opened the window to shout at the footsteps upstairs. Then he saw a goblin, a mushroom person, and a giant frog on the roof staring at him. He swallowed hard and slowly closed the window. Ignore him. I need to focus on my task. The monsters all turned around and rushed toward the target again. Hey, Adventurers Guild? I saw 3 monsters on my roof. Not birds. Giant frogs, goblins, and mushroom people. What do you mean go to a mental hospital? I'm not crazy. Come quickly. This task was assigned to Mambo and Jack, who happened to be at the Adventurers Guild. 50 copper coins? That's too little. It might be a mental patient. How could there be such monsters in the city? Just go check and come back. All right, stay in touch. Since they had free time anyway, Mambo and Jack went to the place where the police were called. The resident led them up to the roof. It's just this. Look, there's dried slime. And here are some fungal threads. Jack and Mambo exchanged glances. This person wasn't crazy after all. There are indeed monsters around, front desk lady. We're planning to handle it. Thank you for your effort. After Mambo and Jack caught up with the monsters, they had already been taken by other adventurers. People gathered to discuss why monsters suddenly appeared in the streets. Front desk lady, the monsters were caught in Red Wine Street. That's good. If it's Red Wine Street, please go to house 111. That's my home. Mambo and Jack bought some fruit and went to house 111. They knocked on the door but received no response. Instead, they heard the TV inside. Jack felt something was wrong and kicked the door open. An elderly couple sat on the sofa in the living room, leaning on each other, no longer breathing. Jack pressed the communication stone and explained the situation to the front desk lady. Your father and mother have passed away. The communication stone in the front desk lady's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Each shard reflected memories of Sarah and her parents. She rushed out of her station and ran home. When Sarah got home, she couldn't cry. She just stood there in shock. Until Jack said, "Rest in peace." She suddenly woke up like from a dream and ran to her parents' side to check. The old couple looked peaceful, as if they were just sleeping normally and could wake up with a gentle shake. Dad, Mom? Gently touching them, their bodies slowly fell over. Sarah couldn't hold back her tears anymore, and Mambo patted her back to comfort her. These two have never suffered with you around. They went to heaven to enjoy their peace. This was what her neighbors used to say after her parents died, and now she was saying it again herself. The receptionist had never heard such words before. She hugged Mambo and started crying loudly. Thank you. Thank you. At the door, Hemeral, pretending to pass by, noticed that someone was already comforting Sarah. I should be the one doing that. He rushed into the room to ask what was happening, cleaned up all the monster remains, and started comforting Sarah. Don't be sad. I can be your family too. Sarah, thank you. Please let me be alone for a while. Sarah's emotions calmed down a bit. She asked the 3 of them to leave the room and quietly prepared her parents' funeral. Hemeral looked at Mambo with anger. Only the first person to comfort someone would be remembered and be most effective. Someone else had already taken that chance. You're so stupid. Helping Miss Sarah's parents with their funeral. We're outsiders, not you. Mambo shook his head at Hemeral, worried about how he handled things. Hemeral got even angrier. He snorted coldly, "You don't need to teach me." Although Mambo was right, Hemeral felt uncomfortable following his advice. He spent a whole week rushing around, exhausted and sore. But it was all worth it. Sarah no longer looked at him like he was a fool, and without the excuse of caring for her parents, she could go with him to fight the Demon King, right? But now wasn't the time. Bringing it up now would be too sudden and would cancel out everything he had done before. Mambo said they went to heaven to enjoy their peace. Do you agree? The receptionist knelt in front of the tombstone and asked Hemeral. His face darkened as he was wiping the tombstone. At times like this, he thought, don't mention that guy. He put the cloth in the water to clean it and nodded, definitely. They will. You look upset. What's wrong? I'm afraid of losing you, just like Uncle and Aunt. Sarah looked at Hemero with a strange expression and gently brushed the dust off his face. She leaned on his shoulder and said, "You've been busy these days. Thank you for your hard work." "No, it's not hard work. If you feel lonely, you can move in with me. I have extra rooms at my house." "That's not what I mean," Hemero suggested again. "I know. When I was a kid, I always stayed at your place and didn't want to go home. I used to sleep in that room." Sarah closed her eyes and started to remember her childhood. She thought about how nice it would be to sleep peacefully without worries, to lie in bed happily, watching TV, and then her mom would say it was too late and she should go to sleep. She'd feel a little sad but satisfied, bury her face in the sun-scented blanket, hear the clock ticking, remember not to forget her school bag tomorrow, think about the crayons borrowed from her classmate, and smell the aroma from the snack stall outside school. In her hazy mind, a pair of hands tucked her in bed. Was she dreaming? Sarah couldn't tell. The wind blew the curtains, and the sounds outside became more distant. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. Of course, Hemero was the one doing all this. He turned off the room's light and gently closed the door. "Rely on me a little more. Transcenders should be like this. This is the life of a hero. I can get whatever I want." The room was completely dark, with only Sarah's steady breathing heard. Hemero went back to his room and picked up a stack of papers, choosing his team members for the adventure. Would it be strange if all my teammates were women? Forget it, let them be jealous. With a record of killing 300 chameleons alone, Hemero was able to recruit team members smoothly. In just a week, he was about to gather the whole team. Only one support position was left. "I'm thinking of leaving this place," Miss Sarah said suddenly while wiping a glass at the front desk. "What's wrong?" Hemero was interviewing a new assistant. He had already thought of a reason to refuse. "Being here always makes me think of sad things." Hemero waved his hand to stop the new assistant's interview. "Sorry, adventurer. You're too nervous. We might be teammates someday, but you can't handle facing monsters like this when you're so tense. Come back when you're stronger inside." The new adventurer left feeling a bit disappointed. Hemeral nodded at Sarah. "So what do you think? Want to join our team and go out to have some fun? Have you been waiting for me to say that?" Well, it's not polite to ask directly. Mambo's small team, after leveling up, was resting nearby, whispering, "This guy is finally showing some emotional intelligence. Based on his past behavior, I think someone is giving him advice behind the scenes." Greta nodded. The adventurer who possessed Hemeral was known for having low emotional intelligence in the Adventurers Guild. Rather than saying someone is giving him advice, I think he's just finally understanding that part of himself. Jack chewed on his steak. "That part? What do you mean?" "Look, there's still someone who hasn't figured it out." The whispering reached Hemeral's ears. He held back his anger, pretending not to hear, and smiled slightly. "Let's talk somewhere else, Sarah." Sarah also heard Mambo and Greta's words. She turned around and glared at them. If it were the old me, I would have argued with them loudly. But I've changed quite a bit. I'm holding back. "You're more important than those guys," Mambo said. "Love really can change a person." Greta echoed. "Love really can change a person." Other adventurers chimed in. "Love really can change a person." "Enough. Are you guys done yet?" Hemeral, for the first time, felt how troublesome being human could be. Seeing Hemeral get annoyed, the adventurers turned away as if nothing had happened, but their ears stayed alert, listening carefully to whether Sarah would join or not. "So, What should we call our team? Sarah decided to join the team after all. Mambo took out a silver coin and placed it on the table. The betting is open, brothers and sisters. The Respecter 1.2 to 1, the Great King 1.3 to 1, the Lord 1.2 to 1, others 1.1 to 1. Bet 10 copper coins. The betting is now open. Respecter, 10 copper coins. Great King, 10 copper coins. Everyone wasn't doing this to make money, just betting for fun. Sarah looked at Hemeral, whose face was turning pale, and smiled. Well, it's that time again. What name will you choose? Hemeral's face turned pale because he originally wanted to choose something like Respecter, Great King, or Lord. Now he had to change his mind. Call yourself the main character of the play. We will definitely pass the test and defeat the Demon King, just like the main character. Hermero turned around, showing his teeth at the adventurers, then led his team away. The boss of the Adventurers Guild put up a sign to recruit at the front desk and personally took charge. Mambo counted his earnings and realized he had lost 10 copper coins. I used to be the only one betting. Times are changing. People no longer use those old-fashioned names. Rida yawned. Mambo also yawned after Rida, feeling tired from leveling up every day. His teammates were slow, and as the team leader, he had to take care of them. Jack, I'm already level 17. Can I go to the next town? Helped kill the chameleon leader to level up 3 times. Others level up every 5 days on average. No, it's too dangerous. Christmas night suppressed those chameleons at level 20, and they were badly hurt. Do you think you're stronger than them? Mambo pouted. I'm definitely stronger than them. As soon as he said that, Peaceful Night nearby grabbed Mambo and started to squeeze him wildly. I haven't avenged the last time I had to rescue Ophelia from danger. You little brat, how dare you look down on us? Help. A hooligan is bullying a little boy. Reindeer and Gift exchanged glances, pretending not to see. Ophelia took the opportunity to grab her wine cup and gulp down a big sip. Ugh, why is there tea in here? Yuzu looked at her teacup and scratched his head. His hot tea had turned into fruit wine. Ophelia, if you don't control your wife, don't expect to secretly drink alcohol while I'm here. What? Ophelia, were you secretly drinking again? Peaceful Night had to attack her with a teasing remark. It's just tea. Tea. When Ophelia raised her cup, it had already turned back into fruit wine, with a few tea leaves floating on top. Peaceful Night snorted and turned away. Anyway, it's not my wine that hurts. I'm going home first. Come on, don't be like that, dear. This fruit wine isn't really alcohol. Ophelia chased after her, trying to comfort her. Before leaving, she punched Mambo on the head, knocking him to the ground. Mambo held his head, grimacing. The team hiding in the corner couldn't hold back their laughter and burst out laughing, followed by other adventurers. Ophelia, still upset about the silent night, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She instantly lost strength and squatted on the ground. Silent Night saw her like this and quickly went over to ask if she was okay. It hurts so much. That tea. It's poisonous. Toilet. Toilet. Ophelia clutched her stomach and slowly moved toward the bathroom. Mambo looked at Yuzu with confusion. When did you use magic? Today, I was killing bugs for the Adventurers Guild. It cost 5 silver coins. Yuzu took another sip of hot tea, which had a bit of fruit wine mixed in, making it taste bad. Tea tastes terrible, Mambo. Yuzu kept tasting it, and indeed, it was hard to swallow. Yuzu is earning money now. That's impressive. Mambo rubbed Yuzu's face. The tea Yuzu hadn't swallowed spilled a little, landing right in Mambo's mouth. Startled, Mambo instinctively swallowed and looked at Yuzu. Ignoring the dosage, does the poison work for you? Yuzu shook her head. It was magic. Although it seemed like a small dose, it actually contained a lot of magic power. Gurgle. Mambo also clutched her stomach and headed toward the bathroom. The adventurers finally understood why the usually quiet Yuzu always brought his own utensils when eating. They thought it was because he was neat, but it was actually for everyone's safety. That I don't know. And Yuzu are so close because he's really committed. Wow, brave of you. I don't know. I wanted to wait until Yuzu was a bit older. You're basically a lowly fan, aren't you? Beat this lowly fan to death. Kill him. The adventurers started joking and laughing. Amid the fun, the two in the bathroom only felt their stomachs hurt even more. The two went back and forth to the bathroom 3 times. Finally, the bug-killing work was done. Silent Night helped Ophelia home, while Sharona carried Mambo toward the inn. Originally, Rudo was going to carry her, thinking it would improve their relationship, but Mambo kept being cautious of her. Mambo looked exhausted, hugging Sharona's neck and complaining about Yuzu's magic not distinguishing between friend and foe. Yuzu still sipped tea from a small cup, looking relaxed. So, why are you still drinking tea, rehydrating? My magic uses up water in my body. Mambo hummed twice, his arms weakly hanging in front of Shalina's chest. Shalina gently pushed Mambo's hands upward. Hugging around the neck is fine, but going lower might be a bit rude. What if I choke you to death? That's not so simple, Shalina smiled. Professional strangulation poses and magic noose techniques take a long time to master. Have you ever killed anyone? Hom. Opponents might try to grab your eyes, so you need to tilt your head back and dodge left and right. Then, someone suffocating might not be able to hold back their urge to go to the bathroom, which can cause a bad smell and scratches on their arms. That's why I usually wear leather arm guards. In that case, let my aunt carry me. You're pretty scary. All right, those are stories from when I was in the army. If Mambo is afraid of the teacher, I might get sad, Shalina said as she forcefully pulled Mambo from behind to the front, then lifted him high by his armpits. Teacher, lifting me high doesn't work anymore. Just cooperate a little. Oh yeah. After returning home, Mambo collapsed onto the bed, asking when he could leave. He had explored the entire town, except for the elven traditional massage. Mostly, Mambo was afraid someone might rush through quickly, and after defeating the Demon King's remains, he would be forcibly teleported back to Blue City. Once you reach level 20, you can leave. Be cautious, that's true. Xingling and Koyuki next door haven't left either. Are they bothering me? Jack paused while wiping his armor. Since birth, he had never felt fear because his faith was as strong as steel. But now, there were two things he couldn't handle. Homosexuality, or more specifically, gay and flirtatious women. He couldn't use force to drive them away. Why are you getting so narcissistic? They're saying they're very close to me now, Mambo teased as he got into bed, laughing at Jack for being narcissistic too. First, their teachings didn't specify anything about orientation. Second, Jack and the other person had openly talked, clearly stating he was married. I'm just admiring your appearance. If that bothers you, I'm sorry, Koyuki said normally. Jack nodded from a distance. Miss Xingling, have I made myself clear enough? He asked. Xingling was eating dinner and responded with a hum. What did you say? At that time, it was about like this. Mambo laughed loudly, and Jack sighed, feeling very worried about his future. If he really got involved, how would he face Hockey Bunny? I haven't been through these things. Can you help me analyze? Is it normal for men to admire each other's looks? And, Miss Xingling, is she pretending to be naive? Mambo finished laughing, crawled out of the bed, and patted Jack on the shoulder. Xingling probably doesn't want to deal with you. She always stays in her own world, like a cocoon. Think of her as a man with a woman's heart, but he also has his own moral bottom line. Wow, you really know a lot, Jack said. He just wanted someone to vent to. Yuzu didn't talk much, and Kato was too young. Only Mambo seemed a bit more mature. Do you know the honor title Ophelia gave me? Most reliable kid. How about mysterious head of history? That sounds really bad. I think it's super cool. The history boy also has a feeling of Eastern princes and kingdoms. Sounds like a ghost. What is a ghost? A kind of humanoid monster that went extinct many years ago. Oh, as they took turns talking, the two gradually fell asleep. Deep into the night, a person with horns on their head stood on the church roof, their bright red eyes fixed on the inn where Mambo was staying. Their flowing white hair fluttered in the wind. She slowly folded her wings, frowning. The smell of a demon king. Bang! The priest in the church opened the window of the attic. It was Voknut. Eastern dragon. How long have you been sitting on my church roof? Or do you want to keep showing your skirt to the whole city? The armor under the skirt is shorts. The dragon lifted her armor to show her shorts. Voknut waved his hand. No, you don't need to show me. You broke my cross. Fixing it costs 50 silver coins. The dragon reluctantly crawled in through the window and paid the repair fee. Her carefully crafted cool appearance was ruined by this priest. Your town has the scent of a demon king. Go to the hotel over there. The door in the middle of the second floor. The young one is probably the person you're looking for. You know he's here, yet you let him go? The dragon person sneered. The disasters of the Ottoman Empire are all their own fault. You'll see when you go. He looks flawless, but has many flaws. and even our gods are protecting him. The priest turned on the light, revealing a fierce scar on his face. The dragon person immediately recognized that scar as the mark left by a weapon cutting through his skull. In dragon tradition, scars from battles with enemies are a sign of honor. The man's scar was almost deadly, which made the dragon person feel respect and try to believe the priest's words. The dragon person stroked his chin. A person with a demon king aura being protected by a country's gods? If what you say is true. The dragon person decided to meet up with his teammate first. She was an explorer he knew from when he passed through the dragon country. Recently, she sent a letter inviting him to help defeat the demon king. In the eastern Dragonland, there are no underground dungeons to bother with. Instead, there is a cult called the Demon King Church. Once the Demon King is defeated, the cult disappears until the next Demon King appears. Where is the Dusk Inn? It's the inn I pointed to earlier. The priest thought the dragon person still wanted to investigate the Demon King's aura. He snorted. Go ahead. If you can prove my suspicions are wrong, that's even better. As the dragon person got closer to the inn, the dangerous feeling grew stronger. Ignoring the curious looks from others, she placed her hand on her sword handle and knocked on the door with the address from the letter. She was sweating cold all over. This was no ordinary cult member. She felt at least like a priest. No, she must be a high priest. Who's there? A beautiful figure slowly opened the door. The dragon person lowered her head and said, Sorry, I knocked on the wrong door. No, you're not wrong. This is the place. Shilling pulled the dragon person into the room. Finally, she saw the person she had been thinking about. Jianji. I'm here. Shilling looked at Jianji with a confused expression, coughing wildly. Jianji finally realized that this was the good brother Shilling kept mentioning. It's you, good brother. Why are your chest muscles so exaggerated? And your gender seems a bit off too. The dragon person stepped forward and started touching Jianji, squeezing her arms and legs, making Jianji feel very uncomfortable. You haven't exercised in a long time, have you? Why, yes. It's been a while. As an explorer, how can you not keep in shape? I changed jobs and am now a archaeologist. Huh? Are these two really related? Forget it. You're different from before. You seem strange. Let's go quickly. This place smells like the Demon King's cult. It's dangerous here. She tried to pull the others to run, but Shilling stopped Longren, saying she had misjudged. There are no terrifying human sacrifices here. Everything is fine. Even if we run, we should wait until tomorrow to take my brothers with us. Why do I feel like? Are you really the cocoon weaver? Wow. How does she know so much about you? My brother must understand me. Crouch, let me introduce you. This is Shilling, my lost companion. When they crossed over, they weren't in the same place. One had been sold to the Dragon Country, and the other was still at home. In the Dragon Country, the cocoon weaver who uses her body and Crouch became good friends, almost like they were about to soak in a bath together. Now, back to the present. Crouch is holding the cocoon weaver and examining her carefully. She always feels like the brother in front of her is someone wearing his skin, and the cocoon weaver keeps glaring at Shilling. They continue to secretly communicate with sign language. Wow, she's so close to you all the time. She's always like that. She's a bit slow when it comes to Crouch. I'm already in a relationship with Shilling. It's not appropriate for you to act like this. Really? Then you should keep some distance. No matter how you look at it. You're not the cocoon weaver. She is. What's going on? What have you guys been through? I'm a little jealous. The cocoon weaver is frantically signing. Shilling covers her face, pretending not to see. Finally, the cocoon weaver breaks the silence. We entered an ancient ruin, and dark magic there swapped our souls into each other's bodies. Your feeling is correct. Please don't tell anyone. Crouch chuckles proudly, crossing her legs. She knew it all along. So, why do you know so much about the cocoon weaver? As her girlfriend, I only understand a little. She asks with a smile, but anyone normal can tell she's clearly upset. But Shio couldn't tell and started to tell a somewhat dramatic and exciting adventure story. Shilling wanted to stop him, but Jianji gave her a look that made her hold back. Until Chio finished, the two of them were kicked out of the room. Get out. Sleep on the street with your good brother. Bang. The door was slammed shut, leaving Chio and Shilling outside in the wind. Next door, Mambo was awakened, rubbing her eyes and signaling Shilling to come in. You got kicked out? Come sleep on the floor here on the sofa. Chiu was pulled into the room with a confused look. Shilling thanked him repeatedly, laid a mat on the floor, and pushed Chiu inside. She then ran to sleep on the sofa. At this moment, Chiu was completely stunned. The place felt like an icy cave, and she felt like her breath was turning into mist with water vapor. Impossible to mistake. He is the Grand Bishop. Chiu slowly got up, drew her long sword, and reflected the moonlight onto her face. Her crimson eyes were full of killing intent. The sword's blade slowly moved above Mambo's head. Her breathing became heavier. If this strike didn't kill the child, would he suddenly go berserk and kill everyone here? I dare not strike. If you don't have the resolve to deliver a killing, please put your sword away. A steady male voice sounded in her ears. Chiu hurriedly looked to the side. It was Jack, who had just woken up beside Mambo. He reached out and grabbed Chiu's wrist. He's from the Demon King cult. I don't think so. Jack believed deep down that Mambo was a good person. Then he released her hand. Maybe he can explain himself in the morning. Chiu awkwardly retracted her sword. Killing someone in another country might cause diplomatic trouble, so she really couldn't be so reckless. The next morning, Gigi came to find Shilling in a bad mood. Chiu hid behind Shilling and huffed at Keela. Why is there still a creature from the Demon King cult here? Do you have any way to tell if someone is from the Demon King cult? Relying only on your nose to smell isn't enough. It's just your word. Mambo scratched her head. You can suspect he's a demon or a traveler, but I really don't believe in any cult. Chiu took out a small teddy bear doll and a strange stone with weird patterns from her luggage. Both travelers and cult followers leave a kind of residual power in their mental space. When a demon enters, it will be attacked by this residual power, then get hurt and leave. If not, we can use a special potion to splash on Mambo's head to drive out the demon inside. During the ritual, Mambo's spirit will temporarily transfer into this small bear. Our Eastern Dragon country distinguishes between civilians and followers of the Demon King religion this way, including travelers, Chiu said, afraid they wouldn't believe him. He even took out his schoolbook, flipped to that page, and showed everyone. Let's go to the church. The priest can help guard a little. Making the demon inside Mambo weaker will make it easier to drive out. The group took Mambo into the church. Voknut saw Mambo snort twice. I knew she was talking about you. Christmas tonight. Also came over to join the fun. Elong couldn't resist, and the sword shield bearer found a seat inside the church. As soon as he sat down, his eyes widened. Eastland dragons are really handsome. Blood of pain, don't laugh at me. If I don't get help, I'll be killed by the Demon King followers. Who told you that name? Father Delu. Delu. The priest gritted his teeth and started pouring sheep's blood at the church door. This could attract low-level demons and also hide the sight of the three saints. In the spiritual realm, the place looked like a small, dilapidated hut. Chiu began drawing strange symbols on Mambo's back with a special liquid, claiming it could weaken the souls of the people on Reed Continent. Okay, can you see the demon now? The priest nodded. The special sheep's blood dried quickly. This was the demon feeding on their life force. Forceful summoning. Mambo blinked and found himself outside his body. He was surrounded by stone walls, with only a narrow path leading straight to the small bear on the chair. Struggling, Mambo squeezed next to the small bear. The moment he touched it, his mind went blank. When he reacted, he was even shorter than his slime form. I'm really a small bear now, Mambo said, speaking through a tiny speaker inside the doll. His voice sounded like a cheap voice changer. The slime moved over and lifted Mambo up. The others didn't have time to pay attention to Mambo. They all stretched their necks, watching the demon inside Mambo wail. What's going on? Repercussions should be a damage that happens periodically. It looks like they've been beaten up, Chiu said, scratching his chin in confusion. Mambo's mental space should be destroyed. Avasas pressed the demon to the ground and frantically beat him. The other two demon kings helplessly covered their faces. Just now, this guy cut off all links to the outside world to play tricks, so he didn't know what was happening outside. Now, the demon was indeed injured. To clear Mambo's suspicion, the three of them had to pretend to be demons, but none of the demon kings wanted to work overtime. They started to appear in Mambo's mental space, palm to back of hand, but the demon was knocked out after a few heavy punches. Palm to back of hand. Times 3 finally. The first demon king, a short, chubby uncle, was chosen. He looked helplessly at his right hand. Maybe. Best 2 out of 3. The other 2 demon kings ignored him. Outside, Mambo's body stopped struggling. According to Cho, Mambo might have been blessed by the 3 saints, and the demon was defeated by their power. But it's also possible he's both a follower of the Demon King cult and a time traveler. Can you be a little more precise? One moment this, one moment that. It's all your god's fault for always showing up randomly. While Cho was complaining and preparing to send Mambo's soul back into his body, Mambo's body moved. Ha 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 ha. You fools. Cho was stunned. All right, now we can confirm it. It's just the blessing of the 3 saints. The demon has used up all their blessings. The priest stepped forward and poured holy water on Mambo's face. Mambo brushed his wet hair and raised an eyebrow at the priest. So cute. Someone else will help me wash my face. Suddenly, a lightning bolt shot from Mambo's palm directly at the priest's chest. The priest was instantly knocked back, broke a row of chairs, and his eyes rolled back as he began receiving treatment from the nun. He's not a demon. He's someone else's soul. Cho grabbed a special potion, intending to forcibly end the seance, even though it would give Mambo a headache for a long time. He poured the potion, but Mambo only slightly raised his hand. The potion was nailed in midair and dissipated with the wind. Wesk is back. Christmas night, and the Yang team exchanged glances. Who? Wesk, General Wesk, the top explosive mage. Explosive what? ×2, the infinite mage, destroyer of islands, elf enemy. You've probably heard of them, right? No. The slime recognized the terrifying aura and ran away carrying Little Bear Mambo. Little Bear Mambo wildly hit the slime's head, telling it to go back. The real show is just beginning. Slime, turn around quickly. Turning around now will get your head knocked off. Don't you know who I am? Am I so unknown now? The sword and shield warrior threw a shell at him. Who are you? Say it. Who even knows those titles? The first-generation Demon King wiped the shell off his face. I'm a close friend of Emperor Osman and his final rival. You should have said Emperor Osman earlier. We all know him, Sharona replied while munching on sunflower seeds. Enough. Enough. Anyone who interrupts me will be the first to die. I am the immortal Demon King. As soon as he said that, everyone stopped munching and looked surprised. Weren't you torn apart in the dispute over the 3,000 elves' harem? What? No, I only have one wife, the elf princess. No harems. Then, shut up. A huge surge of magic instantly turned the entire church into dust. The first-generation Demon King floated slowly in the air. The whole city was covered in dark clouds, and thick lightning bolts struck down from the sky, attacking the city. You should fear me. Run home and panic. Instead of asking questions here, asking questions here, asking questions here, this time, everyone finally realized this wasn't just a gossip about the Demon King, but the real Demon King arriving. Mainly because Mambo's small face looked completely harmless. People hurriedly carried the injured priest and fled. I'm going to tell everyone on the Red Continent. I'm back. After saying this, a message popped up on the adventure panel of the Osman Empire. Path of the Demon King, version 4.0.1 update notice. New event, Vesk's return, has been unlocked. Go to Pick City to save the children possessed by Vesk, Mambo, and share millions of experience points based on your contribution. Event details. Background story. Limited NPCs, Steady Hero, Gravel Hero, Nameless Hero, Mambo's Ants Team, and Christmas Night Squad. Everyone hurried back to the inn and found Little Bear Mambo and the slime waiting at the front desk for their return. All right, no need to explain. I have an announcement here, Mambo silently muttered. Which Demon Lord's announcement is this? It's so unreliable. The second Demon Lord shrugged. Isn't it okay? We've always handled special events like this before. Mambo was speechless. As long as the locals felt everything was normal, that was enough. Oh, by the way, these tens of millions of experience points will be deducted from our shared pool. You don't have to pay for it yourself. Thank you very much. Far away in the sub-city, Little K looked at the announcement in disbelief and turned to the hero. It can't be Mambo, right? It definitely isn't Mambo. Little K, if this person is Mambo, what would you do? The hero didn't comfort Little K. Bad news is never something to hide from. He held Little K's shoulder and asked, I want to go save him. We have to go save him. In nearly 2 months, Little K felt like he had unlocked new energy channels, and his magic practice had improved by 3 levels. Good. That's the right choice. Little K's parents wanted to stop him, but the executioner approved this plan. I'll go see too. It's been a while since I exercised. I will protect him. Little K's parents looked at the hero, who nodded and pounded his chest. The church clergy heard about this and gave Little K a device to suppress spiritual communication, hanging it on his chest. Brave young one, may the 3 saints be with you. Little K's guard went out drinking and happened to see this scene as he passed by the church. Big brother hero, where are you going so late? To Pick City, to handle some matters? What? He's going to defeat the first demon lord. Is he really that powerful? In Blue City, Uncle Mo and the priest silently closed the announcement. They still needed to guide these adventurers onto the demon lord's path. The two exchanged glances. Priest, aren't you going to help Mambo? The priestess frowned, worried about Mambo. Mambo, that lucky guy, won't fall in the 2nd level of the demon lord's path. We just need to wait for good news. The priestess couldn't understand and ran back to the church to pray for Mambo. Mambo was like her unborn son she could never have. Mambo, can you hear me? Don't give up. Adventurers from different cities saw the announcement and all cursed the first demon king for being so shameless, even trying to take over a child's body. Their anger reached its peak. The Adventurers Guild headquarters issued a notice. All activity expenses will be reimbursed by the guild, and the church will provide free treatment. Even Osman V put on old battle armor, ready to go to the front lines. King, you can't go. Osman V looked back at his cabinet minister and slowly put on his cloak. Foam, Shulite the Sword Saint, will serve as the regent of the empire. If I don't return, she will govern until the 6th emperor takes office. Osman V left the palace, and the streets erupted with cheers. I swear, adventurers will never abandon their friends. Adventurers will always have courage. In Pick City, Krata was acting like herself, wildly hitting Cho with her small hands. Cho kept apologizing. Give me back Manhwa. Am I supposed to marry a doll when I grow up? Cho awkwardly smiled and placed the little bear Manhwa in front of Krata's face. Manhwa is pretty cute now. Why don't you turn your boyfriend into a little bear? How can you have kids with this thing? Hey, isn't it inappropriate to say such things at your age? Cho was surprised that this country paid so much attention to such education. Jack couldn't hold back and started coughing, pulling Krata back. We learned this from Manhwa. Anyway, what do you plan to do about this? Manhwa replied. Who learned from whom? This one knows way more than me. Over 100 years old, okay? Cho clenched her teeth, saying she would take responsibility and do her best to save Manhwa. You don't need to be responsible for Manhwa. Krata kicked Chao's leg with her toe. All right, stop causing trouble. Who cares about responsibility? The priest, who had mostly recovered, pushed Krata aside. This time, it's not her fault. No matter how I feel, she's just an ordinary, even extremely weak demon, the priest said, combing his dark, burnt hair. The first demon king has been hiding in the spirit realm? Everyone couldn't understand how the first demon king was resurrected. Manhwa climbed onto Krata's head and experienced the slime's perspective. The priest looked out the window. The first demon king had already started building his demon palace. Many people at home, eating their meals, suddenly lost their roofs. Do you have no manners? Stealing roofs? That's so brazen. Weskier turned to look at the person. A spell took away the person's wall as well. Any other questions? No, sir. The ground began to shake. Huge stones were pulled out from underground, and lava flowed from the sky, cooling into the palace walls, dark, twisted, and frightening. It wasn't ordinary residents or adventurers who noticed a crazy child in the middle of the city building a palace. They panicked and started to run away. Finally, the palace was finished. Strange magical creatures began to appear around, breaking into homes to catch people. Such a large palace must have servants. Little Bear Mambo and Krata were also captured. Is it really necessary? Such a big show, the first demon king said. This is what it means to be a demon lord. You should learn this, the second said. Starting from 0 to become a demon lord. Do you understand? The third added. Everyone does it this way. So why are they capturing us? Because it's easier to target familiar people. 6. Krata and Mambo were thrown into a dungeon. Weskier paced back and forth at the door, silent, what he called the power of silence. The less he spoke, the more intimidating he seemed. Do you want eternal life, endless wealth, and immense power? Finally, Weskier spoke. The prisoners inside hesitated, unsure whether to nod or shake their heads, trembling and hiding in the corner. Seeing this group, Weskier snorted coldly. He casually waved his hand, turning Kreda into dust. She didn't feel pain. She was busy playing cards with the first Demon King and the others. Wow, my body. The Demon King is too cruel. Kreda deliberately lost the card game, her silent protest. This cruel method scared the others quite a bit. The timid one started to in the corner. Now, who wants to be the first servant of the first Demon King? This time, many people eagerly signed up, their eyes full of despair and fear. Weskier seemed pleased by their desperation. With another wave of his hand, Kreda's body started to retreat, slowly returning to her original form. See? This is my power. Ha 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 ha. Visk laughed loudly, leaving a list of today's tasks, from cooking to cleaning. This little bear is quite cute. It's mine now. Visk took the little bear Mambo as a way to tease. He had wanted to create a more tense atmosphere to make everyone more scared, but Kreda had already lost 5 rounds in a row. If he kept going, he would run out of his own strength. So he had to end early, even though his planned story wasn't finished. His dream of being a director. My little bear, don't go. Kreda pretended to cry a few tears. Visk shook his head and sat on his magical creation, leaving. The ordinary residents held the task list, trembling as they opened it. It listed chores like sweeping, cooking, and heating bathwater. Great. I always heard the first Demon King was a pervert, but there's no servant duty scene. Boo-hoo. A couple hugged and cried. The man picking mud off the ground and smearing it on the woman's face. Don't let him find out how beautiful you are. The magical creation kicked the prison door and said gruffly, "Shut up. Rest until 10, then serve our master well." Outside the city gate, challengers had already appeared. They started trying to seal the first Demon King's magical creation. The Demon King, bored, began playing chess with Mambo. These reckless adventurers don't know their limits. Just wait for Osman V to come, then I'll give him a few tricks to make him barely win. They always want to show off. Look at that one. His level isn't even as high as yours. Mambo looked closely. Wasn't that little K? He was running from the magical creation, with some bandits nearby unable to stop the level 100 magical creatures. Another handsome blue-eyed boy could kill a couple of magical creatures. Truly my best friend. Keep going, little K. That magical creature gives thousands of experience points. Mambo suddenly felt like a princess kidnapped by a dragon, waiting for a hero to fight the dragon and rescue her. Of course, the embarrassing days afterward didn't need to be mentioned. He and Kreda could handle it. Keep going, little K. Mambo shouted from the window. The speaker built into the little bear's body was too quiet. From far away, it was hard to hear. Little K used prophecy magic to hurriedly dodge the attack, falling to the ground in a clumsy way. In a hazy moment, he heard Mambo encouraging him, though his voice sounded strange. I think I hear Mambo calling me. Heroic thief. The hero struggled to shake off the claws of the magical creature and helped little K up. All right, so this is your bond. Shouting about friendship and all that to defeat the Demon King, the hero was panting heavily. These magical creatures were very tricky, with high defense and hard to kill. They could only be controlled and sealed away. Only a few magicians knew how to cast sealing magic, so they were very busy. Hero, take a rest for a while. A white figure appeared in front of the hero. It was Jack, fully armed. Seeing Jack, the hero smiled slightly. Young Master Jack is here, so I don't feel tired anymore. Behind them, other fully armed adventurers arrived, carrying many magic scrolls. These scrolls contained sealing magic. Once opened, they could be used. Everyone was confident, except for Shieling and Genji, who weren't as excited. After all, Mambo was also a Demon King. Could they really defeat an ancient old foe so easily? It seemed there was some disagreement within the Demon King's group. I won't let them come in on the first day. Visk waved his hand, signaling the magical creature to approach. This creature was different from others. It was very delicate, almost like a real person. It had blonde hair, blue eyes, long ears, and a noble aura that made Mambo unable to look away. Who the heck is this? That's the elf princess I'm traveling with. Pretty, right? Honestly, kinda gross. You look a bit like a pervert. Visk turned his head away. Back in the day, I was a popular hero. Later, I became a demon king and had to command multiple fronts. To keep the balance of yin and yang, I stopped training. Will she come this time for the attack? Probably. Maybe she'll team up with Osman V. Sigh, just thinking about it makes me jealous. Visk told Mambo about the ancient, backward, and very feudal times hundreds of years ago, how he learned advanced magic from the elves, and how he met the princess. My lord, it's time to eat, reminded the elf puppet. What are they doing? Tomato pork knuckle stew with beans, mustard honey vegetable salad, bone broth, and dry fruit bread as the main dish. For dessert, there is milk and cocoa pudding. The captured servants tremblingly carried the food and placed it on the table. As soon as they finished, they tried to run away. Everyone come back. Serve yourself a portion of each dish. Check the food. Visk used magic to force them to taste their own cooking. Some who hadn't eaten before thought it was very delicious, since they had never been so careful before. They wanted to eat more, until the last cook, who made the pudding, refused to eat it. He looked suspicious. Using children, it seems we are not so different. Visk, with his hands behind his back, walked up to the man and grabbed his neck, forcing the pudding into his mouth. Don't compare me to you. The child is dead, and you will share the same fate. You are a great hero. The man's breathing became rapid. The sugar frosting on the pudding contained deadly cyanide. Did you ask if he wanted to be this hero? This sentence crushed the man's last bit of courage. He stared blankly at Mambo the little bear. Visk covered the remaining pudding with a lid. Cyanide releases poison even when it dissolves. I hope this kind of thing never happens again. Visk waved his hand. The magic constructs took them back to the prison. Others, seeing one person missing, asked what happened. Our plan to poison failed. The little bear is with the demon king. We couldn't steal him back. Sorry, Kreda. Kreda nodded, looking down sadly, understanding. Cyanide can kill a person within 5 minutes. Even magic cannot save them. Outside the palace, a body and a pudding were thrown out. Little Claw looked anxiously at the fallen body, worried that the first demon king might destroy Mambo's body. Let's stop here for today, Little Claw. A thief blocked Little Claw from going further. Adventurers gradually surrounded the magic constructs across the town. Then they tightened the circle. The smaller the circle, the fiercer the fight. Now, it was the stage for high-level adventurers. Ordinary adventurers like the thief had already done what they could. Okay, Xiaoko felt exhausted. He had practiced swordsmanship with the bandits for a long time, but couldn't even defeat someone else's creation. Once again, Xiaoko realized how weak he was. He looked at the figure in the palace, similar to Mambo, and painfully returned to the inn. Mambo was also suffering. Perhaps in the spiritual world, Mambo was fighting against the first demon lord. People like Mambo would not give up easily. The siege continued into the late night. The adventurers managed to reclaim half of the land from the first demon lord. They dug trenches, set up barriers, and camped to rest. My legs hurt so much. I can't see, Mom. Cough, cough, cough. The crackling of the campfire and the cries of the wounded mixed together. The adventurers felt very stressed. If they closed their eyes, they would have nightmares. This was only the first day. What if the siege lasted a week? A month? A year? Just when the adventurers felt discouraged, Osman V walked into the camp under the cover of night. His church healers began treating the wounded. Who is in charge here? Osman V asked the adventurer who was eating. I'm the leader of the Adventurers Guild. The adventurer replied honestly, handing Osman V a cup of warm water. Thank you for your hard work. Osman V took the warm water and drank it all. King, how can you drink? That's not proper, said the cabinet minister who insisted on coming along. If I doubt my own people, who will believe in them? Let's go meet the commander who has worked hard all day, Osman V said, setting down his cup. The adventurer stared blankly at him. Who is this person? The king? Osman V. I saw Osman V. Osman V has arrived. Osman V turned back and covered his mouth. Stop shouting. Everyone is asleep. Finish your meal and rest well. The adventurer nodded. Osman V smiled and nodded back, then headed toward the temporary command post. Inside the command post, the leader of the Adventurers Guild no longer looked calm and composed. Managing an Adventurers Guild was easy for him. Currently, all nearby adventurers are rushing in. Most are injured rather than dead, and there is a serious shortage of medical staff. Some people are refusing to follow his orders and want to take over as leader. Who would come to be the leader? That's ridiculous. Favoritism and stubbornness will only cause more sacrifices among the adventurers. The nobles inside the city are also pressuring him. They don't care whether the new king is the first or third. They only know that tomorrow's tea party can't go on. Nobles. Nobles. The head of the Adventurers Guild crumpled the letter of criticism and threw it into the trash. At this moment, a figure took the letter out of the trash and examined it carefully. This seems silly. Whose letter is this? Count Rausch Alexander's niece. Previously, Cleta's father thought Mambo was from that family, as mentioned earlier. Mr. Rausch, huh? Looks like I need to ask him what's going on when I get back. Even kids should be properly educated. What an irresponsible uncle. The guild boss felt that this voice sounded very familiar. He often heard it on TV and radio. The voice in his memory gradually overlapped with the one beside him. The guild boss suddenly looked up. The gentle face was right in front of him, looking younger than on TV. The compassion and determination in those eyes seemed to almost overflow. I'm so proud of you. What's your name? His Majesty Osman V. You're here. My name isn't important. Please sit down. The guild boss moved aside and offered him the main seat. No, your name is very important. I will remember it. My name is Muse. I will remember. Please explain the current situation. Muse laid all the information on the table and began to tell Osman V about the front lines. The summoned creature of the Demon King is level 100, which shows that the Demon King's strength has not fully recovered. After Osman V got a basic understanding, he first threw the arrogant troublemaker who wanted to seize power into prison. The charge is suspected treason before the war. Lock him up for a few years first. The troublesome nobles were directly stripped of their property. They like to hold tea parties during wars, huh? Why didn't they bring a mattress when they fled? Anyway, Rausch will take care of her. There's no need to worry that she will truly fall into poverty and die. Wearing pajamas, Natasha Alexander ran outside, pointing at the soldiers and complaining, "Rude. Brutes. No manners. Miss, this is the personal guard of Osman V. You should come back." The helpless butler gestured to his young lady. Huh, does Lord Osman have no friends? The Demon King can be defeated with a wave of his hand, right? Compared to that, a tea party is also very important. Osman V sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. Why can a noble lady be so ignorant? I also want to wave my hand and defeat the Demon King. Go. Give her a punch to make her go home and stay out of trouble. Yes. The personal guard didn't care whether she was Natasha or Princess Apple Mountain. He went up and punched her. Natasha covered her head and squatted down. Tears welled up in her eyes. She looked up at the guard and said, "Ugh." Osman V declares, "Natasha Alexander, go back to sleep and don't cause trouble." After saying that, the guard turned around and left, marching in step. What's your name? The guard turned back and stood at attention. My name is Ivan Petrov. I'll remember you. Natasha gritted her teeth and said, this guy is not a gentleman at all. He was the fastest to raid the house and even hit a lady. You're welcome. Ivan returned to the temporary command post. Osman V sighed. This guard isn't very smart. Just a light punch would do. Rausch has guarded the border for so many years without children or a family. Tomorrow, you stay by my side and watch over her. Yes, sure enough. The next day, Rausch's letter was on Osman V's desk. Cold wind from the northern land, piercing and icy. My king's holy body. Can it be kept warm? The niece is weak and has a temper. Sorry for any offense. Your Majesty, please stay calm. I bow my head and strike the ground, whip myself, and tear my flesh. In times of national crisis and danger, occupying the army illegally is a crime deserving death. Osman V looked at the letter and felt very tired. Rausch was the Count of Winter, promoted by Emperor Osman. He was a human with an elf's lifespan. Since Emperor Osman died, he had never stepped outside the border. Every new Osman ruler would say the same thing before taking the throne. If any thief wants to seize Osman's land, they should go east and find Count Rausch. Osman V waves his arms, scattering the memories in his mind. His final decision is to ignore the letter and pretend it never arrived. First, he focuses on the current situation. Osman has reorganized his small team from 4 or 5 members into a simpler 3-person squad. A frontline fighter, a damage dealer, and a support. At noon, the Dwarf King and the Elf Flower Knight arrive. No matter where or when, whenever someone fights the Demon King, our elves and dwarves must contribute. Ah, it's the first Demon King. The Dwarf King scratches his beard and nudges the Flower Knight's thigh with his elbow. The Flower Knight kicks the Dwarf King and asks, "Why do you always bring up old things? Since you two are here, I welcome you on behalf of the entire Osman Empire. Unfortunately, the country is in crisis, so I apologize for not being more polite." Osman V stands to greet them. It's okay. When the time comes, I'll go to the underground city and get 2 good ores as payment." Ruffian, the Flower Knight really dislikes the Dwarf King. He often teases her about living with the first Demon King in the past. Everyone thinks she was rescued from the Demon King, but those who fought alongside her back then know that's not true. At that time, the Flower Knight was still an elf princess. When the first Demon King died, she cried loudly and insisted on a tragic farewell, which became a popular story. Go away, go away, go away. Can't you just die quietly? Huh. The Flower Knight kicks the Dwarf King away from Osman V, who promised not to tell anyone about this matter, so no one in the Empire knows. All right, I didn't hear anything. Osman V is also surprised. How can the Dwarf King, who defeated the second Demon King, be so unserious? Let's get to know each other first, and then we'll take advantage of the first Demon King's weakness to defeat him again. The Flower Knight nods. How strong are his magical creations? Level 100. That's true. His body isn't very healthy. It used to be around level 200. The Dwarf King strokes his chin. If you ask me, your armies should hold the creations back and find a few strong fighters to attack together. We're both around level 170. Find some level 100 helpers to assist, and the 3 of us can take down the Demon King. No, that won't work. The Demon King has taken over that child's body. Pour this potion on him, and try not to hurt him. Is that child very noble? Just a thief, but also our country's chosen one. The Dwarf King snorted. The chosen one is a thief? Don't make me laugh. Maybe he's your illegitimate son. All right, the chosen one. Can't we save him? Osman V thought the Dwarf King's words had hidden meaning. Then they decided to recruit brave fighters. The highest level adventurers in this area were only level 70, and they had all been injured during the first wave of conflict. I'm here too, my king. The executioner stepped forward. Osman V sighed in relief. This person wasn't even level 100, but seemed stronger than 100. We can help too. We are the highest level now, said Christmas tonight, raising his hand. They never thought they'd be protected by other adventurers and pushed to the back. What? More? A middle-aged man with scars, looking a bit old, was pushed forward. He tried to go back, but was pushed out again. This is the brave thief. He cleared 100 floors of the underground dungeon alone. Defeating a weak Demon King is easy for you. Come on, go. Osman V saw that the brave thief was just an ordinary low-level thief. He didn't expose him, but smiled slightly, patting his shoulder. Osman's family motto: for the sake of the country, even life is worth risking. Don't avoid danger because of personal gain. I'm happy to see you have this heart. The brave thief lowered his head, feeling a bit ashamed. Other adventurers who knew him spoke of his heroic deeds, like the robber hero and the all-seeing eyes. The brave thief and Little K looked at each other. Little K's eyes were full of admiration. He remembered Mambo, who had suffered so much. Finally, the brave thief said those 2 words. I'm coming. Osman V thought this was just bragging. Did he really want to risk his life just for pride? Forget it. Whether for honor or to show off, the team was 1 person short. Osman V led Christmas tonight and Executioner to form a 9-person team, divided into 3 groups of 3. I know what you're thinking. This is dangerous. Osman V, the Executioner, and the brave thief formed a team and started changing their gear. This way, he could also look after this daring thief. The Executioner shrugged. He has always behaved like a good elder, and in his young master's eyes, he's also a brave warrior. The righteous thief had already put on his gear and silently tied his leg bindings. He just doesn't want to disappoint others. My king, I have spent most of my life wandering in a remote town's hideout, until I met 2 young boys. The righteous thief looked toward the Demon King's palace. One is Mambo, who was controlled but showed me the way out, pulling me from the mud. The other is little K, who gave me honor, self-respect, and dignity. No matter what, I should go. It's not because of a beggar or a thief seeking fame, but because it's the bottom line of being human. If I stand by and do nothing, isn't that the same as being a monster? Osman VTH put on his helmet. A good speech before battle. The 9-man team gathered, gradually approaching the palace under the protection of the royal guards. Whisk stood on the balcony, watching the Flower Knight, who was also looking at him. Stealing such a small child's body is so boring. The Flower Knight rolled his eyes at Whisk. Whisk didn't get angry. Instead, he pouted. Mambo jumped up and kicked Whisk. Don't make that disgusting face with my body. Mambo now understood how Kayazuki felt. His body was occupied by someone else, doing things that made him feel embarrassed. The first Demon King was from the last century, and no matter what he did, he carried an old-fashioned, greasy vibe. Why? It's been a while since we met. Whisk quietly pressed Little Bear Mambo down with his hand. The Flower Knight also looked confused. Did his husband just get kicked by a doll? Are you talking about your late husband? So young, Whisk was truly unhappy this time. A lightning bolt struck directly at the Dwarf King's head. The Dwarf King raised his shield and struck it hard, deflecting the lightning aside. Bad temper. Wait a moment. The Dwarf King moved aside, not standing too close to the Flower Knight. Meanwhile, the tension from Osman VTH couldn't be built up at all disrupted by the Dwarf King. A little tension can sometimes help people perform better. This was Osman VTH's usual habit, but today, he couldn't stay in his comfort zone. Osman VTH slowly drew his long sword. He had learned at the Sword Saint's dojo since he was young. The blade is a symbol of thought. It is meaningless if only used for killing. Osman VTH takes a deep breath. Sparks crackle along the blade as magic seeps into the long sword. Visk also leaves the balcony and directly opens the front door to invite everyone in. You're surprisingly polite, Mambo whispers from Visk's shoulder. That's the pride of a Demon King. Be quiet. Visk opens his arms to welcome challengers. What do you think? My brand new, young body? The Silent Knight shoots an arrow, too lazy to listen to the evil king bickering over stealing the elf princess. You are General Visk, the top destruction mage, the endless mage, the destroyer of islands, enemy of elves, and the close friend and rival of Emperor Osman, the immortal Demon King. Before the arrow reaches Visk, a huge magical force crushes it. Finally, someone who recognizes quality, a gust of wind blows, and Silent Knight is caught by an unknown force, lifting her into the air. The immense pressure causes her to go blind instantly. It makes me want to be the first to kill you. Take it easy. This sister is super nice to me, Mambo reminds Visk. Based on what you said, only Osman VTH, the Dwarf King, and that young guy are left to fight. Then just beat those three, Dwarf King. Osman VTH. Executioner. Ophelis reacts quickly, swinging her fire sword around Silent Knight's head, cutting off her magical connection. Silent Knight falls to the ground. The pressure eases, and her eyes slowly regain sight. Overcome with the fear of death, she can only lean on her longbow. Don't provoke him. You all focus on supporting, and we'll handle this. Osman VTH stands with his sword across his chest. The Dwarf King steps forward, blocking everyone. Only the Flower Knight's eyes show a hint of reluctance as she tightly grips her spear. Then let's try. Visk waves his hand, and the ground instantly turns into mud. The heaviest Dwarf King sinks rapidly. Reduce weight. Float. A nun immediately casts buffs on everyone. Visk laughs loudly as bricks from the wall fall off and spin, turning into stone spikes that fly toward everyone. Shield. The Dwarf King struck his shield with his battle axe, and an invisible shield blocked all the stone spikes. Osman V gave the executioner a look. The executioner nodded, his body melting into a shadow and moving to the left. This was the advanced magic called Shadow Step. Seeing the endless stone spikes, Osman V charged from the right side. His long sword swung rapidly to deflect the spikes. Whisk looked at Osman V and admired his bravery. Even Emperor Osman wouldn't dare get so close to me. You are confident. Whisk stopped the stone spike attack and pointed his finger at Osman V, creating a beam of light. Light of the universal core. A thin beam of light. as thick as a pin, cut from left to right. Osman V's pupils trembled. This magic was supposed to be chant-based. How could it be possible? Get down quickly. Everyone except the Dwarf King quickly crouched to avoid the attack. Osman V leaned back to his limit. His chest armor was completely removed, revealing his cotton shirt underneath. The Dwarf King's hat was knocked askew. He reached out to adjust it. After so many years, he finally found the advantage of being short. Magic that slashed from above couldn't reach him. Osman V was breathing heavily, his heart pounding. If he had been a second slower, his head would have been gone. There was no time to calm down on the battlefield. Whisk's next spell came instantly, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm shot out of Whisk's mouth. The Dwarf King used his shield to block the attack with a slide, then rolled to pull Osman V back, joking, "Did you get stunned? Thanks. It's indeed my first time fighting against such a powerful mage." Osman V got up from the ground and took off his chest armor to continue fighting. But my partner is already close to him. In the darkness behind Whisk, the executioner's arms extended two thin ropes, suddenly lunging at Whisk. The Flower Knight also helped by attracting attention. He poked out his spear, using a spear with a hook to block Whisk's magic, aiming straight at his face. Clang! The spear tip hit Whisk's defensive magic and could no longer advance. Then Whisk's head spun 180 degrees, and he looked at the executioner behind him with a terrifying smile. "Are you afraid?" A mouthful of blood sprayed toward the executioner. The executioner froze for a moment, then quickly retreated, but was still splashed on his lower leg. The executioner's lower leg suddenly emitted thick white smoke, followed by a strong burning sensation. When he took off his boot, he saw that the skin and muscles of his lower leg had dissolved, creating a pit about the size of an apple. Weskier spun around and faced the same direction as his head, then twisted his neck. "I recommend amputating quickly after the fight, as this area is very toxic." Weskier calmly turned around and casually warned the executioner. Miss Nunn ran over to help treat the executioner, temporarily stopping the spread of corrosion and poison. "Wait, what kind of moves are those?" Mambo still sat in the best spot, complaining. Weskier chuckled and said, "That's what makes it fun. I only used a quarter of my magic before I was defeated." "All right, round 2 begins. I'll attack first," Weskier said, spreading his hands, and the fight entered a new phase. "Why do you get to attack first? I really need to fix your bad temper." Above was the reindeer speaking, and below was the Dwarf King. The two dwarves attacked Weskier from both sides, swinging hammers and battle axes. The Dwarf King's arm muscles bulged, tearing his leather shirt, and he greeted Weskier in Dwarvish, insulting his mother. Weskier crossed his arms in front of his chest. His magic shield thickened again, and when the axes and hammers hit it, the two dwarves' hands went numb. Suddenly, the shield shattered, knocking the Flower Knight and both dwarves flying. The Flower Knight covered her face with her hands, but fragments of the magic shield cut her face and pierced her arms and thighs. "Sorry, I forgot you were here. Does it hurt?" Weskier waved his hand, making the shield fragments disappear. The Flower Knight snorted coldly, then adjusted her spear and continued forward. "No need for your concern." The spear tip aimed straight at Weskier's face. He still used his magic shield to block, but suddenly the Flower Knight raised both hands high. The spear tip moved from above to below, attacking her lower body like a snake probing a hole. Weskier jumped to dodge and stepped firmly on the spear tip. Before he could say anything, the Flower Knight forcefully pushed, bending the spear to its limit. She then kicked the spear with her left foot, knocking Weskier into the air. I knew you cared about her, but why not care about me?" The Dwarf King ran to Weskier's feet, smashing his shield upward, sending out a shockwave toward Weskier. Silent Knight also used his magic, and a rain of arrows fell from the ceiling, covering the battlefield. This time, Osman V and Ophelia worked together from both sides. They were faster than the dwarf, with one wielding a blue sword and the other a red sword, both aiming at Wesk's neck. Wesk used both hands to block the blades with magic, but was hit by the Dwarf King's shockwave. He finally took some damage, pushed back the swords, and waved his hand to block the arrow rain. "Now's the time." Osman V threw a bright red gem, the heart of the enemy mage, which shone with a crimson light illuminating the entire hall. The executioner and the Robin Hood-like thief had already appeared behind Wesk. The thief's hunting knife aimed straight at Wesk's shoulder, and a thin rope was pulled tight around his neck. The evil king won't be defeated by the same trick twice. Forbidden magic. As mentioned earlier, the heart of the enemy mage can create an environment almost like a magic vacuum. With precise control of magic, it is still possible to cast spells. The heart of the enemy mage was wrapped in fine threads until it could no longer emit light. The thief's knife was already out of control. Wesk, in midair, grabbed his throat with magic, making it hard to breathe. The hunting knife struck Wesk and shattered into pieces. The executioner wanted to save him, but suddenly saw a blur in front of him. The person in front of him turned into Osman V. He hurriedly stopped, but ended up colliding with Osman V. Thief magic is indeed the most advanced space magic. It's very useful. After admiring this, Wesk turned to the Robin Hood-like thief. Level 27, coming to die. A sizzling sound came from Wesk's palm, like sizzling steak. He winced in pain and let go. The thief was caught by the Flower Knight and thrown into a corner. Tears of the, looking at his scorched palm, Wesk cursed Mambo a few words. Can't you tell him earlier that he has tears of the? Who knows what that is? It's a reward for the brave. No demon king or monster can hurt him for a year. It hurts so much. This attack directly hit the soul of the first demon king. It left a wound on his right hand, and it would take years to fully recover. Wesk pretended to be angry, raising both hands. The ground of the palace started to ripple, and lava burst out, smashing toward the Robin Hood-like thief. The magic activated too quickly. The slow-moving dwarf could only watch the lava swallow the thief. Osman V felt a bit sad, such courage and determination in a thief. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let him come. It's so hot. So hot. Ah, so hot. Just as Osman V was feeling a bit sad, the hero burst out of the lava. His armor was on fire, and the nun quickly used holy water magic to put out the flames. Everyone stared blankly at the hero, who was only wearing white underwear. So magic couldn't hurt you. But where did the wound on your back come from? Did you cause chaos in the heavens yourself? The hero pulled up his underwear and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me?" The dwarf king grabbed the hero and threw him toward Weskier. Of course, Weskier cooperated, using lightning magic to hit the hero back. The hero fell hard, but was otherwise unharmed. Weskier also felt relieved inside. As the strongest demon lord in history, these people still seemed too inexperienced. There was a kind of beauty in their challenge, like the 5 shadows challenging Uchiha Madara. He didn't know how to act before, but now he understood. He stared intensely at the hero, ready to fight. The dwarf king had an idea. He took a chain and tied the hero to his shield. The hero didn't understand what was happening, only knowing it was his time to sacrifice. Using the hero shield, the dwarf king finally got close to Weskier. But the hero's defense was limited, making it hard for everyone to attack Weskier. You guys are using a human shield. Who's the real monster? Who's the demon lord? Obviously, this is the brave hero destined to defeat the demon lord, but he's not very strong, said the dwarf king, with his shield covering Weskier's face. The Lawrence family's reinforced teeth on the hero's armor were tough enough, knocking Weskier into a bloody mess. Weskier covered his face, now only able to dodge the dwarf king's attacks and use magic to strike others, forcing the dwarf king to defend. The Flower Knight couldn't take this hit. It would probably leave her badly hurt. Weskier quickly changed his magic direction and aimed at Osman V. The reindeer raised his shield to defend as hundreds of glowing orbs hit the shield and exploded violently. The reindeer couldn't hold on, so the dwarf king quickly retreated, blocking the remaining orbs with his shield. My king, the demon lord's magic just now avoided the Flower Knight, said the most careful dwarf, who had many strange skills. The dwarf king marveled at his clever thinking. Everyone hid behind their shields and looked at the Flower Knight. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly understood what they were planning. She pointed her spear at the dwarf king. What are you all doing? If you do this, I will join the demon king's side. Just sacrifice a little. Even the young ones have sacrificed so much. How can you not do anything? The dwarf king pointed at the righteous thief blocking magic with a shield. The thief was not thinking about anything else now. As long as he could protect his pants, that was enough. I. Finally, under Osman V's kneeling plea, the Flower Knight agreed, but only as a test. If the Demon King attacked her too, she would be released, and she was not allowed to tell anyone. All right, we are trustworthy people. We will keep this secret forever, the Dwarf King chuckled, pulling on a rope. The Flower Knight squinted, feeling that the Dwarf King was thinking of some strange idea. After Weskier's bombing ended, the Dwarf King and the reindeer swapped shields. The reindeer's shield had the righteous thief on it, and the Dwarf King's shield had the tied-up Flower Knight. Weskier looked surprised. The Flower Knight was very regretful for agreeing to this, and almost started crying. Don't look at me like that. Weskier's face turned visibly red. He gathered immense magic with both hands, forming a red energy stream that shot toward everyone. The Dwarf King laughed loudly and placed his shield in front of the energy stream. The Flower Knight closed her eyes and turned her head, afraid to face it. The magic stopped right at her nose. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw the magic turn into a hand that gently stroked her face, wiping away her tears. Then, it cut the rope and grabbed her, pulling her back to his side. You shameless people. Weskier gritted his teeth and cursed. Just as the Flower Knight was about to resist, Weskier struck her the back of her neck, knocking her out. As long as I can defeat you, I will use any move, the Dwarf King said regretfully, watching his strongest shield disappear. But you said that, someone replied. Although Mambo was a bit confused about who the real villain was, judging by Weskier's expression, he was truly angry. Uncle, the Demon King was born to be defeated. Stay calm. I'm very calm, Weskier shouted loudly, using his signature magic, the Great Submersion. This terrifying magic, which once sank an entire island nation, was now causing a meteorite to be forcibly pulled off its orbit and slowly head toward the Ottoman Empire. This move nearly drained Weskier's magic power. He gasped for breath, knelt on the ground, and collapsed into the Flower Knight's arms. No one will bully you anymore. Everyone will die with us. I'm just sorry for Osman. He built this country all by himself. At this moment, the magical creatures outside had all been dealt with. Cho and the others rushed in, saw that the battle was over, and poured potion over Weskier, soaking him completely. Weskier was still muttering. Even the tears of the Holy Mother are useless. This isn't magic. It's just relying on huge amounts of magic power to pull it down. Then, suddenly, white light started to shine from Mambo's 7 orifices. Weskier's shadow floated out of Mambo's body, as he no longer had magic to support himself occupying someone else's body. The shadow was blown away by the wind, and Mambo returned to his own body. The first Demon King gave Mambo a thumbs up. How's that? My dream of being a director has come true. Is it sad enough? You're just being dramatic. Who can deal with that falling star? Mambo looked at a small red dot slowly descending in the distance, feeling like his life was about to end. This thing, the Dwarf King isn't afraid of getting hurt, and he can still block it. He just needs a few years to recover from his injuries. Huh? The first Demon King had a full, satisfied smile on his face. Everyone looked at the small red dot in the sky, then looked at each other. Finally, Snape, who had enough scientific knowledge, realized what it was. He used a telescope to look and then started calculating the landing spot of the meteorite from the ground. Approximately. He called the priest in Blue City, then contacted people in other towns. Using multiple location points, he finally calculated where the meteorite would land. In about 10 minutes, it will land near the old elf massage shop. With the eye, it looks about 100 meters in diameter. 100 meters? That's just a big rock. The Dwarf Nation is a mountainous country, and 100 meters of stone isn't unusual. He didn't take it seriously. This one was much larger than the one back then. That one had a diameter of 1 kilometer, and the impact caused a storm that lasted over a month. Many magicians worked hard to clear the clouds. If it hits the ground, it will create a circular crater 1 kilometer wide, with a power equivalent to 3 million tons of yellow gunpowder. This city will be destroyed. The Dwarf King awkwardly scratched his head. How do you know so much? I'm a science teacher. The Dwarf King really is responsible for this. He picks up his shield and says, "Let me help." Zhou looks at the red dot in the sky, feeling like his life is over. He can never return to his country. This will definitely become a diplomatic issue. He will also be wanted for sure. From now on, he will live a life on the run, sleeping outside, hungry, cold, and struggling just for a little money. No, please no. Zhou kneels on the ground, shouting in despair. Osman V and the Dwarf King exchange a quick look and almost laugh. All right, this was already written in the Demon King Resistance Treaty. The appearance of the Demon King is certain. No matter who is responsible, they are innocent. But you and your descendants must go on a quest to defeat the Demon King. Zhou slowly looks up. As someone who is terrible at magic, he doesn't understand this at all. He clings to Osman V's leg and cries loudly. Sniff, sniff, I'll never be a troublemaker for the Ottoman Empire again. Do you still want a harem? I don't have much money. Don't push your luck. I'm not even engaged yet. Osman V pushes Zhou's face away and silently signals the executioner to take him away. Shilling and Kamishiro hide in the crowd, pretending not to know Zhou. Before the meteor lands, the Dwarf King arrives at the landing site. He has a move called Full Defense. As long as he has enough magic and strength, this move can block all attacks. All adventurers gather here. The Dwarf King's shield expands, flattening the surrounding buildings. The shady elf massage shop owner sees Mambo leaving and secretly sneaks over. Brother, I've got a new batch. Oh no, I'm busy. Little A? Your girlfriend's figure is exactly the same. Special discount for you. Half price. Charge 500 and get 1,000 free. What? Then before he finishes, Greta punches Mambo and pulls him back into the crowd, giving the shady merchant a sharp look. The Dwarf King coughs twice. Everyone, crouch down, put your hands on the shield, and channel your magic into it. Can't we just stand? What if I stand? Do I fly up? Huh. The adventurers scratch their heads and slowly crouch down. The magic shield turns solid, covering the sky and the earth. Mambo, copying everyone, also channels his magic into the shield. In the shield, different magical energies gather and emit various lights. At this moment, the meteorite also breaks through the clouds. Everyone can hear the rushing sound of the air, and the glowing light from the burning meteorite temporarily outshines the sun. Here it comes. Tense up. The Dwarf King feels the air being compressed, followed by a huge impact that causes the ground to sink deeply. Some adventurers' arms and ankles can't hold, breaking on the spot, and they scream as they fall. The Dwarf King grits his teeth and lifts his head. The hot air from his nostrils makes his whole body bones scream, and his lungs cry out, trying to absorb more oxygen. 1, 2. The fallen adventurers struggle to get up again, holding their shields. All of them are sweating heavily. The helpers try to use magic like floating and weight reduction to lessen the meteorite's weight. This big meteorite is probably a chunk of iron, with an incredibly high mass. The shield begins to get hot, and the adventurers start to yelp from the heat, showing pain. Osman V's cloak shrinks into a ball because of the high temperature. As a dragon person, Cho doesn't feel much until he smells the burnt hand of Osman V, suddenly realizing that everyone's painful expressions are due to the heat. Fire resistance, a passive magic unique to dragon people, activates on the shield. The adventurers gain immunity to high temperatures. The Dwarf King's beard has already been singed bald. Why didn't you use it earlier? With the threat of high heat gone, everyone pushes harder. The impact of the meteorite is gradually neutralized by the shield, leaving only its weight. The helper's magic to reduce weight also takes effect. The Dwarf King roars and lifts the meteorite, rolling it into the river outside the city. The water in the middle of the river instantly boils, and nearby fish are caught and can't escape. Steam begins to rise from the surface. The shield returns to normal. The Dwarf King breathes a long sigh and collapses to the ground. His legs are completely purple and numb. This is caused by ruptured capillaries under the skin. His whole body has various degrees of bone fractures. After all, he was standing directly under the meteorite. Looking at the burning ruins around, the still-moving adventurers start organizing firefighting efforts. The reindeer helps the Dwarf King to the hospital. Osman V and most adventurers are only slightly injured and rest on the spot. Osman V, who was in charge of post-disaster rebuilding, handed the task to Musa and the local clergy. He prepared to leave with his personal guards. Musa, Voknut, at times like this, travelers are most likely to sneak in. You both need to be careful of infiltration. Yes, my king. Osman V nodded slightly. He arrived under the cover of night. leaving quietly without any grand ceremony, like an ordinary adventurer. Few adventurers even noticed his departure. Inside the Demon King's palace, the Flower Knight slowly woke up. It was completely dark around her. She suddenly remembered the recent battle, sat up, and held her spear, alertly looking around. The first Demon King has been defeated again. Mampo was urged by Visk to come back and guard the Flower Knight. Feeling bored, Mampo brought along Greta. That guy asked me to ask you something. Do you remember what that person looked like? The Flower Knight's eyes trembled slightly. That was a typical question Visk would ask. I think I do. Mampo's palm started to spin a small stone brick, scattering tiny stone chips. When it stopped, a miniature figure of Visk was standing in his palm. No matter if you remember or not, I want to give you this. Exactly. The Flower Knight took the figurine, nodded, and a wave of sadness filled her heart. During that closed-off era, elves looked down on other humanoid races. The goddess, symbolizing the purity of the elven kingdom, suddenly disappeared. Other countries introduced revolutionary ideas and technologies brought by travelers, gradually surpassing the elven kingdom in strength. Unable to resist, the elven kingdom opened its borders, strengthened diplomatic relations with other nations, and shifted from discouraging to encouraging intermarriage between elves and humans. Among the first exchange students were Visk and Emperor Osman. Visk was bold and meticulous, always confident in his appearance. Osman was gentle and decisive, preferring to listen to others. Osman, with my looks, I can definitely charm those elves. I believe it. Even the elf princess would. While they talked, the princess, the Flower Knight, was secretly curious about what other humanoid races looked like. She was hiding in a corner, watching secretly. Her servant, Rishu, kept trying to get her to go back, or he would get scolded again. Visk turned his head and caught her eye, pretending nothing happened, and quickly changed the subject. The Flower Knight no longer hid and ran up to Weskier, saying, "Even a princess can do something? I can do it too. Keep talking. There's nothing. Just say it." The fading memory became clear again, but the Flower Knight's vision blurred, making it hard to see Weskier's face on the figurine. A few tears fell onto the figurine, breaking into several pieces and slowly flowing down. Sadness was not just a sudden storm, but a long-lasting cloud. Just thinking about it made the unfallen rain start falling again. Don't cry. The Demon King won't die. The Flower Knight looked at Mambo with some confusion. When Weskier was defeated, his last words were this. "Why are you looking at me?" "I already said this isn't to comfort you," Mambo said, his voice sounding like Weskier's. The Flower Knight was stunned for a moment. Mambo shrugged, turned away, and left. The Flower Knight placed the figurine on her chest and said thank you. Since the Demon King was defeated, she should go home now. In the mental space, Weskier thanked Mambo profusely, while the other two looked unimpressed. "Anyone still have a wife or sister I should pass a message to? While I haven't changed my mind, I'll help you fulfill your dreams." Mambo liked being thanked by others. It made him feel truly needed. The second-generation Demon King. "Women only keep me from exercising my muscles. Evases, those people don't even have speech bubbles. They're just men pretending to be women." Evases also reminded Mambo, "And one more thing, if you really do something, don't forget we're all here." Mambo's mouth pulled down into a long frown. "Stop setting traps for me. Play your tricks elsewhere." These three had decent characters. When the time came, they would cut off external connections. The only question was whether Mambo could overcome this psychological barrier. The Demon Kings were amused by Mambo's expression, but Evases knew how to hit where it hurt. Mambo, speechless, went home with Cleata. When he opened his room door, he found only half of the room left, with some wooden pillars temporarily set up. Jack was trying to make a bed on the floor, and Yuzu was waiting in the corner for Mambo to return. "I'll sleep on the sofa in Cleata's room," Mambo said. Jack looked up at Mambo, pushed the wall next to him, and the entire wall suddenly collapsed. "Their room has been empty for a long time. Our luggage is next door too." "Yes, they are all gone." Jack laid out a mat and invited Mambo. "It's pretty cold on autumn nights. Come inside and lie down for a while." Mambo waved his hand. "Never mind. I want to ask if we can change rooms." He pulled Yuzu and walked up the wobbly stairs to the front desk, where the owner was checking out an adventurer. Can we change rooms?" "As long as it's not collapsing or drafty." The owner finally saw someone who wasn't checking out and agreed to change the room. 3-person standard room. Which bed do you want to open? Blah blah blah. I think I heard someone want a big bed. A vases, dressed in a flashy outfit, appeared in Mambo's mind, causing trouble. Oh yeah, big bedroom. Are you ready to hold on to both of them tightly? You little rascal. A vases danced nearby, leaning on his cane, looking very flirtatious. Mambo closed his eyes and turned his head, pretending not to see a vases. I want the 3-person standard room. Thank you very much. Hey, you don't really want the 3-person room. A vases poked Mambo's face with his cane. Mambo silently moved the cane away. The owner looked at the room key with an apologetic expression. Sorry, only the big bedroom is left. Game continues, baby. A vases cheered, raising his hand. You can only choose the big bedroom, but the big bedroom is definitely more comfortable than the standard room. Mambo hesitated and asked what the big bedroom looked like. The owner's eyes flickered, giving Mambo a bad feeling. A vases stretched his neck to look at the photo the owner showed. Heart-shaped frame, a blue bed measuring 3.5 by 2 meters, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Mambo gave up resisting. Their cash was in their luggage, and their gold was stored at the bank. It was already late, and the bank had closed. Let's take this one. I need some music. The super big bedroom, baby. Mambo understood that once he stepped into this room, everyone would find out. If taking advantage of others was considered mature, this was just perverted. The other 2 demons were amused by Avases' solo act and couldn't stop laughing. If Avases weren't obsessed with the corner and wood, he would definitely be a comedian. The owner kept a straight face, pretending he knew nothing. The adventurers checking out around them also looked at Mambo. Go ahead. Mysterious head guy. Don't let us look down on you. Mambo walked toward the large bedroom under great pressure. Gilda finally couldn't hold back her laughter and started giggling. The room was quite nice, with no bad smells. Gilda pulled Mambo into the bathroom. He was the only source of odor in the room, with dirt, some blood, and sweat smells on him. Because the hot water pipe was broken, Gilda used her magic to heat water quickly by putting her hands in the bathtub. You're so slow. Well, I can't put my whole body in, can I? Gilda increased her magic, and the water around her arms started bubbling. Do you like using other people's bathwater? I don't mind. You're so weird. Gilda kicked Mambo, who laughed and said, just joking. Then she patted Gilda's arm, but got burned and yelped. While they were joking and laughing, they received a notification that the Demon King Return event had ended. Dear adventurers, the Demon King Vesk has been defeated. Thank you for your efforts. Reed Continent is now peaceful again. Based on your contributions, rewards will be issued for the Demon King's path. There will be 1 special contribution, 10 first-class contributions, 100 second-class contributions, 500 third-class contributions, as well as 4th-class contributions and participation contributions. Contribution list.txt. Seeing the file extension, Mambo was impressed. Opening the file, he saw that the special contribution was not Osmond V, nor the Dwarf King, nor the Flower Knight. Instead, it was the Robin Hood, who contributed the most by resisting the most magic and attacks, making him the strongest frontline fighter. He gained the most experience points, 1 million. The other 8 people were listed under first-class contributions. Among the remaining 2, there was Mambo, because his body was too weak, and the Demon King's power was only a 10th, so his contribution was still significant. The last person was Ruta. Mambo scratched his head in confusion. Why was she included too? Actually, it was Ruta's deception therapy. Lies can sometimes stop pain and save lives. During World War II, in the real world, anesthesiologist Henry B. Chur injected saline into severely injured soldiers, claiming it was a special medicine. Over a third of the soldiers said they felt much better. This is the placebo effect. This simple yet powerful magic helped injured adventurers get through the painful moments before medical help arrived, even making some seriously hurt people look like they were just resting in bed. Each of these people gained 200,000 experience points. The third-class contribution includes adventurers, guards, Shao Ku, Shalina, Snape, Jack, Yuzu, Cocoon Weaver, Shieling, Cho, and the Leiyang team, each earning 100,000 experience points. The fourth-class contribution is for adventurers who only resisted the meteorite and did little else. each earning 20,000 experience points. The participation contribution is for adventurers still on their way, each earning 5,000 experience points. Visk watched the shared experience points increase rapidly, almost reaching 1 billion. Wow, so generous. Half a year of effort for just one event. Who knows how many people are participating this time? Mambo ignored the arguing in the spiritual world. He was finally able to level up. He could go to the next town, haha. Mambo used all his experience points at once, but got stuck at level 25. The panel told him he needed to become more skilled in thief combat to continue gaining experience. After level 5, every 20 levels require special conditions to level up. For Mambo, the condition is, use thief tactics and skills to defeat monsters or enemies of equal or higher level, 0 out of 100. Father was stuck at level 45 for many years because he never met his condition, which was, defeat a great demon, 0/1. Those things are rarely encountered. Most people leveled up 3 or 5 levels. Shalina reached level 40, while Snape and the father remained stuck at level 45. His condition was, use a pistol to headshot and kill enemies or monsters of equal or higher level from 100 meters away, 0/170. Snape was silent for a moment, feeling he might be stuck like the father. Shalina clenched her fists, feeling an incredible surge of energy throughout her body. The vigilante also successfully completed his condition. His requirement was, use thief tactics and skills to defeat enemies or monsters of at least 20 levels higher than himself, 1-to-1. People with lower talents might be stuck with this condition for life, but today he had exceeded expectations. Mr. Vigilante, I saw it. You are in first place. Xiaoku excitedly hugged the righteous thief and shouted, while the thief smiled helplessly and patted Xiaoku's head. I didn't do anything, really. I just got beaten up. The others pricked up their ears, hoping to learn how to become stronger, but all they heard was this humble reply. Did you hear that? The great thief just stood there and let the Demon King attack until the Demon King got tired. What? That's unbelievable. Seeing that the group was starting to exaggerate again, the thief quickly lifted Xiaoku onto his shoulder and left the Adventurers Guild, hurrying back to the inn. Mr. Thief, with all that experience, how many levels can you gain? Xiaoku counted on his fingers, wondering how many levels he could gain if he had that much experience. The thief smiled bitterly again. His talent was poor. Without the blessing of the 3 saints, it would have taken him half a lifetime to reach 10 levels. As mentioned before, the thief needed to steal 100 times to level up once, and each level required 2,000 experience points. Even with 1,000,000 experience points, he could only gain about 5 levels. Xiaoku, I can't level up much. My talent isn't great, the thief said, patting Xiaoku's head before getting ready to take a bath and rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll say goodbye to Mambo and head home. Sensing the thief's low spirits, Xiaoku quietly closed his mouth, turned on the desk lamp, and started doing his homework. He had taken time off from school for this trip, so he couldn't fall behind. Beside him, the executioner sat with a slime on his leg, guiding Xiaoku. The slime, raised by Nola, wasn't corrosive and could slowly absorb toxins. In the bathroom, the thief stood under the shower, sighing. If Osman V had received that 1,000,000 experience points, he would have leveled up many times. For the thief, it felt like a waste. He opened his status panel, wanting to convert the experience into levels, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Why do you always watch over me? He murmured. He placed the pendant of the 3 saints on the sink, still unable to understand, and decided it must just be good luck. He squeezed out some shampoo and began washing his hair. Because you are brave enough. Through the foam, a gentle woman in a white robe appeared, looking at him with a soft smile and slightly furrowed brows. The pure white lily of the valley in her hair clearly showed who she was. The lily of the valley symbolizes pure and selfless love. The thief rinsed off the foam and looked around. Suddenly, he slipped and fell. Something hard pressed against him. He picked it up and found a honeysuckle branch. Honeysuckle, also called winter jasmine, symbolizes courage. It is known as the flower of the Holy Sun. Go ahead, it's what you deserve. He looked at the flower, and the rogue reopened the panel. He clicked on the upgrade, and the black, 0/100, gradually blurred and melted into gold, 0/20. The rogue seemed to realize something. He must have a big task ahead, and just hoped not to disappoint the three saints. He pressed his finger, reaching level 45, and unlocked a new condition: to reach the 100th floor of the dungeon alone, already completed. Mambo happily finished leveling up. The hot water was ready, and Gilda put away her magic and left. While Mambo took a bath, she changed into her pajamas. Mambo sang and danced happily while bathing. The level increase made Mambo's body much more flexible. She finally could use a skill she had always dreamed of. Downright arrow J/K/L. After drying off and putting on her pajamas, she rolled out of the bathroom. First, she supported herself with her left hand, spun her legs, then switched to her right shoulder and back, spinning her legs again, repeating this pattern. Watching Mambo roll on the ground, Gilda threw a pillow to stop her performance. "What are you doing?" "Am I cool?" Mambo asked, holding the pillow and looking up. "Very cool, very cool. Now go to sleep." Gilda patted the empty space between herself and Yuzu. Mambo pinched her face, then moved Gilda to the middle, also holding down Evases, who was preparing to wear a formal dress and hold a cane, to stop him from acting out a skit. "When I grow up, I might be able to handle that responsibility," Mambo said, admitting she couldn't resist and just wanted to sleep. "I thought you'd like it." Gilda shifted slightly, leaving a space for Mambo. Mambo turned her back to Gilda and hummed softly. She really liked it. Gilda turned around, leaning her back against Mambo's, and looked at Yuzu, who was already asleep, saying, "Humans' bodies are a bit afraid of the cold. Come a little closer to me." Mambo swallowed hard, slowly turned around, and stiffly placed her hands on Gilda's shoulders. Gilda moved back a little, and Mambo confidently hugged her. "Yes, yes, yes, X4. All right, can you three get out now?" "Okay, okay." The three disconnected from the outside world, letting Mambo enjoy her moment. She held Gilda and quickly fell asleep. Far away in Blue City, the priest and Uncle Emo also received the news that the event was over. The two of them prepared some snacks and ate in the churchyard. As night fell and everything was quiet, only the moon was there to keep them company. "I told you there was no need to worry," the priest said with a smile as he served food to the young priestess. She nodded politely in response. Uncle Emo took a sip of, making slurping sounds. "We either didn't change jobs or our profits, you know." It was clearly the part of the night for bragging. Even so, the three of them hadn't slept at this time. They just couldn't fall asleep until they confirmed Mambo was safe and sound. "So, did you see the contribution list?" "No, I didn't. After the event ended, I called you over. When you arrived, you were holding drinks and snacks and insisted on eating first," said the priest, who couldn't drink alcohol due to his faith, so he was drinking soda and staying sober. "I forgot to check too," said the young priestess, eagerly opening the contribution list. "Where's little Mambo?" "Maybe she's in first place," she said with a smile, but her face suddenly froze. "Who's that? Is Mambo really in first place?" The priest and Uncle Emo looked at the young priestess's expression and leaned in to see the list. They also stiffened when they saw the top name. Uncle Emo, who had been drinking, suddenly sobered up. "Why? If it's that simple, we should have gone too. Could it be that the thief has a special attack against the first Demon King?" The priest pondered, stroking his chin. The list had been out for a while, and each person's photo was next to their name, since there are people with the same name. In the photo, the thief was rising from the lava, holding molten rock in his right hand, supporting himself with his left hand, and looking straight ahead. His whole body was ablaze, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Don't ask who took the screenshot. It was just some random person from the corner. Uncle Emo was surprised. "Who the heck are these people?" The priest looked confused. "What's wrong with this world?" The young priestess sighed. "Has he always been this strong?" The three looked like they were watching the newspaper, like Doflamingo being thrown into a city, doubting its credibility. Luckily, Mambo's ranking wasn't low, so after finishing their meal, they went to sleep peacefully. In the coffin at the stable, Li Yin was immersed in the joy of gaining a great opportunity. His corpse manipulation technique could completely cut off this connection to magical constructs. Relying on this skill, he led his team into the third-class contribution and reached level 45. Furthermore, he found a beautifully crafted puppet doll among the ruins of the Demon King's palace. It was controlled by a corpse, and, after being activated, the puppet was level 125. The materials used to make it were unusual. It looked and felt like a sleeping elf. Unfortunately, the doll's appearance and race did not match Li Yan's aesthetic, and he spent the whole night shaping its face. Revenge? No, I don't have time for that. Li Yan tore open his chest, and a bank card quietly rested in his left atrium. I'm going home. I want to go home. While everyone else was sleeping, only 3 people wandered the street: Jianji, Xiling, and Chou. Chou's money was used to pay for the church's cross, and Jianji and Xiling's luggage had long disappeared. None of them had a single coin. The Adventurers Association's compensation funds hadn't arrived yet, so they could only find a place to sleep on the street. Are you 3 cold? Voknut observed these 3 for half the night. They didn't go anywhere else. They just wandered near his church, almost asking to stay overnight. Voknut, already suffering from an old head injury, couldn't sleep. Coming out to look at the moon disturbed him further, making his head hurt more. Of course we're cold. Come in, he said. The 3 entered the church with playful smiles. The priest threw them 3 sets of pajamas and pointed to his bed. That's the only one. Sleep there. Voknut enjoyed himself, sleeping alone on a double bed. What about you? Cho quickly took off her clothes and got into the bed. Her body was covered with scales, so she wasn't worried about being seen. Jianji pulled her out and helped her put on pajamas. Voknut turned his head away, refusing to speak much to the 3. He turned off the light and continued to look at the moon. With no one wandering the street, his headache gradually eased. Voknut got up to go back inside, but saw 3 mushroom people standing at the church door. He drew his whip, confused about why mushroom people appeared here. Such low-level monsters were instantly defeated by Voknut. Following the trail, he arrived at a tombstone. Sarah Shelton, father and mother. Tony Shelton and Manna Shelton rest here. The mound was covered with white mycelium, and many budding mushroom people were emerging from the soil. A suspicion formed in Voknut's mind. He picked up a shovel and crushed the mushroom creature, then began digging the grave. With each shovelful, more white mycelium appeared, spreading densely. Even Cho could smell the monster's scent, but she was held back by the other 2, told not to cause trouble. Finally, at dawn, Voknut dug up the coffin. He used his shovel to break it open, and sure enough, the bodies of the elderly couple were tightly wrapped in mushroom mycelium roots. This showed that they did not die peacefully, but were consumed by the mushroom creature's memory-eating power. The elderly couple would not have gone into the underground city to meet the mushroom creature. Thinking about the monster that suddenly appeared a few days ago and was caught without doing anything, Voknut started to consider. Could it be that they met the elderly couple on the way? Or perhaps, it was specifically sent to kill them. Voknut cast a burning spell to dry out the mycelium, then immediately headed to Sarah's old home. He kicked open the door, and at first glance, nothing seemed unusual. After searching carefully, Voknut finally found a dried residue of giant frog mucus on the tiles near the second-floor window, with a faint fishy smell. The mucus stopped here and did not continue further. Just as I thought. After investigating the clues, Voknut, covered in mud, left Sarah's house and told Musa about what he found. Musa was busy with the city lord approving funds, and the Adventurers Guild was full of noisy people. Musa whispered with Voknut for a while, then frowned. Sarah? Okay, I'll notify her once I finish my work. Musa handed the compensation money to Mambo, who was at his feet. Mambo received the payment and prepared to leave Pick City. He had lunch with Little K, then reluctantly sat in the teleportation carriage. Mambo climbed onto the signpost to see Little K off, but when he saw staff rushing over with a mop and pole, Mambo quickly ran away. Ophelia was also preparing to leave with her team. The red dragon flew leisurely above Mambo's head. Ophelia said she wanted to enjoy the beautiful scenery of her homeland. Mambo sat on the back of a lizard dragon, pouting. This guy was really vain. Leto's team rode on a creature similar to a raptor, following behind Mambo's group. Shalina showed off her new skill. A halo appeared behind Shalina, and 4 black and red arms with golden rings grew from it, lifting Mambo into the air. Mambo kicked his legs in midair. What is this? It looks so impressive, Zyalina chuckled, pleased with this expression, admiring me, Mambo. The god of strength form. According to legend, the dwarf's faith in the strength god depicts a sturdy figure with dark skin, 10 arms, and a fierce, brave personality. He often descends to fight dwarves in wrestling matches. Dwarves have never won. The strength god, feeling that having more arms was unfair, cut off 4 arms and gave them to the dwarves. This is how the world's first fighter appeared. The god of strength magic is also part of the profession. Mambo pinched the artificial arms, feeling the same as the teacher's arm. So, which god does the teacher believe in? If you follow the 3 saints, would the strength god be jealous and slow down your training? Xialina was surprised by Mambo's wild ideas. She lowered him and stroked her chin. That makes sense. Maybe I should change my faith. Jack coughed twice and glared at Mambo. Mambo started talking nonsense again. If gods fight over just 1 or 2 followers, they would have already started a big war. Humanity wouldn't survive that. Jack pointed out the problem. Xialina nodded. Only the clergy understand these things well. Even so, maybe I should quietly believe in the strength god. If he's happy, he might bless me and raise my level by 10. Sneap walked over and pushed the daydreaming Xialina to the back. He took out Mambo's revolver from his pocket, now with a small silencer attached. It's not very effective, but at least it prevents Mambo from hearing damage when shooting. I brought your gun back. Take good care of it. Use it secretly when needed. Keep the bullets dry. Sneap handed Mambo a matchbox with a few bullets inside. Oh, my revolver. Mambo happily took the gun. He had forgotten about it, his mind completely filled with excitement about heading to the next town. Suddenly, someone behind called out to Mambo. It's Shilling Jiaozi and Chio. They were riding a ground dragon, carrying something that kept twisting behind them. Hey, wait for us. Why are you running so fast? Shilling chuckled. Mambo scratched his head. Your team has been missing a main attacker, right? Is it really okay to take the hero's path like this? He's lost contact. We found a new one, Chio said, hands on his hips. The two moved aside and lifted the person behind them. Jiaozi turned his head, pretending not to recognize them. Pain of blood? Don't call me that. Voknut looked unwilling. He didn't expect this dragon man to be so bold. No wonder he could openly say he wanted to make Osman V the emperor's consort. Do you want me to help you? Is the town really safe? We're already here. Voknut finally loosened his mouth. The two of them untied him, asked about his well-being, and treated him like brothers. Voknut brushed off the dust on himself, then lay down behind the dragon carriage to sleep. He hadn't slept last night while investigating, and the others helped massage his legs and spread the bedding. Do you want me to sing you a lullaby? If your pillow is uncomfortable, you can rest your head on my leg, Shilling said playfully, squatting next to Voknut. Get out. Okay. When Voknut woke up again, it was dinner time. Everyone sat around the fire cooking. Musa left a message on the communication stone, thanking Sarah very much. We caught some fish. Would you like to eat? Jack carried a small basin of fish and said as he passed by. Voknut nodded and followed to the river to help clean the fish, scaling, gill removal, and gutting. Where did Mambo go? Voknut looked around but didn't see Mambo. He's preparing a small meal for his little girlfriend. Gilda doesn't eat fish, Snape said, carrying a large bird and also cleaning it, removing feathers and guts. Mambo picked some wild berries, checked them repeatedly against Uncle Mo's recipe to make sure they weren't poisonous, and after cooking them, used magic to steal a piece of honey from a beehive, then ran off. He caught a rabbit, skinned it, chopped the meat, and mixed it with flour to make flatbreads. He sprinkled the meat with butter, salt, pepper, and wild berry jam, placed it in a baking dish, and baked it over charcoal. After it was done, he drizzled honey on top, making a honey-flavored rabbit and berry pizza. Try it. Mambo, who had stolen Shalina's skill, used his extra hand to tear off a small piece of pizza and put it on a plate. Shalina, who was competing with the reindeer in arm wrestling and drinking, saw Mambo use a poor imitation of the Herculean spell, twisting his ankle and instantly losing the first round. Ha ha, drink up. You lost. Little girl, you're still too young, the reindeer said, striking a classic bodybuilding pose with demon horns, then smoothly switching to being the son of Zeus. See that? That's real muscle. Your pure strength is just fitness. Wait a moment. It seems Mambo stole my skill just now. Sharona stood up, holding the head of the reindeer, and the reindeer adjusted his helmet. Nothing to fuss about. Mambo can even steal Father Mambo's skills. The two of them approached Mambo and asked him to use that move again. Mambo, Yuzu, and Gilda looked up with their mouths full. Want some? No. How did you use the power god form just now? I stole it. Mambo mimicked Sharona, and a faint glow appeared behind him. For thin, weak arms slowly stretched out. Sharona reached out and grabbed Mambo's fake hand, tested his strength, and found it quite strong. The magic she trained all night to master was stolen by Mambo in just a second. Sharona's face fell, feeling defeated and disappointed, and she left. The reindeer laughed and jumped behind her, nudging her shoulder. Bad mood can make muscles shrink, you know. Ha ha ha. Mambo scratched his head, unsure what these two were doing. He brought out a rabbit bone soup from the campfire, sprinkled it with wild scallions and cilantro, and set it on the table. A platter of grilled fish was also placed on the table. The most eye-catching was the roasted bird in the middle, golden and crispy on the outside. Thanks to Mambo stealing honey, he brushed a layer on it before roasting, making it look perfect when served. There were also 2 simple grilled vegetable dishes, specially made by Snape for Sharona, and a main dish of boiled potatoes in a large pot. Mambo took 3 potatoes, dipped them in honey with Gilda and Yuzu, and then drank some rabbit soup to soothe himself. Although the dinner was simple, everyone enjoyed it. Even the usually serious Blood of Pain had a slight smile on his face. Unlike the relaxed atmosphere with Mambo, Osman V was busy at his desk, where several letters from Count Roche had piled up. It seemed that ignoring them was not working well. The letters were full of concern for Osman V, asking if he was feeling unwell for not replying, and mentioning that after hearing the Demon King was defeated, they didn't recognize the first person, and praising the Empire's talented people. The last letter was personally handed over by Natasha Alexander. In it, Roche was worried about his niece being bullied and thought he wouldn't interfere in her affairs. He asked Osman V to help find a teacher for her. Natasha didn't even know how to bow properly among nobles. When she saw Osman V, she could only perform a deep bow, looking helpless. Other ministers in the hall whispered among themselves, taking pleasure in the situation. Those close to Roche only shook their heads and sighed. Wild girl. Uncultured. I think the Alexander family is really declining. Osman VTH sharply pounded the armrest of his throne, and everyone fell silent. Rough work and hard effort are understandable, but there's no time to raise children. You go teach her how to bow properly. Osman VTH ordered his guards to instruct her. Ivan lowered his spear, stepped down from the platform, and imitated the women in the family lifting their skirts, with his right leg slightly bent and his left leg behind, bowing slightly. Long live the king. Natasha tried to stand on one foot, placing her leg behind her, but because she didn't lift her skirt properly, her foot stepped on the fabric, and she nearly fell forward. Ivan reached out, grabbing Natasha by the back of her neck, pulling her up. Osman VTH was amused by Natasha's silly mistake. All right, starting today, you'll teach her manners. Shulit the Sword Saint will supervise her physical training. You may go now. Shulit the Sword Saint stood beside Osman VTH, gesturing to himself and blinking. Osman VTH nodded silently. Yes, my king. Ivan led Natasha, whose face was bright red, out of the council hall, and Shulit bowed and followed. The interruption ended, and Osman VTH began discussing with his ministers which of the outstanding individuals in the event could be promoted and which needed more time to develop. I think Mr. Ophelia. No, he's too impulsive, only interested in love and emotions. He can't handle great responsibilities. One minister started to speak, but the elderly Sword Saint cut him off. The Sword Saint didn't respond, and the nobles couldn't recommend their own people. They could only try to promote commoners or minor nobles on the list, hoping for a favor in return. No matter who was proposed, Osman VTH had reasons to refuse. In the end, only a thief remained. My king, thieves are naturally cunning, and betrayal is common among them. They seek pleasure, so they cannot be trusted, one minister argued. I think we should observe him. He claims to be a good thief, who does no evil, and being first on the list shows his strength, another suggested. Osman VTH looked at the ministers, whose faces changed from red to blue, finding their reactions quite amusing. Finally, Osman VTH made a decision. The honorable thief is currently guarding the Lawrence family branch in the capital. I have already sent someone to observe him. No need for further discussion. The honorable thief became Osman VTH's shield against enemies, preventing others from planting their own people in the council. At this moment, the righteous thief sneezed several times in a row. He rubbed his nose and carried little Ku on his neck. If he went to pick up the child himself, a crowd of fans would rush over asking for autographs and photos. I don't have time. Let me go out. Why is it so hard to get out after school every day? The righteous thief had no other choice but to use his skill to climb onto the roof and escape, avoiding the fans. When he got home, he was covered in sweat and just happened to meet the executioner going out. Are you heading out? Yes, I need to go back and report. The executioner smiled at little Ku, then gradually turned into a gentle breeze and floated away. Wow, he's so handsome. The righteous thief wiped his sweat with his sleeve. If he and little Ku could do that, going to and from school wouldn't be so troublesome. Yeah, he's really handsome. The breeze drifted into the palace of Osman V. The executioner held several reports. Right now, the top student is from the Medarda family. The inspector calls him the perfect child. Second is from the Lawrence family. I observe this child. He's kind and loyal, but he values friendship too much and isn't very calm. Last is Mambo. He's petty, two-faced, often flirts with the opposite, has no manners, is a heretic, and once threatened to turn people he looked down on into toilets. The only good thing about him is that he's very reliable. Osman V knew Mambo and chuckled. There was a big difference between thieves and thieves. He's only about 7 or 8 years old. Go check on Medarda's family. The inspector must have been bribed. Osman V put away his smile and looked serious. Once confirmed, no need for further checks. Execute everyone in the family immediately. No one in the main house is to survive. Osman V would not allow anyone to interfere with the selection of the 6th. The executioner knelt on one knee to accept the task. He didn't expect to be rehired to do his old job. Yes, my king. In the distance, the Medarda family was drinking and chatting. Their head of the family had once participated in a royal selection. When the inspector appeared, he immediately understood what was happening. Through various means, they convinced the inspector, who was easily tempted, and now he was colluding with this family. Honorable Inspector, you have written such a wonderful piece about my child. In the future, we will surely make you a high-ranking official. Oh, just a small matter. Under the night sky, the street lamp's blue glow gathers into a pair of blue eyes, followed by a body and weapons. Crash! The glass on the restaurant's roof shatters. The head of the household snorts coldly. Who dares to break his window? Go, find out who did it. If they can't pay, just beat them to death. Yes, sir. Before the butler could finish, a streak of blood appears on his neck. His head slowly falls to the ground, and his body collapses straight down. Who? The master suddenly stands up from his chair. He is a level 80 archer, a powerful figure in this town. He pulls out his short bow and aims at the others at the table. A cold sweat drips down his forehead. His eyes are blinded, and in an instant, his hands disappear. A light blue figure slowly appears over the table. It looks like I might reach level 85 today. The executioner is a profession specialized in killing. The requirements are very strict. Killing fellow noblemen for 9870/50,000. Lord Medarda has lost all his honor as an adventurer, only remaining with a frightening level. My hand. Ah, it's you. It's you. The Lord recognizes the executioner and turns to run, trying to escape. He is instantly cut in half, organs spilling everywhere. Our family. Our family. We followed Emperor Osman IV. The noblewoman collapses to the ground, shouting loudly. I have killed everyone who followed Emperor Osman the Great. The 4th means nothing. Anyone who dares threaten the empire. Even if it's the 5th, I dare to kill. The noblewoman is stunned by this rebellious statement. Soon, another head rolls to the ground. Blood floods the mansion. The Osman Empire is no more, and the Medarda family is gone. The massacre did not affect the Demon King's path here. Early morning, Jack wakes everyone up. They all get out of bed to wash. When Mambo takes a basin to the river for water, he encounters the Yulong team also drawing water. The nearby water source is this small river, and many adventurers gather here. Captain Mambo, the young nun, greeted Mambo, who was brushing his teeth, and nodded in response. Liang was washing the face of a puppet. It was unknown which expert had left it there, but it could digest food for energy. Any research into these body creations was a big step forward. Liang even found his own creations quite frightening, especially the humanoid monsters pieced together from different parts. They could easily be mini-bosses in a horror game. After finishing his teeth, Mambo helped Yuzu wipe her face. They did the same thing, and Liang felt like someone was watching him. He looked up and made eye contact with Mambo, both of them exchanging questions. Liang, Yuzu is also a body creation. Mambo, is the person next to you a bioclone? Liang, what do you mean by bioclone? Mambo, what do you mean by body creation? They slowly approached each other's companions and started circling around each other's people. Mambo reached out and pinched Li Yang's puppet face. The puppet glanced at him but said nothing. Liang reached out and pinched Yuzu's face, causing her to cry out in pain. Mambo woke Weskier, who was sleeping in his mental space, to ask for advice. Wait. How did that kid take my fake flower knight? Weskier recognized the figure as his own creation. Even though its appearance and race had changed, the core remained the same. Someone picked up your stuff and gave you a scare. Now it made sense. No wonder it looked so real. It was Weskier's creation. Yuzu is a good helper. That's a good puppet. Yuzu says her captain is reliable and gentle. The nun says her captain is steady and calm. They complimented each other professionally. Mambo still didn't realize that this person was the same traveler from that day, and he felt a bit jealous of Li Yang's talent. Liang, Mambo, they shook hands, officially meeting. Mambo wanted to invite Liang to join their team, but Liang waved him off. No, I need to level up quickly. I'll go ahead, Mambo nodded, and Liang called the nun he was catching up with and Voknut to leave. Their vehicle wasn't a dragon carriage, but a few body creations pulling it along in front. This is also a sneaky trick, since creatures don't get tired or lazy. The lizard-like creature walks for an hour and then needs to rest, showing a strong love for laziness. Maybe I should turn the lizard-like creature into a dead body creation? The lizard-like creature eating grass by the river feels a sense of danger. When it looks back, it sees Mambo's dangerous eyes and swallows nervously, deciding to be less lazy in the coming days. In the end, Mambo doesn't attack, because the lizard-like creature has been with him for a long time. Viscous seems to have figured something out. Mambo, I am a puppet mage who has changed to a magic user. My skill in creating magical objects is better than any other puppet mage. Only one profession can take away magical creations, called the necromancer, a dark magic user. Mambo strokes his chin. Are dark magic users dangerous? Not dangerous, but their rituals are often very evil. I once had a subordinate, a level 45 blood mage, who needed to gather and mix 100 different types of blood to use. The second-in-command nods in agreement. He is the Demon King with the most black magic users under him. The entire Demon King city is full of mentally ill people, each more twisted than the last. Evas's subordinates don't have black magic users. They are mostly half-human monsters like Greta. Far ahead, Liang opens his interface. The conditions make him frown. Level 45 breakthrough requirement. Friends. It's time to try living corpse creation 0/1. Liang closes the interface. He looks at his teammates playing poker behind him, his heart pounding. No, it can't be. They can't do this. Without doing this, you won't level up. You'll never go home. Think about your dad. If you don't go back, he will die. They better attack. No one will find out about this. Captain, what are you thinking? A voice wakes Liang up. Drink some water. Your lips are bleeding from dryness. The little nun brews chrysanthemum tea for everyone. Liang swallows and gradually wakes up, takes the teacup, and pats the little nun's hair to thank her. The little nun, seeing how interested Liang is in her hair, sits beside him, waiting for him to touch her. Number 1 puppet. I'm here, master. If I ever do anything to hurt them, attack me immediately. Understood, master. Liang thought for a moment and added, no matter what I say at that time, do not stop. Is this command my basic logic? Master. Set it as the highest priority basic logic. Yes, master. Liang released his grip and rubbed his temples. I feel like I am changing. Do you have this feeling too? Of course, I can always sense it, the young nun said as she blew on her chrysanthemum tea. She preferred it cold. I'm sorry, no need to apologize for talking more. It doesn't bother us, the young nun said, puzzled why Captain Liang suddenly apologized. Liang hesitated for a moment. Isn't it obvious I haven't noticed I changed? It's okay, go play with them. Liu Yang finished his chrysanthemum tea in one gulp and continued controlling the corpse to run forward, heading to the next town to ask the mayor for help, to find a criminal sentenced to death, and to act as the executioner himself. No, even if they agree, they will probably send over a tied-up traveler, and the dark mage will definitely be driven out. Liu Yang was troubled. To him, the locals were no different from his fellow villagers. Killing for his own benefit was wrong. While he was thinking, his passive ability as a corpse shepherd sensed a fresh corpse nearby. A woman, 27 years old, a warrior, killed by gunshot, dead about 10 minutes ago. Liu Yang stopped the vehicle and headed toward the sense location. He saw a man and a woman being intimate. Liu Yang awkwardly turned his head away. The corpse was right here. Liu Yang turned his head back. The woman was clearly a corpse, moving mechanically as if parasitized by a fungus. Stay away from that woman. She died a long time ago, Liu Yang warned, and the man turned to look at him. It was Hemero, and the dead woman was at the front of their team. Are you a pervert? Why are you spying on us? The front member questioned as she put on her clothes. As a creature of the monster camp, Hemero's condition for breaking through his 45 limit was to kill a human-shaped being who was willing to die for him. Without hesitation, he deceived the simple-minded, strong-limbed front member, inviting her to a date here, and during their intimacy, asked her if she was willing to die for him. The front member, excited, naturally answered yes. Once the conditions were met, a silenced pistol was pressed against her back of the head. Before she could react, the person in front was dead in Hermiro's arms. At the same time, Hermiro broke through, gathering the will of the monster into an evolution that could control 3 humans, turning the front row into part of himself. Lian Yang watched as the corpse on the woman's body gradually disappeared, as if she had been resurrected. The wound on the back of her head also slowly healed. Hermiro did not question or panic. Instead, he tidied his clothes, smiled happily, and hugged Lian Yang. That wound won't kill her. We're just seeking excitement. I have some strange little habits. Sorry if I scared you. Men tend to be like that. Lian Yang frowned. Although he was suspicious, he chose to leave. Could there really be magic that temporarily makes someone immune to death? Looking at your build, maybe she would like you. Do you want me to introduce you? Hermiro continued to say some lines, trying to shift Lian Yang's attention away. His suspicion about the corpse would turn into disgust for himself. Lian Yang was indeed fooled. He angrily moved Hermiro's arm away, apologizing for disturbing their mood. That's just how she is. We can still accept 2 people. Do you want to join? Enough. I don't want to hear any more. Sorry for bothering you. Please continue, Lian Yang said, pushing Hermiro away as he tried to follow. Hermiro turned his head and snorted. Sensitive kid, aren't you? Still being played around by me? The honest ones would look down on Hermiro, while the ones would join in. No matter what, they wouldn't care about what happened to that woman anymore. Lian Yang returned to find the 3 of them questioning him about what happened. Unable to resist, he told them everything. It might be a bit, but if you really want to hear, after saying that, the sword and shield warrior looked confused. Resurrected corpse? Is it the same magic as yours? Lian Yang said it was probably some kind of magic that made death immune. The mage shook his head. As far as I know, there's no magic like that in this world. Magic that can turn a corpse back to life and make death immune should be like this. The mage chanted for half an hour. Finally, he cast a buff on himself, then cut off his own head with a decapitation spell. A white magic light covered the wound, and he could still speak. After a flash of white light, the mage was restored to his original form. This is what they call immune death. Do you feel that way? The wizard was exhausted. His magic was weak. He could only avoid death once every 3 minutes, but chanting took half an hour. No, what about the fraudster's fake death? Liu Yao couldn't sense that feeling. Could that man be a fraudster? Getting shot would still kill him. They only prevented aging, and it could only be used once in a lifetime. Different levels might have time limits. The little nun was a bit scared. She had watched a horror movie secretly at night about a dark wizard who used a corpse to come back to life. It sounded just like that. All right. Don't scare the nun. Maybe it's just some alchemical device. Who cares? It was just a way to pass the time on the road. The wizard chuckled and went back into the car, pulling out cards to play with the others. Liu Yao turned his head and kept driving. Hemi Luo, and the female warrior were disliked by Sarah when they returned. Sarah said they were slow. Hemi Luo scratched his head and explained that there were too many people by the river, and he didn't want to use water downstream of others. Sarah had already cooked porridge and divided it among them. Hemi Luo took a sip and drank it slowly. He had tried many ways to win Sarah's heart, but he was always missing a layer of connection. After Sarah learned her parents had been murdered, she lost interest in love and romance. The team's main member slowly moved closer to Hemi Luo. She was a small woman. Hemi Luo chose team members with psychological issues, so he could easily manipulate them with a little skill. For the strong ones, he showed his powerful side. For those lacking love, he gave them unique love. Hemi Luo gently fed porridge to the main female member with a spoon. Sarah picked up the investigation report from the Adventurers Guild. The person who killed her parents was probably a black wizard of the same type as the monster tamer, likely passing through here on the Demon King's Road. She needed to find that killer on the Demon King's Road. All right, why do you treat her like your daughter? Doesn't she have her own survival skills? Sarah started tidying up the dishes. Hemi Luo chuckled and said, she's still young. It's okay to take care of her. I'm already going into dungeons to level up at my age. Sarah playfully hit each of them on the head. Get ready to leave. They covered their heads and packed their bags. Oh, by the way, I have a surprise for you tonight. Do you want to know? Hermero was tidying up while asking the team's center member. Really? Big brother. Of course. Sarah smiled helplessly and said to the female warrior, you all admire him a lot. Don't you admire him? He's very charming. The female warrior replied while watering the fire to put it out. No, we're just friends, very good friends, Sarah said as she put her bowl into the river to wash. Her hand slipped, and the female warrior's bowl fell to the ground, breaking into two pieces and also causing the team's center bowl to. Are you okay? The female warrior picked up the broken bowl and threw it into the river. I'm fine, but wasn't that bowl a gift from your grandmother? I'm really sorry. I don't mind anymore. If it's broken, it's broken, the female warrior shrugged, packing the other bowls into her backpack. Sarah paused and nodded. On the first day of the journey, she proudly showed off that bowl, saying it was her treasure. After packing up, the team slowly set out. They traveled from daytime into the night. After dinner, Hermero invited the team's center to watch the stars. Is the surprise just watching the stars? I'll teach you how to find constellations. Look over there. Those few stars are the Big Dipper, which can help tell north from south. Over there is. The view isn't good here. Hermero stood up and led her to a nearby rock. Sarah and the female warrior finished boiling water and went to wash by the river. Look, that very bright one is the Star of Hercules. Where is it? I can't see it. All right, close your eyes. I'll cast a spell so you can see it. The girl closed her eyes, her heart pounding loudly enough for her to hear. Suddenly, she felt a cool, damp sensation on her forehead. Was he kissing her? She opened her eyes in surprise, only to see a hand holding a gun pressed against her forehead. The dampness was just the gun oil, well maintained. Why did you open your eyes? It was about to be perfect. Hermero took the chance to pull the trigger before she could react. Bang! The girl's body leaned back, rolling off the rock. Blood flowed from the wound, and her eyes, full of confusion, gradually lost their brightness. When the female warrior and Sarah returned, the girl was leaning in Hermero's arms, listening to him tell stories about the stars. Not finished yet. It's time to sleep. Sarah reminded the two, and they came down to prepare for bed. However, tonight, the female warrior and the young girl hugged each other very tightly, making it hard to breathe. The two fell into a deep sleep. In the shadows, someone who doesn't need sleep noticed a new corpse appearing and followed the trail to Hermero's camp. When they arrived, the scent of the body disappeared again. Body, female, 18 years old. Leanne's eyes glowed faintly red in the dark. To him, the bloodstains on the rocks were as bright as sunlight. Human brain tissue, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, skull tissue. Normally, with such injuries, the girl shouldn't have survived, but the people in the tent were breathing steadily. What's really going on? Leon didn't make a sound. He collected these tissues, suspecting something was strange. Hermero didn't expect that his nearly perfect psychological tricks would meet someone so serious. Leon blended into the night, retreating while erasing all traces of his presence. He wasn't as careless as Hermero. Unfortunately, Li Yan's logical reasoning wasn't very good. Even with all these clues, he couldn't connect them as well as Voknut could. But that's okay. A small case in a little village will help him understand more soon. One night passed, and Li Yan's coffin lid was knocked. Sunlight seeped through the cracks. Li Yan pushed open the coffin, and a young nun squatted nearby, handing him his toiletries. The swordsman was brushing his teeth and complaining. "Why is it always like this?" Helping Li Yan. "I'm the leader. Everyone should be following me." Li Yan speaks 10 words a day, which is already a lot. He clearly needs care and love. "You haven't shut your mouth all day." The mage teased the swordsman with a smile. "I'm going to say only 5 words today to build my cool, distant hero image." The swordsman decided to change himself. "Does this count?" "Of course not." "And what about this one?" The swordsman failed. He might never be a cool, distant hero. He pretended to look at the map and plan the route. Ahead was a small village where they could rest. The village had about 1,000 people and was famous for a red dragon hot spring. A few people looked at the map and decided to try the hot spring. Elong used a stronger buff to protect their body from the heat causing decay. Manhwa stayed behind here, while Ophelia led her team away first because the red dragon and the red fire dragon would fight if together. Ophelia avoided a lot of trouble this way. "Welcome, adventurers," said the important people in the village. The wealthy lady who owns the hot spring, a lawyer and his young assistant, and the village chief, who also works part-time as the orphanage director. The lawyer was eating a banana. When he saw the adventurers, he threw the banana peel aside and came to greet them. Fun fact, lawyers existed in early medieval times, but this lawyer is different. He specializes in duels and fights, like a court battle. I changed this in the story. The lawyer is a special class with both legal certification and fighting skills. The Red Dragon Hot Spring is the biggest source of income in the village besides tea farming. The villagers are very friendly and led the group to the hot spring near the village. The fire dragon was lying next to a large stone pool built from rocks. The pool was divided by a stone wall into separate baths for men and women. Everyone eagerly got into the water. Strangely, there was a person floating in the middle of the pool, Ilong. He couldn't sink at all. Ilong had to tie 2 stones to his legs to enjoy the hot spring normally. The water was very hot. It felt great for adults, but for children like Manhwa, it was a bit too much. After a while, he felt dizzy and had to get out slowly. Just then, he met Gilda, who was also coming out. Gilda's wet hair stuck to her face, giving her a strange kind of beauty. Manhwa reached out and brushed her hair, then secretly used his warm wind magic to help dry her hair. "This isn't a place for kids to bathe," he said. "Shall we go shopping in town?" Gilda suggested, drying her hair and wearing a yuka. Manhwa happily agreed. But just before leaving, he noticed something was wrong. "Where's Yuzu?" They rushed back and pulled Yuzu out of the water before she fainted. Then they took her outside for a walk. Jack paid a silver coin and told Manhwa to take good care of the 2 girls and have fun. The 3 of them ate some good food at the snack street. Then they went to the lawyer's office. An old man at the door was holding a letter, sweating nervously, waiting anxiously. What are you doing?" "Oh, the post station is collecting taxes, but I don't recognize the symbol. I want to see if I've been tricked." Mambo stepped forward, showing he was good at languages, and helped the old man translate the letter. The people from the other race didn't cheat him. It was indeed time to pay taxes. "Thank you so much, kid. I owe you a favor." The old man left with the letter. The lawyer came out, patted Mambo's head, and said, "Little guy, you just cost me 20 copper coins. This village doesn't have many cases." The lawyer makes a living translating letters and sometimes helps with ceremonies as a religious figure. Sorry, I'll pay you back." Mambo took out 20 copper coins. The lawyer laughed and said he was joking, then invited the 3 of them inside for tea. "Young adventurer, you're really impressive. At my age, I wouldn't even dare to hold a girl's hand." Mambo chuckled and slowly let go of Krata's hand. The lawyer's tea was very good, much better than the rough tea Yuzu always carried. "This is our village's special flower tea. It's delicious, right? Only the village chief knows how to grow it. You can't find it elsewhere." Yuzu took a sip and spoke up. "It's really tasty. Then buy some. I'll sell it cheaply, 300 copper coins for a tea cake." The lawyer revealed his true intention. "Wow, selling tea on the side, huh?" Mambo muttered, exchanging a look with Krata. Krata said it was indeed good, and Yuzu didn't mind buying some. At least the tea seller was trying to act a bit. The lawyer took the coins, happily packed the tea, and even gave them some small samples. All right, thank you for visiting. The lawyer handed out 3 bananas, eating one himself and tossing the banana peel out the window. Really rude, Mambo said, throwing the peel into the trash. The lawyer just smiled without caring. We're leaving now. Thanks for the bananas. The tea was very good, Mambo said, patting his backside, and prepared to leave with Kreda and Yuzu. You're welcome to visit again. As they opened the door, Mambo bumped into something and was pushed back, falling onto the ground. Lawyer, my daughter is missing. Are you taking on a detective job? A dignified woman entered. Mambo rubbed his nose. The strong perfume on her was making him uncomfortable. Missing? Didn't she volunteer at the orphanage? I went to look, but she wasn't there. The lawyer, holding the money from selling tea leaves, thought for a moment. The woman in front of him looked distracted and seemed to be hiding something. How much money? I'll give you all my shares in the bathhouse. I just want my daughter. The woman finally couldn't hold back and started crying softly. Hey, I'll take it. This small village doesn't have an adventurers association, so the lawyer can only act as an adventurer to accept requests. Mambo stroked his chin. He was only 7 years old, and encountering a missing person case made him feel like something was calling him. The Little Reaper student causes chaos in Popcorn City. Mambo was about to leave with Kutamatsu Yuzu. He didn't have time to play dress up. The lawyer closed the office door. Mambo looked at the time. Mealtime was approaching. He headed toward the hot spring inn, but as he started walking, he suddenly felt dizzy and spun around. See bull, Mambo slipped on a banana peel and fell to the ground, cursing the lawyer who had carelessly thrown the peel. One day, you'll get your comeuppance. Ouch. Yuzu pressed on Mambo's twisted ankle and cast a healing spell. Kutamatsu sat on the ground, resting her legs under Mambo's head. If you were an adult, you might have broken your leg. Mambo grunted and endured the pain from the treatment. Back at the hot spring inn, Mambo angrily told Jack about what happened earlier. Jack could only smile wryly and agree. The front desk staff also came over to gossip. That wealthy woman is the village chief's wife. They divorced years ago. Recently, she tamed a fire dragon, and the hot spring inn just opened. I also paid money, but I couldn't tame the dragon. Now I can only work here. The front desk staff smiled bitterly. Jack patted his shoulder to comfort him. Things will get better. I admire your courage to change your life. The front desk nodded, limping as he took a bag. Can you help me? I don't want your money for nothing. I just want to buy a bag of tea leaves. Mambo was speechless. Are all the people here tea-selling women?